Harry had never imagined that one day, the phenomenon of reincarnation would manifest in his own life. Merlin, who could possibly enlighten me as to whether the sight of my sworn enemy falling in love with me before my rebirth is indeed true? Once more, Harry returned to the age of 11 and mended his relationship with the Dursleys, eagerly awaiting yet another acceptance letter from Hogwarts, destined for Diagon Alley. In that very same locale, he encountered the same individuals, gazing into those gray-blue eyes. Harry pondered to himself that this time he must thoroughly comprehend Draco's intentions. He must also ensure that the events of his past life do not repeat, as all needless sacrifices are utterly unwarranted. Chapter 1. Becoming a Ghost. On June 30th, 2004, the United Kingdom experienced a rare torrential downpour. The rain, accompanied by clouds, weighed heavily upon the sky. Just as the ominous tidings cast a shadow over the British magical community, the great savior, Harry Potter, who had vanquished the Dark Lord, was dead. This time, it was not Voldemort's falsehood, but a stark reality laid bare before all. The body of the great savior, Harry Potter, was returned to St. Mungo's, while Harry's very soul accompanied his corporeal form to the hospital. Ever since that individual began working as a healer at St. Mungo's, it seems I have not graced the only hospital in the magical realm in quite some time. Having accepted the reality of his demise, Harry floated in the air, feeling a profound sense of ennui. As the saying goes, one should not speak ill of the dead. In an instant, a brilliant flash of platinum light caught Harry's eye. The young master, who had always maintained his composure in Harry's memory, appeared disheveled, with the corners of his eyes tinged red, yet he dared only to hide around the corner, fixated on Harry's lifeless body. Harry couldn't help but think, how peculiar that Malfoy, upon my death, does not express delight. Driven by such thoughts, Harry glided past Ron, whose face was streaked with tears and snot from weeping over his body, and approached Draco Malfoy. Oh, Merlin's dark silk. Though it may be inappropriate to say so, the tearful young Master Malfoy is quite the sight. Harry thought whimsically as he floated behind Draco. By the way, am I a ghost now? If so, can Malfoy hear me speak? Contemplating this, Harry stood behind Draco and called out, "Hey, Malfoy, can you see me?" Observing Draco's indifferent demeanor, Harry felt a twinge of defeat. It seems futile. Perhaps I should try Ron and Hermione? He floated toward his two old friends, Ron. Hermione, can you hear me? Hello. Hi. Discovering that they could not hear him, and witnessing Ron wipe his snot on his own clothes, Harry felt a sense of disdain and drifted back to Draco's side. Merlin, I hope they provide me with a change of clothes for my burial. Ron, my dear brother, though I mourn, can't you at least wipe your nose? Realizing that no one could hear his words, the once reticent and composed savior felt a twinge of nostalgia, reminiscent of his days at Hogwarts, a lightness he had not experienced since the war. I wonder when I'll be taken away. I hope to see my parents, Sirius, and Professor Dumbledore. Oh, if Professor Snape does not mind keeping his distance, I might even have the chance to see him. As Harry muttered to himself, he leaned closer to Draco, making a ghostly face which truly resembled a specter. He imagined that blood tears could flow from his face. Merlin, I truly wish to behold my current visage. I wonder how it differs from those phantoms haunting Hogwarts. Yet, I am quite perplexed as to why this young master does not mock me. Accompanying Draco in the shadows, Harry observed as Hermione and the Weasley family carried away his own lifeless form, remarking, I hope Hermione remembers to fetch me a change of clothes. It is rather peculiar to gaze upon my own corpse. He drifted after Draco towards his office. Upon returning and securely locking the door, Draco sank heavily onto the sofa. His mind was a chaotic tangle. The savior had perished. That very savior who had been his adversary since their first year had so effortlessly succumbed to the hands of the Death Eater remnants. Why has this come to pass? Merlin, if you truly exist, you ought to grant this wretched Death Eater a swift demise. Why must you allow this savior, the one I cherish, to perish? Draco helplessly clutched at his platinum locks, tears cascading down in torrents, pooling upon the ground in a sorrowful puddle. Harry was taken aback, pondering, why is Malfoy so distraught? After Draco finished weeping, he returned to his desk, retrieving a yellowed photograph from the drawer. Curiosity piqued, Harry floated closer. The image captured a moment from their second year. marking Draco's inaugural match with the Slytherin Quidditch team. A snapshot taken after Harry had broken his arm, treated by that useless Professor Lockhart, whose incompetence had rendered his bones invisible. Harry was astonished to discover a small, tearful, platinum-haired cherub hidden amidst the crowd. Oh, this is indeed peculiar. Watching Draco tenderly caress the aged photograph, a strange sense of intrigue and curiosity welled up within Harry. Driven by this curiosity, Harry remained by Draco's side in death, witnessing his increasing silence. He silently left St. Mungo's, returning to the Malfoy estate, a place Harry found difficult to revisit. Malfoy, were it not for the need to comprehend why you possess my photograph, I would have no desire to enter this manor steeped in the stench of Death Eaters. Harry declared fiercely as he floated into Malfoy Manor. Hey, it appears the wards of this estate hold no power over me. Harry's previously buoyant mood was abruptly dampened upon following Draco back to his chamber. Within the room, Harry's eyes were drawn to a prominent photograph of the Savior, along with articles and the earliest publications about him, some adorning the shelves while others were affixed to the walls. The frayed edges of the Savior's storybook cover revealed that its owner had perused it many times, treating it with great care. Witnessing this scene, Harry's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. In the days that followed, Harry remained at Draco's side, observing as he gradually took charge of the Malfoy family business, maturing into a competent head of the household. Watching Draco, beset by difficulties due to his Death Eater lineage, Harry suddenly recalled the once pouty, platinum cherub who would cry, "I shall tell my father." What had transpired from Malfoy to transform into this? Gazing upon Draco, whose smile mirrored that of the late Lucius, Harry felt a wave of helpless bitterness wash over him. Observing Draco frown even in slumber, Harry unconsciously placed his hand upon that furrowed brow, attempting to ease it, only to see his hand dissipate into mist. Startled, he withdrew his hand, sitting at the edge of the bed, floating, in truth, staring blankly as his hand returned to its ethereal form. Ah, I had forgotten. I'm no longer among the living. Yet, why do I find it so strange to witness your suffering? I understand now, Harry exclaimed with sudden clarity. I wish to befriend Draco. With this newfound resolution, Harry joyfully wandered through the manor until he spotted the wedding decorations adorning the lawn, reminding him that tomorrow was Draco's wedding to Astoria. That rascal is actually getting married. Yet, it is only fair. Ron and Hermione already have children. Observing the newlyweds embrace and kiss at the wedding venue, Harry consciously set aside his own twinge of sorrow, applauding for his newly defined friend. Draco sat upon the sofa in the bridal chamber, awaiting Astoria, forcibly swallowing the bitterness within. I wonder how that rascal Potter is faring. Perhaps he has already ventured to the other side. After all, I remain a Malfoy, unable to indulge in reckless abandon. Moreover, how could a Death Eater and a Savior ever find resolution, especially since we are sworn adversaries? If not for my own awareness, who would suspect that Draco Malfoy harbored such feelings for Harry Potter all these years? Yet, pondering it now serves no purpose. Gazing upon his beautiful bride, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Draco's mouth. And in the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed. Astoria had passed away when Scorpius was merely 3 years old, and it was then that Harry discovered the existence of a curse that had plagued the Greengrass family lineage. Accompanying Draco as he saw Scorpius off on the Hogwarts Express, Harry returned to Malfoy Manor. Observing Draco tirelessly attending to family affairs, Harry could not help but grumble about Lucius, who was far away in France. Merlin's socks, that insufferable Lucius. Why must he abandon everything to Draco and frolic with Aunt Narcissa? However, what Harry did not anticipate was that he would soon encounter Lucius Malfoy at Draco's funeral. No one could have foreseen that merely a month prior, the Draco who had sent his child off on the train was, in fact, gravely ill. The first to sense something amiss with Draco was Harry, who was watching Draco's serene yet haggard countenance as he slept. Suddenly, he noticed that Draco's breathing had become sporadic, even faint. Harry's face turned ashen as he passed through walls, attempting to summon the house elves and servants within the manor. Yet no creature could hear his voice, no matter how loudly or desperately he called. It was as though he had been muted, rendered inaudible to all. Desperately fruitless, Harry drifted back to Draco's bedside, guarding him. Since marrying Astoria, he had seldom accompanied Draco, wandering instead across the globe. It was only upon hearing of Astoria's demise that he hurried back to Malfoy Manor to be by his side. A premonition gripped Harry. Perhaps this was the final day. He watched helplessly as Draco's breaths grew weaker until they ceased altogether. This is the first time, Harry thought. This is my first and last opportunity to hold you so intimately. Harry entwined his limbs tightly around Draco's lifeless body, disregarding the dissolution of his own form, desperately clinging on, as if to still sense the lingering warmth of the soul that had yet to depart. The attendance at Draco's funeral was sparse. Perhaps for this spoiled young master, there were few who could be deemed friends. Nevertheless, Hermione arrived as the Minister of Magic, accompanied by Ron. They remain as devoted as ever, Harry mused, sitting beside Draco, genuinely happy for his old friends. Yet perhaps the time had come for him to depart. Harry was sealed within the coffin alongside Draco's body, buried beneath the earth. Magic at times proved excessively useful, preserving Draco's remains in the state they were discovered. Yet for Harry, the cherished, apple-scented warmth emanating from Draco had long since dissipated in the unobserved night as he gently pressed his face against Draco's chest. "Merlin, if you truly exist, please save the one I love." A single tear fell onto Draco's chest, laden with the weight of a soul. A blinding flash of white light engulfed him, and Harry lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Have I reborn? I have reborn. Harry struggled to open his eyes. Oh shit. Merlin's suspenders. My head hurt so much. Before him lay a cramped, dust-laden space. What is this situation? Since leaving the Dursleys, I have not resided in such a diminutive place. Wait a moment. Harry suddenly realized, glancing around. Indeed, it was identical to the cupboard from his memories. Is this a dream, or something else? Before Harry could comprehend, Aunt Petunia's sharp, thin voice pierced through. Accompanied by the sound of pounding on the door, Harry Potter. Get up, hurry, and come out to cook. Do you want to starve my dear Dudley to death? Harry mumbled. This is dreadful. I have to face darling Dudley again. However, he recalled Aunt Petunia's last words to him. Potter. Huh. I truly loathe that surname. Big Potter took away my wretched sister to that magical world we cannot access. He claimed he would protect her forever, but in the end, I didn't even see her corpse. You only remember that she was your mother. Remember that you detest me. But have you ever considered, she was also my sister? Why? Why do you have that man's face? They left nothing behind, just you. Never thinking about how I had just begun my life with Vernon and how I would manage to raise you 2 children on his meager salary. From now on, hate me all you wish. You are an adult now, no longer in need of my protection. Let us sever our ties. You go to your magical world, and we will live our mundane lives. I truly despise you, Potter. Reflecting on the past, Harry was uncertain whether Aunt Petunia's last words were directed at him or his father. Nevertheless, Harry resolved to mend his relationship with the Dursleys. After all, they were his only 2 blood relatives in the world. With that thought, Harry promptly rose and made his way to the kitchen. Uncle Vernon was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the morning news, while Dudley and Aunt Petunia sat beside him, the news reporting on the rampant child trafficking in London, urging everyone to keep a close watch on their children. Upon hearing this news, Aunt Petunia instinctively tightened her embrace around Dudley's round body. Oh, Dudley, you mustn't run around outside anymore. And you, Harry, stay close. Don't wander too far, understand? Feeling Aunt Petunia's gaze upon him, Harry obediently nodded. Yes. Aunt Petunia, I will be good. Gazing into those swirling green eyes, Petunia couldn't help but reminisce about her foolish sister, who had passed away too soon. Uncomfortable, she retreated to the kitchen, shooing Harry away. Go sit outside. What do you know about housework? Don't be in the way here. Feeling the warm, dry hand gently ushering him out of the kitchen, Harry experienced a flicker of warmth. He had always known that Aunt Petunia cared for him, and Uncle Vernon harbored no significant animosity towards him. It was merely that their family was terrified of magic, compounded by his previous self's immaturity, leading him to believe they despised him and thus perpetually opposing them, which resulted in the current circumstances. In this life, he would certainly manage this relationship well, although dear Dudley still required a lesson or two. With that thought, Harry took a glass of water and approached Uncle Vernon and Dudley. Come on. Push me down, dear Dudley. As expected, the moment Dudley saw Harry nearing their designated spot on the sofa, he immediately leaped off and shoved Harry. He shouted, Hey you, don't come near my seat. Harry, propelled by Dudley's force, fell to the ground, the glass clattering as it hit the floor. Aunt Petunia, busy tidying up in the kitchen, heard the noise and poked her head out, locking eyes with Harry's tear-filled, innocent green gaze. Hidden memories surged in her eyes. usually filled with resentment and anger, and Aunt Petunia felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. "Dudley, what are you doing? And you, Harry Potter, what are you doing?" Harry interjected before Dudley could speak. "I'm sorry, Aunt Petunia. I only wanted to pour Uncle Vernon a glass of water. I didn't mean to upset you." "I'm sorry." Uncle Vernon, bewildered, stared at the unfolding scene. "Huh? I don't need that. When Harry doesn't he exhibit any peculiarities? Vernon typically has nothing to say to him. God knows how hard he works to provide for the family in this era. He certainly wouldn't waste his precious leisure time on Harry." Aunt Petunia, somewhat irate, exclaimed, "Dudley, you've gone too far this time. Now, immediately. Go back to your room. Don't come down until it's mealtime. Harry, you sit next to Vernon." Ignoring Dudley's whines, Aunt Petunia, like an enraged tiger, ushered Dudley back to his room and then returned to finish her work in the kitchen. Harry, turning his back to them, wore a triumphant smile. Although mealtime was approaching and he couldn't keep Dudley away for long, it was a start, wasn't it? "Harry, go call Dudley down for dinner." "All right, Aunt Petunia." Harry obediently responded. Though Dudley was reluctant, he was still looking forward to breakfast. "Mommy, I want bacon. Give me bacon," Dudley shouted as he thundered down the stairs. Harry followed Dudley to the table, surprised to find an extra piece of bacon and a fried egg on his plate. Taking a bite, he recognized the familiar taste that had accompanied him during his illness. His eyes stung, and tears fell. "Thank you, Aunt." Aunt Petunia, slightly flustered, retorted, "Hey, don't make that pitiful face. Just don't display any of that damned magic." Harry suppressed the urge to retort, silently continuing his meal, inwardly contemplating that it would indeed be challenging to make the Dursleys accept magic. After breakfast, Aunt Petunia sent Harry outside to take out the trash. Given the recent news of child trafficking, she was hesitant to let him stray too far from home. Fortunately, the garbage bin was just around the corner, not far from the house. As Harry carried the trash and walked toward the corner, he thought, "There are a few months until I receive my acceptance letter. I learned some nonverbal magic in my past life, so in this life, I'll quietly practice in the cupboard, lest I forget. This time, I must find a way to save everyone. I cannot allow those senseless sacrifices to occur. However, I mustn't stray too far. If I deviate too much, I might not reach the desired outcome. I need to think carefully. Perhaps I could discuss it with Professor Dumbledore when school starts." Remembering that platinum hue from his memories, Harry couldn't help but smile. This time, he would definitely become friends with Draco. While pondering the future, Harry tossed the trash into the bin and headed home. Suddenly, he noticed a faint platinum sheen in a nearby alley. Drawn by his affinity for platinum, Harry hesitated but decided to approach. There, he found a dirty little platinum-colored bundle crouched in the shadows of the alley. In this alternate scenario, Draco, having sneaked away from the leaky cauldron out of mischief, was captured by a trafficker but managed to escape using the magic he had learned from the Malfoy family. The Malfoys had not anticipated him ending up in the Muggle world, so they had yet to find him. Harry intentionally made some noise to alert the little bundle. But to his surprise, the small figure looked over in terror. "Don't come closer." Draco pressed against the wall in fright, seeing a child roughly his size. He remained on guard. During his time of captivity, he learned that even a child could be a monster. Harry was taken aback. "Draco? Merlin? How could Draco be here?" Harry crouched at a distance, gazing levelly at Draco, and cautiously greeted him. "Hello. My name is Harry Potter, and I reside nearby." With no ill intentions. Upon hearing the name Harry Potter, Draco's eyes sparkled with surprise. "By Merlin's socks, you are Harry Potter? Do you happen to have a lightning-shaped scar?" Chapter 3, Bringing Him Home. Harry chuckled softly. "Oh, is this what you mean?" He lifted his fringe to reveal the scar. Encountering the legendary savior of the wizarding world before him, Draco, for the first time, disregarded his Malfoy lineage and leaped forward to embrace Harry, weeping uncontrollably. "Wah, Mum, I've seen the savior. Wah, the savior has come to rescue me." Harry, bewildered, held Draco tightly, his thoughts drifting back to the aftermath of the war in his previous life. After the judgment of the Malfoy family, he had encountered his former nemesis. Though he could scarcely recall the specifics of their conversation, he remembered Draco's anguished plea. "Savior, you saved everyone. Why not save me?" At that time, he had responded, "There are still so many I could not save. Why would I save you, a Death Eater?" That moment of stubbornness resulted in their reunion only after Harry's demise. With his thoughts returning to the present, Harry tightened his embrace around the small figure in his arms, vowing to himself, "In this life, I shall hold your hand tightly." Once Draco's emotions settled somewhat, Harry inquired, "What is your name? How did you end up here?" Wiping his tears, Draco choked out, I am Draco Malfoy. I accidentally got separated from my family. Wah, will I ever see my mum and dad again?" Harry grasped Draco's slightly plump hand, reassuring him. "I will certainly find a way to reunite you with your family. Do not fear, Draco. Would you like to come with me to my home to rest for a while?" Draco's eyes lit up with excitement. By Merlin's underwear. Can I go to the Savior's house? The stories say you live like a prince in a castle. Is that true? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Harry rubbed his cheek. Well, it might not be quite as you imagine. But Draco was already too thrilled to hear that remark. Shall we leave now? Is it far from here? Merlin. I am so excited. Harry swallowed his words, helping Draco to his feet, and began leading him towards the Dursleys' house while reminding him, you must listen to my instructions. Draco nodded, making a valiant effort to follow Harry obediently. As they approached the Dursley residence, Harry concealed Draco behind the bushes in the garden. Hey, why do I have to hide like this? Draco complained to Harry. Harry chuckled awkwardly. You will understand soon enough. Harry stealthily entered the Dursley home. At this hour, Uncle Vernon should be at work, Dudley out with his friends causing mischief, and Aunt Petunia likely upstairs tidying up. Perfect timing. After confirming the situation, Harry quickly ushered Draco into his room. Why have you brought me here? What is this place? It's smaller than my wardrobe. Draco frowned, surveying his surroundings. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, his upbringing had shielded him from ever encountering such a small room. Harry rummaged through his trunk and retrieved a relatively clean old garment. Handing it to Draco, Draco, please make do for now. This has been my life, and I am still managing quite well. Draco donned the clothing, exclaiming, by Merlin's foul socks, is this even clothing? You've lived in such conditions all this time? Before Harry could respond, Aunt Petunia's voice echoed from outside. Harry Potter, what are you dawdling about? The weeds in the garden won't disappear on their own. Harry called back, coming, Aunt Petunia. He then found a clean cloth, dampened it with water. Don't ask where the water came from. It was from the glass Harry had poured for himself the night before, but hadn't consumed, and wiped away the dirt from Draco's face. He tucked him into his small bed, instructing, Draco, you must rest well. I will bring you something to eat. Do not make a sound, as my aunt does not like me bringing friends home. Nestled in the warm blankets, exhaustion surged over Draco, nearly sending him into slumber. He mustered a response to Harry. Okay, I will be quiet. Please come back soon. I will wait for you. Watching Draco drift into a deep sleep, Harry gently brushed his fingers against the cherubic face, whispering, Draco, I will protect you. After ensuring the blanket was snug, he gazed at Draco one last time before stepping outside. Aunt Petunia glanced at Harry. Why are you so slow? What happened? As Harry searched for the gardening spade, he replied, oh, nothing. I got my clothes dirty while taking out the trash, so I went back to grab some water to clean up. Petunia frowned. If your clothes are dirty, just change them. It's not like we're short on clothes. After you finish in the garden, you're coming with me to buy 2 new shirts. Harry's eyes brightened as he looked at Petunia. Really? Thank you. Aunt Petunia, you are so kind. Petunia seemed a bit flustered. All right, hurry along now. Don't waste time. We need to prepare lunch after shopping. From now on, I will help you with that. Harry nodded obediently as he stepped outside. Avoiding Aunt Petunia, Harry quietly brought his lunch back to his room. Observing Draco still resting, he reluctantly called out, Hey Draco, wake up. It's noon. Let us eat something. Draco, still groggy, leaned against Harry before even opening his eyes, inhaling the delightful aroma of food. What is that smell? It's so good. Mom, what are we having today? Harry chuckled softly, gently pinching Draco's cherubic cheek. Oh, Draco, this is lunch that I made myself. Would you like to try some? Forgive Harry's possessiveness. He merely wishes for Draco to enjoy something made by his own hands. After all, Draco opened his eyes to see a small plate on the bedside table, featuring half a sandwich, a small piece of steak, a cupcake, and a tiny cup of water. Harry knew these offerings were rather humble and likely unfit for a young Malfoy, but it was the best he could provide at the moment. Indeed, he realized he was still not strong enough and must strive harder. This was the first time Draco had seen normal food since being kidnapped. During his time with the traffickers, he had hardly eaten anything. And in the 2 days since his escape, he had gone without food. He swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his noble demeanor, and expressed his gratitude to Harry. Thank you. Harry, I truly don't know what I would have done without you. Watching Draco eat quickly, yet still maintaining a graceful posture, Harry stroked his head and reassured him. Draco, I will take you to find your family tomorrow. Thank you, Harry. After swallowing his food, Draco, with tears welling in his eyes, hugged Harry tightly. He was still just a child, and encountering such circumstances during his first secret venture into the Muggle world left a significant mark on him. Chapter 4. A Brief Farewell. The next morning, seizing the opportunity while Uncle Vernon and Dudley had left the house and Aunt Petunia was upstairs, Harry swiftly took Draco, now clad in new clothes, and exited the house. The new clothes were the ones Aunt Petunia had bought for Harry the previous day. Draco, do you remember where you lost your family? Harry pretended to be oblivious as he inquired of Draco, discreetly guiding him onto a bus bound for the heart of London. Ensuring Draco's safe return to the wizarding world made the small amount of money he had secretly saved worthwhile. Draco pondered for a moment, recalling, it was in Diagon Alley. I remember a place called the Leaky Cauldron. That's where I got lost. Harry facepalmed, realizing, of course, this little lord could only lose himself in the muggle world from there. He asked Draco, Draco, do you know where that place is? Draco strained to remember. I can't discern these muggle routes, but there seems to be a bookstore nearby, and that pub felt particularly old and filthy. Upon hearing the term muggle, Harry feigned confusion and asked, Muggle? What is that? Aren't you a muggle, Draco? Draco nearly leapt from his seat at this remark. Merlin's beard. How could you say that? It's an utter insult to us Malfoys. Observing the furious blush on the platinum-haired boy's face, Harry's gaze deepened. Forgive me, Draco. I truly don't comprehend what you're saying. Could you enlighten me? As Draco, calmed by Harry's reassurance, realized that Harry genuinely seemed unaware of these matters, a sense of bewilderment arose within him. Merlin's whiskers. You really don't know what a muggle is? That can't be right. How could the chosen one not be a wizard? Harry, have you experienced anything peculiar? Harry pretended to reflect. Peculiar? I suppose so. Aunt Petunia and the others don't particularly like me because of it. Wait, Draco, what did you just say? Wizard? Am I a wizard? You are too? Draco proudly lifted his chin. Of course. I am Draco Malfoy, a member of the Malfoy family. My father says I am the most precious little dragon. I shall become the greatest wizard one day. Noticing that his new friend, the chosen one, truly knew nothing about wizards, feigning enthusiasm, Draco eagerly began to enlighten Harry about the magical world. If you ask me, Quidditch is the most exhilarating sport in the world. I can ride a broomstick, and I'm fantastic at Quidditch. Remembering how he always lost to his platinum-haired rival in his past life, Harry struggled to suppress a smile. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Do you doubt me? Draco, noticing Harry's strange expression, playfully nudged him. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying. Draco, that sport sounds dangerous. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Harry quickly adjusted his expression. Draco deflated a bit. Oh, I'm certainly not afraid. But I don't want to worry my mother, and my father won't let me participate in those matches. No worries. When you're older, I'm sure Mr. Malfoy will agree. Harry quickly shifted the topic. Draco, can you tell me more about Hogwarts? Seeing the little peacock sulking, Harry knew that Draco was easily distracted. Of course. Hogwarts is the best magic school in the world. I mean, there's no school better than Hogwarts, right? As the little ferret chattered along, Harry discreetly led Draco to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. The worn and filthy sign bore testament to its age. Harry squeezed Draco's hand, still animatedly speaking, and inquired, Draco, is that it? The Leaky Cauldron you mentioned? Upon spotting the familiar sign, Draco exclaimed, Merlin, that's it. Harry, you're amazing. He excitedly embraced Harry. Draco nearly dragged Harry into the pub, his urgency palpable. Just then, the door of the Leaky Cauldron swung open with a bang, revealing the striking platinum figure of Lucius Malfoy. With a single glance, Lucius locked onto the platinum-haired boy amidst the crowd. For the first time, he disregarded his noble status and hurried toward them, calling out for his little dragon. Reaching his beloved son, Lucius wasted no time and whipped out his wand to perform several diagnostic spells, relieved to receive positive results. Confirming that his son was unharmed, Lucius regained his aristocratic composure. All right, little dragon. Now, could you explain how you ended up in the Muggle world? Do you realize your mother and I were beside ourselves with worry? We thought you had been captured by dark wizards from Diagon Alley. Draco flung himself into his father's embrace, sobbing, Father, I'm sorry. Little dragon was wrong. I won't run off again, I promise. Harry watched his empty hands, quietly clenching them, as if doing so would keep that warmth with him. Once Lucius calmed Draco, he turned to face Harry. His slate blue eyes narrowed, a peculiar, inexplicable displeasure washing over him. Unconsciously employing his aristocratic tone, Lucius inquired of his son, Little Dragon. Who is this gentleman? Your new friend? Finally recalling Harry, Draco eagerly took Harry's hand and waved it in front of Lucius, proudly declaring, Oh, father, you won't believe who this is. He is Harry Potter, the chosen one. He saved me, or else you wouldn't know when you'd find me. At this, Draco pouted in distress. Lucius was taken aback, but maintained his composure. Oh, this is the legendary chosen one. Harry Potter, what an honor. Harry regarded the tall man before him, recalling the haggard visage Lucius had worn after emerging from Azkaban post-war, all that was in the past. And the grievances of your had dissolved the moment he was reborn. Contemplating this, Harry offered a polite smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. Draco resembles you quite a bit. Lucius nodded coolly. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Potter. I thank you for aiding Little Dragon, but now we must return home. His mother is quite worried. Initially pleased that his father liked Harry, Draco felt a pang of urgency upon hearing that his mother was worried. Torn between his desire to remain with Harry and his father's insistence, Lucius, observing his son's dilemma, sighed inwardly and addressed Harry. Little Dragon is quite reluctant to part from you, Mr. Potter. Perhaps we might have the honor of inviting you to our home, should your family consent. Draco's eyes brightened at this prospect as he glanced hopefully at Harry. However, given that his relationship with the Dursleys had only just begun to thaw, Harry knew that revealing any connection to the magical world would lead him down the same path as in his past life. Reluctantly, he declined, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Malfoy, but my family doesn't allow me to visit others' homes." Seeing Draco's expression fall, Harry couldn't help but comfort him. "It's all right, Draco. If what you say is true, perhaps we might meet at Hogwarts this year." The rejected young lord, tears brimming in his eyes, shouted at Harry, "You foul Potter. I never want to speak to you again." Draco felt humiliated and furious. How dare he refuse a Malfoy's invitation? Harry Potter was the worst, odious Potter. Gritting his teeth, Draco turned away, ignoring Harry's attempts to explain, and grasped Lucius's hand, leading him back to the leaky cauldron. Harry watched Draco's retreating figure, fists clenched. This brief separation was but a prelude to a more fortuitous reunion. "Draco, do not think you can escape me." Chapter 5. The acceptance letter. Since the day Draco departed, Harry had spent an extended period with the Dursleys. Throughout this time, due to Harry's demeanor, the Dursley family had come to accept him. Although they still struggled to embrace magic, they no longer reacted with alarm when he exhibited his peculiar abilities. Harry had moved from the small cupboard under the stairs to the cozy former study across from Dudley's room on the second floor, which had been adorned by Aunt Petunia, transforming it into a most comfortable space. Upon discovering that Harry's strange powers were indeed magic, Dudley and Uncle Vernon, while maintaining a facade of indifference, had quietly inquired about Harry's abilities. Harry had obliged them by showcasing a few minor spells, nearly overwhelming them with their astonishment. Thus, the day of Harry's birthday, July 31st, arrived. Early in the morning, Harry spotted an owl perched upon the mailbox in the yard. He gently retrieved the envelope clasped in the owl's beak, offering it a small biscuit in return. With the letter in hand, he returned to the house. Dudley, lounging on the sofa while watching television, noticed the letter and, intrigued, leaned closer. "Hey Harry, what's that? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Hey, that's a letter from a magic school. Open it and see, Harry." Upon seeing the familiar envelope, Harry felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly bringing him to tears. "Hogwarts, I'm coming home. Ron, Hermione, my friends, how I've missed you. And Draco too." Paying no heed to Dudley's impatience or Uncle Vernon's feigned disinterest as he pretended to watch television, Harry carefully opened the letter. The envelope bore a crest featuring a gold lion on a red background, Gryffindor, a bronze eagle on a blue background, Ravenclaw, a black badger on a yellow background, Hufflepuff, and a silver serpent on a green background, Slytherin, with a large letter at the center, beneath which flowed a ribbon inscribed with Hogwarts motto, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. As he unfolded the letter, the initial parchment read, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Order of Merlin. First Class, Dear Mr. Harry Potter, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is scheduled to commence on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The subsequent parchment appeared to contain a list of necessary items. Attachment: first-year student supplies list uniform, 3 plain black robes, a plain black pointed hat for day wear, a pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar material, and a black winter cloak with silver fastenings. Note: all students' clothing must bear name tags. Textbooks: Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment: a wand, a standard-size 2 pewter cauldron, a set of glass or crystal phials, a telescope, and a brass scales. Magical creatures: students may bring an owl, a cat, a toad, or a rat. Special note: first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Harry absorbed each word as if etching them into his very soul. At that moment, Aunt Petunia approached. "What's that?" She had evidently noticed the letter in Harry's hand. "Wait, what is this?" Snatching the letter from him, Aunt Petunia's eyes widened at the sight of the Hogwarts emblem. "Damn it, not that magic school again. Harry, you are not going. You will accompany Dudley to Smeltings in September." She hastily scrawled a few words on a piece of paper, and before Harry could react, she bound it to the owl and sent it flying away. Panting, she returned to Harry, declaring, "There, I've already rejected that ridiculous acceptance for you. You will go to school with Dudley." Fury coursed through Harry, his face flushed with indignation. He could hardly fathom why, despite the improvement in their relationship, Aunt Petunia still forbade him from attending Hogwarts. Unable to suppress his anger, he shouted, "Why won't you let me go? I'm a wizard, and I belong in a wizarding school. What are you so afraid of, Aunt Petunia? Everything is different now. Why can't you let me go to school?" A surge of magical energy caused objects in the living room to levitate. Uncle Vernon shielded Dudley and Petunia behind him, barking, "Harry, go back to your room. You're grounded. We'll talk when you've calmed down." With a last, lingering glance at the three of them, Harry retreated to his room. That evening, as he lay on the windowsill gazing at the starry sky, he remained perplexed. Why did Aunt Petunia harbor such disdain for magic? Why wouldn't she allow him to leave? At that moment, he heard a rustling at the door. It was Dudley. When Dudley noticed Harry looking at him, he flinched slightly, yet mustered the courage to enter with a nonchalant air. "Hey, I knocked earlier. What are you thinking about? Come on, dinner's ready." Dudley placed the dinner he had been carrying on the desk. The lavish meal surprised Harry, and seeing Dudley salivating beside him was rather amusing. As Harry sat down to eat, he noticed Dudley lingering awkwardly, seemingly at a loss for words. "Why are you still here? I'll return the dishes to the kitchen when I'm done." With a hint of mischief, Harry sought to tease his dim-witted cousin. After a moment of hesitation, Dudley finally spoke. "Harry, don't be too angry with Mom. She's just worried about you. She cried all afternoon. If you have any questions, you can talk to her." Harry had considered Dudley's visit was prompted by this matter, but he was taken aback that Aunt Petunia had cried over it. As he swallowed the last bite of his meal, contemplating the excess of food provided that evening, his anger dissipated like water. "I understand. Thank you, Dudley. I'll talk to Aunt Petunia tomorrow." Dudley stood up, patting Harry's shoulder in a gesture of comfort as he left. Harry, meanwhile, fell into deep contemplation, pondering how to approach Aunt Petunia to untangle their issues. Sighing, he hoped Aunt Petunia would not be as angry tomorrow. What could it be that made her so averse to magic? "Oh, Merlin's honey toffee. I truly wish Aunt Petunia would suddenly reveal everything to me. As if under the influence of a truth serum, answering all the questions I never resolved in my past life. I hope tomorrow brings a favorable outcome." Under the starlit sky, lost in thought, Harry gradually drifted into slumber. Perhaps this chapter is a bit verbose. Another will be updated at 8 o'clock. Chapter 6, Unraveling the Hard S Knot. This chapter may contain extensive dialogue, primarily aiming to dissect the intricate emotions harbored by Petunia and Harry, with a particular focus on Petunia. In my view, Petunia's feelings towards Harry are profoundly complex. During the era of the Great Depression, when many struggled to sustain themselves, Petunia chose to keep Harry and raise him rather than send him to an orphanage, which undeniably attests to a familial bond she holds for him. However, various external factors have distorted this affection, leading to a skewed representation in the original text. Thus, I wish to remedy this regret in my narrative. I apologize for the lengthy preamble. It serves merely as a cautionary note. Those uninterested may skip this chapter. Now, let us proceed with the main text. Early the next morning, Harry awoke with the dawn. His mind had been tumultuous throughout the night, a whirlpool of past and present, intertwining into a tangle of thoughts. This incessant turmoil had deprived him of restful sleep, prompting him to rise before the sun. Sitting on his bed, Harry anxiously tousled his already disheveled hair, though it resembled a bird's nest even without the added distress. Ultimately, regardless of his reluctance to confront the impending scene, he knew he must face it. After breakfast, Harry accompanied Aunt Petunia into the study, carefully closing the door to prevent the prying ears of the two Dursleys outside, whose insatiable curiosity was bewildering. "Please, take a seat, Harry." Petunia gestured to the sofa beside her, where she had already settled. Harry complied, moving towards her. "I know you harbor disdain for me. After all, I have not treated you well in the past. Your hatred or disdain towards me is entirely justified," Petunia remarked wearily, her exhaustion evident in the lines etched upon her brow, indicating that she too had endured a restless night. Heaven knows how difficult it had been for Uncle Vernon to sleep amidst Petunia's restless movements. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words in response to Aunt Petunia's sentiments, but fortunately, she did not require his reply and continued, "Do you know, Harry, that in the beginning, I was merely envious of Lily, yet also concerned? I always felt that she possessed a unique ability, and if others were to discover it, how would they perceive her? Would they bully her? I feared for her safety, constantly reminding myself that I was her sister and needed to protect her. However, everything changed with the arrival of that boy, the one clad in filthy maternity garb, with greasy long hair, Severus Snape, who hailed from Spinner's End. It was then I realized that his so-called peculiar strength was not to be feared, but rather a divine gift of magic. That Snape referred to them as wizards. Wizards, what a splendid term. Magic, too, is wondrous. I watched as they became friends, discussing matters incomprehensible to me. I yearned to join them. But Snape insisted that I was merely a muggle and would never grasp the essence of magic. Later, my sister departed for Hogwarts, and I discovered there existed a school solely dedicated to the teaching of magic. I secretly read my sister's letters and acquired the headmaster's address. My longing for magic compelled me to pen a letter to him. Yet, he merely responded with a polite rejection. I could not comprehend why, as sisters, Lily possessed magic while I was relegated to the status of a mere muggle. Lily consistently wrote to me, extolling the joys of magic school and the novelty of their courses. My jealousy festered into loathing, leading me to utter words I now regret. I called Lily a freak. In the days that followed, we drifted apart, until she graduated and returned home with a man named James Potter. That man even mocked Vernon. Oh, he was so arrogant. I could hardly fathom what Lily saw in him. He assured my father that he would treat Lily well, but what became of them? Both he and Lily perished. My sister, so young, lost her life, leaving behind you, a mere infant of just over a year. A small basket, containing a tiny blanket, was left at my doorstep, heralding the tragic news of Lily and her husband's demise once my life had finally begun to stabilize. Harry, there are times when I truly do not know how to approach you. Raising a child is no easy feat, especially one who bears the gifts of Lily and the Potters. I recognize that I was excessively harsh on you in your earlier life. I feared that magic would once again disrupt my existence. The magical world may not be safe, and while I do not expect your forgiveness, I implore you to heed my advice. Do not attend Hogwarts, but rather remain in the Muggle world. As Petunia continued, her voice grew more choked with emotion, struggling to contain her feelings as she unveiled her heart for the first time. Harry observed his aunt, her pain palpable, and understood. Jealousy indeed compels individuals to act unexpectedly. Was it not the case that Ron had succumbed to jealousy during the Triwizard Tournament, suspecting himself? Despite this, Harry resolutely spoke up. Aunt, I know you are concerned for me, but over the years, you have witnessed the events unfolding in my life. That alone suffices to prove that I do not belong here. Perhaps a brief stay is acceptable, but ultimately, I must return to the magical realm. If I were to attend a boarding school with Dudley and encountered yesterday's incident, how would I explain it? I would be ostracized as a monster. Even with Dudley's assistance, the outcome would remain unchanged. Hogwarts is a necessity for me. It is my unequivocal choice. Moreover, the magical world holds individuals I yearn to meet. Harry concluded, fixing his bright green eyes on Petunia, determined to convey his resolve. If this is indeed the result of your careful deliberation, I suppose I cannot dissuade you. However, Harry, you must exercise caution in the magical realm. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, you may return to the Muggle world for a brief respite. We will always be your family. Petunia and Harry exchanged glances for an extended moment, ultimately swayed by the determination reflected in his eyes, and she relented. Hearing this, Harry joyously embraced Petunia. Thank you. Aunt Petunia, thank you for understanding me, and for raising me. I forgive you for your shortcomings. Petunia, stiff in his embrace, clearly unaccustomed to such displays of affection, eventually reciprocated. Harry felt the warmth of her embrace, shedding the first tear of his rebirth. After a fleeting hug, Petunia abruptly released Harry as if recalling something. Oh, the letter I wrote yesterday? Goodness, it won't affect your enrollment, will it? Harry scratched his cheek, hesitating. About that. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a loud knock resonated from downstairs. Excitedly, Harry sprang up. Perhaps it's the new acceptance letter. I'll go check. He bounded down the stairs. Elated at the prospect of seeing Hagrid once more, Merlin knows how much he missed that giant. As he pulled open the door of number 4, Privet Drive, he was greeted by the sight of an enormous figure, with long black hair and a bushy beard, tangled and obscuring most of his face. Despite Harry's excitement nearly causing him to crush the doorknob, he endeavored to maintain an air of unfamiliarity as he inquired of Hagrid. Good day, sir. May I ask what brings you here? The mingling of exhilaration and restraint contorted Harry's expression, yet, fortunately, facing Hagrid, he detected no sign of anything amiss. Oh, by Merlin's beard. You must be Harry, right? I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You may call me Hagrid. Hagrid laughed heartily, clapping Harry on the back with a hand as large as a dustbin lid, nearly causing Harry to stumble. At that moment, Aunt Petunia, having finished tidying up after the Dursleys, descended the stairs, followed by the dejected Dursley duo. Chapter 7. A Return to Diagon Alley. Upon gazing at the imposing figure before her, Petunia struggled to maintain her composure. Excuse me, sir, may I inquire what your business is? It appeared Hagrid then remembered something, as he produced a somewhat squished box and a crumpled letter from his robes. He handed them to Harry, stating, Oh, Harry, happy birthday. This is a birthday cake I made for you, though it's regrettably a bit squished. This is your acceptance letter. Hogwarts has sent me to escort you to Diagon Alley to procure your necessary supplies. You know, wizarding items. We ought to be off at once. Hagrid winked at Harry with his shiny, beetle-like eyes. Seeing this, Petunia retrieved 500 from her purse by the door and handed it to Harry. Harry, we're not much help with your schooling, but take this 500 to buy what you need. I'm not sure if it will suffice, but take it for now. If it falls short, we will provide more. Do you need us to accompany you? Hagrid interjected. I'm sorry, ma'am. As much as I would like for you to accompany little Harry to Diagon Alley, I am currently tasked by Professor Dumbledore and cannot take more people. Perhaps you can visit Diagon Alley together at the beginning of the next school year. Harry felt a twinge of regret. He had yet to explore Diagon Alley with his family. Petunia shared a similar sentiment, but she embraced Harry, saying, Go on, Harry. We will await your return at home. Nodding, Harry followed Hagrid out of the house and onto his magical motorcycle. Hagrid's motorcycle soon landed once more on the familiar street. Harry, there is the leaky cauldron. One must always pass through here to reach Diagon Alley, Hagrid said, patting Harry on the shoulder with a jovial grin. Hagrid, why do I not see anyone entering? Harry feigned ignorance. Hagrid scratched his head. Oh, that is due to the muggle-repelling charm, which causes muggles to overlook this place. Only wizards can see it. If you wish to bring your family next time, you can hold their hands. Thank you, Hagrid. Harry nodded earnestly. Hagrid chuckled. Harry, the last time I saw you, you were no bigger than my hand. And now look at you. With that, Hagrid pushed open the door to the leaky cauldron. As the door swung open, a melange of aged wood and malt whiskey wafted towards them. The bar was dimly lit, shrouded in a faint haze, with several old light bulbs casting a muted glow to barely illuminate the surroundings. The walls were adorned with various peculiar objects, many ancient photographs that occasionally moved, and some magical tools whose names eluded Harry, silently recounting their mysterious pasts. In a corner, a few elderly witches sipped sherry and engaged in hushed conversation. They wore vibrant pointed hats and robes embroidered with intricate runes, occasionally waving their wands to emit strange glimmers in the air. By the bar, a diminutive man in a tall hat animatedly chatted with the bar owner, whose thinning hair and head resembled a withered walnut, yet his eyes sparkled with astuteness. Upon Hagrid's entrance, the previous chatter abruptly ceased, and friendly gazes turned towards him, accompanied by warm smiles and waves of greeting. Oh, Hagrid, is this the famous savior? A witch from the corner excitedly approached. I am Vivian Eve. It is a pleasure to meet you. Welcome back to the wizarding world, Mr. Savior. As Harry shook hands with the outstretched hand, he felt a mix of exhilaration and discomfort under the attention of so many. Everyone is terribly enthusiastic. But today is little Harry's day to procure his school supplies. I assume no one wishes to waste the Savior's time, right? There will be more opportunities in the future. After all, Harry has returned to the wizarding world. Hagrid winked at the gathering, urging them to disperse. The crowd complied, parting, save for a wizard who seemed to shrink into himself as he approached against the tide. Hello, I am Quirrell, your defense against the dark arts professor. Quirrell appeared timid as he extended his hand toward Harry. Squinting, Harry grasped the offered hand. Oh, hello, Professor Quirrell. It is a pleasure to meet you. And I look forward to your teachings at Hogwarts. Hagrid chuckled heartily. Oh, Professor Quirrell, Harry, you will have ample time to converse later, but it is getting late, and we must embark on our shopping expedition to Diagon Alley. With a nod to Quirrell, Hagrid led Harry to the bar's proprietor. Hagrid, long time no see. Still the same? The owner cheerfully inquired while polishing a glass. Indeed, Tom, a butterbeer for me, and one for the lad as well. Hagrid laughed heartily, guiding Harry to a seat at the bar. When the butterbeers arrived, steam rose from the glasses, and a delicate foam floated atop. Harry cautiously took a sip, the long-missed sweet and rich flavor bursting in his mouth, with a hint of alcohol that compelled him to take another hearty gulp. After finishing their drinks, Hagrid stood, patting Harry on the shoulder. Come along, Harry, there are even more wondrous places awaiting us. Setting down his glass, Harry followed Hagrid toward the back door of the leaky cauldron, which connected to the bustling street of Diagon Alley. Arriving at the small courtyard behind the leaky cauldron, the atmosphere felt eerily quiet. The ancient walls bore the marks of time, and withered ivy dangled haphazardly. In the corner, a magically sealed trash bin stood steadfast, emanating a faint odor. Hagrid raised the pink umbrella he had been holding and gently tapped the wall, instructing Harry, Harry, remember, count 3 bricks up from the bin. Then tap 2 bricks inward 3 times. Then, welcome back to the magical world, Harry. As the bricks shifted, a small opening emerged, gradually widening as if the bricks were alive, forming an expansive archway, a wave of ancient and mysterious energy enveloping them. Harry gazed at the familiar Diagon Alley, untouched by the Second Wizarding War, nearly moved to tears by the overwhelming emotion. At last, he had returned once more. Observing Harry's astonished expression, Hagrid guided him forward. First, we must visit Gringotts to withdraw some money. Harry, Without funds, you cannot procure anything in Diagon Alley. Harry followed Hagrid deeper into Diagon Alley, all the way to its very end. Harry, this is Gringotts. In the realm of magic, there exists a bank overseen by a cadre of fairies. One must never place trust in these creatures, for they are cunning and avaricious beings. Hagrid gazed at the fairy guards stationed at the entrance of Gringotts, attempting to conceal his words with a hand over his mouth. Hagrid, can Gringotts accept Muggle currency? You know I possess only the money my aunt gave me before she left, he remarked, as if to subtly remind Hagrid of the forgotten key to his family's vault. Oh, Harry, I nearly forgot. Your parents' vault has always been under Dumbledore's guardianship. Now that you have returned, the key must be returned to you. Rest assured. I have it with me, Hagrid declared, patting his chest to indicate the key was safely stowed away. As the two entered the main hall of Gringotts, Hagrid rapped on the desk of an elderly goblin. I am here to assist Mr. Harry Potter in retrieving some funds, and also this. Dumbledore sent me to collect this item. Hagrid withdrew a key and a letter from his pocket, leaning in closer to the old goblin and speaking softly, though louder than most. It was a conscious effort to temper his volume. Chapter 8. A Reunion in Diagon Alley. The old goblin accepted the letter, casting a sidelong glance at Hagrid before lowering his gaze to inspect the document. Once satisfied, the goblin pressed a button on the side of the desk, pulled a lever, and escort Mr. Hagrid and Mr. Harry Potter to Vault 713 and Vault 687. A goblin appeared before them, gesturing, please follow me. As they boarded an unprotected minecart that swung perilously, it finally came to a halt just before they were nearly ejected from their seats. Vault 687. The goblin hopped down from the cart first, retrieved a lamp, and extended his hand to request the key from Harry. After showing it to the old goblin, Hagrid had indeed given the key to Harry, not a plot hole. Harry handed the key to the goblin and ventured into the vault alone. He first collected some galleons, sickles, and nuts, then ventured deeper, seeking something to offer Aunt Petunia in gratitude for the years of her care, hoping to improve the Dursleys' circumstances. Turning past a shelf adorned with numerous vases, he was struck by a stack of letters resting on a table. Though it appeared to be a stack, there were only two. Harry felt a surge of disbelief as he approached. In his previous life, he had never thought to examine his vault. During the war, he had been preoccupied with his studies and countless adventures, only retrieving enough money for school without a second thought. After the war, it was even less likely, as remnants of Death Eaters lingered, and Harry was constantly on the move from one mission to the next, culminating in his separation from Ginny for that very reason. Now, in this second life, he found himself discovering two letters nestled within his vault. A realization dawned upon him. Picking up the letters, one was from Aunt Petunia, and the other addressed to him. The elegant script informed him that it was penned by his mother. Harry opened the letter addressed to himself. Dear Harry, my son, I do not know if I will still be in this world when you read this letter, or if I can be there beside you. I suspect I will not be. Had I been, I would have likely hidden it before you could find it. We have received a prophecy. A child born at the end of July will vanquish the one who must not be named, becoming the savior of the magical realm. Though I yearned for you to lead an ordinary life, Harry, upon learning of this prophecy, all such aspirations became a luxury. No matter when, dear Harry, irrespective of the decisions you must make, remember that your father and I will always stand behind you, dear child. Do not dwell too heavily in sorrow. Your future shall ultimately shine brilliantly, and your father and I will always watch over you, accompanying you. You will eventually possess a home of your own. Though your parents may not be by your side, learn to be brave and to confront all that life presents. With love, your mother. Tears fell unbeknownst to him, trickling onto the letter he held. Fearing that his tears might mar the paper, Harry hastily wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Outside, Hagrid's worried voice called for him, and Harry, striving to regain his composure, carefully folded the letter and placed it in the pocket close to his heart before slapping his cheeks and rushing out. Apologies, Hagrid, for worrying you. I took a bit longer selecting a gift for my aunt. Harry embraced the concerned giant apologetically. No worries, Harry. Come on. We still need to retrieve that item Dumbledore entrusted to me, Hagrid reassured, patting Harry on the shoulder. As they stood at the entrance of Gringotts, Harry found himself momentarily distracted. In this life, he hadn't accompanied Hagrid into Vault 713, but instead sat in the cart, waiting while sorting through his emotions. Yet, he knew that adventures awaited him this semester as well. With a sigh, he caught sight of Hagrid, who appeared pale. He patted the giant's back, comforting him. Hagrid, if you're feeling unwell, you can wait for me at the Leaky Cauldron. The shops in Diagon Alley are quite unique. I believe I can manage on my own. Hagrid retched slightly before responding. Oh, Harry, you're right. I think I should rest for a bit. Be careful, Harry, waving goodbye to Hagrid. Harry could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Merlin, I hope Draco is still here. Before entering, Harry adjusted his attire, sincerely praying in his heart. Upon pushing the door open, a strikingly bright and somewhat blinding golden hue pierced the dim interior of the shop, catching Harry's eye. Standing in the sunlight was the person he had longed for, a golden-haired boy who appeared as if descended from the heavens. Is he an angel? Harry stood frozen, pondering why he had never noticed Draco's beauty at this time in his previous life. The young lord, irritated by an ill-mannered measuring tool, turned at the sound, frowning until he spotted his dear friend and exclaimed joyfully, "Harry! Oh, Merlin above. We meet again. I've missed you so much these past few days. Hey, why don't you come over? You haven't forgotten me, have you?" Seeing Harry rooted to the spot, Draco shot him an exasperated glare. Harry, entranced by those beautiful gray-blue eyes, snapped back to reality. He quickly approached Draco, taking his hand earnestly as he said, "Oh, dear Draco. I was simply lost in thought because I missed you so much. I could never forget my first friend, especially when you look like an angel under the sunlight." A flush crept up Draco's face, spreading from his neck to his ears. "Harry Potter, you insufferable rogue. How dare you call me beautiful? You ought to say I am handsome." With that, he playfully punched Harry on the head. Harry rubbed his head as he replied, "Draco, the emphasis was not on beautiful, but rather that I missed you dearly." At that moment, Madame Malkin, bustling in the background, noticed the new young wizard in the shop. She quickly approached Harry, greeting him. "Young wizard, are you also preparing to attend Hogwarts? Just a moment. Let me finish measuring this young wizard, and I shall attend to you shortly." Harry nodded as he watched Draco continue with his measurements. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the two had barely exchanged a few words before the garments were ready. "Harry, my father should be at the Leaky Cauldron purchasing my textbooks right now. Would you care to join me in acquiring a wand?" Draco inquired as they stepped outside. Harry glanced at the time, feeling that Hagrid would require a bit more time, and nodded at Draco. The two made their way to the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, where the narrow premises appeared shrouded in dust, and a spiderweb clung to the protruding sign. The grime on the windows was so thick that it obscured the view within. The aristocratic young Malfoy wrinkled his nose in disdain. "Oh, Merlin's hat. This place looks exceedingly filthy." Harry pointed to the sign, where the letters had faded. "Look there, Draco. It clearly states Ollivander, established in 382 B.C., for the crafting of exceptional wands." Draco squinted at the letters before finally discerning them. All right. It seems I have no other choice. I sincerely hope the proprietor tidies up his shop." Harry grasped the young lord's hand and pushed the door open, stepping into the dilapidated yet nostalgically rich little shop. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few flickering oil lamps providing illumination, their wavering flames suggesting they might extinguish at any moment. The shop was exceedingly small, containing little more than a long bench and a counter. Thousands of slender boxes containing wands nearly reached the ceiling, creating an atmosphere that was both cramped and steeped in mystery. The two stood before the counter, and a series of crackling sounds echoed from the depths of the shop. Chapter 9. A shopping expedition in Diagon Alley. With the crackling noise subsiding, an elderly man appeared, precariously perched on a ladder. He was tall and thin, with silver hair and a beard long enough to tuck into his belt, revealing his advanced age. Draped in a long robe and a floor-length purple cloak, he wore a pair of buckled high-heeled boots. His pale, large eyes shone like two luminous moons in the dim shop. "Harry Potter, I anticipated your arrival. I still recall the day your father came to claim his wand, 11 inches. Cherry wood, with a core of unicorn hair, powerful and resilient, perfectly suited for transfiguration. After consulting my records, I found no mention of James's wand core material. So I selected unicorn hair, as James seemed to be a particularly pure-hearted individual. Oh, that scar. I sincerely apologize. The wand that caused it originated from my shop. 13.5 inches, mahogany, with a phoenix feather core." As Ollivander reached out to touch the scar on Harry's forehead, Draco swiftly swatted his hand away. "Hey, keep your hands to yourself." Draco's comment drew Ollivander's attention, who scrutinized Draco before muttering, "Ah, another Malfoy. I remember the last Malfoy's wand, 18 inches, elm, with a dragon heartstring." Harry calmed Draco and addressed Ollivander. "Sir, we are here to purchase wands. Could we expedite the process? Time is of the essence." "Oh, yes. Which of you would like to go first?" Harry nudged Draco forward. "Draco, you go ahead. I noticed you were quite eager." Hearing Harry's casual remark, Draco smiled happily at him before stepping up to Ollivander. "Dominant hand?" "Right hand, sir." Ollivander retrieved his small measuring tape and began to take Draco's measurements before abruptly turning and heading towards the stack of boxes. "Try this one, 10 inches, maple, with a unicorn hair core, quite sturdy." Draco accepted the wand and waved it. A tiny spark flickered at the tip before extinguishing. Retrieving the wand from Draco's hand, Ollivander began to search again. "Ah, the core is correct, but the material and flexibility are not right. Ah, here it is." Ollivander presented a brown wand. 10 inches, hawthorn. With a unicorn hair core, flexibility is acceptable. Upon gripping the wand, Draco felt a gentle breeze envelop him. Oh, yes, this is the one. Now, it is your turn. Mr. Potter. Undergoing a similar process to what Draco had just experienced, Harry took the opportunity to sidle up to Draco while Ollivander rummaged for wands. Gazing at the wand that had accompanied him in his past life, Harry felt a twinge of emotion. Since Draco had risked his life to throw him that wand during the final battle, it seemed to have changed its loyalty thereafter. After the war, Draco had briefly reclaimed the wand, but soon afterward, it was returned to Harry by Owl, accompanied by a letter stating that the wand no longer pledged allegiance to him. Draco had subsequently used that wand in battles until his demise. Noticing Harry's intense focus on his wand, Draco appeared to misunderstand. Oh, Harry, you'll soon have your own wand. There's no need to worry. As he spoke, Ollivander approached with several boxes in hand. Just as he opened a box, 2 wands flew out and circled around Harry. Oh, Merlin's wand. Mr. Potter, it is evident that both of these wands have chosen you. This was the first time Harry had encountered such an occurrence, and he felt somewhat flustered. Mr. Ollivander, this. Sensing Harry's discomfort, Draco produced a bag of galleons from his pocket. Harry, don't overthink it. Since both wands have chosen you, why not purchase them both? Mr. Ollivander, there is no rule against one person owning 2 wands, is there? Ollivander wiped his brow with a small handkerchief and replied, oh, yes. Following tradition, he proceeded to explain the 2 wands. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather. A powerful wand. And its brother, only one can survive. Laurel, 11.5 inches, tail hair of a thestral. The laurel is suited for the most formidable of wizards, while the thestral tail hair represents the uncanny and mastery over death. Mr. Potter, you will embark on a legendary journey. Those who transcend death will have their wishes fulfilled. After accepting payment for the wands, Ollivander ushered the 2 young wizards out of the shop. Draco patted a contemplative Harry reassuringly. Harry, don't take his words too seriously. We all know your story of defeating Voldemort. Now that you possess 2 wands, it might be wise to conceal one for your own safety. Harry nodded, placing the 2 boxes into the bag he had purchased from Madame Malkin, which had been enchanted with a stretching charm. He decided to continue using his wand from his previous life outside, while the other wand would serve as a backup for discreet practice in the future. Reflecting on the emergence of this wand, Harry mused that perhaps the experiences following his death in the past life had influenced him. Wands choose their wizards, and this magical tool understood his transformations better than he did. At that moment, Hagrid's distinctive voice rang out. Harry, look here. Happy birthday. Harry, this is for you. He lifted a birdcage he was holding. The moment Harry saw Hedwig appear before him, tears streamed down his face. Oh, Harry, are you all right? Seeing his friend in tears, Draco was taken aback and at a loss for what to do. The towering figure beside him, holding the birdcage, mirrored his concern. Harry stepped forward to embrace the cage. I'm fine, Draco, Hagrid. I'm just so overwhelmed with joy. This is my first truly wonderful birthday gift. My goodness. Harry, today is your birthday, and yet you haven't mentioned it to me. Oh dear, I haven't prepared a gift for you. How terribly rude of me. The young gentleman, who was usually so well-mannered, was clearly unsettled by his oversight. Hagrid had initially wished to avoid any interaction with someone so evidently from the Malfoy family. But upon witnessing the other's concern for Harry, he began to set aside his reservations. Harry, why don't you name him? Little Malfoy. There's no need to fret too much. You can make it up to him during your next meeting. Draco suddenly realized. How could I have forgotten? I must carefully select a gift for Harry once I return. After all, he is my savior. Harry wiped his tears and declared, Hedwig, let us call her Hedwig. I believe she will be a splendid girl. A lovely name, Harry. As he heard his father's call, Draco understood it was time for him to return home. He said to Harry, Harry, I must head home now. Since the last incident, Mother has been worried and doesn't want me out for too long. Now that you have an owl, I will write to you, and you must write back. We'll meet on the Hogwarts Express, so be sure to wait for me. With that, he stepped forward and gave Harry a firm hug, then hurried off to catch up with Lucius. Watching the golden figure leap in the sunlight, Harry felt a flush of warmth rise to his ears. Hagrid glanced curiously at Harry before checking the time, and said, Malfoy is right. Harry, it's getting late. Let us finish buying the books, and I'll take you back to your aunt's. Harry nodded and jogged to keep pace with Hagrid. Chapter 10. Aboard the Hogwarts Express. Since that day when they returned from Diagon Alley, Harry's dear owl, Hedwig, had scarcely rested. Entirely reliant on the frequent messages exchanged between Harry and Draco. At first, Aunt Petunia found it a bit disconcerting, but soon, as she observed the little owl tirelessly flitting back and forth, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After returning from Diagon Alley, Harry had given Aunt Petunia a substantial sum of money, which had startled her at first. Oh my God, Harry, where did you get all this money? Aunt Petunia. It's my inheritance from my father. You and Uncle Vernon have spent quite a bit on me over the years. I know the household has its own expenses, and I cannot just impose upon you. Harry spoke sincerely. Growing up, he realized that Dumbledore's decision to leave him on the Dursleys' doorstep with merely a note was rather inappropriate. Later, as he assisted Draco with noble affairs, he gained a deeper understanding of such social nuances. Harry, you are such a thoughtful boy. You need not feel this way. You will surely find this money useful in the magical world, Aunt Petunia said, touched but still hesitant to accept, fearing Harry's funds might be insufficient. Harry assertively thrust the money into her arms and dashed back to his room to acclimate to his wand. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of departure. Harry had arranged to meet Draco at King's Cross Station. Dad, hurry up, we need to see Harry off to school. I've never seen the magical world. Early in the morning, Dudley was already urging Uncle Vernon. This summer, he had occasionally visited Harry to witness him practicing magic, and the two had even taken a covert revenge on the older kids who bullied them. These events piqued Dudley's interest in magic, though regrettably, he lacked any magical talent. Nonetheless, clinging to Harry's leg was sufficient. Harry carried a magically expanded bag on his back and held a matching suitcase in hand. Aunt Petunia hurried out of the kitchen, clutching a lunchbox. Goodness, Vernon, hurry up. Don't delay Harry from boarding. After calling out to Vernon, who was still upstairs, she turned back with gentle admonitions for Harry. Harry, don't be nervous. Take this lunch with you to eat on the train. There are sandwiches and some cookies inside. With that, she firmly stuffed the lunchbox into the bag on Harry's back. Finally, Uncle Vernon came down. My goodness, Dad, what are you wearing? Dudley's surprised and hesitant voice interrupted the rare moment of familial warmth. Both turned to see what had caught his attention. Oh my God. Oh Merlin. It was no wonder they were astonished. Uncle Vernon had donned a suit, slicked his hair with a copious amount of gel, even wore a hat, and carried a cane. Harry gazed at the shining hair that couldn't hide the receding hairline beneath, and couldn't help but think of Draco from a previous life. Indeed. Was that receding hairline due to gel? I must put a stop to this in this life. A sleek dragon looks far too charming. The group finally set out, and before 10:30, Uncle Vernon drove them to the station. Where on earth is Platform 9? Dudley pondered, utterly perplexed. Harry pointed to a wall between platforms 9 and 10. There's a magical barrier. If you're not paying attention, you won't notice it. Following Harry's finger, they saw people running towards the wall, vanishing upon contact and never reappearing. Beyond that, 3 golden-haired beauties stood as if waiting for someone. Upon seeing the youngest golden-haired girl, Harry's emerald eyes sparkled. Yet, considering the Malfoy family's demeanor, he hesitated. Aunt Petunia noticed and leaned down to ask, "What is the matter, Harry? Is something wrong?" Harry spoke awkwardly. "I see a friend of mine, but their family doesn't particularly like muggles, those who lack magic. I fear you might face some trouble." Uncle Vernon patted Harry on the back. "It's all right. Harry, go greet your friend and board the train. We've glimpsed the magical world today, haven't we? Even if just a little, it's still something. We still have to see Dudley off to school." Aunt Petunia also reassured him. "It's all right, Harry. Oh, I suppose we can gauge the magical world's attitude toward muggles through your father, can't we? Remember to write often when you get to school. If there's anything you wish to eat, just let me know, and I'll have Hedwig bring it to you." "Thank you, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon." Harry embraced both Vernon and Petunia before turning to run towards Draco with his suitcase in hand. "What about me? Does anyone remember me?" Dudley called out, feeling neglected. Upon reaching Draco, Harry greeted Lucius and Narcissa, saying, "Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy, good day. I am Harry Potter, a friend of Draco." Seeing Harry's politeness, the formidable Mr. Malfoy, who had been irked by his son's eager demeanor, softened slightly and nodded stiffly. Narcissa, intrigued, remarked, "So you are Harry. Draco speaks of you often. I am very grateful to you for saving him." Draco stood quietly, waiting for his dear mother to finish speaking with Harry before taking Harry's hand. "Father, Mother, it is getting late. Draco and I must board the train now. Father, I will write home if there is anything urgent, and Mother, do remember to think of me." Without waiting for a response, he pulled Harry along and dashed into the wall. After a shimmering wave of water-like distortion, darkness enveloped them before bursting into light. The Hogwarts Express, steaming and grand, appeared before them. Draco led Harry aboard while chiding, "Potter, why are you so slow? I turned down invitations from Blaze and Pansy because of you." Harry quickly apologized. And just then, he spotted an empty compartment. He decisively pulled Draco inside and settled down. "All right, Draco, let us take a moment to rest. I have some cookies Aunt Petunia made, which I specifically wanted you to try." Draco, extending his hand in anticipation of a biscuit, remarked with a disdainful twist of his lips, "Why sit here when I could escort you directly to the headmaster's box? Oh, we shall have ample opportunities in the future. For now, we We are but first years, embarking on our maiden journey aboard the Hogwarts Express. Do you not wish to relish this experience? Harry retrieved the lunchbox containing the small biscuits from his bag and handed it to Draco, who reluctantly accepted the treat with a nod of acquiescence. The two sat together in the carriage, basking in the tranquility of the moment as they observed the passing scenery, occasionally sharing anecdotes from their summer vacations, mostly Draco speaking while Harry listened attentively. Just then, the carriage door was thrust open with fervor. "Hi, may I sit here? I've walked through the train, and this is the only compartment with space." Harry's heart raced upon seeing the familiar red hair. He quickly seized the reluctant Draco and interjected. "No problem, please take a seat. I'm Harry Potter." Ron, upon hearing the name, gasped in astonishment. "Oh, Merlin's lace underwear, you mean the Harry Potter? Do you have, I mean that?" He gestured toward his own forehead, just as Harry was about to lift his fringe as he had in a previous life. Draco firmly pressed his hand down. In Harry's recollection, the youthful Draco had always been brash. Yet this was the first time he witnessed the young Draco exhibiting the same serious demeanor he had in adulthood. "Hey, you shouldn't be so presumptuous in questioning Harry. Redhead. Old robes, how rude." "You must be a Weasley," Draco said, his tone laced with a hint of emotion as he spoke the latter part. Ron's face flushed crimson. "Huh. A sharp tongue and platinum hair. Surely you are a Malfoy then." "Harry, you shouldn't associate with him. Malfoy was once an acolyte of that man. Their family is all Slytherins. Dark wizards. Pure-blood traitors." "What did you say?" "I will tell my father," Draco shrieked. Harry, bemused yet nostalgic at the echo of the phrase "I will tell my father," hurriedly intervened to prevent a potential altercation. "All right, calm down, both of you. Draco, I believe this student inquired about my scar without any malice. You ought not to mock his family background. Apologize to him. And you, my fellow student, I apologize for Draco's overly aggressive response. But you cannot claim that all Slytherins are dark wizards. You mentioned that Malfoy used to be a bad person, but he is not now. Besides, that has nothing to do with Draco." With that, Harry tugged gently on Draco's hand as a sign. Draco shot Harry a fierce glare, but, not wishing to complicate matters further, begrudgingly offered an apology. "Humph. Weasley, I apologize for my remarks. I realize that was not a gentlemanly behavior. I am Draco Malfoy." Ron appeared taken aback by the unexpected apology from a Malfoy, his face nearly matching the hue of his hair as he returned to his seat and extended an apology in turn. "I too am sorry. I should not have presumed based on stereotypes. Since you are friends with Harry, I suppose you are not so bad after all. I am Ronald Weasley, but you may call me Ron." Harry looked on with relief at this unfolding scene. Fortunately, he had spent the summer subtly guiding Draco, or he would not have had the confidence to mediate between them. Chapter 11. The initial encounter of the trio. After the introductions, an air of awkwardness lingered due to their earlier conflict. Ron scratched his head and inquired of the two individuals seated closely together. Do you have a preferred house?" "I wish to join Gryffindor. My entire family is Gryffindor." Draco raised his chin defiantly. "I shall undoubtedly be sorted into Slytherin. Slytherin is the finest house." "Nonsense. Gryffindor is the best house, and the greatest wizard, Dumbledore, is a Gryffindor." As the two began to bicker once more, Harry found himself wishing to disengage. Merlin knew how easily they could clash. However, he realized that if left unchecked, their argument would persist indefinitely. For the sake of his ears, he interjected, "All right, you two. Must you argue incessantly? I believe that regardless of the house, as long as it is Hogwarts, it is the best. Gryffindor embodies courage and action, while Slytherin possesses wisdom and prudence. Do you not think that a union of these two houses would be splendid?" Ron, not overly burdened with thought, considered this and found no fault in it, thus offering a reluctant agreement. Draco, however, regarded Harry with a peculiar expression, though Harry remained oblivious. In a bid to safeguard his ears, Harry took the initiative to steer the conversation among the trio. "Hey, did anything interesting happen during your summer?" "I learned some magic and visited the zoo and amusement park." This topic was primarily intended to accommodate Ron, as ever since Harry had acquired an owl, he and Draco had filled their conversations, Draco even knowing how many hairs Harry had lost today. The young master could hardly fathom that someone could possess such a fervent desire to share, lacking all decorum. Young Ron eagerly chimed in, "Oh, I also learned a spell from my brother over the summer. They said it could turn things yellow." With that, he produced his pet rat, Scabbers, and pointed his wand at it. Harry, upon seeing the traitor who had caused his parents' demise, clenched his teeth, fearful that his emotions might betray him. His hatred for Peter Pettigrew momentarily overshadowed the fact that they were about to encounter a future minister of magic, his friend Hermione. With a loud thwack, a bushy-haired girl with slightly bucked teeth appeared at the door. "Have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is lost." The group jumped in surprise, instinctively turning to the young witch. "Miss, has no one informed you that barging in without knocking is quite discourteous?" Draco frowned in displeasure. Hermione, evidently aware of her breach of etiquette, appeared slightly abashed. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to. I was just a bit frantic. I am Hermione, Hermione Granger. The three offered their introductions in turn. Hermione noticed Ron's wand resting beside Scabbers and grew intrigued. Are you attempting a spell? May I observe? I self-studied some magic over the summer. I never thought magic could be real. I mean, prior to this, I had no exposure to it. Upon hearing Hermione's admission of her lack of prior magical experience, Harry noticed Draco leaning back in his seat with a look of disdain. Fortunately, at that moment, Hermione's attention was wholly focused on Ron, and she did not seem to notice Draco's reaction. Harry mused that perhaps he should find a moment to converse with Draco about this later, but for now, he was eager to watch Ron attempt his improbable spell. With that thought, Harry nearly burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Ron commenced his performance. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. As expected, nothing transpired. Draco, unable to contain himself, mocked. Well. It seems the great Mr. Weasley's spell has encountered a slight hiccup. Hermione, pouting in apparent exasperation, but perceptive to the tension between the two boys, stepped forward. All right, I believe I know a spell as well, though I cannot guarantee its efficacy. Clean up. With Hermione's incantation, the crumbs from Draco's biscuit vanished from the table. It appeared effective. Boys, hurry and change into your uniforms. We are nearing Hogwarts. I must return to my compartment, Hermione declared before departing from his carriage. As she left, Ron, who had just been jabbed by Draco and chose not to retaliate, evidently did not perceive Hermione's actions as a means of extricating him from his predicament. He shoved Scabbers back into his cage while grumbling. That girl was truly insufferable. Did you see her haughty demeanor? As if she knows everything. Before Harry could respond, Draco rapped the table sternly. Weasley, are you speaking ill of a lady behind her back? Such conduct is exceedingly rude and unchivalrous. Harry quickly chimed in. Indeed, Ron. She may have merely intended to assist you, but lacks the eloquence. It is inappropriate to disparage a lady in her absence. Ron's face flushed crimson. Hey, I get it. But why are you two ganging up on me? Harry, why are you siding with that Malfoy? Harry shrugged in exasperation. Because you truly made a mistake. Now, let us change our clothes swiftly. Before long, the train arrived at the station. The young wizards jostled amid the throng, struggling to maintain order as they disembarked. A towering figure awaited them. First years, this way. Hey, Harry, come to my side. Hagrid called, raising a small lantern and spotting Harry and Draco amidst the crowd. Upon seeing this, Harry swiftly tugged Draco along, racing to Hagrid's side. Hagrid ruffled Harry's hair, counted the little wizards to ensure none were missing, and then led them down a dark path. However, Hagrid appeared oblivious to the fact that the young wizards had to nearly run to keep pace with his long strides, stumbling over the uneven ground of the pitch-black path. After narrowly avoiding a fall, supported by Harry, Draco, in frustration, waved his wand, Lumos. A bright light appeared at the tip of his wand. Harry suddenly realized. How could he have forgotten that he could use Lumos? It was quite absurd for someone who had once lived through it all, witnessing the use of magic. Many young wizards quickly followed suit, and soon the air was filled with the incantation of Lumos. With the illumination, the group managed to keep up with Hagrid with far less hindrance. Fortunately, not long after, as the young wizards were nearly out of breath, a fleet of small boats appeared before them. Hagrid stood by the dark lake, holding the lantern aloft, for to a boat, no more, no less. Once everyone is aboard, we shall set off. Naturally, Harry, Draco, and Ron shared a boat, alongside Draco's friend, Blaise Zabini. Ron leaned over the edge of the boat, attempting to glimpse the creatures lurking in the inky depths of the Black Lake. Draco scoffed at Ron's foolishness. Weasley, I dare say, if you lean in any further, you may find yourself in close proximity to the Grindylow. Who knows, you might become the first year to drown in the Black Lake. Infuriated, Ron stood up in the small boat, causing it to sway precariously. Blaise clutched the edge of the boat, quipping, Gentlemen, if you must argue, can it not wait until we reach Hogwarts? I genuinely fear we might become a meal for the giant squid. The rocking of the boat evidently unsettled Ron, who turned pale and nodded, pressing himself tightly against the side of the vessel. Watch your heads, children. Duck down, Hagrid called from the front of the boat. As we pass through this archway, you will behold Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid's voice boomed as the small wizards prepared themselves. Having experienced it once before, Harry understood that Hagrid's warning was specifically for him. The shorter children would not be in danger of hitting their heads. Leaning closer to Draco, Harry whispered, Draco, we need not duck. The archway is too high for us. Do you not wish to witness this once-in-a-lifetime sight? Draco glanced at Harry, his demeanor restrained yet intrigued. Together, they leaned over, watching as their boat glided into the archway. The damp darkness did not last long, as a sudden brightness emerged before them. Upon exiting the archway, The finest school of magic in all of Britain stood resplendent before their eyes. Dots of ethereal light danced around them, and the grand and majestic castle loomed silently, narrating its own tale. Although Harry had witnessed this spectacle once in his previous life, no matter how many times he returned, he was eternally captivated by the sight. The other young wizards shared his sentiments, gasps of awe echoing through the air. Hagrid, clearly pleased with their reactions, exclaimed, "All right, we are almost there." Indeed, it wasn't long before the boat gently approached the shore, where a tall, slender witch awaited them. Hagrid strode confidently to her. "Professor McGonagall, the young wizards have arrived." Professor McGonagall nodded kindly to Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. You may proceed to the Great Hall." Hagrid waved at Harry and swiftly departed. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to say something further, a somewhat plump, round-faced boy tumbled to her feet, cradling a toad. "Oh, Neville, I have finally found you." Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at Neville's dirty clothes. "Mr. Longbottom, I am delighted you have located your pet. But I believe it is time for you to head to the sorting ceremony." With that, Professor McGonagall led the group of young wizards into an empty chamber in the entrance hall. "Young gentlemen and ladies, the sorting ceremony will commence shortly. Please wait here a moment and tidy yourselves up," she instructed. "Mr. Weasley, you have a smudge of dirt on your nose." Feeling the gazes of his peers upon him, Ron's face turned beet red as he vigorously wiped away the dirt. Listening to the commotion emanating from the Great Hall just a door away, Draco began to feel anxious. "Oh, Merlin's socks, I wonder what sort of sorting ceremony awaits us. My father said we would have to demonstrate all the magic we know before the professors." Upon hearing the mention of the sorting ceremony, those young wizards raised in the wizarding world began to chatter animatedly. Ron shouted, "George and Fred told me we are going to battle a dragon." A golden-haired witch retorted, "No, my father said we must first take an exam, and then be sorted according to our scores." Heavens, an exam, a dragon. Surely, we won't fail, will we? If we fail, does that mean we can't attend Hogwarts? The daunting prospect of the sorting ceremony left many young wizards trembling in trepidation, murmuring anxiously. Harry even caught Hermione reciting passages from the Hogwarts textbooks. Truly, Hermione never fails to impress. Fortunately, the little wizards were not left in a state of panic for long, as Professor McGonagall soon appeared to guide them into the Great Hall. The older students from the four houses gazed with curiosity at the huddled first years. "Oh, they resemble a group of trembling little creatures. Were we ever like that?" Such thoughts crossed the minds of many. Once Professor McGonagall ushered the young wizards inside, she returned to the faculty seating area, lifting a grimy, tattered hat that looked as if it had never seen a wash. The hat bore several seams, one of which suddenly opened and began to sing as if it possessed a mouth. "You may consider me not particularly beautiful, but I implore you not to judge by mere appearances. Should you find a hat more exquisite than I would gladly consume myself. Come, adorn yourself with me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, you are unequivocally safe, for I am a thinking magical hat." The moment the sorting hat began to speak, Harry swiftly covered Draco's ears. Nevertheless, some of the words still managed to reach him. Once the hat concluded its song, Draco rubbed his ears and remarked, "Oh, Harry, thank you. That wretched hat sings atrociously. Wait, we aren't actually going to wear that hat for sorting, are we?" As if to affirm this, Professor McGonagall, standing by the hat, produced a piece of parchment and began to call out names. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, Lynn Wilson, Ravenclaw, Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. Indeed, Ron was sorted into Gryffindor once more, and Hermione would likely follow suit. However, as for himself, Harry watched Ron joyfully dash towards the Gryffindor table, excitedly waving at them. "Oh, truly a foolish lion. Harry, I'll be waiting for you in Slytherin." Draco frowned at the sight of Ron bouncing around the Gryffindor table. Just as Professor McGonagall called his name, Draco, with a quick word to Harry, made his way forward. As in the previous life, the moment the sorting hat touched Draco's hair, it sorted him into Slytherin. Draco raised an eyebrow at Harry, signaling him to save him a seat in Slytherin. The sorting ceremony continued, with Hermione and Neville subsequently being placed in Gryffindor. Finally, it was Harry's turn. "Harry Potter." At Professor McGonagall's call, Harry confidently stepped forward. "Oh, you are quite mysterious. I feel as though I have sorted you more than once." The sorting hat's words startled Harry, prompting him to interject, "Perhaps you are mistaken. Could you expedite my sorting? Everyone is watching." "Very well, let me take a look at you. Not fond of reading? Ah, not suited for Ravenclaw, though loyalty is present. It is not paramount, thus unsuitable for Hufflepuff. Possessing unparalleled courage, ready to face death, with a strong spirit of adventure, perhaps Gryffindor is a fitting home. Oh, wait. An exceedingly strong desire, an ambition that overshadows all else. I believe I know where you belong. Slytherin." As the sorting hat's declaration echoed through the hall, a moment of silence ensued, broken by Draco leading the applause, followed by the other Slytherins joining in. The applause stirred the rest of the hall. prompting them to join in as well. At the Gryffindor table, Ron, though surprised, exhibited no extreme reaction, likely influenced by their earlier discussions on the train. Meanwhile, George and Fred, ignoring Percy's protests, rushed around the Gryffindor table. Mr. Savior, off to Slytherin. Slytherin Potter's in there. Oh, George. Oh, Fred. How amusing. Watching the jubilant twins, Harry struggled to hold back tears, signaling to Professor McGonagall before placing the sorting hat down and making his way to the Slytherin table. Taking a seat at the spot reserved for him by the Platinum Prince, Harry looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore's azure eyes appeared somewhat profound, yet he smiled at Harry, raising his cup and winking. Harry smiled back at Dumbledore before glancing at Snape and Quirrell. As expected, Professor Snape was still staring at him, prompting an inward lament from Harry. The professor truly does provoke misunderstandings. However, when Harry turned his gaze to Quirrell, who had his back to him, a familiar pain throbbed from his scar, and he thoughtfully touched it. Noticing Harry's pensive demeanor, Draco leaned in and asked, Harry, what's the matter? Are you covering your scar because it hurts? Observing the concern in Draco's eyes, Harry smiled reassuringly. It's nothing, let us eat. We've been on the train all day. Meanwhile, at the staff table, Snape, having noticed Harry's actions, cast a contemplative glance at Quirrell, who appeared perplexed. Unbeknownst to Harry, the sorting ceremony concluded successfully. Dumbledore stood up, casting a sonorous spell. Attention, first-year students. The forbidden forest behind the castle is strictly off-limits. Not only first years, but some upperclassmen ought to heed this warning. At this, Dumbledore gestured towards the twins, who cheekily responded with a playful gesture of acknowledgement. Simultaneously, the castle's caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that no one is to tread into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, unless you wish to meet a most dire fate. Now, let us enjoy this splendid evening. With Dumbledore's concluding words, an array of delectable food appeared on the long table, prompting cheers from the crowd as they began to seek their desired dishes. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Slytherin. After most had satisfied their appetites, Dumbledore waved his hand, and the food vanished from the long table. Draco exclaimed in awe, what an astonishing magic. Harry nodded, marveling at how convenient such magic felt each time. Dumbledore, standing at the staff table, called out, first years from each house, please follow your prefects back to the dormitories. Unlike the raucousness of other houses, Slytherin maintained a quieter demeanor. Harry observed the orderly little snakes before him and quietly inquired of Draco, Draco, are you all usually this silent? Draco looked at Harry quizzically. Harry, this is a sign of respect for the house prefects, and everyone here possesses some status. We could never behave like those foolish lions over there. Harry chuckled awkwardly. I suppose so. The Slytherin common room was located underground, quite near the Great Hall. So Harry felt as if only a moment had passed before they arrived at the entrance. The leading female prefect said, we enter the common room using a password that changes every 2 months. The new password will be posted on the notice board in the common room. If you wish to uphold Slytherin's honor, you must understand that bringing outsiders back to the common room is forbidden. If caught, you will have to explain yourself to the head. The password for these 2 months is pureblood. Remember that. As the password was spoken, the entrance to the common room swung open, and the 2 prefects led a group of little snakes inside. Upon entering, Harry immediately sensed that something was amiss. The Slytherin students were waiting in the common room, their expressions solemn. The male prefect stood in the center, raising his hand to silence the scattered murmurs around them. Pleased with the ensuing quiet, the male prefect lifted his chin and addressed the little snakes. It is a pleasure to welcome our new little snakes. Now, I shall invite the headmaster to say a few words. The headmaster? Harry was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an immediate encounter with Snape. With a rustle of robes, the dark figure of the Snake King emerged before Harry's eyes. Snape stepped into the space vacated by the male prefect, his pitch-black eyes coldly surveying the surrounding little snakes. Your arrival at Slytherin surely suggests that you are not among the foolish. I hope that your 7 years at Hogwarts do not render you as mindless as a troll whose head is filled with marsh grass, incapable of absorbing any other knowledge. I, your esteemed professor, shall serve as your head of house and potions instructor for the forthcoming 7 years. I trust that you will conduct yourselves with decorum during this time. I have no desire to hear of any disturbances caused by you within these walls. Remember, Slytherin, wisdom is the key to self-preservation. With that, Snape flicked his wand, and the common room began to transform. To Harry's astonishment, it morphed into a miniature dueling arena. The male head announced loudly, now, first-year students wishing to become the champion, step up to the platform. Draco, upon hearing this, let out an excited gasp and was the first to leap onto the dueling stage, flanked by his 2 loyal followers, Goyle and Crabbe. Draco held his head high, donning the haughty expression that Harry had often witnessed in his previous life. The familiar visage of Malfoy stirred a sense of nostalgia within Harry. prompting him to shift his gaze to see if any other first-year students dared to challenge him. In doing so, he inadvertently met Snape's penetrating gaze. Once again, facing the friend of his mother, the double agent, and the formidable wizard, Harry felt a flutter of unease despite now knowing that Professor Snape was not a villain. Snape regarded the savior amidst the small crowd of Slytherins, noting the face strikingly reminiscent of James Potter, yet adorned with Lily's eyes. Another reckless Potter, he mused. Even if sorted into Slytherin, the Potter lineage would remain unblemished. One can only hope he inherits Lily's qualities and not those of the detestable Potter. Turning his attention away from the peculiar savior, Snape refocused on the dueling arena. Two small snakes ventured forth to challenge Draco, but were promptly subdued by Goyle and Crabbe and unceremoniously tossed from the stage. After that, no one else dared to step up, leading the male head to declare, "Mr. Malfoy shall be the first-year champion. No one shall surpass him. Now, second-year champions, please come forth. Those wishing to challenge for the title, step up." Draco approached Snape's side, dutifully declaring, "Godfather, I am now the champion." Snape used a levitation charm to place a badge in Draco's hand, saying, "Well done, but do remember, Mr. Malfoy, do not refer to me as Godfather in public." Draco pouted slightly, took the badge, and scampered back to Harry's side. Seeing the one who could elucidate his confusion had returned, Harry quickly inquired, "Draco, what is this? Isn't this considered an underground duel?" Draco replied proudly, "This is our Slytherin tradition of selecting a champion. Strength is revered in Slytherin. On the day the new students arrive, duels are held to elect the strongest student from each year as champion. Generally, the head student is also the champion, with the head being the strongest among them. I have eagerly awaited this day, and I knew I would be the first-year champion." Harry had not anticipated this. He assumed all houses operated like Gryffindor, where students simply returned to their dormitories upon entering the common room. He patted Draco's shoulder, saying, "Then the esteemed champion must look out for me. You know I've only lived in the Muggle world before, and I'm bound to be bullied." He feigned a sorrowful wipe of a tear. Draco dismissed him with a wave of his hand. No worries. During their conversation, the champions and heads from each year had been chosen. As the results were announced, Snape abruptly swept out of the common room. The two heads reminded everyone to gather in the common room the following morning, where the heads would escort them to the Great Hall and classrooms before ushering the young snakes back to their dormitories. Walking side by side, Draco rubbed his forehead. "I hope we share a dormitory. I need a good rest. I feel like I haven't rested at all today." Harry nodded in agreement. As they conversed, Harry spotted their names and exclaimed, "Draco, over here." "Oh, why are there only our two names?" He observed their names arranged alternately on the doorplate, curiosity piquing his interest. Draco pushed the door open, revealing a spacious and comfortable interior. Two large beds stood on either side of the room, draped with silver and green curtains. In the middle, two desks and bookshelves formed a study area, accompanied by a cozy relaxation spot. When Harry discovered they had their own private lavatory, his jaw nearly dropped. In this alternate universe, Slytherin has its own lavatory, albeit smaller and less equipped than that of the head students. The overall color scheme was dominated by green and silver. It did not appear gloomy. Outside the window, the mysterious depths of the Black Lake glimmered with an otherworldly light, and occasionally, creatures from the lake swam by the window. Wow, Merlin's beard. This is truly. Harry marveled at the sight. Merlin's floral gown. Slytherin's dorm even has its own fireplace. Draco surveyed the room, a hint of disdain creeping into his voice. "It's decent, but the lavatory is a bit small, and the beds aren't large enough." Harry instinctively began to unpack Draco's belongings, replying, "I think it's already quite splendid. It's much larger than my room." Draco sat on the bed, earnestly addressing Harry. "That's because you haven't seen my room. Once the holidays arrive, I must invite you to visit my home." Harry nodded while hastily organizing his luggage, urging the platinum-haired peacock, I got it. Draco, you should go freshen up first. I'll be done soon." Draco acquiesced, retrieving his pajamas before entering the lavatory. As expected, when Harry finished tidying up and pulled out his own sleepwear, Draco emerged enveloped in a veil of steam. The hot water had left Draco's face flushed, resembling a ripe apple, and his misty, gray-blue eyes sparkled like exquisite gems, capturing Harry's attention. Noticing Harry's unwavering gaze, Draco appeared slightly bashful, the redness in his cheeks deepening. Before Harry could speak, Draco, flustered, pushed him into the lavatory. "Hurry up and wash. I'm going to sleep. I want to wait for you." Harry finally snapped back to reality. "Remember to dry your hair." "I know. Stop nagging." When Harry emerged, he found Draco already cocooned in his blankets, sound asleep. Approaching Draco's bedside, he predictably discovered that his hair was still damp. With a sigh, he dutifully used a drying charm to dry the platinum locks. Watching Draco sleep peacefully, Harry couldn't help but gently caress his face, whispering, "Good night." Chapter 14. The routine of classes and Ron's quarrels. Harry, wake up. You're going to be late. In a foggy haze, Harry seemed to hear someone calling his name. As he opened his eyes, a dazzling golden light filled his vision. It was Draco. The cold light from the Black Lake filtered in, casting a fluffy halo around Draco's platinum hair. Harry sat up, searching for his glasses while inquiring about the time. Draco summoned the time with his wand. "It's 7 o'clock. If you get up now to wash, you won't be late." The common room is already bustling with many new students. Startled, Harry jumped out of bed and dashed into the lavatory. Merlin's beard, having entirely forgotten that he was no longer in Gryffindor. Harry found himself amidst the hustle and bustle of the first week in Slytherin, where a gathering was required. After a brief flurry of confusion, he tugged at his sleeve with one hand while adjusting his glasses with the other, turning to Draco and saying, "All right, let us go." Observing Harry's flustered demeanor, Draco sighed. "Harry, your glasses are quite the hindrance to your daily life. When I find the time, I shall consult my godfather to procure you a potion for that." As they made their way to the common room, Harry, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Draco, who is your godfather? Is he more formidable than Professor Snape?" With a proud tilt of his head, Draco replied, "My godfather is none other than Professor Snape." "You have a discerning eye, Harry." Upon arriving at the common room, it wasn't long before all the little snakes had gathered. Reflecting once more on their adherence to rules, Harry, the former Gryffindor now transformed into a dutiful Slytherin, followed Draco to the Great Hall for breakfast, and subsequently to their Transfiguration classroom. It was a comforting thought indeed, having older students to guide them, ensuring they wouldn't stray down the wrong staircase or be late. Harry and Draco chose to sit in the front row, surveying the empty classroom filled solely with Slytherins. Draco explained, "This arrangement is to prevent first years from getting lost and arriving late, which would result in a deduction of points." After addressing this, Draco pulled out their textbooks to begin reviewing the lesson. They had barely begun when a few Gryffindors trickled into the classroom, the first being none other than Hermione. Spotting her, Harry waved excitedly. Hermione's face lit up as she approached, clutching her book, and took a seat beside Harry. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Oh, you two are quite diligent. I can hardly wait for Transfiguration class. I've memorized the first-year textbook, but I still feel rather unprepared. Magic is so wondrous. I never imagined I would be a wizard." "Harry, having lived in the Muggle world, do you feel the same anticipation?" "I truly am looking forward to it." Harry scratched his head, unsure. "Oh, I'm not quite certain. But magic is indeed a fascinating thing." Draco interjected, "Miss Granger. While Harry may have resided in the Muggle world previously, his parents are both wizards, so he has had avenues to understand the magical realm. However, I believe we should continue our review of the textbook. It's better to be prepared, I sentee it." Hermione, recognizing the seriousness of their upcoming lesson, refocused her attention, while Harry silently chuckled to himself, reflecting on how, in his previous life, he had been utterly oblivious to the existence of magic, wizards, and the wizarding world until Hagrid came to find him. In this life, his knowledge was merely a fortunate byproduct of his rebirth. As time passed, a tabby cat sauntered in from outside, coming to a halt on the teacher's desk. Recognizing the familiar feline, Harry recalled the last time he had been late with Ron, encountering the same transformation. He wondered if, in this life, Ron would be late alone or accompanied by others. Draco and Hermione clearly noticed the sleek tabby, both of their eyes sparkling with interest. Draco even muttered under his breath about wanting to pet it, looking quite eager. Harry quickly grasped Draco's fidgeting hands, softly reminding both of them, "That is Professor McGonagall. She is a registered animagus." Unfortunately, seated in the front row, they were overheard by Professor McGonagall. The cat turned its head, fixing its gaze on Harry for a moment before blinking and returning to observe the doorway, clearly waiting to see who would dare arrive late for the first class. As Harry had anticipated, Ron indeed arrived late, this time bringing their entire dormitory with him. Upon entering, Ron, just as in his previous life, relaxed upon not seeing the professor. "Oh, looks like we're quite fortunate. Professor McGonagall isn't here yet." Seamus chimed in, "That was a close call. Good thing we weren't caught." Dean followed suit. "Oh, look, there's a tabby cat. How adorable. Can I go pet it?" He stepped forward, only to be met with Professor McGonagall's transformation once again. "Gentlemen, I believe you are aware that it is class time. Not only are you late, but you appear unrepentant. Should I transform you into a clock to instill punctuality?" Ron's face flushed as he protested, "Sorry, Professor McGonagall. We were just delayed on the stairs and couldn't find the correct one in time." Unmoved, Professor McGonagall replied, "Perhaps I should turn you two into pocket watches and the others into maps. However, seating does not require a map. I urge you all to take your seats promptly, as we are about to commence the lesson." At last, Ron and his companions hurried to find seats. Returning to the lectern, Professor McGonagall rapped on the desk and stated solemnly, "Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous spell you will encounter at Hogwarts. Anyone caught misbehaving in my class will be asked to leave and will never be allowed to return. Consider this your warning." Then, with a slight smile, she added, "Now, let us observe the practical applications of transfiguration." With that, she transformed the lectern into a pig and then back again with a flick of her wand. Now that we have witnessed the practical application of transfiguration, can anyone tell me what the basic principles of transfiguration are? As soon as the question was posed, Hermione's hand shot up. "Miss Granger, do enlighten us." The basic principles of transfiguration are governed by Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. It is primarily distilled into 4 aspects. Transfiguration cannot create matter out of nothing or annihilate it. Transfiguration can only alter the form of an object, not its quantity. Once an object has been transfigured, it must completely transform into another object, leaving no trace of the original, and food, drink, money, living beings, and magical items cannot be created or altered in essence through transfiguration. A perfect answer, 5 points to Gryffindor. Does anyone wish to add to that? Mr. Malfoy? The success of transfiguration hinges upon the caster's resolve, and the duration of the transformation is also linked to the caster's magical strength. A splendid addition, 5 points to Slytherin. Now, each of you take a match and transform it into a needle, keeping in mind the key points discussed by our 2 classmates. With that, Professor McGonagall distributed matches to each young wizard. Harry observed Draco and Hermione laboring beside him and decided to put on a facade of effort. After several failed attempts, he managed to transform his match into a silver needle adorned with a golden peacock. Just then, Professor McGonagall passed by and witnessed the flawless transformation. An exceptionally executed transformation. Mr. Potter, 10 points to Slytherin. Seeing this, Draco leaned over to inquire about Harry's technique, and Hermione soon joined in. Before long, both had successfully completed their transformations, earning 10 points each from Professor McGonagall. By the end of the class, only a few Slytherins had managed to alter their matches. As class concluded, Professor McGonagall specifically noted, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, and Miss Granger are exempted from this assignment. The rest of you will each submit 2 parchment pages on transfiguration for the next class." As soon as the class ended, Harry pulled Draco toward Ron, eager to engage him in conversation. However, upon seeing them approach, Ron immediately turned and walked away with Neville. After an entire day, Harry noticed that whenever he encountered Ron on the path, Ron would promptly turn away, resulting in them rarely crossing paths. Draco found it incomprehensible that Harry was so intent on pursuing Weasley, and he voiced this sentiment. With utmost seriousness, Harry replied to Draco, "In my heart, you all are significant friends. Perhaps he merely harbors some misconceptions about us. Moreover, Ron is quite a good person. You will come to realize that in due time." Draco merely scoffed, disregarding the latter part of Harry's statement, yet he chose not to comment further. Having failed to catch Ron throughout the day, Harry felt a twinge of frustration. He had underestimated Ron's aversion to Slytherin and would need to devise another strategy. Chapter 15, Potions Class and Reconciliation in the Hospital Wing. The following morning, Harry and Draco arrived early in the potions classroom. Who would have thought Draco possessed such a keen interest in potions that he even sought permission from the upperclassmen to break the rules? In stark contrast, Harry, who was struggling to stay awake in the class, found it difficult to comprehend the enthusiastic scribbling of notes beside him. Clearly, no matter how many times he experienced it, Harry remained indifferent to the allure of potion making. Perhaps the previous day's tardiness had served as a cautionary tale. Or perhaps it was due to Professor Snape's infamous reputation. Harry firmly believed it was the latter. Regardless, by the time class began, everyone was seated in perfect order. As the lesson commenced, Professor Snape entered with his black cloak billowing behind him, swiftly drawing up the classroom curtains. He surveyed the young witches and wizards seated before him, his gaze momentarily lingering on a pair of blonde and dark-haired students before shifting away. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. Many of you may not believe this is magic, as it does not require the foolish waving of wands. I do not expect you to grasp the beauty of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant wisps of steam. Unless you are not the kind of bumbling oaf I frequently encounter, I can teach you how to elevate your standing, brew glory, and even stave off death." After establishing his authority, Snape's gaze fixed on Harry. Harry shivered. It was happening. He had completely forgotten the question Professor Snape had posed. "Potter, if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would I obtain?" "I'm sorry, I don't know." "If I instructed you to fetch a piece of dung, where would you look?" "Professor, I don't know." "What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" "Aconite and wolfsbane are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. It appears you possess a modicum of intelligence, yet you are no different from a giant troll." With that, Snape waved his sleeve dismissively and returned to the lectern to explain the potion for the carbuncle cure, outlining the steps and precautions on the board. He then instructed them to begin brewing the potion while he roamed the room. For the first time, Harry felt what it was like to be propelled along, akin to observing the Half-Blood Prince's notes in class. By merely following instructions, he could produce a flawless potion. This languid approach to life was exhilarating, a joy he could never experience when with Ron. As Harry assisted Draco in bottling their perfect carbuncle cure, he blissfully forgot the impending chaos of the lesson. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Professor Snape appeared at the scene of an explosion, deftly restoring order to the wrecked potion. In that instant, Harry had shielded Draco with the shield charm, oblivious to the splashes of failed potion that marred his own hands. I suspect you neglected to remove your cauldron from the fire before adding the hedgehog spines. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Longbottom, I trust you realize that you should have followed the guidelines posted at the front of the classroom. Now, immediately go to the hospital wing. As they watched the two unfortunate students depart for the hospital wing, the rest of the class finally regained their senses. Harry, Draco exclaimed, drawing Snape's impatient gaze. Your hand. Professor, Harry's hand was splashed with potion too. I'll take him to the hospital wing. Draco grasped Harry's wrist with one hand, while holding their completed potion with the other. Snape frowned. I believe Mr. Malfoy has already prepared your potion. Leave the potion on the lectern and escort the savior away. As Snape silently mocked the sight of the two departing figures, he mused, how delightful, truly. It seems Potter's family has a knack for camaraderie. I wonder how that peacock would react upon discovering this, but for now, I must keep an eye on their proximity. When Harry and Draco arrived at the hospital wing, Ron and Neville were still tending to their carbuncles. Harry's spirits lifted. This was the perfect opportunity he had been waiting for. Hey, Ron, we need to talk. Why have you been avoiding me since the sorting? I haven't done anything wrong, and I thought we were friends, right? Ron, caught by Harry's grip, found it impossible to escape. He stood awkwardly, stammering. But you went to Slytherin. You're the savior. You should be in Gryffindor. The greatest white wizard of this century hailed from Gryffindor. Draco could hardly bear to acknowledge this brash and stubborn Gryffindor, yet he understood Harry's desire to befriend him. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye and sought Madame Pomfrey to inform her of Harry's injury, granting Harry and Ron some space to converse. Ron, my status as the savior does not preclude me from being in Slytherin. Each house has its strengths and weaknesses. Although Slytherin has produced its fair share of dark wizards, it has also birthed many great heroes. You cannot entirely dismiss Slytherin based on a few examples. At the very least, you should trust that I, as the savior, am not the enemy, right? Harry gazed earnestly into Ron's face as he spoke, his words shaped by the wisdom he had garnered during his travels as a soul after his previous demise. Before Voldemort was completely vanquished, they should endeavor to avoid internal strife. Furthermore, with the burgeoning strength of the wizarding community in Britain, uniting the entire school to prevent Slytherin students from siding with Voldemort would yield a better outcome than in his past life. Harry believed that with proper guidance within the school, no one would be inclined to follow the path of madness. The Battle of Hogwarts in his previous life had seen several Slytherin students remain loyal. They continued their conversation, with Harry repeatedly assuring Ron that his house affiliation would not diminish their friendship. Finally, Ron, his face flushed, offered an apology to Harry. When Draco returned with Madame Pomfrey, he was greeted by the sight of Harry animatedly chatting with the two Gryffindors. Oh, Merlin's sensual gown. This is decidedly un-Slytherin behavior. In a moment of internal exasperation, Draco openly remarked, Harry, at this moment, you resemble a foolish lion. Hey, Harry quickly restrained Ron, who was eager to confront Draco. Draco, you know that Ron is my friend. Such is the nature of friendships. All right, esteemed savior, you should let Madame Pomfrey examine your injury, Draco said nonchalantly, stepping aside to allow Madame Pomfrey passage. With a smile, Madame Pomfrey observed the scene, grateful to Merlin that the school year had just commenced, marking the most tranquil period for the infirmary. All right, Mr. Potter, let me see where you're hurt. Complying obediently, Harry raised his hand, revealing a minuscule scar that was nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. Madame Pomfrey, once again incredulous, recalled how severe Draco had claimed the injury was. Retrieving a small tube of ointment from her cart, she handed it to Harry. Apply this 3 times a day. The scar should vanish entirely within 3 days. Now, you 4, kindly vacate the infirmary. The 4 of them nodded obediently and exited. Oh, my stomach informs me that it is indeed lunchtime. Let us proceed to the Great Hall, Ron suggested, patting his belly. Harry noticed Draco subtly rubbing his own stomach and readily concurred. The 4 of them chatted and laughed, punctuated by Draco's sly jabs at Ron and Neville, while Harry attempted to mediate, until they finally arrived at the Great Hall. Upon seeing the grand entrance, Harry exhaled deeply. Merlin, Draco and Ron truly seemed to be, as the ancient Eastern saying goes, ill-matched. Chapter 16. An Invitation from Hagrid's Cabin. Upon entering the Great Hall, Draco led Harry back to the Slytherin table, while Ron and Neville made their way to the Gryffindor table. As they settled down, Harry observed Hermione inquiring about something from Ron. "Oh, I wonder if those two will remain together in this lifetime. But for now, this roast chicken is delightful. And Draco loves this pudding. I must gather it all." After briefly watching the lively exchange between his two friends, Harry's attention was captivated by the enticing aromas wafting from the table, and he immersed himself in the meal. Once Harry and Draco had nearly finished their lunch, sipping on their drinks, a flurry of sound interrupted them. Following the noise, Harry spotted a snowy owl soaring toward him, and he quickly extended his hand to catch Hedwig. "Hedwig, what brings you here at this time?" Hedwig landed on Harry's hand, lifting one foot to reveal a tattered note attached. Unraveling the note, Harry scanned its contents and waved it at Draco. "Hagrid has invited me to visit his cabin after class this afternoon. He said I could bring my friends along. Would you like to join me, Draco?" After a moment's thought, Draco declined, saying, "No thanks. I have to meet with my godfather for potions after class. I think I'll pass on visiting a half-giant's home." Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. "All right then, I'll invite Ron and Hermione." Draco nodded. "That's fine. Just tell me all about your adventures when you return. I'll share what I learn as well. Honestly, I'm quite aware that potions and I are not meant to be," Harry replied. "You need not worry about me. Opportunities will arise in the future." Draco remained noncommittal, unable to envision himself visiting a half-giant's abode. Merely contemplating it sent a chill down his spine. Observing Draco's indifferent expression, a mischievous imp within Harry chuckled to itself. "Oh, little Draco, if only you knew that Hagrid will eventually raise a dragon. If you don't beg me properly, I shan't take you to see it." Since Draco was not joining, Harry decided to invite Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Despite their different houses, it did not hinder their friendship. After hastily satiating his hunger, Harry bid farewell to his dear Draco and hurried to the Gryffindor table to find his friends. "Friends, Hagrid has invited me to his cabin after school. Will you join me?" Harry inquired directly upon arrival. "Cool. A half-giant's home? I'm eager to see it," Ron declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Hermione pondered briefly. "That sounds fine. I should have time then, and the life of a half-giant is indeed intriguing." Neville glanced between Ron and Hermione, hesitantly adding, I'm okay with it too." Hearing all three agree, Harry beamed widely. "Fantastic. Then I'll see you all after class." With that, he intended to leave for the dormitory. Suddenly, two tall figures lifted Harry from either side. "Look who it is, George. It's our savior, Fred." "Oh, how could our savior be found at the Gryffindor table?" The two identical red-haired boys playfully teased Harry, sandwiching him between them. Ron glared at his brothers. "Fred, George, put Harry down." The twins exchanged glances, feigning sorrow. "Little Ronnie is glaring at us. How tragic." "Oh, poor Fred and George, merely trying to show concern for their brother." They lamented dramatically before ruffling Ron's hair, and, without waiting for Harry's response, whisked away from the hall like a gust of wind. Harry straightened his disheveled clothing, muttering, "That was something. I'll take my leave now, mates." Ron continued to sulk over his brother's antics, while Hermione and Neville simply bid Harry farewell. After parting ways with the Gryffindor trio, Harry seized the opportunity to catch up on sleep in the dormitory. It felt as though he had barely lain down when the alarm clock rang. Resigned, he gathered his herbology textbooks and hurried to join Draco for class. After an afternoon of practical herbology, everyone was covered in dirt, and they agreed to return to the dormitory for a quick freshen-up before heading to Hagrid's cabin. Back in the dormitory, Harry watched Draco pack his things in preparation for a shower, and suddenly spoke up. "Draco, I wish we could always be together." Draco glanced at Harry, puzzled. "We've been together since the start of term. It's only a matter of time. We'll be back together tonight." Seeing that Draco hadn't taken his words to heart, Harry remained unfazed, continuing to gaze at him intently. The group stood before Hagrid's cabin, and Ron, staring at the enormous door, exclaimed, "Truly, he is a giant. Even if he is half-blood, the door is still large." The others nodded in agreement. Harry stepped forward and knocked. Hagrid's deep voice resonated. "Is that you, Harry?" Harry replied boisterously, "It's me, Hagrid. We've come to visit." A flurry of sounds ensued as Hagrid opened the large door. He surveyed the small group of friends, somewhat surprised that the platinum-haired boy was absent. "Welcome, Harry and his friends. However, what about that child from the Malfoy family?" Harry, effortlessly settling into his seat and pouring himself a cup of tea, replied, "Professor Snape has asked him to brew potions. He seems to enjoy it immensely." Hagrid nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and instead warmly welcomed the trio from Gryffindor. "Are you all from Gryffindor? That's splendid. I was quite disheartened when Harry didn't make it into Gryffindor." Ron, as if he had found a kindred spirit, exclaimed, "You feel the same way, right? Gryffindor is the best house. It's truly a pity Harry ended up in Slytherin." Hermione rapped her knuckles on the table, warning Ron, Ron, you can't dwell on this forever. Harry has the freedom to choose wherever he wishes to go. There is no rule that the so-called savior must belong to Gryffindor, even if it boasts the greatest white wizard of the century. Ron grimaced, clearly uninterested in Hermione's admonishments. Meanwhile, Harry watched the exchange with a silent facepalm. Merlin above. In this lifetime, I'm not in Gryffindor. I hope Ron doesn't use his teaspoon of emotional intelligence to drive Hermione into Krumm's arms. Hagrid, evidently oblivious to the potential for discord, presented his specialty rock cakes. Come, give this a try. It's my signature dish. Harry, catching sight of the rock cakes that had nearly broken his teeth in a previous life, twitched at the corner of his eye and strategically took a sip from his cup. The ever-hungry Ron eagerly reached for one. Let me have a taste. They look rather good. A crunching sound followed, marking the painful collision of Ron's teeth with the rock cake, causing him to clutch his mouth and cry out. Harry chuckled in delight, then soaked a piece of the rock cake in his tea, nibbling at it cautiously. Hagrid, your rock cakes are quite delicious. Hagrid beamed. Really? Harry, I'm so glad you like them. I'll pack some for you when you leave. Hermione and Neville, observing this, imitated Harry and tried a piece. Indeed, aside from the overly firm texture, the flavor was rather pleasant. Ron, noticing that his friends were enjoying the cakes, couldn't resist trying again. Bloody hell, these are delightful. Hagrid, I want some too. The group chatted merrily while munching on cakes. Chapter 17, The Philosopher's Stone Surfaces. Apologies for the late update today. I've been feeling under the weather with a cold and didn't have any drafts prepared. With spring upon us, everyone should take care of their health. It's all too easy to catch a cold in this weather. As Hermione picked up her cup from the table, she noticed a newspaper lying there, and the book-loving young which was instantly captivated. Hagrid, what is this? Oh, that's the Daily Prophet. It covers all the significant events in the wizarding world. I occasionally subscribe to it. May I have a look? Of course, no problem. Receiving an affirmative response, Hermione took the newspaper and began to read intently. Ron, seated beside her, quickly spotted the front-page news of that day's Daily Prophet. Merlin's knickers. Gringotts has been robbed. That's the safest bank in the wizarding world. Neville's attention was drawn as well. Hermione softly read aloud the words printed on the page. On July 31st, a robbery occurred at Gringotts, with reliable sources reporting that the vault targeted was number 713. Fortunately, the vault was empty when the perpetrators arrived, and they did not succeed. Harry feigned shock and asked Hagrid, "Oh, Merlin's beard, Hagrid, isn't Vault 713 the one we visited? Were they trying to steal that item?" Hagrid chuckled and took a swig from his drink. "Oh, thankfully, Professor Dumbledore asked me to retrieve that item." Ron, curious, inquired, "What was it? Something very important?" "Yes, indeed. However, I cannot disclose that. It is Dumbledore's trust in me." After a few more probing questions from Ron, Hagrid deflected them, ultimately ushering them out. "It's getting late. You little scamps should hurry back to the castle unless you want to be caught by Filch." With no further information to extract, Hermione, upon noticing the time, bid farewell to Hagrid and pulled a reluctant Ron along as Harry and Neville closely followed. On their way back to the castle, Harry casually remarked, "I wonder what that item could be to incite a robbery at Gringotts." Hermione briskly marched ahead. "Whatever it is, it must be extremely important." Ron, enthused, proposed, "Whatever it is, it's definitely in the school now. Didn't Harry say he saw Hagrid take it? He must have brought it back to the school." Hermione, hearing this, sternly warned Ron, "Ron Weasley, put away your adventurous thoughts. I do not wish for Gryffindor to lose points right at the start of the term." Neville chimed in, "I don't want that either. If my grandmother finds out I lost points for Gryffindor, she'll send me a howler." Ron sidled up to Harry and whispered, "Oh, Merlin, isn't she a buzzkill?" She asked like a little stickler, always harping on about points and studies. Neville, being so timid, it was a wonder he was sorted into Gryffindor at all. Harry quietly responded, "Has Draco not yet berated you on the train? It's rather impolite to speak ill of others behind their backs. Besides, Hermione is right. We shouldn't act rashly." Upon hearing Draco's name, Ron nearly jumped up, exclaiming, "Hey," drawing Hermione's and Neville's attention. Embarrassed, he retreated to Harry's side, muttering, "Never mind, never mind." Neville shrugged off the incident while Hermione cast a curious glance at Ron, but didn't inquire further. All right, my mistake. I won't do that again." "But Harry, aren't you the least bit curious?" Seeing Ron acknowledge his error, Harry didn't mind continuing the conversation, reminiscing about their youthful exploits. That being said, nothing was certain yet. What if that item wasn't even at the school? Rather than fret over that, it would be wiser to worry about the potion homework. Remembering the lengthy 10-inch essay Professor Snape had assigned, Ron lamented, "Merlin's socks. Do you think I should ask Hermione if she'd let me copy her assignment?" Harry regarded Ron seriously, then shook his head sympathetically, shattering Ron's unrealistic fantasies. Watching Ron appear utterly despondent, Harry nearly burst into laughter. Fortunately, Draco performs exceptionally well in potions. And he would definitely let me copy. Don't even think about it, Harry Potter. Gazing into those puppy dog eyes, glistening like the rain-kissed forest, was utterly mesmerizing. Yet, recalling his abysmal performance in potions class yesterday, Draco had straightforwardly declined Harry's request. Harry felt his heart shatter. Why, Draco? It's just a potions assignment. Just as you said, it's merely a potions assignment. Any creature not burdened with the intellect of a troll could manage it. Wouldn't you agree? The famed Savior Potter? Draco crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow at Harry. How rude. This is not the time to think about that. Harry shook his head, refocusing. But, dear Draco, you know that I am utterly clueless when it comes to potions. With a flick of his wand, several books floated towards Harry. I am indeed aware of that, and thus, I shall provide you with a modicum of assistance, starting with these details. For a considerable period thereafter, Harry's existence followed a remarkably structured routine, accompanying Draco to and from their classes each day. Occasionally, when Draco ventured to Professor Snape's dungeon to study potions, Harry would join Ron and the others, meticulously timing their excursion to retrieve Draco from the dungeon as they returned to the dormitory. Merlin knows. After facing Professor Snape's grim visage daily, he found himself feeling less intimidated. One fateful evening, while Harry was en route to the dungeon to fetch Draco, he discovered that the usually punctual Professor Snape had inexplicably delayed his class. By the time the two made their way back to the dormitory, they had long surpassed curfew. Suddenly, a chilling feline cry pierced the air, accompanied by Filch's ominous proclamation. Ah, Madam Norris, you have uncovered something, haven't you? Let us see which little miscreants are tardy in returning to their dormitories. Hearing the approaching sounds of the cat and footsteps, Draco swore he even saw the flickering light of Filch's lantern dancing upon the walls. Run! Harry exclaimed, seizing Draco, who stood frozen in shock, and they fled. With Filch in pursuit, the two could only sprint up the castle staircases. Just when the stairs finally ceased their incessant shifting, they had yet to catch their breath before they heard Filch drawing nearer. By Merlin's beard, how is he so close behind us? Draco exclaimed, for the first time abandoning his noble demeanor as he struggled for breath. Harry understood that this was Dumbledore's way of nudging him onto the path of his past life. Resigned, he nonetheless dragged Draco through a door he noticed was ajar. As soon as Draco heard the footsteps of Filch receding, he turned only to meet the gaze of 6 eyes staring back at him. Ah! A scream erupted from Draco's lips, almost tragic in its intensity. Quick-witted, Harry pulled Draco away and shut the door behind them. Let us hurry back to the dormitory. Filch will surely be drawn to your presence, Draco. Throughout their return, Harry grasped the pale Draco, who seemed to have lost his color. After the young master, still dazed, had washed up and climbed into bed, Harry prepared to retreat to his own. However, he was halted by Draco tugging at his sleeve. Harry, let us sleep together tonight. I know you must be frightened. Observing the redness around Draco's eyes, Harry wisely chose not to address it, instead complying and nestling beside Draco, pulling him closer. The following morning, the shimmering light reflecting off the black lake streamed through the window, illuminating the luxurious bed where the two lay entwined, their golden and dark locks intertwined, reminiscent of the intertwined fates that awaited them. By Merlin, you mean to say you ventured into that forbidden corridor last night? Ron's voice echoed in astonishment by the black lake. Harry hurriedly covered Ron's mouth, urging him to keep his voice down. Feeling the tight grip on his lips, Ron quickly nodded. Merlin, I feel as though I might be suffocated by my own brother. Hermione, deep in thought, interjected. Did you say there is a 3-headed dog there? But that's impossible. The school would never house a creature of such danger so close to the students. Draco pondered briefly before replying. Perhaps it is guarding something. Harry was taken aback. He had not anticipated Draco, so frightened the previous day, would still possess the clarity to observe such details. Hermione suddenly snapped her fingers. That makes sense. Harry, do you recall the newspaper we saw at Hagrid's? He mentioned he had brought something back from the vault. And it's clear what the 3-headed dog is guarding. Before Harry could respond, Draco's voice, tinged with incredulity, rang out. What? You mean to say the Philosopher's Stone is at our school? You foul scarhead. Why didn't you tell me? Harry gasped by Merlin's beard. How did you know it was the Philosopher's Stone? Draco crossed his arms defiantly. My father Al posted me the next day. You had the audacity not to inform me that you learned this from the half-giant. Fortuitously, Hermione maintained control of the conversation, being the only pureblood witch present. What is the Philosopher's Stone, Draco? Why such a strong reaction? Draco recollected. The Philosopher's Stone is the greatest work of the alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Its primary purpose is to concoct the elixir of life and transmute base metals into gold. Nicholas Flamel has survived thanks to the stone and is now 665 years old. By Merlin, the wizarding world truly possesses the elixir of life. Hermione exclaimed, visibly startled. as this clever young witch had not anticipated the existence of such a phenomenon. Ron could not help but indulge in a fantasy. If I could live forever, I would feast upon countless chicken legs. Draco rolled his eyes dramatically. Please, do you think there wouldn't be side effects? Flammel hasn't shown himself in ages. The elixir's side effects have rendered them quite fragile. Furthermore, living forever does not equate to remaining youthful. Ron shuddered at the thought of always appearing aged. Upon learning of the Philosopher's Stone being hidden within the school, Hermione contemplated but found herself at a loss. Observing the brilliant witch struggling for answers, Harry promptly interjected to alleviate her mental anguish. Regardless, Hogwarts is the safest place. The stone will undoubtedly be secure here. This matter is of little concern to us. As they reflected, they unanimously agreed and opted to bask in the rare afternoon sunlight by the Black Lake. When the sun began to set, they gathered their belongings, preparing to return to the castle in search of sustenance. Draco, I recently learned to make green apple cake. Would you like to visit the kitchen for a taste? Harry said, playfully squeezing the delicate hand he held, grinning at the lad before him. As Draco beheld the exuberant figure before him, a faint blush crept upon his cheeks. The young master, ever conscious of maintaining his image, raised his chin with pride. Since you have such intentions, I shall grant you an opportunity to impress me. Ron, overhearing the mention of the kitchen, approached as if a trigger had been pulled. Harry, did you say kitchen? You actually know where it is? Can I join you? I've asked George and Fred, but they refused to tell me. While Harry wished to spend time alone with the platinum-haired boy, he remembered the bond he shared with his steadfast friend. He acquiesced to Ron's request and extended the invitation to Hermione and Neville as well. Neville expressed his desire to rest, but Hermione's interest in the kitchen, specifically its magic, was piqued. Thus, upon entering the castle, the five of them parted ways at the staircase. One heading up to Gryffindor Tower while the other four descended to the kitchen. As they descended towards the vicinity of the Hufflepuff common room, Harry guided the others in front of a grand portrait. He reached out to scratch the pair depicted in the painting, which erupted into laughter before transforming into a green door handle. Well, Harry, it seems the kitchen is quite close to us after all, Draco remarked, observing the kitchen's proximity to the Hufflepuff common room. One day, in a serendipitous discovery, Harry led the way into the kitchen, uttering, "Let's go." Upon entering, a peculiar assembly of creatures turned to gaze at them. With eyes the size of light bulbs and bat-like ears, their diminutive, frail forms adorned in tattered pillowcases unmistakably revealed their identities as house elves. Good heavens, what manner of beings are these? Exclaimed Hermione, her astonishment manifesting in a quintessential muggle expression. The cluster of elves jostled one another to present a singular elf who inquired, "Esteemed young wizards, what brings you to the kitchen?" "I am Dee Dee. How may I assist you?" Ron, unable to contain himself, blurted out, "I want a chicken leg. I'm starving." At the mention of starvation, the elves began to bang their heads against the walls, floors, and pots, chanting, "XX has not fed the young wizard. XX has erred. XX must punish itself. Oh Merlin, what is happening?" Hermione and Ron stood bewildered, having never encountered such creatures. Draco, perturbed by the commotion, interjected, "Silence. Bring us the food and depart. I do not require your self-punishment at this moment." This command quelled the elves' self-inflicted distress. Hermione disapproved of Draco's treatment of them, stating, "Malfoy, you shouldn't treat them like that. They are sentient beings just like us." Noting Draco's disdain for elucidation, Harry stepped in to respond, "Hermione, this stems from their nature. You will come to understand with more interaction." Despite his words, Hermione's brow remained furrowed. Harry, having settled Draco comfortably, adeptly approached Dee Dee to request some ingredients and began to bake a cake. Once their appetites were satiated, Draco gazed longingly at the remaining green apple cake. Harry placed his hand on Draco's stomach, noticing the young master's unwavering gaze upon the dessert, and, understanding the unspoken desire, instructed the elf to pack it up. "Fear not, Draco, take it back for your midnight snack. If you cannot finish it, I shall partake." Initially intending to dismiss the concern, Draco ultimately acquiesced after a moment of introspection. After parting from the Gryffindor duo, the two strolled hand in hand along the path to the common room. As they entered, a chilling voice resonated, "Darling, little dragon, where have you been all afternoon?" Gratitude is extended to the grapefruit spirit from the mountains for their generous patronage. It feels as though this chapter is somewhat lacking, perhaps a bit aimless. I am uncertain whether to delve into daily life or advance the plot, especially since the characters are still quite young, making it difficult to portray their romantic entanglements. Harry still believed their bond was merely one of friendship. Tomorrow, updates may be sporadic as I grapple with a creative block. Chapter 19, The Friendship of Slytherin. Upon hearing that voice, Harry distinctly noticed Draco tremble slightly. Worry etched on his face. Harry tightened his grip on Draco's hand. "Hey Draco, are you alright?" Draco, patting Harry with his other hand, replied, "Dear Harry, trust me. We shall soon have matters to attend to." With a resolute expression, he pulled Harry toward the Slytherin common room. Upon entering, Harry spotted several familiar faces lounging on the Slytherin sofas. The sound of fingers tapping rhythmically on the table filled the otherwise silent room, sending a chill racing down Harry's spine. "Harry Potter? Goyle? Crabbe? Come forth." A melodious voice called out, and before they could react, two imposing shadows charged toward them. In the blink of an eye, Harry found himself hoisted away from Draco's side by the two hefty figures. Realizing that the hands that had gripped him were now gone, Draco snapped back to reality. "Pansy, what are you doing?" Goyle, Crabbe, put Harry down. The two stout boys exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to obey. At that moment, Theodore set down the book he had been holding and spoke leisurely. "Draco, we've hardly had the pleasure of your company these past few days. You've been nearly elusive." Blaise leaned over the sofa with keen interest. "Oh, dear little dragon. You must know that our bond forged in childhood is being usurped by the Chosen One in just a few short days at Hogwarts." Draco attempted to defend himself. "That is not true. We share meals together every day." But Pansy could not contain herself. "You say that. Yet aside from meals, we can hardly find you. Whenever we do, it's Harry who says he has taken you to find food or that he has discovered something fun. Harry this, Harry that." Upon reflection, Draco felt a pang of guilt as he recognized the truth in her words. Seeing Pansy's fury and the pleading expressions from the other two, Draco leaned closer to Pansy, awkwardly confessing, "Oh, dear Pansy, I sincerely apologize for my oversight. I simply thought Harry was unfamiliar with the wizarding world since he just returned. I was concerned you might not take to him. It is my fault. Please forgive me, Pansy. I shall procure 10 exquisite gowns from the finest tailor and write to my father immediately." Pansy pouted in response. Blaise interpreted her demeanor. "Little dragon, you know we have no qualms about your preferences. If Harry is your friend, then we shall embrace him as such." Pansy continued, "I merely hope you can spare us more of your time. It has been ages since we enjoyed afternoon tea together." Sensing the rare vulnerability in the typically assertive witch, Draco's earlier irritation dissipated. "Oh, I apologize, my friends. Tomorrow is Saturday. Perhaps you would care to join me for a picnic by the Black Lake?" Upon receiving nods of agreement, Draco sheepishly added, "Ahem, then please set Harry down." Once Harry was released, he approached the group, a hint of remorse etched on his face. "I apologize, Pansy, Zabini, and not for monopolizing Draco's time recently." Harry Henty realized that his subconscious possessiveness had inadvertently distanced Draco from his friends. He held a deep appreciation for Draco's companions, who had stood by him during the aftermath of the war, often visiting Malfoy Manor after Lucius and Narcissa departed from England. Unintentionally, in his desire to share experiences he had missed in his previous life, he had created a rift between Draco and his friends. Observing Harry's guilt, Draco perceived the disheveled strands of hair atop his head drooping sadly. Feeling a twinge of empathy, Draco discreetly assessed Pansy's expression, noticing a small gesture from the diminutive witch. The others struggled to suppress their laughter until Theodore broke the tension. "Well, Pansy, let Potter join us as well. Otherwise, someone's heart may just take flight." With the offer extended, Pansy seized the opportunity. "In that case, it's settled. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, we shall picnic by the Black Lake. Remember, this gathering is solely for Slytherins. Do not summon your Gryffindor lion friends." They exchanged glances, nodding fervently in agreement. The atmosphere in the Slytherin common room returned to its usual vibrancy, as the previously subdued snakes resumed their chatter. The following morning, Draco bounded into Harry's room, rousing him from slumber. "Harry, wake up quickly." Harry, still dazed, opened his eyes. "What is it, Draco?" Draco, with his eyes sparkling, lay down facing Harry. "I want to eat the green apple cupcakes you made. Could you possibly whip up another batch for our picnic today? I told Pansy yesterday that your baking is simply delightful, and she is eagerly anticipating it." Harry rolled over, embracing Draco. "Of course, my dear Draco. However, I only wish to make cupcakes for you. Could we have the house elf prepare pansies?" The young master, in a display of feigned indifference, replied, "Very well. Since you have made your request, the noble Malfoy shall indulge this small wish of yours." Harry nodded absent-mindedly, attempting to catch a few more moments of sleep while also inviting the platinum-haired boy to join him. "Draco, let us sleep a little longer. It's still early. We can bake when we wake up around noon." Draco gently patted Harry's face with his small hand and, observing that Harry had closed his eyes, muttered, "You lazy git." Scarhead. After watching Harry for a while, Draco felt his own eyelids growing heavier, and he succumbed to the embrace of sweet slumber. When Draco awoke again, it was already noon. Harry lifted the still drowsy young master, fetched a towel, and helped him wash his face. Once Draco was awake and off to freshen up, Harry buzzed around like a little bee, looking for Draco's clothes. Not wanting to rush the leisurely dressing of Draco, Harry made no effort to hurry him as he headed towards the kitchen. By the time they left, lunchtime had already ended. In the kitchen, Harry quickly prepared some of the sweets that Master Malfoy had requested, while Draco patiently waited nearby. After retrieving the cake made by the house elf, Harry placed them in a lunchbox, using the shrinking charm to tuck it into his pocket. With his now free hand, he held Draco's as they walked towards the Black Lake. Upon their arrival at the Black Lake, the others had already gathered. Goyle and Crabbe stared hungrily at the exquisite delicacies laid out in the picnic basket. Pansy was busy painting her nails while chatting with Blaise, and Theodore sat quietly to the side, engrossed in a book. As the two settled down, Harry restored the lunchbox to its original size, presenting his homemade sweets before Draco and placing Pansy's cake in front of her before settling comfortably beside Draco. "Why is my cake different from Draco's? Potter, weren't you the one who made it?" Pansy's gaze flickered between the cakes in front of her and Draco, her expression filled with uncertainty. Harry calmly admitted, "I promised Draco that I would only make cupcakes for him. Yours were prepared by the house elf." Pansy slowly turned her gaze toward the gleefully smirking Draco, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Merlin's suspenders, you too are something else. Come on, Pansy, haven't you noticed their antics by now?" Blaise chimed in, unable to contain his laughter at Pansy's expense. The youthful group by the Black Lake engaged in lively banter, their joyous atmosphere seemingly infectious, even dispersing the gloomy clouds. The rare sunshine bathed them all, illuminating the dark waters of the Black Lake, which sparkled with shimmering reflections. A heartfelt thanks to the Grapefruit Fairy from the mountains for the love-fueled donations. This darling has been consistently supporting for several chapters. Much appreciation. Chapter 20, A Different Flying Lesson. Madame Hooch was a bit late today, having taken a trip to Changsha with friends. This chapter was penned while on the road. By the way, has anyone seen James Wan's Insidious? It's terrifying. Without further ado, let us begin the main text. At the end of the first month, the first-year students finally encountered their inaugural flying lesson. I had soared through the skies on a broomstick since I was very young, even flying beside a Muggle airplane at one point. Bright and early, the Slytherin prince was already in the Great Hall, flaunting his prowess to the surrounding little snakes. Harry, observing the radiant figure before him, refrained from disclosing that the Muggle plane was soaring tens of thousands of meters high. "I wonder what we will learn in class today. What kind of broomstick do you think the school will provide us? A Firebolt 2000? Ron ignored the boasting young master and instead indulged in fantasies about the upcoming flying lesson. "Do you think this broom can really fly?" Ron skeptically looked at the broom in his hands, which had only a few tail hairs left. The pampered young master appeared equally disappointed. "What series is this? I can't even recognize it. I must tell my father to buy a new broom." Ron genuinely wished for Draco to relay that to his father for the first time. "Draco, if you can indeed persuade your father to get a new broom, I will definitely call you Big Brother." Draco cast a sidelong glance at Ron, proudly lifting his chin. "I don't need a Weasley's validation." A pair of sharp claps drew the attention of the chatting young wizards toward the witch. The witch had a practical gray bob and a pair of golden eyes that were as keen as an eagle's. She surveyed the group of young wizards and announced, "Welcome to your first flying lesson. I am your instructor. You may call me Madame Hooch. Now, stand to the left of the broom in front of you. And move quickly. Don't be as slow as a caterpillar. Place your right hand directly above the broom and say up." As the words left her lips, a chorus of up echoed throughout the hall. When Harry and Draco said it in unison, their broomsticks obediently flew into their hands. In contrast, Ron shouted several times, but his broom merely trembled, refusing to lift off the ground. Finally, after witnessing others successfully grasp their brooms, Ron shouted up at the top of his lungs, and the broom abruptly leaped up, smacking him in the face. Once most had acquired their brooms, Madame Hooch decided not to delay any longer. She instructed those still without brooms to simply pick them up from the ground, including Gryffindor's brainy Hermione and Neville. Seeing that everyone had a broom, Madame Hooch nodded in approval. "Very well, those who have received their brooms, mount them and gently lift your hands to fly into the air. But be careful not to slip off." The students ascended into the air one after another. Draco did not disappoint his pre-class boasting. He indeed flew remarkably well. As Harry grasped his broom, a long-forgotten joy surged within him. It had been ages since he last rode a broom. Were it not for Madame Hooch's presence, he would have certainly executed some challenging Quidditch maneuvers. Immersed in the exhilaration of flying, Harry neglected the faint sense of unease stirring within him. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the air. It was Neville. His broom was behaving like a wild stallion, bucking and trying to throw him off. Neville's face turned ashen as he clung tightly to the broom, his eyes wide with terror. His body swayed dangerously as the broom tossed him first to the left, then to the right. "Longbottom, don't panic. Relax your body, and try to control the broom with your mind," Madame Hooch shouted, attempting to calm him. But Neville was engulfed in fear, unable to hear her words. The broom shook violently, suddenly shooting upwards as if possessed. Neville let out a desperate scream, gripping the broom so tightly his knuckles turned white. After spiraling in the air for a few moments, the broom abruptly dove downwards at breakneck speed, creating a rushing wind. Just when everyone thought Neville was about to crash heavily to the ground, the broom miraculously changed direction at the last moment, soaring towards the castle's roof. Neville was tossed back and forth, his head spinning in a whirlwind of confusion. In his panic, his clothing snagged on a statue atop the roof, causing his body to jolt violently before finally coming to a halt. Suspended from the statue, Neville's attire struggled to support his weight, continuously sliding downward. The little wizards watched this perilous scene with terror, some even covering their faces in fear, unable to bear the sight. Harry's gaze sharpened, and he propelled his broom toward Neville with determination. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a flash of gold and green. It was Draco. Seeing Harry's glance, Draco, disregarding his usual composure, shouted loudly, "Stop looking at me. Hurry up and save Longbottom." A warm feeling surged within Harry. He nodded emphatically and accelerated towards Neville. Just as Neville's clothing was about to tear completely, Harry and Draco finally managed to catch him. The sudden weight caused their brooms to dip momentarily, but both were experienced enough to stabilize quickly. The spectators below erupted in gasps of astonishment at this dramatic spectacle. The two controlled their speed and gradually descended, safely bringing Neville to the ground. Once on solid ground, Neville clutched his arm, weeping as he expressed his gratitude to Harry and Draco. Madame Hooch pushed through the crowd of little wizards and examined Neville's arm, confirming that it had indeed fractured upon impact with the roof. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy, did I not just remind you not to fly recklessly? What if you had not rescued Mr. Longbottom and had injured yourselves instead?" 10 points from Slytherin. Draco suddenly recalled her warning, his face paling in realization. However, Madame Hooch's tone shifted. "Nonetheless, I must commend your brave rescue of your classmate." 20 points to Slytherin. Harry chuckled at the sight of Draco's complexion shifting from pale to a rosy hue. "All right, everyone, stand in line and behave. No more flying about. I'm taking Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing, and if I catch anyone violating the rules upon my return, you won't want to know the consequences." Madame Hooch concluded sternly before leading Neville away. Once she departed, the little snakes and lions gathered around. Pansy immediately leaped onto Draco, inspecting him from head to toe. "Merlin, you reckless dragon. Are you a foolish Gryffindor lion? Harry, I can understand, but why did you go up there too? Are you hurt?" Draco allowed Pansy to fuss over him, while Blaise and the others watched with concern, knowing that if he didn't let them check, they would worry themselves sick. Harry, observing Pansy's ministrations, suppressed the urge to pull Draco behind him, choosing instead to shift his gaze, which landed on Ron's excited expression. Seeing his good friend finally divert his attention, Ron exclaimed, "Merlin's lace panties, mate. You were incredible just then. You zipped up and saved Neville in a flash. You should definitely try out for the Quidditch team. You'd be fantastic." Harry replied with a smile, "Oh, if I could. I would absolutely love to join the Quidditch team. But Ron, don't you remember? First years aren't allowed to bring brooms." Hermione nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Ron. No matter how talented Harry is, he can't have a broom as a first year." Ron waved dismissively. "No worries. Harry can try out in his second year. And so will I. When we're on the field, I want to go easy on you." Harry laughed in response. "Then I'll have to give it my all." Once Pansy finally released Draco, he approached just as they began discussing Quidditch. His curiosity piqued. "Harry, do you really enjoy Quidditch?" Harry nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I love the feeling of soaring through the air, the freedom of the gentle breeze surrounding me." Lost in memories of their competitive Quidditch matches in a past life, he failed to notice the flicker of contemplative light in Draco's eyes. The next morning, as usual, Harry sat in the Great Hall feeding Draco when the designated time for owls arrived. He cast a small protective charm over the food meant for Draco and prepared to wait for the owls to deliver their letters before resuming his feeding endeavors. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Hedwig, accompanied by a flock of owls, landed in front of Harry, carrying a large parcel. Harry stared in astonishment at the familiar package before him, recognizing it as a Firebolt 2000. However, in this life, he was not in Gryffindor. Nor would Draco's disputes with him lead to Professor McGonagall discovering his Quidditch skills and allowing him to join the team. So what was this broom for? Noticing Harry's prolonged silence, Draco could no longer contain himself and nudged Harry. "Harry, are you not excited? Don't you like it?" Only then did Harry snap back to reality. He looked into Draco's sparkling eyes and smiled. "Oh, dear Draco, I'm just curious about who sent this." Draco paused momentarily before casually replying, "Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Pansy asked me to check out her new clothes. I must be off." As Draco turned to leave, Harry quickly grasped the package, eager to follow. "Draco, wait for me." As he turned, he collided with a dark figure. Bouncing back to his seat, he looked up to find, unsurprisingly, Professor Snape's face, dark and forbidding as a cauldron-esque bottom. Snape scrutinized Harry, an expression of deep perplexity flickering in his eyes. He remained silent, regarding Harry with a complex gaze. Unable to endure the unsettling atmosphere any longer, Harry broke the silence. "Good morning, Professor Snape. May I pass?" Upon hearing Harry's request, Snape finally moved his tightly pressed lips, granting Harry a few terse words. "Mr. Potter, please come to the dungeon after breakfast. I assumed the great savior would not keep his old professor waiting too long in the dungeon. Unless you are a discourteous and rude giant. Naturally, if you have already finished eating, you can take your bothersome package and accompany me now." With a disdainful glance at the parcel Harry held, Snape turned, leaving Harry with little choice but to follow. Harry swallowed his rising irritation at Snape's sarcasm, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Professor Snape, I've finished eating and am ready to go." Snape, satisfied with the answer, flicked his robe and strode ahead, leaving the instruction to follow hanging in the air. As they hurried along, Harry struggled to keep pace with the Slytherin's swift strides while dodging the swishing sleeves of his robes. He couldn't help but mentally grumble about the dark-clad professor, Merlin's suspenders. While Professor Snape is indeed remarkable, his personality is truly unbearable. They rushed onward until, just when Harry felt he could run no further, they finally arrived at the dungeon. Upon entering, Snape returned to his desk and retrieved a piece of paper from a drawer, handing it to Harry. Clutching the paper, Harry asked, his tone ambiguous, "Professor, what does this mean?" Snape replied coolly, "I presume Mr. Potter's eyesight is merely nearsighted and not entirely lost. You should be able to read the words on that paper yourself." Harry raised his gaze to meet Snape's eyes, enunciating each word with precision. "What I mean to ask is, who recommended you? Draco?" Snape momentarily froze, realizing that this insufferable little giant had managed to deduce the truth. And he hoped Draco wouldn't blame his godfather for failing to keep the secret. "Well, as you surmised, it was young Malfoy who approached me, extolling your remarkable talents. He claimed that with you on our team, victory in the Quidditch Cup would be assured. Moreover, he arranged for the Slytherin team's brooms to be upgraded to Nimbus 2000s. As the head of Slytherin, I deemed it a shrewd investment. After all, he merely requested that you be given an opportunity." After classes concluded yesterday, Draco had come to the dungeons for his usual tutoring session. However, Snape noticed that his little peacock was particularly fidgety today, casting furtive glances in his direction. Was it the effects of his recent potion brewing that left his complexion sallow and greasy? Or was it the way the potion fumes had lent his hair an oily sheen under the light? Or perhaps there was something amiss with his attire. Perplexed, Snape set down his quill and addressed Draco's covert actions. "Little dragon, could you enlighten your dear godfather as to why you have been staring at me incessantly today?" Completely oblivious to being caught, the little peacock jolted, nearly dropping his potion ingredients into the cauldron. Carefully placing the components down, he cast an automatic stirring charm on the cauldron. Draco then leaped forward, wrapping his arms around Snape's. "Dear godfather, little Draco has a tiny request to make of you." Snape nodded dismissively, assuming it was merely a request for another beauty potion. Yet, the next words from his beloved pupil shattered his composure. "Godfather, could you grant Harry a chance to join the Quidditch team? Please, little dragon begs you." Snape stiffly turned his head. "Who did you say? Harry? Harry Potter? That insufferable savior?" Draco pouted in discontent. "Godfather, he is not an insufferable savior. Harry possesses considerable Quidditch skills. He will undoubtedly lead our house to victory in the cup." Snape, with a throbbing headache, regarded his pupil with resignation. "Even if I were to agree, the team may not accept him." As for why he refrained from mentioning that old McGonagall would never approve, Snape knew that the cunning Gryffindor lioness would seize any opportunity to elevate the savior's status. Seeing that his godfather's attitude was shifting, Draco nearly leaped for joy, though he managed to restrain himself in Snape's presence. "Rest assured, godfather. I wrote to my father at noon requesting that he replace Slytherin's brooms with the latest Nimbus 2000s. I merely wish to give Harry a chance. I believe he can do it." Having witnessed Harry's eyes gleaming like radiant emeralds while soaring on a broom, along with his passionate longing for Quidditch, Draco resolved to surprise Harry immensely. After all, he was the best friend of a Malfoy. Gazing into his pupil's sparkling slate-blue eyes, Snape finally relented. "Very well. I shall grant him an opportunity. I will find time to inform him tomorrow." "Long live the godfather!" Draco exclaimed. "I knew you were the best." "Enough chatter. Do not return until today's potions are perfected. At your command, most illustrious Lord of Slytherin." Emerging from his reverie, Snape observed Harry, who stood at a distance. His head bowed, obscuring his expression. He reminded him, "Take this note to Flint. He will arrange a tryout for you. As for whether you can join, I can only hope Draco has not erred in his judgment." Harry carefully folded the note and tucked it into his pocket. I shall not allow a Malfoy's investment to falter. With that, he turned and departed with his broom. As anticipated, Harry successfully passed Flint's tryout. And with the previous Seeker contemplating quitting the team in preparation for exams, Harry became the official Seeker for Slytherin. Potter, I didn't realize you possessed such talent. Flint clapped a heavy hand on Harry's back, who restrained the urge to shake it off, responding with a casual acknowledgement. Hastening back to the common room, he found that the young master was not seated there. Sensing something, he pushed open the dormitory door to find Draco sprawled on his bed, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Draco, Harry could no longer contain the inexplicable impulse within him. He leaped forward and embraced Draco tightly. Oh, my sweet Harry, what has happened? Draco, believing he had concealed his intentions well, assumed the team had bullied Harry and turned to confront them. Harry tightened his grip, forcing Draco back onto the bed. Burying his face deep in Draco's embrace, his voice muffled. Draco, I know everything. Thank you. The astute young master immediately deduced that Harry had uncovered the truth and hesitated momentarily before managing to articulate. Oh, you know, huh? I merely wished to surprise you. Harry lifted his head, locking eyes with Draco, who was taken aback to see tears glistening in Harry's emerald orbs, rendering them even more enchanting. Reminiscent of a rain-kissed forest or a shimmering lake. This is the best gift I have ever received. Draco, I promise I will not let you down. Draco, momentarily entranced by those deep green gems, managed a reluctant response to Harry's declaration. Silly Harry, of course I believe in you. But, did you come to hug me without showering after practice? I can smell your sweat. Thus, a delightful day concluded with Draco taking another bath and Harry Potter being sent to the bathroom. Thanks to everyone for their generous support, powered by love. Chapter 22, A Troll on Halloween. Warning, alternate universe. An added Halloween feast. As time flowed on, deepening the bonds among the group. Harry remained blissfully immersed in a life that starkly contrasted with his previous existence, until the arrival of Halloween crept upon them. Only when he noticed the castle adorned in an entirely different manner did Harry realize he had forgotten something. Hogwarts had transformed utterly. With jack-o'-lanterns flickering with ghostly flames and little bats and spirits fluttering about. A group comprised of Slytherins and Gryffindors, clutching their books, hurried along the path to Transfiguration class. Draco, observing the decorations, displayed a rare spark of interest. Have you all decided what costumes to wear for tonight's feast? I've made my choice. I shall transform into a vampire. He proclaimed this with an air of pride. Blaise, without hesitation, seized the opportunity to mock young Malfoy. Draco, might I remind you that you have donned a vampire costume for 6 consecutive years? Pansy chimed in next. Since you were 5. I have not seen you in anything but that vampire attire. Theodore delivered a sharp critique. While it is indeed striking, it lacks originality. The trio of Slytherins effortlessly teased their little master, leaving his face flushed with embarrassment. Ron, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Malfoy. You really love vampires that much, and even your friends say it's unoriginal, huh? Frustrated, Draco retorted. And what about you, Weasley? What grand idea do you have? Ron let out a proud snicker and declared loudly, of course, I intend to dress up as my favorite chicken leg. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings before an uproarious laughter erupted. Thanks to Ron, it was a rare sight to witness the Slytherin aristocrats so unabashedly disregarding their dignity. The laughter attracted the attention of the red-haired Gryffindors. George and Fred suddenly appeared from nowhere, each pressing a hand on Ron's shoulder, curiously probing. Oh, George, look what we've discovered. A bunch of little snakes and little lions. Their laughter was utterly devoid of decorum, especially from the little snakes. Could someone enlighten George and Fred? Draco, having had his fill of laughter, was aware that the twins also enjoyed teasing Ron, so he intervened before Ron could shoo them away. It's our dear Mr. Weasley, who plans to dress as a giant chicken leg for tonight's feast. The twins exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, echoing the mirth of those around them. The crowd, having barely managed to stifle their laughter, found themselves unable to resist chuckling again at the twins' antics. Meanwhile, Ron's face grew increasingly crimson amidst the laughter. Once his older brothers had finally laughed enough, Fred pretended to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye. Oh, Merlin, George. Our little brother is a giant chicken leg. I shall be a knife, and I shall be a fork. Let's take down our little brother tonight. Ha ha ha. The two playfully ruffled Ron's hair while proclaiming that Gryffindor had produced a giant chicken leg, before darting away like a gust of wind. Ron, in a fit of anger, jumped up and down in place, shouting after his departing brothers, George, Fred, don't you dare embellish the story. Pansy discreetly pulled a handkerchief from Blaise's pocket to dab at the tears of laughter in her eyes. Oh, Weasley, your brothers are quite amusing. Truly a unique breed of Gryffindor. Hermione, encountering such exuberance for the first time, remarked, they are indeed lively. Ron scoffed. Oh, Hermione. If you knew how many points they deduct from Gryffindor each year, you wouldn't say that. What? The point-obsessed little witch exclaimed in horror. Just then, they reached the doorway of Transfiguration class. Hearing the commotion outside, Professor McGonagall emerged to investigate. Miss Granger, is something the matter? Hermione, realizing her shriek had drawn the professor's attention, flushed crimson. Oh, sorry, Professor McGonagall. Nothing's wrong. McGonagall, having assessed that all was well, stepped aside to allow the students entry to the classroom. If that's the case, then please, gentlemen and ladies, do come in for class. Following a morning of lessons, Hogwarts granted the young witches and wizards a half-day off to prepare themselves for the festivities. Despite being thoroughly ribbed by Pansy and the others, Draco chose to don the vampire costume he had long prepared. This decision was certainly not due to Harry's pleading gaze. Those green puppy eyes looking at him with a pitiful expression, stating, "I've yet to see you dressed as a vampire." Ultimately, after a series of Harry's coaxing, Draco acquiesced to wear the outfit. Notably, someone who had only learned that Draco would be dressing as a vampire that morning had already procured a dashing werewolf costume by the afternoon. As the time approached, a group of impeccably dressed little snakes accompanied a lion-like savior toward the Great Hall. Coincidentally, upon arriving at the hall's entrance, they encountered Ron and Neville. Pansy immediately inquired about Hermione's whereabouts. Ron replied with a smile. She said her costume wasn't quite perfect and went to the restroom to adjust it. Harry suddenly realized that even in this timeline where Ron and Hermione had not quarreled, Hermione still found her way to the restroom. Harry dared not ponder too deeply. If the future was immutable, did that mean those people would still depart, and he and Draco would fall out? Would he still injure Draco in their 6th year? As Harry became lost in his thoughts, Draco perceptively sensed something was amiss with his companion. He squeezed Harry's hand and set a cup of pumpkin juice in front of him, gazing at him with concern. "Harry, are you all right? What's wrong?" Hearing Draco's voice brought Harry back to the moment. Looking into Draco's worried eyes and attentive actions, Harry managed a smile. "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered that I haven't finished the potion essay Professor Snape assigned." Upon hearing this, Draco withdrew his hand. "Oh, in that case, you should be worried." However, as he turned away, his expression darkened instantly. He could tell that Harry was hiding something from him, but if Harry did not wish to speak of it now, he would not press him. Malfoy would always get what he wanted. He had sufficient patience to wait for Harry to confide in him. Just as the hall's occupants had barely begun to eat, the doors swung open with a bang. "Troll! There's a troll in the dungeons. I thought you knew." Quirrell cried out in a panic, only to collapse weakly to the ground. Harry glanced at the fallen Quirrell and rolled his eyes in disdain. "Prefects, all house prefects, lead the students back to their common rooms." "I apologize, children, but your Halloween feast will now be held in the common room," Dumbledore announced. Rising to quell the turmoil ignited by Quirrell's outburst, Harry and the others stood up alongside the prefects and made their way outside. For some reason, Harry lagged behind slightly. Holding Draco's hand, he glanced toward the Gryffindor side and, as expected, saw no sign of Ron. "Blast it. Draco, I need to step away for a moment. Cover for me." Draco abruptly halted, fixing Harry with a steady gaze. "Harry, are you going to find Granger and Weasley?" Harry hesitated before replying, "Yes. Ron must be looking for Hermione, and I want to check on her." Draco sighed inwardly. Couldn't that thick-headed scarhead see how obvious his anxiousness was? Draco grasped Harry's hand firmly, looking him in the eye. "I'm coming with you." Harry was taken aback. "Draco, no. You should go back. Return to the common room." Draco rolled his eyes. "Come on. I've been trained as an heir since childhood. I've learned plenty of spells. Let's go quick in and out. And be sure not to let Pansy catch you." With that, Draco led the way toward the restroom. Harry watched the swaying platinum hair ahead of him, a warm feeling swelling in his heart. Chapter 23, Bravely Battling the Troll. The two raced ahead, and midway, they encountered Ron. "Oh, Harry Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Ron exclaimed. "Didn't you say Hermione was in the restroom? I figured she wouldn't know about the troll." "That's what I thought, so I'm here to find her," Ron replied. Draco added to the trivial conversation, "There's a troll in the castle. It's better for the three of us to stick together." The two nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a series of female screams pierced the air, drawing their attention to the first-floor restroom. Merlin's beard. It can't be Hermione. Ron's face went pale at the sound. The dim-witted Weasley is surely the only one present here now, and certainly, it must be that Granger. "Let us hasten, for I fear a troll may be lurking." Draco scoffed, tugging Harry along at a swifter pace. He had no desire to remain close to Weasley. What if that foolishness were to infect him? As they approached the lavatory, the pungent, distinctive stench of the troll became increasingly evident. Merlin's beard, what an atrocious odor. The overwhelming scent nearly induced Draco to retch. Yet his long-standing upbringing allowed him to suppress it. With a flick of his wand, Harry conjured 3 bubblehead charms to encase their heads. Seizing the moment to escape the foul smell, they dashed to the lavatory door. Upon discovering that the lock had been shattered, they rushed inside, only to find an adult troll rampaging within, with Hermione nowhere in sight. Without hesitation, Ron loudly called out for the Little Witch of Gryffindor. From the last stall, a faint voice emerged. "I'm here, Ron." Just as the trio felt a surge of relief, the troll detected their small commotion. With a careless swing of its arm, it swung the massive club toward the final stall. "Ah!" Hermione cried as she dove aside. Debris from the demolished stall grazed her cheek. Ignoring everything else, Harry unleashed a torrent of spells. Immobulus, Stupefy, Incendio. Ron, too, scrambled to gather remnants from the lavatory to hurl at the troll. Seizing the moment, Draco rushed to Hermione's side. Despite his previous disdain for Muggleborns, he extended a hand to help her up. "Are you all right, Granger?" Reparo, noticing the scratch on her face. Draco quickly drew his wand to heal her. A girl's face must remain unblemished. This was something Pansy had incessantly drilled into him over the years. "Thank you, Malfoy." "Just call me Hermione," she replied, struggling to hold back tears, her voice tinged with emotion. The young witch, still new to the magical world, lacked the fortitude to confront a troll. Draco remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the troll's movements as he supported Hermione, inching them closer to Harry and Ron. Yet, it seemed that the striking platinum locks of the Malfoy heir had drawn the troll's attention. Its beady black eyes locked onto Draco, ignoring Harry and Ron's assaults. It raised its club high, poised to strike Draco and Hermione. As he beheld the looming troll, Draco felt his vision darken. Merlin's beard. He had noticed Hermione's leg appeared injured when he helped her. They could scarcely move swiftly now, with the troll about to bring its club down. Draco gritted his teeth and positioned himself in front of Hermione. "Damn it, I can't allow a girl to be harmed." As he saw Draco about to be struck, Harry could no longer contain himself and prepared to cast the Avada Kedavra curse to eliminate the troll. Regardless of the consequences, after today, Dumbledore would undoubtedly ascertain that he had surpassed the spellcasting level of a first year. At this moment, saving lives took precedence. He could not bear to see Draco injured again, especially in his presence. Just as the green light began to emanate from the tip of Harry's wand, Ron shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa," just like in a previous life. The levitation charm lifted the troll's club, which then came crashing down upon its own head, knocking the creature unconscious. Unbeknownst to all, the ominous green light from the Savior's wand quietly dissipated. As the troll fell to the ground, Draco breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the floor. Hermione and Harry hurried to assess Draco's condition, while Ron reveled in his successful use of the levitation charm. "Merlin, what in the world is happening? Can someone explain this to me?" Miss Granger, professors rushed into the lavatory, and Professor McGonagall gasped at the sight before her. Professor Quirrell slumped against the wall in a faint. Harry rolled his eyes at his theatrical display. With red-rimmed eyes, Hermione stepped forward, determined to shoulder the blame. "I'm sorry, Professor, I had read about trolls in books, and I thought I could defeat it." Harry, supporting the weak-kneed young lord, interrupted her. "Professor McGonagall, that's not quite accurate." Hermione was tidying up in the lavatory, unaware that a troll was roaming the castle. "We rushed out to find her because we feared for her safety." Snape's gaze fell upon the platinum-haired young lord, his expression dark as he inquired, "Is that so, young Malfoy?" His tone was as if it were squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Feeling the weight of his godfather's piercing gaze, Draco lowered his head in guilt, trying to bury it in Harry's embrace. Yet he remembered to answer his godfather's question. "Yes, Professor Snape." Professor McGonagall interjected, halting Snape's silent assault on Draco. "In that case, gentlemen, for your recklessness, 5 points will be deducted from each of you." Before Hermione could anxiously plead her case, she continued, "However, in recognition of your bravery and concern for your fellow classmates, 10 points will be awarded to each of you." The four exchanged glances, joy unmistakably sparkling in their eyes. "Very well, children. I imagine you are all quite exhausted. Off you go to the common room. Our Halloween feast will continue there." Snape added, "Draco, you should be prepared for Lucius to learn of your foolish, brainless behavior akin to that of a troll." Considering Professor McGonagall's presence, Snape for once refrained from using the usual jibe about Gryffindors to mock Draco. After casting one last scrutinizing glance at Draco, Snape limped away. Harry, leading the downcast Draco, bid farewell to Hermione and the others at the staircase before making their way back to the Slytherin common room. As soon as they entered, a whirlwind of black rushed past them. Pansy dashed forward, inspecting Draco from head to toe. Merlin's beard. "Draco, why are you just returning? Why do you look so disheveled? What have you been doing? You smell terrible. Did you encounter a troll? Are you hurt?" A barrage of concern left Draco feeling dizzy. However, seeing the worried expressions of his friends, he patiently addressed Pansy's inquiries. "We went to find someone. Granger was trapped by a troll in the lavatory. We defeated the troll and even earned points for the house. You have no idea how impressive and valiant we were." As he recounted the story, Draco even raised his chin in pride. You still haven't answered whether you're injured, Blaze interjected, unable to suppress a facepalm at Draco's diversion. Oh, no, we weren't injured. But it seems Granger's foot might have an issue. Her face was wounded at first, but I remember what you said, Pansy, and I healed her. Pansy took note of this quietly. Observing the young lord enthusiastically narrating the events, Harry discreetly placed a hand over his stomach, sharing a knowing look. Friends, we've exhausted quite a bit of energy tonight. Let's grab something to eat. I feel like I'm starving. Upon hearing this, Goyle and Crabbe quickly cleared a path through the surrounding Slytherins, creating a route to the dining table. Goyle followed beside Draco, informing him, Young master, today's steak and chicken legs are particularly delicious, and there's your favorite green apple juice. Draco patted Goyle on the shoulder. Well done, Goyle. I shall heed your advice and sample today's steak. Upon hearing Draco accept his suggestion, Goyle scratched his head, displaying a sheepish grin. Crabbe, observing this, promptly pushed Goyle aside, exclaiming, There's also the cream of mushroom soup, which is quite delectable. Draco waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I know. I shall try both of your recommendations. Now, make way, for I am famished. After indulging in a hearty meal, the little snakes frolicked in the common room for a while, before gradually retreating to their dormitories. Harry and Draco were among the first to return. After all, they had just battled a troll. The hunger had been unnoticeable during the fight, but now, having satiated their appetites, the pampered young lord could hardly tolerate the grime and odor clinging to him. Once they had finished bathing and lay chatting on the same bed, Harry gazed at the vibrant figure before him, quietly tightening his grip on the candy he had been clutching. As Draco continued his chatter, he inadvertently met Harry's gaze, the weighty emotions within stirring him to halt his incessant prattle and simply share a moment of silence with Harry. Harry, trick or treat, he said, as the green apple candy that the savior clutched was passed into the hands of the one who embodied that very flavor. In that exchange, the savior, too, became part of the candy's new ownership. Thanks to the generous contributions from the Yuzu spirit baby from the mountains, we received Love Power 2 from Agony 311 and Love Power 1. Those who understand the agony of chapter titles needing to exceed 5 words can empathize. Chapter 24, Daily Life and the Invisibility Cloak. After the dust settled from the troll incident, the group resumed their tranquil routines. Classes, meals, and the occasional night escapade were the order of the day. Harry would often sneak out at night to whip up some delightful treats for a hungry Draco, leading to several encounters with George and Fred in the kitchen. Merlin only knows how those two always managed to appear whenever he was preparing sweets, absconding with portions meant for Draco. On one such occasion, Draco whimsically followed Harry to the kitchen, only to stumble upon the twins. Witnessing a part of his little cake being pilfered, the platinum-haired cherub nearly cried out, I'm telling my father. Fortunately, the twins, aware of the adage that one shouldn't bite the hand that feeds, offered Draco some of their latest inventions. Satisfied with the Weasley twins' cleverness, Draco decided to grant them a chance. Of course, Harry would soon find himself temporarily sidelined due to the various pranks Draco had discreetly set up, which merely involved slipping canary biscuits into the small cookies he had made for Aunt Narcissa. No one in Slytherin was spared from this mischief, not even Ron. During that period, only 2 girls felt safe indulging in the treats Draco presented. In his time in Slytherin, Harry experienced a camaraderie starkly different from that of Gryffindor. The little snakes were typically reserved, preferring to keep their affections discreet, in contrast to Gryffindor's open displays. They cherished subtle care, offering unwavering trust to those they deemed friends. The Slytherins believed firmly, if my friend is embroiled in a conflict, it must surely be the other party's fault. At least Harry now understood why he had never witnessed Pansy and Blaze displaying anything but disdain in his previous life. The Slytherin snakes delighted in finding a sunny afternoon to picnic by the Black Lake, a revelation Harry gleaned during his days in Slytherin. It is noteworthy that, due to Harry and Draco's influence, primarily Draco, the relations between the lower-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were not as fraught as those of their older counterparts. Hermione and Ron frequently joined their picnics, and Pansy and Hermione had become close friends. The Queen and her knight were a combination that most dared not provoke. The tranquil days slipped by like water through fingers. Quirrell remained silent for the time being, and Harry hesitated to confront him prematurely. What if the flutter of a butterfly's wings altered the outcome? When alone, Harry resolved to follow the original course of action as much as possible. Thus, the days passed, filled with Harry's contemplation of what to prepare for Draco to encourage him to eat more, alongside the occasional surveillance of Quirrell's movements. Leading up to the eve of the Christmas holidays, this year, Harry chose to remain at school, just as he had in his previous life. Most everyone was exactly as he remembered, except for Draco. When Harry saw Draco signing his name on the stay-at-school list behind him, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Upon returning to their dormitory, Harry leaned closer to Draco and inquired, Draco, why aren't you going home for Christmas this year? Ron said it's because Aunt Molly and Uncle Arthur are visiting Charlie, so no one is there to look after them. Draco shot Harry a pointed glare. Are you suggesting that a Malfoy lacks supervision? Oh no, that's not what I meant, Harry stammered. Merlin, I was merely curious. Given your aunt's household, I thought you'd prefer not to return. Coincidentally, my parents are off to France. They initially intended to take me along. But I figured you'd prefer to have a noble Malfoy accompany you for Christmas, so I declined. At Draco's words, Harry's eyes sparkled brighter. The moment Draco finished speaking, Harry leaped onto him, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Draco, I am genuinely thrilled. Oh, you're the best friend ever. May I call you Little Dragon? Is that all right? As you wish, you foul scarhead. Now get off me. You're giving off a sickly sweet aroma, Draco replied. His face flushing, a rare sight for the usually pale, refined boy. The pink hue gracing his cheeks rendered him particularly enticing. At least Harry thought so. Finding Draco's blushing visage utterly adorable, with cheeks so rosy they seemed almost delectable. Smack. Merlin's beard. Harry, what are you doing? Why are you hitting yourself? As Harry beheld the concerned expression on Draco's face, he couldn't help but mentally berate himself. Harry Potter, you are utterly mad. How could you ever entertain the thought of biting Draco's face? No matter how appealing it may appear, he is one of your closest friends. I'm fine, Draco. Just feeling a bit drowsy, he replied. Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco rolled his eyes in a manner most uncharacteristic of a Malfoy. That scarhead can be discarded. How foolish. The holiday season seemed to pass much more swiftly than the time spent in classes. Harry felt as though he had accomplished little before Christmas Day arrived. On Christmas morning, Harry awoke to find Draco nestled in his arms. The previous night, the two had engaged in a spirited game of wizard chess and experimented with a new gadget purchased by Draco from the twins. They had ended up staying up late, leading to Draco sleeping in Harry's bed. As a result, Harry was met with the stunning visage of the future Slytherin prince the moment he opened his eyes. Maintaining his gaze, Harry realized that the gifts he had anticipated from his past life seemed less significant in this moment. They lay in silence, watching each other until Draco stirred awake. Harry, what time is it? Hearing Draco's sleepy voice, Harry, the ever-pretentious child, fought the urge to pinch that close, cherubic face and summon the time. It's only 9. Little Dragon, if you're still tired, you can sleep a bit longer. No need. I've slept plenty already. Get up and wash up. Let us see our gifts, he announced, flipping out of bed. Once they had finished their morning routines, Draco hurried to the Christmas tree in the common room to search for his presents. Oh, I hope my parents haven't forgotten to purchase the unique candies from France for me. Harry also moved to the other side to begin unwrapping his own gifts. Oh, Hermione has indeed gifted herself a book, while Aunt Molly has knitted a red sweater for herself in this life. As he quickly put on the sweater, a familiar warmth enveloped Harry. Oh, what is this? A sweater? It even has my initials on it. When he turned around, he saw Draco donning a dark green sweater, the representative color of Slytherin accentuating the boy's fair complexion. Harry pointed at his own sweater, declaring, "This is a sweater hand-knitted by Mrs. Weasley." Upon hearing the name Weasley, Draco initially contemplated removing his sweater, but for some reason, he continued to wear it with a faint blush on his cheeks. Harry even caught Draco mumbling, "Oh, Weasley." The two continued to unwrap their gifts. Although Harry would never divulge to anyone that the young master had selected several robes and accessories from the Muggle clothing store as a return gift for Mrs. Weasley. Just as Harry received gifts from Pansy and the others, Draco too received gifts from Hermione. There were even prank items sponsored by George and Fred. Notably, the gifts from Aunt Petunia's family this time no longer consisted of a single Muggle coin, but rather a brand new mechanical watch, with Dudley even sending some Muggle sweets. Seeing that the young master was intrigued, all those sweets eventually found their way into Draco's belly. Finally, upon spotting the unmarked box, Harry realized that the invisibility cloak had arrived. Opening the box, he found the silvery fabric neatly folded inside, accompanied by a small note. "Your father entrusted this to me before his passing. It is now time for its return to you. Use it wisely." Carefully tucking the note away, Harry picked up the invisibility cloak. Under the light, it shimmered like moonlight. Draco noticed and exclaimed, "Merlin's suspenders, Harry. Someone has gifted you an invisibility cloak." It was surprising that Draco could recognize it, but then again, one could expect that a pureblood family had encountered such things before. "Oh yes, someone mentioned this is my father's legacy, and I should use it wisely." Draco raised an eyebrow. "Use it wisely? You can't possibly mean to go out at night using it." However, he then remarked, "This one seems different from any I've seen before. Merlin, could this be one of the Deathly Hallows?" Alarmed, Harry did his best to maintain his composure. "Draco, why would you say that? After all, in his previous life, he only discovered later that this was indeed the invisibility cloak from the Deathly Hallows." Draco, intrigued, leaned in to examine the cloak closely, even attempting to probe it with his hand. We all grew up listening to the tales of Beetle the Bard. There have always been rumors in pureblood circles about the existence of the Deathly Hallows. This cloak of yours is unlike any I have ever seen or used. Harry, you very well may possess one of the Hallows. You must keep it hidden. Don't let anyone discover it. Witnessing Draco's immediate instinct to protect himself, despite his uncertain judgment, nearly brought tears to Harry's eyes. He nodded earnestly, assuring Draco, "Thanks to the generous contributions from the Grapefruit Fairy and Agony 311 for the support. Each time I finish a chapter, I wonder if I will fall short of 2,000 words, yet somehow I always end up exceeding it. Am I being too verbose?" Chapter 25. The Mirror of Ariste. Placing the invisibility cloak aside, Harry continued to unwrap his gifts. However, even after all the presents had been opened, he did not see the one he truly desired. "Little dragon, where is your gift?" They both asked in unison, suddenly flushing red upon hearing each other's inquiry. With a blush, Harry retrieved the carefully prepared gift from his desk and stammered, "I just wanted to give it to you personally." "Oh, me too," Draco replied, touching his warm ears. From the bedside, he produced a gift belonging to someone. As the gold-red and silver-green gift boxes exchanged hands, they sat together in silence, tacitly choosing not to open their gifts just yet. Draco gazed at the exquisitely crafted box, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic of Malfoy and Slytherin, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to open it. Upon unveiling the box, he found a delicate gemstone necklace inside. Unlike most gemstones on the market, which were large and ostentatious, this one was adorned with a circle of smaller gems, with a few slightly larger stones of unique colors that evoked the sensation of a grassland after rain, reminiscent of the eyes of a savior. As for Harry, upon seeing the gold-red box that clashed with Slytherin aesthetics, he stood frozen. "Little dragon, why did you choose a box of this color?" Draco glanced at it dismissively and replied, "Look at your bed. Sometimes I truly believe you must be a lion. Besides, it's not entirely gold-red. There's silver on it too." A wave of warmth surged within Harry. In his previous life, he had only found the young master annoying and loud during their school years. However, in this life, having befriended him, he realized that the once arrogant boy was actually a thoughtful friend who cared about the preferences and details of those around him. This warmth peaked when he spotted the golden snitch nestled within the box. "Suddenly, I realized I forgot to write about the Quidditch match. Oh dear. Since everyone knows what happened, perhaps I should just skip it." It was basically Harry and the others casting suspicious glances at Quirrell. Given Ron's strong bias against Professor Snape, "Little dragon, this is..." Harry picked up the golden snitch, its damaged wings evoking a memory. "Weren't you quite pleased when you first received the golden snitch? It just so happened that you had bitten it, and I exchanged it for a new one." In his previous life, Harry had wished to keep his first golden snitch. However, when he went to find Madame Hooch about it, she informed him that it had already been disposed of. Unexpectedly, this life had rectified that regret. Nevertheless, Harry was determined not to leave any regrets in this life. As his thoughts settled, Harry tightly clutched the seemingly old golden snitch. "Thank you, little dragon. I truly love you." With a shout, Harry suddenly leaped forward to embrace Draco, rubbing his face against Draco's cheek, causing it to flush a deep crimson. "Harry Potter, get off me. You need to put on the necklace you gifted me, you rascal." Harry planted a firm kiss on Draco's cheek, producing a loud smack. In a hurry to appease the young master before he could become angry, he scrambled to get the necklace on him while explaining, "Little dragon, you must never take this off. I searched high and low to find this protective gear. The seller told me it can summon a shield when threatened with lethal danger." All right, I understand. Hogwarts is the safest place. You're acting like an old woman. Scarhead." Observing Draco dismissing his words, Harry felt helpless and resolved to gather more of such items for him in the future. Once everything was settled, Harry held up the invisibility cloak and said to Draco, "Little dragon, shall we go out for a nighttime adventure tonight? With such a treasure, it would be a shame not to make use of it." Draco, still a child at heart, was easily lured in by Harry's suggestion. "Let us venture out tonight before the curfew." The nocturnal escapade truly possesses an enchanting ambience only during the forbidden hours. "Of course, my dear young master." "Harry, you've stepped on my foot." "Oh, Merlin, my sincerest apologies." "Who goes there?" Filch, pursuing the sound, turned the corner only to find the empty corridors of the castle, stirred by the wind. "Curse those little rascals. I shall not let you evade me. Madam Pants, go find them." The two cloaked figures held their breath. Just as Madam Pants approached, a shout from Peeves echoed from the other side. "The red-haired Weasley. Two Weasleys are out causing mischief again." Upon hearing of the most troublesome twins, Filch abandoned his search and, calling upon Madam Pants, pursued the sound. "Phew." A platinum blonde head suddenly appeared. "Harry, you nearly made me suffocate." "I apologize, little dragon. We must hurry. I wonder if Filch will return." A boy's voice emerged, and the platinum head vanished again. Throughout their journey, Harry deliberately led Draco towards the chamber housing the mirror of Erist. Upon arriving at the familiar room, Harry's eyes brightened as he entered with Draco. Unsurprisingly, the room was devoid of anything but a grand mirror. What is this? It does not reflect your visage, but rather your desires? Draco leaned closer, scrutinizing the mirror as he slowly articulated the inscription. Merlin's beard, the mirror of Erist. Harry froze, ready to share his knowledge of the mirror. Little dragon, do you know what this is? Draco, intrigued, stepped forward. Indeed, it was mentioned in our pure-blood education. However, it has been ages since anyone has seen it. I cannot believe it resides in Hogwarts. I wish to see if it truly reveals what one desires. With that, Draco stood directly before the mirror. Harry noticed Draco's previously indifferent demeanor suddenly flushed with a crimson hue. This piqued Harry's curiosity. Little dragon, what do you see? Draco, as if jolted awake, leapt back. Oh, it's nothing, merely a vision of me as the head of the student council, surrounded by an abundance of galleons. Harry, you must take a look at yours. Harry regarded Draco skeptically, yet the longing for his parents prevailed, and he approached the mirror as Draco stood by, his face still aflame. Merlin's lace undergarments. Why do I see myself embracing Harry in the mirror? As Harry beheld his beloved parents in the mirror of Erist, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Despite his rebirth, he could not revive his parents. No amount of restitution could save them. Unconsciously, Harry reached towards the mirror, attracting Draco's attention. Gently resting a hand on Harry's shoulder, Draco inquired with concern, Harry, what troubles you? What do you see? Harry grasped the pale hand on his shoulder. It's nothing. I merely see my parents standing beside you, accompanying me. What Harry did not express was that, in addition to his parents and Draco, many others stood behind him, those belonging to the post-war Harry and to the present Harry. Understanding Harry's deep yearning for his parents, Draco tenderly wiped away Harry's tears with his handkerchief and guided him to sit down, quietly remaining by his side. He knew that, in this moment, Harry needed only his companionship. Harry, I shall remain by your side always. I know, Draco. Thanks to Agony 311 for the generous donation of love. Has anyone noticed that Draco is beginning to realize his feelings for Harry? Chapter 26. The eve of the meeting in the headmaster's office. I sincerely apologize for the delay. I have been preoccupied with my family's shop opening today, stealing moments to compose these words. Although Harry has lived a second life, no one wishes to be reunited with their parents more than he does, especially someone like Harry, the savior who can only reunite with his parents in dreams. Thus, despite repeatedly reminding himself not to become enraptured by the illusions conjured by the mirror of Erist, Harry found himself seated before the mirror for several days. Initially, Draco even instructed Goyle and Crabbe to deliver a set of blankets to Harry in that room, and he would sneak food from the Great Hall during mealtimes. Understanding Harry's longing for his parents, Draco willingly permitted him to indulge in the sight of his heroic mother and father. However, this was contingent upon Harry taking care of himself. Upon discovering for the fourth time that Harry had not consumed the food he sent, and that he seemed to have gone days without sleep, Draco dispatched Goyle and Crabbe to escort Harry to the Great Hall and force-feed him. The abruptness of their actions led Ron, who was also staying at Hogwarts, to believe that Slytherin had finally revealed its wicked nature and began to bully Harry. Malfoy, release Harry. What do you intend to do to him? Seeing Harry restrained, Ron rushed forward, only to be easily blocked by Goyle. As Draco fed Harry pumpkin juice, he rolled his eyes. Merlin, you ought to inquire of your dear brother what it truly means to keep quiet. Harry was finally beginning to feel drowsy. Do not disturb him. Draco gestured for Ron to glance at the figure leaning against him, observing Harry with his eyes closed resting on Draco's shoulder. Ron lowered his voice and leaned closer to Draco. That mirror you mentioned, the mirror of Erist, where is it? I wish to see it too. Noticing Harry's continued refusal to eat, Draco instructed Goyle to support Harry. Perfect. As we return to the dormitory, we must pass by there to retrieve the items we left behind. Let us take you along for a glimpse. Ron jumped up, eager to cheer, but quickly noted Draco's perilous glare, immediately moderating his excitement. The group made their way to the chamber, and upon entering, Ron spotted the conspicuous large mirror. He dashed toward it, exclaiming, "Oh, I am the head of the student council. Mother finally sees me. Weasley, I did not anticipate you harboring such lofty aspirations. Indeed, I know I will work diligently to make it a reality." Draco snorted dismissively, withholding his opinion. After gazing into the mirror, Ron finally shifted his attention away from it. As he turned, he noticed Crabbe struggling to lift a pile of blankets from the floor. Ron stared curiously at the red blanket, puzzled by its presence. What's going on? Why is there a blanket here? Crabbe, struggling to lift the blanket, replied, The young master is worried that Harry might be cold here at night, so he asked me and Goyle to bring it over. Unexpectedly, Draco, you are quite thoughtful, Ron teased. Draco merely expressed his silence typical of a noble. As they prepared to leave, they turned around to see an elderly man draped in a purple starry robe, smiling warmly at them. Professor Dumbledore. Ron exclaimed the instant he spotted the old man. However, the Slytherins remained silent. Draco gazed at Dumbledore, while Goyle and Crabbe looked at him. Dumbledore paid no mind to the little snake's lack of greeting. Instead, he addressed them with a kindly demeanor. Children, it seems you have uncovered a little secret of Hogwarts. And some have become rather obsessed with this secret. Ron eagerly responded to the lion. Yes, Professor. The Mirror of Erist is truly remarkable. Dumbledore stroked his beard, the crescent-shaped glasses reflecting a glimmer of light. Indeed, children, the Mirror of Erist reflects your innermost desires. Many have been drawn into its illusions and lost their lives. That is precisely why the wizarding world placed it in Hogwarts. It seems someone has fallen victim to it. At this, Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Draco. Mr. Malfoy, I believe that without your decisiveness, Harry would still be entranced by the mirror. Therefore, Slytherin earns 10 points. Mr. Weasley's swift return to reality is also commendable. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Draco quipped, I don't know why Slytherin's points make me feel anything but happy. After awarding the points, Dumbledore waved his hand, causing the Mirror of Erist to vanish before them. Now, children, I believe Harry needs a good rest. I will place the mirror in a more secure location. Draco, could you kindly inform Harry to come to my office when he awakens? Of course, you may accompany him. I have developed quite a fondness for fizzing Whizbees. Dumbledore winked at Draco before vanishing like the mirror. As they exited, the group debated, why did Professor Dumbledore call you and not me? Perhaps it's because my relationship with Harry is closer. I don't believe that. Harry has clearly stated that I am his best friend. Believe it or not. Dumbledore called for me, not you. Hey, the next afternoon, when Draco was beginning to worry that Harry might have fainted, intending to take him to the hospital wing, the slumbering figure finally awoke. Sleeping Beauty, Potter, you have finally chosen to awaken. Harry opened his eyes to find Draco seated beside his bed, looking impeccably perfect as always. The sunlight bathed his platinum hair, creating a halo of warmth around him. His hair was a faint shade of gold, but even lighter was his skin, which appeared almost translucent in the light. A wave of panic surged through Harry. He feared that Draco might dissipate like a wisp of wind. A rough hand covered the one Draco held a book with, as if only the warmth of their physical connection could assure him of Draco's presence. How long have I been asleep? Draco clasped his hand in return. Not too long, dear Sleeping Beauty, just from yesterday morning until this afternoon. If we are fortunate, we might still catch lunch. His seemingly teasing words conveyed a Slytherin concern. Harry leaned his head against the hand that Draco held. Dear little dragon, I am truly sorry. I won't let you worry like this again. Draco huffed, just know that. By the way, after you fainted yesterday, I took Weasley to that room again. And we encountered that old bee, Dumbledore. He told me to inform you to come to his office upon waking, and I will accompany you. Harry's earlier comforting gesture froze mid-motion. Oh, all right, I will go. It is indeed time. After Harry finished his meal, the two set off together toward the headmaster's office. Fizzing Whizbees. As the incantation fell, the unsightly stone gargoyle began to shift, revealing a spiraling staircase. They exchanged glances, hand in hand, ascending towards the headmaster's chamber. Welcome, both of you. Would you prefer tea or pumpkin juice? Pumpkin juice, please. As the words left his lips, 2 steaming cups appeared on the table. Harry and Draco found their respective drinks and took their seats. Once seated, neither initiated conversation as Dumbledore smiled benevolently at them. Harry felt somewhat restless. Before him sat one of the individuals he held in the highest regard, yet memories of past manipulations, his own life as calculations, and the control of events left him feeling apprehensive. The vast headmaster's office fell into silence. Even the portraits of former headmasters, usually chattering, were mute. Just as Harry was about to speak, Dumbledore finally broke the stillness. Gentlemen, I believe you might be inclined to share your recent experiences with this old man. Am I correct? Harry scratched his head. Professor Dumbledore, could you please cast a silencing charm? I have some matters I wish to discuss privately with you. Draco, could you wait for me? Draco raised an eyebrow, non-committal. However, it was Dumbledore who intervened. Oh, Harry, do you not realize why it has been so quiet in the headmaster's office? From the moment you entered, I cast a silencing charm. As for Draco, Harry, I believe he can remain here to listen to our conversation. Harry's face paled slightly before he reluctantly spoke. All right, Professor, the truth is, I have been reborn. Before Dumbledore could respond, Draco interjected. What? Let Draco hear Harry out first, and then you can share your thoughts. Let us allow Harry to finish his account. Dumbledore quickly reassured the increasingly agitated Malfoy. Harry glanced anxiously at Draco but clenched his teeth and continued. In my previous life, you died during my 6th year. And shortly thereafter, the war broke out. Many perished in the war, Professor Snape, Professor Lupin, Tonks, and Fred. Harry recounted the events of his past life, including his demise after the war, yet he omitted the fact that he had followed Draco closely thereafter, perhaps subconsciously reluctant to reveal this detail. As Harry passionately described the war, the Horcruxes, and Voldemort's death, he failed to notice Draco's increasingly pale complexion. Dumbledore, however, cast a glance at Draco. That's about it. I have shared everything I know. After Harry finished, he suddenly halted, his throat parched, and he grabbed the pumpkin juice from the table, drinking it all in one go. Then sat upright, awaiting the elderly man's thoughtful response, daring not to glance at the person beside him. Once Dumbledore saw that Harry had concluded, he paused his contemplation and turned to Draco. So, Draco, do you have anything you wish to add? I mean, in terms of your previous life. Harry abruptly turned to Draco, only to find him with a pallid complexion, his right hand unconsciously gripping his left arm. Harry swore on his vault full of gold galleons that he could distinctly smell blood. He grasped Draco's left hand and carefully rolled up his sleeve, revealing the telltale speckles of blood that had been excavated by the owner himself. Ignoring any questions regarding Dumbledore's words, Harry muttered a healing spell, only to have Draco gently evade it. This proud individual seemed to regress to a state reminiscent of the aftermath of the war. Even the once resplendent platinum hair of the Malfoy family had lost its luster. Harry stared in disbelief at his empty hands, realizing he had forgotten that the Draco before him was the same one who had faced the horrors of war and had been his archrival. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who could no longer bear to watch, using a healing charm to mend Draco's wounds, restoring the smoothness of his left arm. Draco began, startled by his own hoarse voice. He cleared his throat and spoke with difficulty. I am deeply sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore. The Death Eaters came to Hogwarts because of me. Dumbledore playfully pushed a lemon sherbet toward Draco and winked mischievously. Mr. Malfoy, I believe I shan't hold you accountable, neither did my former self. I understand, Tom. As Harry just mentioned, had you not fulfilled Tom's tasks, I suspect that both Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy would have met dire fates. Draco silently nodded. After a prolonged silence, he began to share some intelligence regarding the Death Eaters before and during the war. That is all I know. My previous self was not particularly well informed. Harry, listening nearby, felt his eyes redden, clenching his fists tightly and biting his lip. He had never imagined that the little scoundrel who once stood with the Death Eaters had endured so much and faced such dire straits. As the former adversary in one life and a good friend in this one, Harry was acutely aware of Draco's attachment to his family and their estate. He had always regarded Malfoy Manor as the heart of their family, filled with his fondest memories. After hearing Draco's account, Dumbledore reheated the tea and pushed it toward him. Poor child, I believe you may require something warm. Would you like some sugar? Feel free to help yourself. I need to ponder for a moment. With that, he summoned a sugar bowl and began to pace while deep in thought. Draco silently added nearly half the sugar cubes to his tea, stirring it, while Harry looked at the syrupy mixture, feeling a pang in his teeth. Seizing the opportunity while Dumbledore was lost in contemplation, Harry attempted to communicate with Draco, but received no response. In fact, Harry felt as if Draco had become even more withdrawn. Gradually, Harry ceased his attempts to speak, and the small space returned to a tranquil silence. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not take long to reflect. He soon returned to his seat. Harry noticed a fleeting moment of distraction in Dumbledore's gaze as he looked at the blank photo on the table. All right, children. I believe I have an inkling as to why you have returned. With a wave of his wand, a dusty, tattered book flew from the depths of the bookshelf. This tome was said to have originated from the time of Merlin, chronicling rare reincarnates. These individuals often possessed an exceptionally strong will, striving to alter the future. Of course, considerable magical prowess was also requisite. The unspoken past, the fog-laden future. From this book, we cannot ascertain whether these reincarnates succeeded in changing their fates. But I am inclined to believe the outcome would not be dismal. Children, since you have been sent back to the present, it must be a blessing from Merlin. Perhaps we truly can win this war in a more favorable manner. With that, Dumbledore winked at them. Harry cast a deep look at Draco, solidifying his resolve. I will. Headmaster, we certainly shall. Now, Harry, you and Draco should return to rest. As far as I know, you have Transfiguration class this afternoon. After sending the two away, Dumbledore retrieved a piece of paper from his drawer. To call it stationery was somewhat misleading. It was merely a torn piece of bed linen. Gellert has instructed you to write regarding the variables concerning the unprecedented dual reincarnates. It seems that Merlin is also on our side this time. Will we be met with a more favorable outcome? Dumbledore caressed the fabric in his hands, his gaze lingering on the familiar handwriting, imbued with heavy nostalgia and uncertainty. Oh, aging makes one sentimental. Oh, it's still early. Summon Severus to me. As for the ensuing roar from the headmaster's office, that had nothing to do with the beloved Dumbledore. Thank you to the Yuzu Spirit from the Mountains for the love-powered donation. And to Agony 311 for their love-powered donation as well. I've been quite busy these past few days. Updates should return to normal tomorrow. My inspiration has been somewhat depleted lately, so I might post an unrelated side story during the May Day holiday to refresh my mind. Chapter 28. The Eruption of Conflicts and Reconciliation. The two walked out of the headmaster's office one after the other in silence. Harry attempted to engage Draco in conversation, but Draco did not respond at all, merely quickening his pace. Realizing that Draco was not inclined to talk, Harry ultimately chose to slow down and give him some space. However, what Harry did not anticipate was that this space would stretch into several days. After the holiday ended and classes resumed, having failed for the nth time to catch Draco after class, Harry was incensed and turned to his friends for assistance. Since that day, Draco had not returned to the dormitory, dashing off faster than anyone else as soon as classes ended, leaving Harry unable to catch him. Even attempts to stealthily follow him with the invisibility cloak had been thwarted. Gathering his friends together, Harry vaguely informed them of the recent conflict with Draco, who was now avoiding him and unwilling to engage in a proper conversation. Pansy, leading the small Slytherin group, reassured him that Draco simply needed a bit of personal space and would come around in due time. Hermione, echoing Harry's sentiments, suggested that Draco might not be doing well and should not be left alone. Ron chimed in, "Isn't Malfoy not in the dorm? Harry, would you like to join me for a nighttime exploration? George and Fred told me about a secret passage for night adventures." Ignoring the small Slytherin group and Ron's foolishness, Harry placed his hopes on Hermione's seemingly limitless abilities. "But Hermione, I can't find him anywhere. I can't locate any of his usual haunts," Harry lamented, lowering his head. The most resourceful girl contemplated for a moment, stroking her chin. "Harry, is there a place that holds special significance for both him and you? One that might not be known to most?" Harry racked his brain in thought. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "I've got it," before darting out like a whirlwind, leaving his friends staring at one another in confusion. "All right, it seems the savior is now solely focused on Draco. Pansy, help me pick out a few of my new dresses. I've even selected some for you." "Blaise said you wouldn't like them," Pansy said, linking her arm with Hermione's in a playful manner, complaining about someone in a teasing tone. Hermione entwined her arm with Pansy's. And over the past 6 months of interaction with Pansy and her companions, she had transformed from the disheveled little witch of her previous life, one who was solely engrossed in her books and the chaotic mess left by her two ineffectual male counterparts. She had blossomed into an artistic and elegant young woman. Ever since they had forged a friendship, Pansy, one of the two girls in their small group, had become enamored with the idea of adorning Hermione, significantly enhancing her aesthetic sensibilities. The two often spent time together, accompanied by Ron and Blaise. "Dear Pansy, let those boys go to hell. Blaise's taste is only commendable when it comes to selecting a partner. Whatever you choose, I shall surely adore." Pansy raised an eyebrow at Blaise in a teasing manner, to which he responded with a flawless smile, returning to Harry and Draco's side. Upon Hermione's mention of a significant location, Harry immediately thought of the Room of Requirement. Draco had spent an entire year there, which was the fundamental reason he had used the Cruciatus Curse on Draco. It was also the place where they had truly held hands for the first time. Before the 7th year battle, the Room of Requirement had been destroyed by Crabbe's fiendfire, vanishing from existence. But now, Draco must be there. With this thought, Harry quickened his pace towards the Room of Requirement. It was only when he faced the portrait of the troll that he recalled he had no knowledge of the password to enter. However, another method might be worth trying. "Please, grant me access to the room where Draco resides. Please, grant me access to the room where Draco resides. Please, grant me access to the room where Draco resides." Under Harry's anxious gaze, a door subtly emerged from the blank wall opposite the portrait. Yes, success. Harry pushed the door open and stepped into a dark, confined room. Through the faint light filtering in from behind him, he saw Draco sitting in a daze with his legs hugged to his chest in front of the vanishing cabinet. As the door closed, the room was once again engulfed in darkness. Harry knocked on the walls of the Room of Requirement, and several sudden lights illuminated the pitch-black space. He approached Draco and sat beside him, the silence lingering between them for a considerable time. "Draco, may I inquire what thoughts occupy your mind?" Draco smirked sarcastically. "What is it? The Savior still retains his benevolence in this new life, expressing concern for a Death Eater. You know full well that is not how I feel." Harry retorted, his frustration evident. "We have been granted a fresh start. None of the past transpired. Why can you not open your heart and attempt to accept me? Your war concluded with flowers, applause, and a beautiful girlfriend. And me? I remained trapped in the nightmares of battle. My parents were even forbidden from returning home during those years, leaving me alone in that house filled with horrific memories. Malfoy Manor. A life of torment without respite." Draco nearly shouted, completely losing control, desperately wanting to vent the turmoil within him. After releasing his pent-up emotions, the only sound that filled the room of requirement was Draco's heavy breathing. I have always wanted to help you, after the war, but you have consistently rejected my goodwill. Harry finally spoke, his voice hoarse after a prolonged silence. Draco let out a scoff. Do you see that cabinet? It's the vanishing cabinet. During that year when you stalked me like a creep, I was here repairing that damned thing. As he spoke, Draco kicked the cabinet with force. If it weren't for you breaking that cursed prophecy ball, my father would not have been imprisoned in Azkaban. And I would not have been branded with that damned dark mark. I wouldn't have been assigned the task of repairing this infernal cabinet and killing Dumbledore. Do you know how they spoke of me upon returning to school after the war? The youngest Death Eater, the top Death Eater, the accursed Malfoy. Is that something I could control? If I could, I would stand in the sunlight rather than watch those Death Eaters slaughter innocent people in my living room. Watch those foul werewolves feast upon the corpses. I witnessed that Muggle Studies teacher being swallowed by that damned snake right before my eyes. As he reached the end of his words, Draco's emotional state once again waned, tears escaping him, forming a chain that tightly gripped Harry's heart. He yearned to embrace him, but was uncertain of the identity with which to do so. Do you know, Harry Potter, during the 8th year return to school, I contemplated seeking your assistance, but at that time, you and your little weasel seemed so blissful. Moreover, I owed them so much. Draco trembled, as if recalling a painful memory. Harry's eyes widened suddenly, his voice barely a whisper. You mean, after that, many continued to bully you? The silence served as the best answer. No further words were necessary for Harry to comprehend. I am truly sorry, Draco. I am genuinely sorry. No need to apologize. We are not friends, Draco stated as he moved further away from Harry. Yet, the tear-streaked savior clutched his pant leg tightly. No, please listen to me. I know you are not that kind of person. I have always taken good care of the Hawthorn wand you gave me. I used it to defeat those Death Eaters. Those who sought to harm you. I was simply too occupied. I had no idea you felt this way all along. I intended to apprehend all those Death Eaters before seeking reconciliation with you. But, as you know, I failed to accomplish that. Such deep feelings. Should I call you the savior? Draco challenged. And how do you explain the Cruciatus curse from that year? He attempted to crouch down to meet Harry's eyes, but suddenly felt dizzy, succumbing to darkness as he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, Draco heard the heart-wrenching cry of the scarred boy. Little dragon. Thank you to the Yuzu spirit from the mountains for the generous support. Chapter 29, Reconciliation. True friends. Little dragon, please wake up. I beg you. If you no longer wish to be my friend, then so be it, but please, awaken. Who is it? So loud. Draco, in a daze, opened his eyes to the pristine ceiling of the infirmary. Before he could take in his surroundings, he was met with a pair of tear-filled emerald eyes. His perpetually tousled hair appeared even messier, and the face he had painstakingly nurtured back to health seemed to have withered once more, dark circles hanging beneath those large, green eyes, long lashes glistening with tears. The familiar sound of Harry's sobs lacked their usual vigor, causing Harry to feel his own tears welling up uncontrollably. What is it, little dragon? Would you like a drink of water? Are you hungry? Without waiting for Draco's response, Harry turned to fetch some water. Would Draco, upon awakening, wish to avoid him? Would he still not want to be friends? Just a moment of escape. Harry took the opportunity to calm himself as he filled the cup. But how much could a single cup truly contain? As the cup gradually filled, Harry realized he could no longer evade the inevitable. He walked back to Draco's bedside, only to find Draco attempting to sit up on his own. Alarmed, Harry rushed over, casually placing the cup down as he passed the bedside table. Even the water spilling from the cup went unnoticed, as Harry was solely focused on the arduous task of assisting the young master in rising. He carefully placed several plush pillows behind Draco, striving to ensure that he could lean back in greater comfort. Only then did Harry lift the cup of water and slowly feed it to Draco. With the soothing liquid quenching his long-parched throat, Draco cleared his voice, finally able to speak normally. Potter, were you just buzzing in my ear? As his voice returned, Draco immediately directed his question at the savior before him, who was staring down, lost in thought. Yes, I'm sorry. Did I wake you? Harry said, lowering his head in guilt. Humph. Considering you're the only one who would drone on like a fly around a Malfoy, Draco huffed in a feigned display of pride, which Harry misinterpreted as Draco's reluctance to befriend him, leading him to say, I'm sorry, Draco, I'll leave you alone. With that, he turned away, dragging his heavy footsteps towards the door, leaving Draco stunned at the departing figure. Hey, Potter, come back. When did I say I didn't want to be friends with you? Draco snapped, tapping the edge of the bed, and Harry, like a summoned puppy, quickly bounded back to Draco's side, his green eyes sparkling. Draco gazed into those eyes, purer than the finest emeralds, and sighed inwardly. All right, Harry, you should be calm enough to listen to me now. I have a question, and I hope you answer truthfully. With that, Draco fixed a serious gaze upon the boy before him. Harry sensed the gravity in the air and straightened slightly. Dragon, ask whatever you wish. I promise to speak candidly. Draco nodded in satisfaction. Very well, then I ask you this. After you died in your previous life, did you not follow me closely? Upon hearing this question, Harry stiffened. His first instinct to deflect. Dragon, what are you talking about? I died and went to the Vale of Death. Under the weight of Draco's piercing gaze, Harry's voice dwindled. Draco scoffed. The great savior seems to have never noticed that when you lie, you like to entwine your left and right hands together. Harry quickly separated his hands, which had indeed been entwined. I'm sorry. After a moment of silence, Harry chose to be honest. Yes, I did follow you after I died. Until you two passed away, at which point I lost consciousness. When I awakened, I found myself back at my aunt's home. Draco raised an eyebrow, as if suddenly recalling something. You don't mean to say you saw me with Astoria, do you? Hey, what do you take me for? I left right after attending your wedding to Astoria. Besides, you don't even know her yet, so why act so familiar? As he spoke, the great savior's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Upon hearing that Harry left immediately after the wedding, Draco let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that incident had gone unnoticed by the giant. However, seeing the tearful savior before him, Draco couldn't resist a touch of mischief. But we're purebloods. A union is inevitable. Unless something unforeseen occurs, I will still marry Astoria. With those words, Draco felt Harry's grip tighten around his hand. But I want you to marry the one you love. To freely choose your own marriage. Would you stand by my side in this life? That way, after the war, you will still be the illustrious Malfoy. Surely, Mr. Malfoy would not impose on you. Though Draco's eyes stung, he forced himself to maintain a calm facade while teasing Harry. How can I trust the words of someone who nearly killed me? Harry halted, his grip tightening further. The events of that day remained a thorn between them. Yet he also understood that now was the opportune moment to address the issue. Delaying would serve no purpose. I'm truly sorry. I always thought it was a prank curse, like a jinx. I never intended to hurt you. Truly, I never considered inflicting such pain. Humph. One might think you harbor great hatred for me. If it weren't for my godfather, I would have perished back then, while our savior would have rejoiced at having slain a Death Eater, thwarting Voldemort's plans. No, it's not like that. I know you didn't willingly become a Death Eater. I merely wanted to see if there was any way I could assist you, considering you seemed unwell at that time. Moreover, back then, you were still attempting to cast curses at me. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, Potter. I never cast that curse. All right. To be honest, Draco, I genuinely wished to be your friend, but you always found ways to trouble me. And you insulted Ron and Hermione. Your temper is truly something else. Draco abruptly released Harry's hand. You rejected me. No one has dared to refuse a Malfoy throughout my life. You are the first, mingling with the impoverished Weasley and Muggleborns. Hey, sweetheart. Do I need to remind you that you're currently friends with the very impoverished Weasley and Muggleborns you speak of? Potter. As Draco regained his vigor, Harry finally broke into a smile, laughter spilling forth, growing louder by the moment. Draco, infected by his joy, gradually laughed alongside him. The two continued to chuckle uproariously, their laughter echoing in the hospital wing until Madame Pomfrey was summoned. Excuse me, gentlemen, may I remind you that this is the infirmary? If you don't wish to rest properly, I shall have to ask you to leave. As the still weak Draco and the bewildered Harry exchanged glances at the door, Draco playfully smacked Harry. Ouch! Harry exclaimed in surprise, while Draco rolled his eyes. This is your fault. Now you must carry me back. I can barely walk after just waking. Harry obediently crouched down. Come on, dear young master. Draco climbed onto Harry's back, unapologetically tugging at his hair. Hurry. Let us make our way to Slytherin. Feeling his companion's exuberance, Harry couldn't help but smile. Draco's recovery was the best news of all. Nothing else mattered. Draco, when were you reborn? The mirror of Ariste. At that time, I had no idea you had also been reborn. Otherwise, I would have let you starve alone. Oh, dear little dragon. I know you couldn't bear it. You're not me. Thanks to Agony 311 for the generous support. It's unclear if anyone has noticed that Draco saw Harry's spirit following him in his dreams. I, too, have a bit of a psychological shadow regarding Draco. And this chapter includes a minor personal assumption. Chapter 30. Look, it's a dragon. After all that transpired, though Draco endeavored to maintain his usual demeanor, there remained a hint of dissonance. Consequently, he reduced the frequency of his conversations in front of others, causing great concern for his friend Pansy. Only when Ron subtly gifted him 2 chocolate frogs to express his concern did Draco truly feel the reality of his friendship with the Gryffindor trio from his previous life, albeit now reduced to a duo. Despite Draco's attempts to uphold a facade, Harry could still perceive the anxiety brewing within him. Yet there seemed to be no effective means to alleviate Draco's burden. Just as Harry found himself at a loss, one afternoon, Hedwig brought him the best news he had heard in days. "Harry, I have heard that young Malfoy has been feeling rather down lately. I might possess something that could lift his spirits. After classes, bring your friends to my little hut. Your best friend, Hagrid." The moment Harry laid eyes on the note, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Merlin's lace-trimmed gown. How could he have forgotten that Hagrid had acquired a dragon egg around this time? Ever since his previous life, Harry was aware of Draco's fondness for dragons, and he felt certain that even the reborn Draco would not have relinquished this passion. Harry leaned closer to Draco, who was intently focused on his steak, and presented the note to him. "Look, Hagrid is concerned about you two. Let's go after school, and we can invite Ron and Hermione." Draco did not immediately consider the dragon egg. Although he knew Hagrid was raising a dragon, that was a matter from decades past. His health had deteriorated over the years, leaving many memories hazy, save for the vivid strokes of Harry and that noseless old bald head. "I'm fine, but Pansy and the others probably want to join us. After all, you know how your half-giant friend seems rather unkempt," Draco remarked, wrinkling his nose. Harry miffed, retorted, "Hey, dear, he is your friend now too. And Hagrid is a wonderful person. Potter, who gave you permission to call me dear? How can you address a Malfoy like that in public? Don't you have any shame?" "Oh, all right, Draco. Don't be angry. I'll go find Ron and the others." Go away, you annoy me." "Well, annoyance is unavoidable, after all. We are roommates." "Potter." As Harry noticed Draco's cheeks flushed with anger, he hurried towards the Gryffindor table. Sure enough, the next moment, a silver spoon clattered down to the spot where Harry had just been standing, only to be whisked back to the kitchen by Hogwarts magic. When the day's classes concluded, the sun still hung high in the sky, thanks to the overlap in schedules between Slytherin and Gryffindor. The four of them did not need to arrange a meeting spot, and simply exited the Charms classroom together. As they walked along the path outside the castle, Ron observed Harry using a levitation charm to shield Draco from the sun with his book, his eyes twitching in irritation, as if something were lodged in his throat. Clearly, Hermione was also struggling to accept such an affront to the sanctity of books. She proactively initiated a conversation with Harry. "Harry, did Hagrid mention what the surprise is?" "Not exactly, but it must be some fascinating magical creature. You know how Hagrid is drawn to those things." Finally, Harry managed to divert some of his attention from shielding Draco to his companions. "Oh, Merlin's suspenders, those adorable little creatures Hagrid mentioned, are certainly not to be trifled with." Ron shuddered at the thought of the magical beasts they had encountered at Hagrid's since the start of the term. Harry noticed Draco shiver slightly, clutching his arm. Harry whispered to Draco, "If you hadn't been so rude, Buckbeak wouldn't have hurt you." Draco shot him a glare in return. "That beast had no right to injure me. Hey, trust me, if we happen to meet Buckbeak again this time, just listen to me. I'll have it take you for a tour around the castle. Provided you refrain from being so venomous, all right? Let us see how you perform." Rolling his eyes at the two whispering together, Ron exclaimed, "You two. I think Hermione and I are clearly two separate individuals, all right?" "Ah, sorry, Ron. What were we talking about again?" "Oh yes, Hagrid's magical creatures." The quartet chattered animatedly until they arrived at the little hut, only to find it unusually shut tight, with curtains drawn over the windows, obscuring any view of the interior. Harry took Draco's hand and approached the door to knock. Hagrid's hearty voice, tinged with an unusual tension, called out, "Harry, is that you? Hagrid, open the door." With a flurry of noise, when Hagrid finally opened the door, a wave of intense heat rushed out, instantly flushing Draco's face. Hagrid nervously ushered Harry and the others inside, and promptly shut the door behind them. Hermione gazed in astonishment at the lit fireplace and various braziers around the room. "Goodness. Hagrid, what on earth are you doing?" Draco, however, had noticed something in the small pot hanging over the fireplace, and his eyes began to gleam with realization. "Big bloke, have you got a dragon? What breed is it? Has it hatched yet? It can't have, right? Can I see this adorable little creature?" Hagrid, evidently delighted to find someone who shared his enthusiasm for magical creatures, lifted the dragon egg from the pot and placed it on the table while answering Draco's questions. Yes, I've checked. It's a Norwegian Ridgeback egg. Isn't the pattern beautiful?" Harry chuckled at the sight of Draco, enraptured before the dragon egg, alongside Ron and Hagrid. Yet, Hermione sensed something amiss. The astute young witch had clearly studied the laws of the magical world. But Hagrid, private ownership of dragons is forbidden in the magical community, and there are no channels for purchasing dragon eggs. "Where did you acquire this egg?" Hagrid proudly thumped his chest, a while back. "I was having a drink at the Leaky Cauldron and mentioned to my drinking buddies that I owned a three-headed dog named Fluffy, which I had lent to Professor Dumbledore for safekeeping. One shady hooded figure didn't he believe I could tame a three-headed dog and claimed to have just acquired one himself, which he couldn't tame. We made a bet. If I could explain how I trained Fluffy, he would give me a dragon egg. I told him Fluffy loves music. Play him some, and he'll fall asleep. But that only works for Fluffy. I can't say for other three-headed dogs." A couple of days later, he told me my method was brilliant and promptly handed me the dragon egg. Silence enveloped the group for a moment before Hermione let out a shriek. Hagrid, how many dangerous magical creatures have you been harboring at Hogwarts? Watching Hermione's hair appear as if it might explode, Harry silently anticipated her reaction upon discovering that Hagrid had also been raising acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. Thankfully, the Gryffindor's wits remained intact. After the initial shock, Hermione calmed down to ponder the implications. Hagrid, you mentioned that individual asked you how to deal with a three-headed dog. Do you think he might come to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. What if he happens to have a three-headed dog of his own? Besides, who would steal the Philosopher's Stone? We learned last year that someone was after it. And how likely is it that other three-headed dogs enjoy music? Why does Fluffy fall asleep at the sound of music? Hagrid proudly straightened his chest. That's because I've been playing music for Fluffy since he was a pup. It's unique to him. Even Ron, usually slow on the uptake, began to grasp the issue. Hagrid, you just said that only Fluffy has that habit because of your music. But that hooded figure claimed to have just acquired a three-headed dog. How could that be useful? Draco then concluded, this indicates that the one plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone has infiltrated Hogwarts. He may even be one of the professors. Hagrid stood frozen, stammering, oh, I shall speak with Dumbledore about this. Such matters are not for you little ones to ponder. Now be off with you. With that, Hagrid bestowed upon each of them a strand of unicorn tail hair and ushered them out of the hut. Ron stared at the strand of unicorn tail in his hand, momentarily lost in thought, before abruptly grabbing Draco's hand. Draco, what is the market value of unicorn tail hair? Draco cast a glance at the hair clenched in Ron's fist. This strand is worth a couple of 100 galleons. Take it. It holds no value for me. I shall keep one as a memento, he said, shoving the hair into Ron's hand. The unexpected windfall left Ron dazed and bewildered. He gazed at the strand for a long moment before managing to utter a simple thank you. Seeing that Harry and Hermione also wished to give their strands to Ron, Draco quickly interjected. Unicorn tail hair can be crafted into excellent protective bracelets. None of you possess such a thing, so you should take it to Diagon Alley to have one made. If you are uncertain, you may seek my assistance. The Malfoys are not in short supply of these. One from me is sufficient. Hermione thoughtfully tucked her strand away. Harry chuckled, already envisioning what he would create with his small collection of hair. He carefully set it aside, took the hand of the proud Draco, and softly said, I am proud of you, Draco. In response, he received a soft huff. Thanks to Agony 311 for the love power donation, and to the Yuzu Spirit from the Mountains for the love power donation as well. Finally, we return to the plot. I truly enjoy writing these daily snippets. How have I managed to write nearly 3,000 words? What am I doing? A small side story with no responsibilities will drop around May Day, a theme I adore. If all goes well, I might complete it in a day. However, it feels like it could take me several days with my current pace. If that theme does not appeal to you, you may wait a few days for my update on the main story. Chapter 31, The Birth of the Dragon. After discovering that Hagrid was secretly raising a dragon, Harry noticed that Draco often seemed to vanish. After yet another instance of turning around only to find him missing, Harry resolved to confront Draco. Draco, confess honestly. Are you visiting Hagrid every day? Draco's gaze shifted evasively. Oh, come on, don't pry so much. It's a dragon. Do you really have such a fondness for dragons? Harry asked, exasperated. Please, it's a dragon. Just like my name, Draco replied, his eyes sparkling. Seeing Draco so uncharacteristically joyful, Harry chose not to dampen his spirits. All right, but you could at least wait for me to join you, couldn't you? Fine, let us go now then. But we haven't eaten yet, Draco, Harry protested, only to receive a reassuring squeeze of his hand and a response carried away by the wind. Don't worry, I've sent a house elf to deliver food. Another day passed, and the four of them quietly sought refuge in an empty classroom. Hermione broke the silence first. Based on what we heard from Hagrid, we can be fairly certain that someone attempting to steal that item is within Hogwarts. Draco frowned. Couldn't you just say the Philosopher's Stone? Why refer to it as that thing? It's rather odd. Hermione conceded, fine, the Philosopher's Stone. According to Hagrid, the method to deal with Quirrell has already been leaked. We can likely narrow down the suspects to Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. However, we still do not know when they will act. Harry reassured them, no worries, we will let things unfold naturally. With Dumbledore overseeing the school, they wouldn't dare attempt a theft while he is present. That makes sense, Hermione mused, nodding thoughtfully. Only Ron appeared utterly oblivious as he listened to their discussion, finally breaking his silence after they concluded. So, friends, which one is it, Snape or that garlic breath? Draco sighed Weasley. I'm not sure whether to commend you for not calling Professor Snape Old Bat anymore. Oh, Ron glanced at Harry. Should he tell Draco that every time he referred to Snape as Old Bat, Harry would give himself a fierce pinch? However, upon receiving a warning look from Harry, Ron opted to gloss over it, and fortunately for him, Draco did not seek an answer. Hermione calmly analyzed. Neither of their suspicions can be dismissed. Therefore, Harry and Draco. Since you are from Slytherin, Professor Snape 1T take issue with you. You should follow him. Ron and I will keep an eye on Professor Quirrell. Let us convene each morning in the Great Hall to share our findings. The three nodded in agreement. Their surveillance continued uninterrupted until mid-April. That morning, upon gathering, they, as usual, had nothing to report. Ron slumped dejectedly at the long table. Guys, I'm not exaggerating. There has been no progress whatsoever. That garlic breath teaches class and then retreats to his office without ever wandering out. Harry and his close friend echoed the sentiment. We are in the same boat. Snape is either teaching or brewing potions in his office. Draco attended class with him every other day. There were no peculiarities to report. Hermione stroked her chin thoughtfully. It seems Harry was right. Nothing has happened while Dumbledore is here. Draco glanced at Harry and suggested, perhaps we should put our surveillance on hold, as tracking Professor Snape has become rather tedious. Harry has been neglecting his Quidditch practice. Flynn has complained to me several times already. Harry straightened. Oh, Flynn has been complaining to you? Didn't I tell him not to bother you with anything else? Draco crossed his arms. I merely inquired about your training. And he took it upon himself to complain directly to me. To think he would grumble to a Malfoy. I've already set him straight. Seeing his best friend regard Draco with an expression of utter disgust, Ron stifled a retch. Hermione rolled her eyes. All right, boys. If you wish to flirt, kindly return to your Slytherin common room. The two exchanged glances, and Draco's face suddenly flushed. Harry, oblivious to the moment, glanced at Draco's reddened cheeks and asked, Draco, why are you blushing? Blast it. Draco shot Harry an indignant glare before turning to leave. Harry watched Draco's retreating figure, ignoring the pang in his heart, and turned to Hermione. What is wrong with him? As Hermione pondered how best to respond to Harry's query, Hedwig swooped down towards Harry. Good girl, what's the matter? Hedwig proudly extended her foot, bearing a note, while nonchalantly snatching a piece of meat from the long table. Harry unwrapped the note, joining Ron and Hermione to read it together. Hatching soon. Hagrid. Oh, goodness. Is Norbert about to be born? Harry, we must include Malfoy. Ron exclaimed excitedly. Influenced by his older brother Charlie, he had developed an interest in dragons. During the time Harry had been unable to catch Draco, the two had frequently crossed paths with Hagrid, and their relationship had improved considerably, though they still favored addressing each other by their last names. Thanks to the dragons, the three of them found ample opportunities to gather together, even having named the dragon egg long before. Observing Ron's eagerness to rush to Hagrid, Hermione firmly grasped the back of Ron's neck. The dragon egg 1T hatched that quickly. We still have classes today. We can go after our lessons. Oh, fine. Hermione, you are such a spoilsport. What did you say? Ronald, observing his good friend, who now exhibited the ominous signs of future domestic subservience. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the absence of brotherly affection. After class, the exuberant Draco and Ron each tugged at their sleeves, eager to rush outside. Merlin's beard. I never anticipated the day when I would witness a dragon hatching with my own eyes. Who could have predicted it? Malfoy, it is truly unbelievable. The group hastened towards Hagrid's hut, with Harry and Hermione having to grip their garments tightly with one hand to avoid being yanked around by the excitement of the two boys. Knock, knock, knock. Ron and Draco simultaneously rapped on Hagrid's door, which the half-giant promptly opened. Oh, friends, you've arrived just in time. Norbert is about to hatch. The four of them squeezed inside, and as expected, they beheld the dragon egg on Hagrid's table, now marred by several cracks. After securely closing the door, Hagrid joined them at the table. He, along with Draco and Ron, crouched before the dragon egg, occasionally displaying a tender expression. Hermione, on the other hand, seemed to have produced a pen and notebook from nowhere, clearly intent on documenting this miraculous event of hatching in its entirety. As for Harry, he swore that Draco's bright-eyed demeanor was utterly captivating, rendering him momentarily forgetful of the dragon egg. Our savior sat there, gazing vacantly at Draco's sparkling gray-blue eyes. The little dragon, displaying remarkable vigor, did not keep them waiting long before emerging. By Merlin's small dragon pajamas, he is simply perfect, Ron exclaimed, awestruck. Draco followed suit with a forthright appraisal, a very healthy, flawless Norwegian ridgeback. Hagrid, I must say, you truly have a knack for caring for these magical creatures. If Dumbledore can't afford your salary, might you consider coming to Malfoy Manor to help us with our animals? The affable giant scratched his head and declined. Thank you for the invitation, Draco, but I prefer to remain at Hogwarts. Well then, the group continued to amuse themselves with the newly hatched Norbert for a while. Perhaps it was the way Draco's hair shimmered in the warmth of the hearth, resembling the most exquisite jewels, that captivated Norbert, who ignored even Hagrid, opting instead to nestle against Draco. When Hagrid attempted to lift him away, the temperamental dragon emitted a few sparks of fire aimed at his beard. Truth be told, this fiery dragon appeared ready to snap at anyone, its demeanor suggesting it could breathe fire at any moment. Yet, it remained tranquil only in Draco's presence, which left Hagrid quite disheartened. This sentimental half-giant even produced a handkerchief from somewhere, covering his face as he wept. "Oh, Norbert, I am your true mother." After securing Hagrid's promise to feed Norbert daily, Draco and Ron, satisfied, took Harry and Hermione along as they departed. Draco even contemplated taking the dragon eggshell with him, but realizing it was essential for the little dragon's nourishment, he had to abandon the idea. As they left, Harry swore he saw Hermione had already pinned a paper titled "On the Hatching and Care of Dragons" in the brief time they amused Norbert. Thanks to the generous donations from the Yuzu Spirit from the Mountains, who powered this with love, and Agony 311 for another contribution powered by love. Starting tomorrow, I will begin updating the side stories. They are some of my favorite whimsical ideas. Once the side stories are complete, I will return to the main plot. Imagine a world where everyone lives in an American high school. Warning, this is an irresponsible side story featuring gender-bent Draco, a product of my passion for American teen movies. Inspired by the exasperating assignments from elective courses, my proud and aloof young lady must be fiercely embraced by the sweaty captain of the rival football team. Hogwarts High School, the finest private institution in America, is attended primarily by the children of nobility, politicians, and the wealthy elite. Naturally, this has resulted in a division into two distinct social strata. The first consists of the four major groups formed by the offspring of top-tier aristocrats and politicians. Gryffindor, primarily composed of politicians and old money families, interspersed with a few nouveau riche who have managed to infiltrate the upper echelon. They may not be the wealthiest, but are undoubtedly the most active, with members dominating various sports teams at the school, most of whom eschew academic pursuits in favor of athletic scholarships. Slytherin, the aristocrats among aristocrats, almost entirely comprised of long-established families of old money, some of which boast histories that predate that of America itself. The members of the Slytherin elite control nearly all centers of power within Hogwarts High School, from parents serving as board members to students holding key positions in the student council. Do not attempt to provoke any Slytherin. They are remarkably united. Ravenclaw, the haven for academic achievers. Almost all participants in external academic competitions hail from Ravenclaw, and they take great pride in their accomplishments. Hufflepuff occupies all the student council positions outside of Slytherin, managing the broadcasting station and the school newspaper, with excellent rapport that extends even to other schools and alumni. The second stratum comprises those who are not quite as elite, collectively referred to as Muggles. The nation is familiar with Hogwarts High School, and within its walls, everyone knows of the Plastics. The Plastics consist of three individuals: Hermione Granger, the brains of the Plastics, a perennial top scholar at Hogwarts, privy to all the school's little secrets. Her voluminous brown curls often lead one to suspect that her knowledge and secrets have somehow transformed into her hair. Pansy Parkinson, akin to a beautiful serpent, possesses a tongue so venomous it could prove lethal with a mere lick. Hailing from an old money family, she embodies the archetypal aristocratic demeanor. As the assistant to the student council president, her capabilities are beyond question, yet she still revels in spending extravagantly. She has a rival, though neither wishes to acknowledge it. Lastly, there is Draco Malfoy, an undeniable star. If Hogwarts High School were a crown, she would be the most dazzling gem adorning it. Wealthy exceedingly so. A proud individual who holds her father in high esteem. The leader of Slytherin, president of the student council, and in a relationship with the vice president of the student council. If you were to inquire about the general perception of Draco Malfoy at Hogwarts High School, it would be, Draco Malfoy, she is flawless. She possesses 2 Fendi bags and a silver Lexus. She has insured her hair for $10,000. Rumor has it she engages in automobile trade in Japan. Her favorite film is High School Blues. Once, on a plane, she encountered John Stamos, who praised her beauty. There was an occasion when she punched me in the face, and it felt incredible. She epitomizes the very essence of what every girl dreams of becoming. She always exudes confidence, and is consistently crowned the spring prom queen. It is said her father is the wealthiest man in America, and that she has her own fashion line. Her physique is stunning, and as you might imagine, all the boys at school yearn for a passionate night with her. Despite the overwhelmingly positive reviews of Draco among the students of Hogwarts High School, one individual stands apart. Harry Potter, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the most popular student, and indeed the most favored student at Hogwarts High School. To be honest, Harry Potter has known Draco Malfoy since the moment he was born. In their childhood, the relationship between the two was remarkably harmonious. However, just as Harry believed they would continue to play together indefinitely, Draco abruptly severed their friendship, even resorting to cold mockery during subsequent encounters. Over time, They became universally acknowledged adversaries throughout Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry. This animosity intensified following Draco's relationship with Theodore. Harry perceived Draco as a little brat, a beautifully crafted, cunningly deceptive, and explosively temperamental scoundrel. Upon Draco's inaugural arrival at Hogwarts, his privileged lineage swiftly elevated him to the status of Slytherin's leader. Initially, the plastics consisted solely of Draco and Pansy. On the first day Hermione transferred in, she was welcomed into this most coveted clique. Even after all this time, Hermione could vividly recall the rules Draco had laid down. The first rule mandated wearing pink on Wednesdays. The second forbade dating the dimwits from the Quidditch team, especially Potter and his band of red-haired followers. The third dictated never to let boys believe they had a chance unless we desired for them to think so. To be frank, Hermione had no intention of joining when she received the invitation, but inwardly, she bit her handkerchief. No one could refuse those damp, gray-blue eyes gazing intently at them. Thus, the plastics expanded to 3 members. Sweat trickled down Harry's forehead, soaking his already drenched Quidditch jersey. The merciless August sun scorched the Hogwarts training grounds, yet he remained oblivious. His focus was entirely on the quarterback, Ron Weasley, who was signaling tactics from 20 yards away. Red 33. Red 33. Hike. Ron's voice sliced through the air. Harry surged forward like a released arrow, executing a flawless crossing route, shaking off defender Seamus Finnegan. Ron's throw arced perfectly, landing squarely in Harry's outstretched glove. He effortlessly caught the ball and sprinted into the end zone. Brilliant. Coach Wood blew his whistle from the sidelines. Potter, a perfect route. That's why you're the captain. Harry wiped the sweat from his neck with his shirt, tossing his damp black hair and flashing a smile at his teammates. As the star receiver and captain of the Hogwarts Quidditch team, he relished every moment on the field. Everything here had clear rules, tactics, positions, scoring, unlike the convoluted interpersonal dynamics outside the pitch, especially concerning that blonde girl. Hey, Captain, what are you thinking about? Ron nudged him with his shoulder, his red hair shimmering like flames in the sunlight. You look like you spotted a Dementor just now. Nothing, Harry replied, draping a towel over his neck, just pondering the strategies for the new season. Ron raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, but he kindly refrained from pressing further. As Harry's best friend, Ron understood better than anyone the weight of that name in Harry's heart, Draco Malfoy. They had been childhood companions since Harry's birth. As his godfather was a cousin of Mrs. Malfoy, and with Harry's mother quickly befriending Mrs. Malfoy, Harry spent time with Draco almost from his cradle. Frankly, that childhood companion had a significant impact on Harry, evident in his severe preferences for appearances and blondes. During his forays into romance, no one ever seemed to match Draco's allure. In his hormone-fueled escapades, he dated 2 girls, both blonde, and inescapably, before he could even kiss them, his mother discovered and ruined it all. Harry had once believed he and Draco would remain friends for life. Until 4 years ago, without any warning, Draco unilaterally severed their friendship, which evolved into their current enmity. Hey, look, Dean Thomas elbowed Harry. The plastics. Harry turned his gaze toward the main building of the school. 3 girls were surrounded by boys, heading toward the Great Hall. Leading the trio was Pansy Parkinson, her short black hair impeccably styled with a slight curl at the ends, framing her delicate face. She was entwined with her boyfriend, Blaise Zabini, whispering sweet nothings. Hermione Granger lagged a few paces behind, her thick brown curls and confident stride giving her an air of royalty. But it was the figure beside her that made Harry's heart skip a beat. Draco Malfoy's pale blonde hair glimmered almost white in the sunlight, casually cascading down in a manner others could only aspire to achieve through meticulous grooming. Clad in the school's standard gray skirt and white shirt, she resembled a model who had just stepped off the pages of a fashion magazine. Perhaps because she had discreetly shortened her skirt, Harry's eyes narrowed at the exposed hint of white. Her makeup was flawless, devoid of any imperfection, and she wore that familiar, slightly mocking smile. Then, she accepted her bag from a boy beside her and blew a kiss to the crowd before entering the Great Hall. Harry gazed at that radiant face, almost unable to suppress a gulp. It's the same every year, Seamus murmured. On the first day, the boys are sure to receive that kiss. Why did Wood have to schedule extra practice today? Ron echoed. Oh, who knows? Wood can't keep us trapped like this. Ron continued, his eyes fixated on Hermione. God, what can I do to win Granger over? She's simply perfect. As long as you're not on her blacklist. You always have a chance, Dean muttered. I heard last year she sent McLagan's plagiarism evidence directly to Professor McGonagall, getting him suspended for 2 weeks. Harry barely listened. His gaze was locked onto Draco. Perhaps this year would be different? Could it be that after 4 years, she might finally be willing to explain why she abruptly severed their friendship? As the plastics began to vanish through the Great Hall doors, Harry felt an uncontrollable urge to rush forward. He took a step, but was halted by Wood. Harry, hold on a moment. I need to discuss this season's lineup with the captain. The courage he had mustered dissipated. As he followed Wood to his office, Harry cast one last glance at Draco. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he felt as though Draco had glanced back at him. To be the dazzling heartthrob, to craft an unconventional queen bee. What if everyone lived in an American high school? The next encounter with Draco occurred on the Friday of the first week of the Hogwarts term during an assembly. Although termed an assembly, it primarily consisted of listening to Headmaster Dumbledore address important matters, followed by Professor McGonagall discussing significant events expected to unfold during the semester or the academic year. As the apex of Hogwarts, the four houses seated themselves at the front, with Harry and Draco as the unspoken leaders of their respective houses, sitting in the front row. Notably, Gryffindor and Slytherin's seats were adjacent, whether by design or coincidence. The two leaders found themselves seated side by side. The murmurs in the hall came to an abrupt halt the moment Headmaster Dumbledore stood. Harry sat on the Gryffindor benches, his fingers unconsciously drumming on his knee. What are you looking at? Ron nudged Harry with his elbow, lowering his voice to inquire. Harry followed Ron's gaze to the teacher's table, where Professor Snape was sweeping the room with his penetrating black eyes, ultimately fixating on the Slytherin section, or more precisely, the location of the plastics. Draco sat with an air of elegance, legs crossed, a notebook sprawled across his lap, as if poised to document significant matters at any moment. Beside him, Theodore not casually draped one hand over the back of Draco's chair, a possessive gesture that inexplicably irked Harry. Simultaneously, Harry noticed the deep furrow in Snape's brow upon observing Theodore's hand resting on Draco's chair. As if sensing Harry's scrutiny, Snape's eyes snapped to Harry's, causing him to quickly avert his gaze. Good heavens! Although Professor Snape was a childhood friend of his mother, and still was, Harry had realized several years ago that he had unwittingly offended this accomplished professor in the fields of biology, chemistry, and medicine. Snape often took opportunities during class to settle personal scores, striking Harry on the head with a textbook thicker than his own skull. Welcome back, students of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice was gentle yet resonant, his blue eyes sparkling behind his half-moon spectacles. This year, we have some thrilling activities lined up, starting with the Halloween ball at the end of October. A wave of cheers and applause erupted in the Great Hall. Harry noted that Hermione immediately turned to Draco, exchanging a knowing glance and a smile. Pansy, meanwhile, had already begun scrolling through her phone, presumably perusing the latest styles for ball gowns. In a departure from previous years, Dumbledore continued, the preparations for this year's Halloween ball will involve collaboration from various student organizations. Professor McGonagall will oversee the specific arrangements for this endeavor. Professor McGonagall stood, adjusting her square glasses, her gaze sweeping over Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. The decorations, music, and catering for the ball will be managed by a committee composed of members from different groups. Once the sign-up forms are submitted and reviewed, the selected names will be posted on the notice board next Monday. Harry observed Draco frowning slightly, leaning in to whisper something to Theodore, who nodded and retrieved his phone to hand something to Draco. It seemed Draco would indeed be participating this time, Harry thought. He resolved to seize this opportunity and decided to submit his sign-up form later. Additionally, Professor McGonagall added, this year's interscholastic rugby tournament will be hosted at our school, bringing together high school teams from across the nation. We have also invited numerous coaches from esteemed universities to attend and observe. Students aiming to gain points for admission or to join a university's rugby team should continue to strive hard. I know that several institutions are scouting talent for their national teams. If anyone wishes to inquire further, feel free to visit my office after the meeting. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Harry's eyes brightened. He aspired to pursue a career in this field. People had always told him he possessed a remarkable talent for rugby. Making it to the national team had long been his dream, and he had diligently worked toward it, now that opportunity lay before him. Harry noticed that when Professor McGonagall mentioned the national team, Draco turned to look at him. Harry returned the gaze with surprise, wanting to be friendly. But upon seeing the hand resting on the chair, his tone involuntarily shifted to a sharp edge. Malfoy, what? Spying on me? Have you fallen for me? Draco rolled his eyes dramatically. Potter, don't flatter yourself. I was merely tired of watching Theodore's head bobbing around. Harry froze, feeling a surge of irritation but unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Ron timely interjected, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Mate, the school you like should be attending too. You need to give it your all this time. Harry quickly replied, oh yes. Durmstrang will definitely participate. I believe Crumb will be competing too. Goodness. I've seen him play a few times. He's brutal. Ron shivered at the memory of the Durmstrang player's savage playing style. Harry recalled the buzz-cut boy. Oh dear. I hope I don't end up battered this time. The last time I faced him, I spent nearly half a month in the infirmary and couldn't train. Draco's clear voice chimed in. Potter, if you truly understood the concept of knowing your limits, You would wisely withdraw from the field rather than behaving like a foolish troll and enduring a beating. We watch matches not to see Potter get pummeled. Hey, how can you say that about Harry? Ron exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat, his vibrant red hair appearing even more vivid. Harry swiftly tempered his friend's enthusiasm, retorting lightly. Oh, I certainly know what it means to recognize one's limits. As for injuries, that's not something a certain lady enamored with romantic games needs to concern herself with. As he spoke, Harry fixed his gaze intently on Draco's eyes, attempting to discern something within them, but aside from a hint of redness around the edges, he saw nothing. Just then, Headmaster Dumbledore announced that the meeting was adjourned. Draco took Theodore's hand and turned to leave, his hair, scented with green apple, brushing against Harry's face, rendering the young captain momentarily dazed. Ron observed his best friend's flushed ears and cautiously ventured, "Mate, you should remember that Malfoy and Nott are dating, right?" Harry snapped back to reality, frowning at his friend. "Of course I know. What are you getting at?" Nothing, Ron stammered, while inwardly grumbling. He always insisted on treating Malfoy like a sister, yet whenever he looked at her, it was like a starving wolf eyeing its prey. Not to mention, just moments ago, he seemed ready to tear Nott's hand to shreds. What brother would concern himself with his nearly adult sister's romantic affairs? That evening's gathering marked the customary party time for the Plastics. The festivities were always held at the Malfoy family's villas, with the only difference being the location of the villa. This time, it was a lavish villa complete with a grand swimming pool. Hermione stood at the pool's edge, uncomfortably tugging at her dress. Pansy, holding a cup of punch, teasingly remarked, "Darling, I thought you had grown accustomed to dressing like this during our time together." Hermione sighed, surrendering to her battle with the dress. "Oh, while that may be true, it's my first time dressing like this by the pool. I feel like I might get soaked at any moment." Pansy nearly burst into laughter, her black-nailed hand resting on Hermione's shoulder. "Oh honey, you are positively adorable. A pool party is meant to involve swimming. Don't worry, Draco specifically requested a dress made from swimsuit material." Hermione followed Pansy's gaze towards a blonde girl by the pool. The girl was nestled in Theodore's embrace, her slender waist secured as she earnestly listened to the surrounding conversation, utterly oblivious to the attention she was garnering. Though she bore the demeanor of an aloof queen, her heart was as pure as a child's. Simply accustomed to putting on a facade of haughtiness, her friends indulged her unconditionally. Reflecting on Draco's occasionally unguarded softness, Hermione couldn't help but smile. However, her gaze was ultimately drawn to Theodore's hand resting on Draco's waist. She inquired of Pansy, somewhat through gritted teeth, since when his acting required such extremes? Were they not merely pretending to be a couple? Pansy's gaze fell upon the scene, and indeed, the eyes of the circle surrounding them were all subtly focused on that very tableau. It had ceased to be mere pretense. The Nott family and ours have long been acquainted. Should that foolish Potter fail to realize his affections for Draco before graduation, they are highly likely to wed. To my knowledge, Uncle Lucius is quite pleased with Theodore." Hermione lamented, "Had I known, I would never have suggested it in the first place." Who could have anticipated that every time Harry Potter encounters Draco, they merely engage in banter, with no progress whatsoever? Surely, he cannot be entirely devoid of feelings for Draco. Pansy asserted emphatically, "Impossible. You, as a transfer student, may not be aware. Harry Potter is essentially Draco's stalker." Even Blaise, who had initially played the role of a mere background figure, could no longer restrain himself from interjecting, "Good heavens. He is a complete control freak." Hermione, puzzled, asked, "Why did you not mention this earlier?" Pansy disdainfully covered her face. "Darling, you must understand, it's simply too painful to recall." Blaise, ever perceptive, picked up on his girlfriend's sentiment. "I created a new cover. It should still be readable, right? Thanks to our encounter for the generous tip, powered by love. If everyone lived in an American high school, despite the fact that most Slytherins would prefer not to acknowledge it, they indeed grew up alongside the young and famous Harry Potter. After all, they were the ones who spent their childhood in Draco's company. Consequently, the Slytherins have endured the torment of these two since a tender age." Pansy pulled Hermione to a lounge chair by the poolside, rolling her eyes in exasperation at some oblivious individual. "Harry Potter is an undeniable stalker, you know. From childhood to now, I've always felt that wherever Draco is, Harry's shadow is never far behind. Sometimes, when Draco and I simply wish to engage in some girlish activities, he pretends to be nonchalant while hovering nearby." Blaise interjected, "He is also a control freak." "Goodness, I merely assisted Draco when she was about to fall, touched her hand, and he suddenly emerged from nowhere to grip my hand fiercely." Pansy looked at her boyfriend with sympathy, adding kindly, "Darling, have you forgotten when you shared your Valentine's chocolate with Draco in elementary school, only to be misunderstood by Potter and knocked to the ground? Oh God, please don't remind me. That was the most embarrassing moment for Zabini," Blaise lamented. Hermione couldn't suppress a chuckle, but still voiced her confusion. "But according to your narrative, Potter and Draco should have been together ages ago. How did it come to this? Pansy twirled a strand of her short hair around her slender fingers. Who knows what that foolish Potter is thinking? We all witnessed Draco preparing handmade chocolates for that oaf on Valentine's Day in middle school, only for her to return in tears shortly thereafter. Can you imagine tears on that flower-like face? Beautiful, yet heart-wrenching. Hermione frowned. So she was rejected by that foolish oaf? Indeed, upon learning that Harry had made Draco cry, this principled overachiever decided to join the Slytherins in their disdain for Harry Potter. Pansy rolled her eyes, her discontent with Harry evident. He went even further. Draco happened to see that oaf accepting chocolates from someone else. Unsurprisingly, the next day he brought that foolish bimbo to our gathering. Honestly, when he brought her, we kicked him out with gusto, but fortunately, he broke up soon after. If it weren't for Draco's pitiful gaze upon us, I would have wanted to give him a beating. Blaise gritted his teeth, recalling the foolishness Potter exhibited during that time. For heaven's sake, if only they knew how precious their platinum rose was. They wouldn't have shed so many tears over that mop-headed fool. This typically image-conscious individual was almost always seen with red eyes, needing concealer to hide it. Pansy grew increasingly agitated as she continued. Goodness, who would have thought that Potter would dare to return a second time? The following year, Draco planned to confront him. And what do you know? He encountered yet another issue. Thankfully, Draco merely wept and isolated himself for a week before decisively severing ties with that oaf. Oh, my dear Pansy, I bet that big oaf still has no idea why Draco ended their friendship and continues to oppose him, Blaise remarked sarcastically. After absorbing the entire saga, Hermione pressed her lips together in disbelief. Good heavens, how can anyone be so utterly oblivious? I sincerely hope that red-haired pup isn't such a fool. I suddenly resolved that Draco should simply be with Theodore. At the very least, Theodore would undoubtedly cherish her. Pansy and Blaise exchanged glances, shaking their heads. I doubt anyone in this world could cherish Draco more than Potter does. Pansy counted on her fingers. Whenever Draco desires something, if Uncle Lucius refuses to grant it, that very evening, an anonymous benefactor delivers it. Cars, handbags, luxury goods, the latest seasonal dresses, even a cake she casually mentioned wanting would swiftly appear before her. We all know who that anonymous benefactor is, and Draco is well aware too. Truth be told, despite their quarrels over the years, they still provoke each other daily. Do you not think they resemble flirtation? Oh, what is the term? Pansy's fingers lightly tapped her chin. Enemies to lovers? The phrase materialized in Hermione's mind almost instantaneously. Pansy clapped her hands. Exactly. They are indeed a textbook example of enemies to lovers, are they not? The remaining two nodded in agreement. Is that why Draco seeks ways to provoke Potter? Indeed. After all, we must prepare for our future. Post-graduation. We are all expected to follow our family's meticulously planned paths, enter the finest universities, pursue the most suitable majors, and upon completion, take over the family enterprises and engage in strategic unions to elevate our families further. As Pansy mentioned strategic unions, she intertwined her fingers with Blaise's, both sharing a knowing smile. As a Gryffindor, Hermione could hardly fathom sacrificing her happiness for familial obligations. Well then, I hope Draco's wishes come true. He will. Malfoy invariably gets what he desires. Just then, as if to corroborate Blaise's statement, a commotion erupted from the opposite side of the pool. The Quidditch team burst in, led by Harry Potter, clad only in swim trunks, droplets cascading from his dark hair onto his collarbone. Uninvited guests, Hermione sighed. Our stalker has indeed made an appearance, Blaise. This time my bet was correct. Pansy raised an eyebrow at the individual who seemed utterly oblivious to decorum. Draco stiffened like a cat sensing danger. Potter, who permitted your presence? Harry shook his hair, droplets splattering onto Draco's dress. I heard there was free food here. Moreover, my friend wishes to meet your new sidekick. Before Hermione could grasp that he was referring to her, Draco reacted swiftly, seizing a cocktail glass and splashing it across Harry's face. The colored liquid cascaded down his dark hair, tracing a vivid path down his face. Be more polite, Potter. At least Minerva is the most outstanding student in the entire school, unlike you, a grotesque creature who needs athletic bonuses to qualify for university. The entire swimming pool fell silent. Hermione felt a twinge of emotion, but she feared Harry might do something to Draco. She stepped forward, intent on standing in front of Draco, but a figure moved quicker than her, Draco's nominal boyfriend, Theodore. He took the empty glass from Draco's hand and attempted to guide her back to their room. Calm down, Draco. Don't touch me, Draco snapped, breaking free from Theodore's grasp. I still have scores to settle with Potter. Harry wiped the remnants of drink from his face and suddenly laughed. Settle scores? Very well. The first match is next Saturday. Dare to come and watch. I'll be sitting in the front row, relishing the sight of you getting trounced, especially you, Potter. Draco nearly ground his silver teeth to dust. Harry's emerald eyes bore into Draco with the intensity of a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey. I'll save you the best seat for viewing. The tension between the two was palpable, while Hermione and Ron seemed to bask in their own sweet atmosphere, completely oblivious to the discord around them. "Ah, I'm Harry's good friend. My name is Ronald, but you can call me Ron." Seizing the moment while Harry and Draco exchanged barbs, Ron quietly swam over to Hermione to introduce himself. The poor lad turned a shade redder than his hair in the presence of his crush. Hermione regarded the tall boy before her eyes narrowing slightly. "Oh, hello. I'm Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you. I know of you. You are quite remarkable." Observing the boy stumble over his words after merely responding, Hermione raised an eyebrow, finding him endearingly awkward yet amusing. Pansy, watching the banter between the two, rolled her eyes and turned to the boy holding her. "Isn't there a rule among the plastics that forbids dating Harry and his entourage? Why am I the only one adhering to it?" Blaise responded with a theatrical sigh. "Oh, darling, we all know that was just said in a fit of pique. It's not worth worrying about." With that, he exchanged a passionate kiss with Pansy. On the day of the match, Draco donned an exquisite cheerleader outfit, not to support the team, but to mock them. "Look at that idiot Potter." She pointed at the field, running like an electrified baboon. Pansy chimed in casually. "At least that's a slight improvement from when you said he resembled a rampaging black bear." However, when Harry executed a stunning comeback in the second half, Hermione keenly noticed Draco's fingers gripping the railing tightly, so white that the blood seemed to drain from his fingertips. "What about Theodore?" Hermione suddenly inquired. Draco scoffed. "He claims the match is too vulgar." Pansy pretended to examine her freshly done nails. "Perhaps he just doesn't want to see that gorilla who stole his sister run around." In the final minute, Harry was intercepted and knocked down. With his coach and medical team rushing to his side, Draco sprang to his feet, his painted nails digging into his palm. "It's just a sprain," the announcer declared. But Draco had already grabbed an emergency kit and dashed down. Hermione and Pansy hurriedly followed him to the infirmary. Upon arrival, they witnessed Draco fiercely wrapping a bandage around Harry's ankle. "You foolish egomaniac. Do you think you're some kind of superhero?" Harry grimaced in pain, yet managed to grin. "Worried about me, Malfoy? I'm worried about the school's insurance premiums." Draco tied the knot with force, causing Harry to let out an exaggerated yelp. Outside, Theodore waited with a stern expression. "Draco, don't take too long in there. It looks like our captain isn't too badly hurt." "Listen, Theodore," Draco slowly rose. "We all saw Harry get knocked down. You can't just assume he is fine because you weren't present." The air thickened with tension. Hermione swore Theodore's expression resembled that of someone witnessing an irredeemable romantic fool. This fool glanced at the dark-haired, green-eyed giant still on the bed, looking as if he had just been stung by a bee. Draco abruptly threw the blanket over Harry's head, concealing his grimace. "Theodore, we need to talk." Draco dragged Theodore out of the infirmary, closing the door behind them. Hermione and Pansy exchanged glances, both involuntarily twitching at the sight of the injured figure pressing against the door. The instigator, upon noticing their gaze, merely made a sly shushing gesture. "It's about time we broke up." The muffled conversation outside drifted into the infirmary, but it was evident that the most crucial information was crystal clear to those inside. Hearing the word breakup, Harry could hardly contain his grin. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Draco returned, his eyes red-rimmed, calling for Pansy and Hermione. While shooting a glare at Harry, Ron, who had seemed almost invisible throughout the ordeal, reminisced about the brief hand-holding with Hermione, only to catch sight of his brother's peculiar expression. "Harry Potter, confess, do you really not have feelings for Draco?" "Huh, Ron, how could you say that? Look in the mirror and see the expression on your face. What brother shows such a petty grin when his sister loses a prime catch?" Ron handed his phone to Harry for a selfie. Harry glanced at it and exclaimed, "Oh my, did I really look that creepy just now?" Ron shrugged. "Admit it, brother. You have a crush on Draco Malfoy. You want to date her, marry her." Realization dawned on Harry, and he lunged to embrace Ron. "Ron, my dear brother, you're absolutely right. From this moment on, I shall pursue Draco with fervor. After all, we've been the closest since childhood. It's only natural for us to be together." Ron rolled his eyes. Were it not for Hermione telling him that Draco forbade them from dating Harry, he wouldn't care what happened to his brother. He knew all too well the turmoil of the past, despite his emotional intelligence being akin to a teaspoon. Yet Ron vowed that his dear brother was utterly uncivilized when it came to matters of the heart. That evening, in the Plastics group chat, Draco sent a message. Rule number 2 revised. You may date members of the Quidditch team, but only those of captain status. Hermione replied instantly, "Harry is the captain. What about the vice-captain?" Draco retorted, "Shut up, Hermione. Thanks to everyone for their generous support. 1, 7 Quiet, and Agony 311 for their contributions. An angry update of 4,000 words is on its way. I aim to finish this side story by the 6th. If unfinished, it will sync with the main story. What if everyone lived in an American high school? On Monday during class, Professor McGonagall posted the organizers for the homecoming ball on the school bulletin board. Unsurprisingly, most of the student council members were listed, including Harry, Ron, and Ron's two brothers, the Weasley twins. It was said that George and Fred were handpicked by Headmaster Dumbledore to be the party planners. Along with the list, the time and place for the organizing committee's first meeting were also revealed. Professor McGonagall has thoughtfully provided them with a dedicated classroom for their discussions and to store some dance paraphernalia. Upon noticing that the group meeting was scheduled after school, Harry felt as though his heart had taken flight, yearning to fast-forward time until the end of classes. After what felt like an eternity of anticipation, the school day finally concluded. As the final bell rang, Harry swiftly retrieved his coat from the drawer and dashed towards the classroom designated for their gathering, leaving Ron, who sat behind him, speechless and bewildered. "Excuse me, pardon me, let me through." After navigating through the throngs of students, Harry finally arrived at the meeting room. With a swift motion, he flung open the door, only to find it devoid of any of the expected attendees. Disheartened, he leaned against the doorframe, while Ron, who had hurried after him, grasped him by the collar and guided him to a seat. "Honestly, mate, it's barely after school. The student council will surely assemble before long. Why the rush?" Harry slumped over the desk, dejected. "Oh, I haven't seen Draco all day, and today I had no classes with him." "Do you realize what that signifies?" Ron interrupted. "Having endured the incessant ramblings of that foolish man the entire previous day, it means you haven't seen Draco today either." "Oh, right. 2 days, a full 2 days." As Harry prepared to lament his feelings for Draco once more, Ron could only silently pray for a savior. Perhaps the heavens heard Ron's plea, for Draco's distinctive voice echoed down the corridor. "Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that most of you Gryffindors are a bunch of trolls, we could have simply discussed this in the student council room." Surprisingly, the response did not come from the usual entourage of Slytherins surrounding her, but from two voices that Harry and Ron knew all too well. "Oh, George, the Princess Draco just called us trolls. She's displeased that we are hindering her from mingling with those Slytherins in that pretentious little room. Perhaps the princess simply doesn't want to move her esteemed feet to come here." "Hey!" With Draco's indignant exclamation, the group in the corridor finally reached the doorway. Upon catching sight of that striking golden hair, Harry's attention became entirely consumed by Draco. His gaze greedily roamed over her steel-blue eyes. Her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue, and her luscious lips, reminiscent of blossoming cherry blossoms. As Harry's eyes lingered on Draco's lips, Ron swore he heard his best friend swallow audibly, a rather embarrassing display of infatuation. Draco's attention was drawn to him as well. "Oh, have the trolls arrived so soon?" "Hi, Draco. I was merely waiting for you." George and Fred dramatically collapsed onto one another. "Fred, our beloved captain has no eyes for us." "George, do you think if we dyed our hair blonde, Harry would spare us a glance?" The two exchanged knowing glances before erupting into laughter. "Of course not. Because we are not Draco." The unabashed teasing caused both targets of their jest to blush a deeper shade, with Harry's embarrassment extending to his neck. Shooting a glare at the trio of Weasley brothers in their fit of laughter, Harry cautiously approached Draco, leading her to a seat beside him. "Little dragon, why did you come here with George and Fred? Where are Hermione and Pansy?" Draco, not making any effort to withdraw her hand from Harry's grasp, answered his question seriously, although she perceived it as a jab. "Scarhead, Hermione went to ask Professor McGonagall about the budget, and she happened to run into the Weasley twins. So they escorted me here, fearing you, the troll, would take advantage." Harry protested. "Hey, how could they think that of me? I would never do something like that to you." Draco glanced at her own hand, which was being discreetly squeezed by Harry, then raised her eyes to meet his earnest expression, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Pansy was right. You truly are a rude and uncouth troll. With that, Draco attempted to free her hand from Harry's grip, only for him to hold on tighter. "Dearest little dragon." An exaggerated retching sound interrupted Harry's affectionate words, courtesy of his best friend Ron. Harry immediately turned to glare at Ron. Fortunately, the arrival of others halted any brewing conflict. As Theodore entered, he placed a cup of water in front of Draco and casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Harry's gaze fixated on Theodore's hand, as though it were capable of igniting flames. Theodore, clearly aware of Harry's scrutiny, provocatively brushed his hand against Draco's fair cheek, leaving a noticeable blush in its wake. Harry sprang to his feet. Pansy, blowing on her nails, sauntered over to Draco. "All right, boys, wrap it up quickly. Today is shopping day, and we have much to do." Draco stood and approached the podium, clearly uninterested in the antics of the immature boys. "Now that everyone is here, let's discuss the plans for the ball." Her steel-blue eyes surveyed the crowd. "Considering that the back-to-school festival and Halloween fall on the same day, why don't we simply organize a masquerade party? If there are no objections, then it's settled." Ignoring Harry's hesitant expression, Draco cheerfully finalized the theme. After discussing the specifics of the party, the group prepared to depart. Just before leaving, Draco lingered for a moment, her elegantly manicured fingers gliding from Harry's Adam's apple, across his collarbone, and lightly tapping his chest. With her meticulously made-up eyes meeting Harry's verdant gaze, her lips parted. Troll. Then, without a backward glance, she turned and walked away, leaving Harry standing there, his throat bobbing. Ron stood beside Harry, both watching the plastic's retreating figures, and remarked, "Mate, it feels like you want to swallow Draco whole right now." Harry merely scoffed, offering no further comment. His green eyes clouded with unspoken emotions. "Why are we sitting here with these trolls?" Draco queried, clearly displeased. "This is a study group." Hermione set up 4 tables in the library, and she adjusted her glasses. "It's not a date." Draco shot a glance at Harry from beneath her lashes. "Then why is he here?" "Because," Harry drawled, twirling a pen, "somebody received a C on the midterm chemistry exam." Draco's blonde hair nearly stood on end. "The answers Theodore gave me were incorrect." "So you admit to cheating?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "I admit my ex-boyfriend is an idiot." Draco grumbled, her expression resembling that of an irate cat. Pansy leaned against Blaise, idly fiddling with the book in her hands. "Oh, poor Theodore will be heartbroken to hear that. He caused me to get a C in chemistry, and now I have to sit here letting this fool tutor me. Is it too much to ask for a little reprimand?" Draco grumbled. Harry waved his paper, the bold red glaring at them. "Can you two focus? Ron is even more serious than you both." Ron was indeed gazing intently at Hermione's profile, lost in thought, as his draft paper was adorned with hearts rather than mathematical formulas. 2 hours later, Draco and Harry had exhausted all their chemistry problems. While Pansy and Blaise engaged in a game of Go on their textbooks, only Hermione and Ron had genuinely completed their assignments. It was the most unsuccessful study session. And as Hermione packed her bag with a sigh, a subtle smile graced her lips, promising to return the following Saturday. Before departing, Harry intercepted Draco. "Do you have a partner for the Halloween ball?" "Who knows? The line of admirers for me could stretch all the way to China," Draco replied, raising her chin with a hint of pride. With a smile, Harry leaned closer, his voice just audible enough for everyone present to hear. "Because I wish to ask you to be my partner." Draco's ears flushed crimson, and she grabbed her bag. Hastily departing, Harry watched her retreating figure, grinning like a gambler who had just won a bet. "I plan to dress as a vampire queen," Draco announced in the plastic's dressing room, gesturing toward a black lace dress in the mirror, imagining Potter kneeling before her stilettos. Hermione was trying on cat ears. "I thought you disliked him." "I detest him for winning against me, and for his utter lack of charm," Draco corrected. "But those are 2 different matters." She turned to Pansy. "What about you? What do you intend to dress as?" Pansy pondered. "I plan to be an angel," while Blaise said he wanted to be a devil. "Perfect." Draco clapped her hands. "Hermione is Catwoman, Pansy is an angel, and I heard that the girl who dated Potter before is coming too." Hermione interjected. "That Ravenclaw, Autumn Jean." Draco paused momentarily while applying lipstick. So? Hermione offered her a blood-red lipstick. "Are you sure you wish to wear something so conservative?" That afternoon, Hermione encountered Harry at the back door of the gymnasium. He was hauling pumpkin decorations, his t-shirt soaked with sweat, clinging to his back. "Need a hand?" Hermione inquired, driven by politeness and a desire to see Ron. Harry turned, his green eyes glimmering like glass in the setting sun. "Do you think Draco will agree to me?" She even changed her lipstick to the shade Vampire Temptation. Harry chuckled, sunlight dancing on his lashes. "Could you do me a favor? Give this to her." He produced a black velvet box. Inside lay a pair of exquisitely crafted fawn earrings. "This is from last year in New York." Harry wiped sweat with a towel. "I never had the chance to give it to her." Hermione closed the box. "You do realize she already has a partner, right? Crabbe?" Harry scoffed. "He'll just loiter in the snack area all night." "I meant Theodore." Harry's expression froze. "Aren't they broken up?" "Breakups can be the most perilous," Hermione said mysteriously, turning to leave. "Especially on Halloween. All sorts of spirits return." On Halloween night, the girls' dormitory was in disarray. Hermione's cat tail kept falling off. Pansy spent 3 hours on her angel makeup, and Draco. "Where did these earrings come from?" she asked, putting on the fawn earrings Harry had given her, feigning indifference. "From a goblin?" Hermione replied, applying cat motifs to her nails. "They suit your look perfectly." Draco smirked, then quickly adopted a serious expression. "I simply couldn't find a better accessory." Hermione and Pansy exchanged glances. Since receiving the earrings, Draco had tried on 7 outfits, ultimately selecting a dark red gown with a thigh-high slit. The plastics were to make a grand entrance, and Draco spritzed on Harry's favorite perfume. "I'll be 10 minutes late." However, when they arrived, the spectacle had already unfolded. Harry, dressed as a vampire hunter, was confronting Theodore, who was dressed as Dracula at the entrance. "Interesting," Draco sneered as she approached. My ex-boyfriend, and whatever Potter is, playing dress up? Harry's gaze swept from her earrings to her high heels, his throat tightening. You made it. Theodore reached for Draco's hand. Shall we dance? No. Draco glanced at Autumn Zhang in the distance, swatted his hand away, and turned to Harry. You. Dance with me. Before Harry could react, he was pulled into the dance floor. Hermione sighed. Childish. But effective. Pansy pointed at Theodore's ashen face. He looks like he swallowed a lemon. Theodore's gaze shifted from Harry back to the hand resting on Draco's waist. Sometimes, it was hard to fathom why Draco was interested in this gorilla. Blaise patted Theodore's shoulder. All right, good brother, it's time for you to enjoy the ball as well. What do you think of Daphne? Theodore shrugged off Blaise's hand and shot him a glance before striding toward Daphne. In the center of the dance floor, Draco and Harry moved like two unsheathed swords. She advanced. He retreated. He pulled her. She twirled, every movement charged with tension. They appeared. Hermione searched for the right words, like they were about to fight. Or kiss. Ron suddenly appeared beside them. When the music shifted to a slow tune, the situation worsened. Harry's hand rested on Draco's waist as she tilted her face upward, speaking so closely that her lips nearly brushed against his chin. I'll go get drinks, Hermione suddenly declared, pulling Ron away. Pansy and Blaise shook their heads, preparing to head to the snack table, only to find the Weasley twins enthusiastically promoting something. Thanks to the grapefruit pixie from the mountains for the flower one. And Agony 311 for the love power donation one. If everyone lived in an American high school. One of the twins spotted them and waved frantically. Pansy, seeing this, pulled Blaise over. What are you two doing? The twins' faces brightened upon seeing them. Halloween classroom special cookies from the Pink Toad's office, with versions infused with love potions and truth serums. Pansy narrowed her eyes. You two are quite bold, daring to steal from the Toad. Beautiful lady, it's not stealing. We left her the best reward. George and Fred exchanged mischievous smiles, the kind that felt ominous. Whatever. Do you have a cookie delivery service? Pansy dismissed the twins' antics, more intrigued by the unfolding events of the evening. Fred's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer, rubbing his hands together. As long as the customers need it. We certainly have it. George held up a love potion in one hand and a truth serum in the other, looking like a river god. Beautiful maiden. Do you require this love potion or the truth serum? Pansy pulled out some large bills from Blaise's pocket. I'll take a love potion. For the truth must come from the heart. If Harry Potter and Draco argue again tonight, seize the opportunity to slip it to him. Fred mischievously accepted the money. We guarantee results. You two can wait nearby to witness our success. Pansy nodded noncommittally, dragging Blaise off to search for Draco. Darling, you could completely refrain from meddling in their affairs. Watching them tug at each other is rather amusing, isn't it? And a love potion? Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Blaise teased as he wrapped his arm around his girlfriend's slender waist. Oh, come on, Blaise, you wouldn't want to see Draco cry again, would you? No matter what Harry Potter thinks, perhaps once Draco has it, she won't want him anymore. Blaise pondered, feeling something was amiss, but as a person who delighted in chaos, he was certainly eager for the spectacle. As the two of them navigated through the throng of intimately dancing couples, they unexpectedly stumbled upon the scene of Hermione passionately kissing Ron, pinned against a locker. Wow! Blaise nearly let out a whistle. Pansy silently raised her phone to capture the moment, a sight that some would pay handsomely to acquire. When they located Draco and the others, they had retreated from the center of the dance floor. The two were hiding on the terrace, with Draco perched on Harry's lap. Both engaged in a heated argument over who despised the other more. Arrogant bastard. Spoiled princess. Rugby idiot. Chemistry fool. Then they kissed. George, seemingly appearing from nowhere, seized the opportunity during their brief pause to shove a lust-inducing cookie into Harry's mouth. The effects were immediate. Harry cradled Draco's face, professing his love while showering her with tender kisses. Draco, darling, I truly adore you, he exclaimed. Oh, I can't believe I once thought of you as a sister. If you ignore me, my heart shall shatter. I've provoked you in every possible way just to capture your attention, to divert some of it to me. When they said you were dating Nod, I first thought you were insufferable, yet I still damned well liked you. Draco's beautiful eyes widened slightly, resembling two round apricots. Have you taken something? Fred whispered, just a bit of love potion, but a stronger dose. Harry continued his confession. You look stunning when you scold me. Every time I score, it's solely to witness your joyous reaction. Draco's expression transformed from shock to annoyance, finally settling into a peculiar satisfaction, finally spoken out loud. She grasped Harry's collar. I despise you too, Potter. Despise you to the point that I ponder nightly on how to attract your attention. She then kissed him again, this time more fiercely. Pansy, content with the entire spectacle, tugged Blaise away to return to the dance floor. Passing the snack table, they found Crabbe squatting there, embroiled in a heated debate with Goyle over who would claim the last chicken wing. Morning sunlight sliced through the dormitory curtains like a dull knife, casting a sliver of light. Draco's bed was in disarray, a pink silk pillow strewn with golden strands of hair and a crumpled red rose that Pansy had squinted at. Pansy rolled out of bed, her bare feet landing on a card. You said roses were too cliché last night. Today it's daisies. Merlin's Chanel nightgown. Draco burst through the door, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. You're back. Hermione's voice called from the bathroom, accompanied by the buzzing of an electric toothbrush. Draco did not respond but snatched the wilted flower and tossed it into the trash, her vigorous motion causing the strap of her nightgown to slip, revealing a suspicious red mark on her collarbone. Hermione spat out toothpaste foam. So, you and Potter really? Nothing happened. Draco shrieked, grabbing a comb. That guy was drugged. He was babbling nonsense. Then why are your ears red? Pansy gently tapped her heated earlobe while doing her nails. Draco seized a perfume bottle as if to smash it, but froze upon catching her reflection in the mirror. Slowly, she lowered the bottle, her fingertips brushing her collarbone. He also said some other things, such as? Hermione and Pansy inquired in unison. Draco's voice suddenly shrank. He mentioned he collected every lipstick tube I discarded. The dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Outside, familiar sounds of ruckus emerged as the Weasley twins were being chased by their good captain during practice, while Ron sat nearby, staring blankly. The morning light turned their hair into a dazzling gold, and Hermione squinted at the sunlight, letting out an ambiguous chuckle. Before chemistry class, Harry leaned against the locker, twirling a pen in his hand. He wasn't wearing his Quidditch team jacket today, but had opted for a deep blue sweater, which made his eyes appear exceptionally green. Morning. He nodded at Hermione, his gaze drifting past her towards the end of the corridor where Draco and Pansy strolled hand in hand. As they approached within 3 meters, Draco suddenly feigned intense interest in a fire hydrant. Harry began to study the ceiling tiles. In the fleeting moment they brushed past each other, their knuckles nearly touched, only for them to recoil as if electrocuted. Childish, Hermione remarked, clutching her textbooks as she distanced herself from the pair to claim her seat, slapping her books onto the desk. Meanwhile, Ron sat unusually quiet today, not even commenting on Hermione's new hairpin. Pansy curiously whispered to Draco, discussing this rare occurrence. It wasn't until the chemistry teacher instructed the class to begin their experiments that Pansy discovered the reason. A wrinkled photo of Hermione was wedged within Draco's textbook. Draco evidently noticed the photo too and quietly asked Pansy, "Is that from last year's debate?" However, her quiet was loud enough for those around to hear. Ron's ears instantly turned a shade redder than his hair. "Fred gave it to me." Liar. Hermione stirred her test tube without glancing back. "Your brothers gave you a photo of me sleeping in the library yesterday." Ron's mouth fell open in an O shape. Hermione turned, using a dropper to add an unknown liquid to his test tube. "Focus on the experiment, Weasley. Unless you want to blow up the classroom again." The liquid turned a romantic shade of pink, and Ron's expression resembled someone who had just been struck in the head by a rugby ball. Draco and Pansy let out a clear laugh, while Harry buried his face in his hands, unable to bear it. After gym class, Hermione, at Draco's behest, sought out Harry to retrieve a potential embarrassing photo. Standing at the entrance of the Quidditch team locker room, Hermione once again turned her clever mind over why she had agreed to such a ridiculous request from Draco. "Please, I need your help. Pansy is going on a date with Blaise, and you are my only savior. The Queen of Hogwarts cannot have a single blemish on her reputation." Draco's sparkling eyes seemed to linger in her mind, and with a resigned sigh, she pushed open the locker room door. Upon entering, she found Harry tying his shoelaces alone, his wet hair falling over his eyes. "What made you come here?" he asked without looking up, his voice hoarse. The locker room's bright lights illuminated the marks on the back of his neck without concealment. Hermione feigned interest in the bag on the bench. "She mentioned you might have a photo of her that wasn't flattering." Harry suddenly laughed, a hint of bitterness lacing his chuckle. "My phone is filled with her pictures, but not a single one is unflattering." He pulled out his phone, scrolling a few times before handing it to Hermione, the lock screen displaying Draco yawning in profile during chemistry class. "How can you take so many photos of her without realizing you like her?" Hermione recalled the duo's long-standing rivalry. "Ron told you, didn't he?" "It was evident. Actually, upon reflection, I think I liked her from the very first moment I saw her. Otherwise, why would I, someone who typically avoids delicate people like her, relentlessly seek her out after we broke things off?" Harry's fingers trembled slightly as he tied his shoelaces, recalling their arguments where even when she insulted him by likening his glasses to the bottom of a Coke bottle, he still found her charming. "So, taking candid photos of her isn't strange at all, is it?" Harry straightened up. Hermione met his deep green gaze, the fleeting light within prompting her to raise an eyebrow. Just then, light footsteps echoed from outside. Harry abruptly rose to his feet, exchanging a glance with Hermione, and together they instinctively concealed themselves in the shadows beside the cabinet. Holding their breath, they observed as Draco stealthily entered, seized Harry's forgotten coat, sniffed it, and promptly discarded it as if scalded, before swiftly retreating. Once she had departed, Harry emerged from the shadows first, an unusual glint illuminating his green eyes. She smelled my clothes. Disturbing, Hermione remarked sharply. Charming, he corrected. However, it now becomes apparent why she insisted I seek you out. Perhaps she believed I could divert your attention. Hermione shrugged, dismissing the matter, and turned to leave the foul-smelling vicinity, her hair swaying as she departed. When Draco found Hermione in the rare books section, she was in the midst of returning a tome titled Medieval English History to the shelf, its spine adorned with a sticky note that read, page 128. Your eyes are as blue as the lake in this illustration. R.W. Ron Weasley, Hermione seethed, had the audacity to leave notes in every book I borrowed. Using a pencil no less, Draco extracted a nearby volume of advanced arithmancy and indeed found a scribbled note on page 52. Your hair looks particularly curly today, reminiscent of the cream rolls my mother makes. Oh, sweet love, Draco teased. That borders on harassment. Yet Hermione's ears flushed crimson. More like a love letter, Draco corrected. Pansy informed me that you pinned Ron against a locker yesterday. That was an accident. Hermione's bag strap snapped suddenly, sending her textbooks sprawling across the floor. They both crouched to gather the scattered items, but Hermione's fingers froze upon brushing against a photograph of Ron, clad in a ludicrous Christmas sweater, grinning foolishly at her. Oh, I remember this. Draco leaned in to catch a glimpse. Last year's Christmas party, she whispered. He overindulged in eggnog and insisted on playing Santa Claus. The back of the photo bore a childish inscription, to the smartest Hermione, may your Christmas stocking be filled with books. P.S. I accidentally glimpsed your gift list. Hermione abruptly thrust the photograph towards Draco. Have Harry inform him to come to the library at 8 tonight. Just say I'm tutoring him in modern history. Can't you just text him directly? I'd rather not converse with that insufferable prat. Last time he saved my number as Grumpy Cat. Hermione adjusted her glasses. I must maintain an air of authority. Ah, the allure of it all. I understand. Draco's gray-blue eyes narrowed, a glimmer of amusement dancing within their oceanic depths. Very well, let us discuss the matter. Ahem, regarding that photograph, what is the status? Draco feigned indifference with great effort. Hermione regarded him with amusement. Fear not, for without our Draco's permission, who would dare capture your unflattering likeness? Draco nodded in satisfaction. Later that evening, a certain pair of Slytherin lovebirds, who had been absent for a day, made their way toward the astronomy tower. Pansy had heard that a meteor shower was expected that night, and Blaise naturally chose to accompany his beloved. However, as they climbed the spiral staircase hand in hand, they were met with the sound of raised voices. Upon recognizing the girl's identity, Pansy felt an urge to rush out, only to be restrained by Blaise, who covered her mouth and pulled her into the shadows around the corner. Draco's voice was like sugar laced with shards of glass, as sweet as ever yet imbued with endless pain. So, you remember nothing at all? I only recall that I spoke the truth. Harry's voice was low. Through the partially opened door, Blaise could clearly see Draco with his back to them, his shoulders tense. Harry took a step forward, his fingers hovering at her waist, hesitating on whether to make contact. Those words were merely the effects of a love potion, Draco retorted coldly, stepping back in an attempt to escape his grasp. You're lucid now. It's time to retract them. Harry suddenly seized her wrist. I am far more dangerous when I'm lucid. His thumb brushed over her pulse. For now, I understand precisely what I am doing. Draco forcefully wrenched his hand away, turning to descend the stairs without noticing Pansy and Blaise lurking in the shadows around the corner. Her face appeared pale under the moonlight, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Pansy, observing that glimmer, felt her heart constrict almost instantly. Harry did not pursue, instead bending down to retrieve the hairpin she had dropped, a small silver snitch. Come out. Having finally shed the constraints imposed by her boyfriend, Pansy strode forward in her high heels and slapped Harry soundly across the face. Harry's head snapped to the side, a flush rising almost immediately. Blaise didn't intervene, but he followed up, tenderly rubbing Pansy's hand, which had delivered the blow. I already said I'd take action. Look at this poor little hand, it's all red. Harry Potter, you truly are infuriating. Pansy managed to extract that phrase from between clenched teeth. Harry pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, feeling the heat radiating from his face. It's you too. I was concerned it might be someone else. But if it's just you, there's nothing to fret about. Not wanting to converse further with that insufferable man, Pansy nudged Blaise, signaling him to handle the situation. Blaise shrugged. All right, first off, my apologies for stumbling upon your quarrel. Secondly, what sparked the dispute? Harry leaned against the astronomy tower wall. It's really nothing. I heard there's a meteor shower tonight, so I thought to invite her out. As of now, there's nothing to argue about. Blaise nodded. He and Pansy shared the same sentiment. Well, I told her that my confession the other day was due to having consumed the twins' love potion cookies. Blaze. Pansy. Their displeasure was evident, and Harry quickly added, I still have more to say. I intended to express that my love for her requires no love potion. My feelings surpass even that of the potion's effect. He sighed deeply once more, but as you both witnessed, she didn't hear the entirety of my words. Pansy finally offered a retort after her earlier insults. Humph. Harry lowered his gaze. Fixated on the silver snitch hairpin, he continued to rub between his fingers. She gifted it to me on my 13th birthday. He chuckled bitterly, stating it was to remind me that I would never grasp what I desired. When Pansy returned to the dormitory, Draco was at the mirror, removing his makeup with a roughness akin to scrubbing away incriminating evidence. The cotton pad was stained with black mascara, and perhaps tears? He asked, lying. She suddenly declared. He claimed to remember the color of my headband from first year. Pansy silently offered him a tissue. Draco clutched it as if it were a lifeline, his knuckles whitening. Who remembers such trivial matters? Unless he has always been watching you. Hermione descended from her bed, approaching Draco, much like how Ron remembers the dress I wore for each debate. Draco buried his face in his palms. How terrifying. This morning, I secretly sniffed his coat. Hermione and Pansy exchanged a knowing glance. Outside, a meteor streaked across the night sky, like a wound slowly healing. More terrifying still, Draco's voice muffled in his hands. Was the hope that he might utter those words again when he was sober. Pansy hesitated, contemplating whether to share what she and Blaze had overheard later. Suddenly, a guitar strummed from downstairs. The three girls rushed to the window, witnessing Harry standing on the lawn, strumming a battered wooden guitar. He looked up, the moonlight glinting off his glasses, obscuring his gaze. The moment Draco caught sight of him, he recoiled behind the windowsill like a startled white weasel. What is he playing? Hermione furrowed her brow. Draco's voice suddenly softened. Wonderwall, the first track on my Spotify playlist. Harry began to sing, his tone surprisingly tender. Draco's fingers tightened around the window frame, his knuckles turning white. Should I go down? Watching Draco in such a state made Pansy uneasy as well. Draco shook his head, but quietly opened the window a bit wider. The night breeze, carrying the melody and the scent of fresh grass, swept into the room, scattering her half-removed eye makeup. At Hermione's bedside, her phone screen lit up with a message from Ron, waiting in the library until 9. Are you standing me up? Oh no. Hermione jumped up, realizing she had forgotten. She grabbed her coat and dashed out the door, wearing her slippers the wrong way. Draco finally smiled, though tears streamed down his face more fiercely. We've all gone mad. Haven Tiwi? The singing continued downstairs. Pansy approached the door. I'll go find Blaze. Are you going to let Potter in? Draco did not respond, but when Pansy closed the door, she heard the window creak open a little more. Sighing, Pansy took out her phone to send Blaze a message about meeting up. At 6:15 in the morning, the sun had just begun its ascent. Draco's bed curtains fluttered slightly. Hermione, who was preparing to rise and wash up for the library, quickly feigned sleep. Curious to see what Draco would do at such an early hour, she squinted her eyes, watching from the gaps between her eyelashes as he stealthily changed into workout attire. His hair still damp from a shower. He even washed it, likely due to excessive sweating. While applying lip balm in front of the mirror, she muttered, then immediately wiped it off with a tissue. As the dormitory door gently closed, Hermione leaped from her bed and rushed to the window to peek outside. In the morning mist, a bespectacled figure had been stretching beneath the maple tree for 10 minutes. Harry had switched to gray sweatpants, and with each bend, the outline of his back muscles became apparent. Draco, appearing from the opposite direction, accidentally dropped his water bottle at Harry's feet. As Harry picked it up, his fingers lingered on the bottle for 2 extra seconds. Thanks. Draco's voice was fainter than the morning mist. You're welcome. Harry's reply was as light as a falling leaf. They began to jog along the lakeside, maintaining a distance of 3 meters. Harry adjusted his stride to match hers, while Draco pretended not to notice. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, their shadows finally overlapped on the ground for a fleeting moment. Oh! The voice of a teasing crush echoed in her ear, causing Hermione to jump back in surprise. Pansy, when did you wake up? Pansy, with her red nails resting on her face, feigned innocence. I probably woke up when you did. Ha ha. Hermione, amused, playfully hit Pansy. I knew you wouldn't miss the chance to watch their little drama unfold. Oh, of course. I don't even want to get involved with that foolish gorilla brain of Harry Potter, Pansy remarked with a look of disdain. Hermione was nearly in stitches. Oh, Pansy. You will inevitably get involved, especially since you're so concerned about Draco, like a mother hen. Hey, I just promised Aunt Narcissa not to be likened to a mother hen. I have a devilish figure. Writing about topics I love to write about. If everyone lived in an American high school in 2007, another night of tutoring, and the group gathered once more in the library to study. Hermione's notebook contained a freshly discovered note. Page 214. I like the sentence you underlined 2RW. Immature. She slammed her book shut but couldn't resist flipping to page 214, which was a chapter in the history of medieval struggles about slaves fighting for their rights. Ron sat at the opposite end of the library, pretending to study a football magazine, yet stealing glances at Hermione every 30 seconds. When Hermione stood up to grab a reference book, he dashed to her seat and slipped a note into advanced physics lab. Draco quietly leaned over to take a peek. The strawberry-scented shampoo you used today smells better than the coconut one from last time. P.S. Don't tell Pansy that I've smelled your hair. Draco. She returned to her seat and gave Harry, who sat beside her, a sharp elbow. When Hermione came back and spotted the note, her ears turned as red as Ron's hair. She wrote a new note and tucked it into Ron's forgotten football tactics handbook. Creepy stalker. 8 p.m. in the restricted section. I'll teach you how to not be noticed. During lunch, while eating and reading a magazine, Ron sprayed pumpkin juice all over Neville's face when he read the note. The plastics at the adjacent table fell into collective silence at the scene. Pansy lowered her head, transferring the pumpkin juice on her plate to her beloved's plate. Draco took a relieved sip of his green apple juice. Hermione sensed Pansy's urge to speak and decided to cut it short. Stop. No need to say more. After saying this, she ignored her table mates' teasing and hastened her meal. Meanwhile, she didn't forget to remind Draco. Draco, the Quidditch match is about to start. Do you want to go together? Knowing Draco's proud nature, Hermione chose to leave the decision to him. As expected, Draco didn't respond immediately, instead pretending to methodically finish the remaining food on his plate before artfully replying, I'm done eating. Let us go. Hermione chuckled. After the match, Draco casually mentioned to Hermione, I just remembered, Potter's knee pads are still with me. I accidentally took them last time while running. Hermione squinted her eyes, clearly skeptical. However, after Draco's insistence, she chose not to press further. When Draco arrived at the Quidditch locker room, it was empty, save for Harry's water bottle sitting forlornly on the bench. Not seeing anyone, Draco hesitated, contemplating whether to leave something behind or simply depart. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly. Harry emerged, clad only in a towel. Water droplets glided over his abs, tracing an intimate path down to his waist. Their eyes locked, and they both froze. The mint-scented shampoo slipped from Harry's fingers and fell to the ground, while Draco's wide gray-blue eyes nearly transformed into round almonds. I came to deliver. Draco swallowed hard, lifting the knee pads. Harry's ears turned crimson as he quickly pulled a t-shirt over his head. What are you doing here? Your knee pads. You took the wrong ones last Friday. Draco intentionally placed the knee pads in the most conspicuous spot in his locker. Mint scent. Did you use the same laundry detergent? Harry paused, gently sniffing the minty air. Draco's ears flushed. What same brand? That's the laundry detergent my family recently sent over. Harry halted his movements, his voice muffled through the fabric. The scent is too strong, Draco. Strong enough that you can smell me following you every morning during your jog. Draco leaned against Harry's locker, crossing his arms. As Harry finally pulled on his t-shirt, his messy black hair framed his exceptionally bright eyes. That's just my regular running route. Coincidentally along the same path as this lady? No, it's just that. He picked up the knee pads, gently tracing the edges embroidered with DM, so I can always remember the scent I want to keep. As Harry spoke, he raised his gaze towards Draco, his deep green eyes resembling a ravenous wolf, fixated intently on its prey. The prey, unwilling to show weakness, met his stare. And after a prolonged moment, a soft laugh escaped his lips. Draco, I have something to discuss with you during our Saturday morning run at 6. Harry leaned in closer to Draco, their eyes locked. Draco's fingertips lightly pressed against Harry's shoulder. Though he exerted minimal force, he effortlessly subdued the beast before him. Let us see how you perform. They exchanged a knowing smile, and Draco turned to exit the locker room, leaving Harry to cover the spot where Draco had just touched, savoring the lingering sensation. That evening, the plastics dormitory was as harmonious as ever. The three girls removed their makeup and shared tales of their day apart. Draco casually brought up the events of the day. Pansy could not resist throwing cold water on her enthusiasm. The weather forecast predicts rain on Saturday. What if Potter doesn't show up? Draco, who had been humming a cheerful tune, abruptly fell silent. After a long pause, one that led the other two to believe she would not respond, Draco finally said, if he truly doesn't appear, then we shall leave it at that. On Saturday morning, a torrential downpour commenced, though it wasn't entirely unexpected, as the forecast had warned. However, no one anticipated that the notoriously inaccurate weather report would be correct this time. Lying in bed, Hermione observed a motionless Draco and quietly messaged Pansy. What is going on? It really got it right this time. Pansy replied, how should I know? That wretched forecast has never been reliable. Who could have guessed it would be accurate today? Potter wouldn't really bail, would he? I asked Ron, And he said Harry left a while ago. Do you think Draco is awake? I'm not sure. Her bed curtains are completely still. Hermione quietly sat up and peeked out from the window. Harry was indeed waiting beneath the maple tree outside their dormitory. Rainwater streaming down his glasses. I see Harry. He is standing under the tree. Hiss. At 6:20, Draco's curtains remained undisturbed. At 6:25, the apartment door was flung open. Draco dashed into the rain, not dressed in athletic attire, but in her pajamas and slippers. The moment she burst from the dormitory, Pansy sprang from her own bed, leaping onto Hermione to peer through the window together. Down below, Draco had reached Harry. You fool, she shouted at Harry, her golden hair drenched by the rain. You've waited out here in such downpour. Couldn't you have returned to the dormitory first? Harry wiped his face, striving to see her more clearly. You once stated that you despise those who break their promises, especially since I was the one who invited you out. When? 6th year. Harry stepped closer. I promised to help you carry your bag, but was late, and you ignored me for 2 weeks. Draco froze. You remember? I remember more. Water trickled from his chin. You wore a green headband in 1st year, and in 2nd year, you liked silver nail polish. And in 3rd year his words trailed off as Draco kissed him. It was a kiss imbued with rain and a hint of mint. Clumsy like children taking their first dance. Harry's hand hovered in the air before gently resting on her waist, as if touching a fragile dream. The two eavesdroppers quietly withdrew from the window, exchanging a smile. I think I can inform Blaise that they finally got together. Oh, let us hope Theodore doesn't faint from envy, Hermione teased. Laughter filled the room, a long overdue lightness. Oh, I somewhat miss Blaise. Rainy days are perfect for dates. Me too. I'm eager to see Ron. They exchanged glances and sprang from their beds, rushing to the bathroom to freshen up. Almost done. Just a little more of this romantic routine. In a scenario where everyone lived in an American high school, after Draco and Harry became a couple. The notoriously flamboyant Malfoy was clearly not one to pursue a discreet romance. In the hallways, one could frequently witness Harry pinning Draco against lockers for a kiss, or Draco perched on Harry's lap, feeding him strawberries. Disgusting, Pansy remarked, picking at her nails. Just as she had during her relationship with Theodore, Draco was always eager to announce her romance to the world. She enjoyed labeling Harry as her own, swapping his water bottle, wristbands, headbands, and so forth, all prominently displaying the unmistakable Malfoy emblem. Fortunately, Harry was equally willing, even reveling in it. After all, he too left his mark on Draco, akin to a beast claiming its territory. Indeed, he was the recognized lion of Hogwarts. However, it was evident that Harry's mark was rather excessive. Thus, Pansy audaciously questioned in the center of the dining hall, her nails lightly tapping against Draco's collarbone. Is Potter a reincarnated vampire? The entire hall fell silent. The clear bite mark on Draco's collarbone glowed with an ambiguous pink hue under the lights. Harry choked on his pumpkin juice, spraying it from his nostrils. It's a mosquito bite, Draco replied, expressionless, as she cut into her steak, the knife scraping against the plate with a harsh noise. What kind of mosquito has fangs? Pansy chuckled. Hermione kicked Ron sharply under the table, as he was poised to snap a photo of Harry's mortified expression to send to his brothers. Unable to withstand the mocking gazes of those around her, Draco abruptly dropped her utensils and stood up. I think Blaise might be a vampire too, don't you? Someone clearly flustered. Pansy, after receiving a fierce glare, obediently mimicked zipping her lips. Satisfied, Draco left the dining hall, leaving behind a mortified Harry, who was so embarrassed that he wished to bury his entire face in his plate, unable to conceal the red hue creeping up his ears. How unexpectedly innocent. With the other two out on dates, Hermione, left to her own devices in the dormitory, brought the family album she had received from home to the library. Driven by an unexplainable impulse, Hermione took a note and ventured to the restricted section to find a place to sit. As she recalled her mother's words about a special surprise, she slowly flipped through the album. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something. Her trembling fingers brushing over the last page of the album. On a small, burned-edge elementary school photo, young Ron stood behind Hermione, his fingers secretly tugging at her braid. This as she could hardly believe it. She had flipped through this album numerous times, and clearly remembered that this photo had not been there. She turned to the back, where the faded pencil writing almost melded with the paper's texture. I love her. 1999. A sound of books dropping echoed behind her. Ron stood frozen between the shelves, with a copy of How to Elegantly Confess scattered at his feet. When did Hermione's voice caught in her throat? Ron's ears flushed bright red. Since the day you transferred here. He crouched down to collect the scattered books, unable to look at her. You solved that problem on the board that the entire class couldn't, and chalk dust landed on your eyelashes. Hermione suddenly crouched down as well, their foreheads nearly colliding. So, you purposely drew a frog in my homework? That was a love letter. Ron exclaimed in despair, covering his face. Fred said girls love romantic animals. Hermione kissed him. It was a kiss imbued with the scent of dust and parchment, as unrefined as an immature green plum. By the time Madame Pants, the librarian, discovered them, they had lingered in the restricted sections corner for 2 hours, ostensibly engrossed in the study of modern Chinese history. Draco exhibited an unusual restlessness that day. Hermione and Pansy exchanged glances, reaching an unspoken conclusion. Upon returning to their dormitory that evening, she slammed the door behind her and flung a stack of photographs onto the bed, all depicting Harry with various girls. Frustrated, she muttered about a retrospective of Potter's romantic escapades. In the images, Harry smiled, yet his gaze never met the camera. Hermione picked one up for a closer look. It was from last year's Christmas party, where he had been watching her the entire time. This one captured him observing her as she tumbled into the fountain. Draco buried his face in a pillow, exclaiming, "Merlin, why am I dating the campus prince? Perhaps it's because he collects the lipstick tubes you've used?" Pansy quipped casually. Draco hurled a pillow at her, but couldn't suppress a chuckle. "He gave me a new lipstick today, claiming it was a form of compensation." She produced the small, round tube, its shade of vibrant crimson, favored by Gryffindor. How ridiculous. It was evident that Draco wasn't genuinely angry with Potter. She merely sought to provoke him into demonstrating his affection more overtly. While Draco flaunted her new lipstick, the two rolled their eyes in perfect unison. Returning to their own activities, Draco's phone rang promptly at 6 in the morning. She fumbled to answer it, Harry's voice coming through, husky from sleep. "Good morning, princess. If you dare call this early again." Draco buried her face in the pillow, her voice muffled. "You promised to supervise my morning runs, dear." From the other end, the sound of fabric rustling suggested Harry was changing into his workout gear. The fog outside was as thick as the mousse in her hair. Draco shot upright. "I don't use mousse. That's French hair oil. Princess, look outside." Through the phone, Harry's voice wavered slightly. At his prompting, she glanced out the window to see a figure in glasses stretching beneath a maple tree. "Coming down?" Harry's tone was light. "I bought your favorite almond croissant. Has no one told you that bribery doesn't work on me, Potter?" Draco hung up the phone but found herself downstairs 3 minutes later, her hair hastily tied back. "Sans lipstick. Why didn't you wear the lipstick I gave you?" Harry inquired, his fingertip lingering in her palm for a moment as he handed her a paper bag. The croissant was still warm, its flaky surface adorned with crushed almond pieces, the very one she had casually praised at a bakery in London last week. Who puts on lipstick right after waking up? Savoring the warmth of the croissant, Draco could hardly wait to take a bite. Just as delicious as I imagined. With a hint of unexpected sweetness. Content with her delightful treat, she decided to temporarily cast aside her concerns about maintaining her figure. After their usual rugby practice, Harry discovered a brown paper bag in his locker. Inside lay a freshly laundered team jersey, exuding a faint mint fragrance, the scent of Draco's preferred laundry detergent. "Wow," Fred exclaimed. Whistling from the sidelines, "The little princess from the Malfoy family personally washed your jersey." Harry buried his face in the fabric, inhaling deeply as if he could catch a whiff of Draco's essence. "She complained that my usual detergent was too pungent and that it made my nose uncomfortable." George, with a mischievous grin, raised his phone. "I'm going to set this expression of yours as my screensaver and sell it to Malfoy at a high price." In a bid to retrieve his notebook, Harry lunged, unintentionally knocking over Ron's equipment bag. A sketchbook tumbled out, filled with quick sketches of Hermione's profile. The latest page still affixed with the strawberry tea bag she had used that morning. The locker room fell silent before erupting into a chorus of whistles. Ron, blushing, snatched the book back. "Shut up. You lot are such love-struck fools." "Oh, little Ronnie, who exactly is the love-struck fool here?" The teasing continued unabated. With exams fast approaching, Hermione managed to gather everyone in the library, an unusual occurrence. The corner seats by the window in the library were Draco's exclusive territory during the pre-exam period. After Harry inadvertently left the complete guide to rugby techniques there one day, a silent competition ensued between them. On the first day, Draco returned the book to Harry's dormitory door, accompanied by a note that read, "Get off my territory." The next day, Harry not only reclaimed his spot, but also left behind mints and a note stating, "The sunshine is lovely here." On the third day, Draco covered the table in pink glitter, yet Harry cheerfully sat amidst the sparkle, engrossed in his reading. By the fourth day, Draco finally relented, stipulating that Harry must serve as a human cushion. Thus, it became a common sight throughout the school, the notorious Malfoy heiress curled up in the arms of the savior, while Harry's fingers gently combed through her golden hair. Just another display of young love, one might say. Like honey dripping from a warm, melting honeycomb, Pansy remarked, secretly snapping a photo to set as her screensaver. The library on rainy days possessed an extraordinary tranquility, especially when everyone was absorbed in their studies. "I received a conditional offer from Oxford," Harry suddenly announced, his voice nearly drowned out by the patter of rain. Draco's hand paused momentarily as she organized her notes, but soon resumed. Oh, the condition is to major in physical education and minor in history, Harry continued, removing his glasses to wipe away the fog. But I want to study law. Draco's head snapped up. Are you insane? With your rugby talent? The little princess struggled to keep her voice down, receiving a warning glance from Madame Pants. I want to help your father with his legal cases. Harry met her gaze, asserting that having a lawyer familiar with both the old families and the new money would be advantageous in resolving their long-standing disputes. The sound of rain faded into the background. Draco's lips trembled slightly. Do you understand what that entails? Dealing with those old men, having to. Harry gently leaned in, kissing her, the taste of salty tears mingling with their lips. When they parted, Draco's eyelashes were damp, clearly still glistening with unshed tears. My father will hate you, she whispered. He already does, Harry chuckled, brushing away the droplets from her cheek, but let him have a good reason to hate me. The others pretended to be oblivious, wholly engrossed in their studies. With Harry's conditional offer from Oxford, the two cherished their moments together even more. Draco even approached Dumbledore to have their dormitory changed to a suite, solely to facilitate Harry's overnight visits. On one such occasion, Harry discovered a leather-bound notebook beneath Draco's pillow. Upon opening the first page, she was greeted by her name, Draco's observation journal chronicling Potter's antics since she learned to write. September 1st, Potter wore those hideous glasses again, looking like a deer caught in headlights. November 5th, Potter was sneaking glances at me in art class. The fool thinks I didn't notice. February 14th, Potter received 23 Valentine's cards and threw them all away. Good. The latest entry read, during our morning run, he had frost on his eyelashes. Wanted to kiss it away. Didn't he dare? Just as Harry was about to continue reading, the notebook was snatched away. Draco stood at the edge of the bed. Her cheeks flushed. What are you doing looking at my calculus notes? Is that so? Harry teased, pulling her into an embrace. Then what formula is this desire to kiss away? Draco slammed the notebook against his chest, but Harry seized the opportunity to roll over and pin her down. The morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, dancing among their entwined locks. Oxford matters, Draco murmured softly. Let me ponder it some more. Harry pressed a gentle kiss to her nose, assuring her, it's all right. We have the entire summer to persuade your father. Outside, the early summer breeze swept across the meadows, carrying the intertwined scents of green apples and mint. If everyone lived in an American high school setting. During Harry's final month at Hogwarts, Draco intensified her efforts, marking Harry with her sigils. Just like today, the chemistry classroom was infused with a peculiar sweetness. Draco pinned Harry against the lab table, meticulously carving a piece of moonstone with a silver knife. Extend your hand, she commanded. Move, and I shall sever your fingers. Harry lazily splayed his palm, retorting, murdering your husband, Miss Malfoy? A silver chain wound around his wrist, the dangling moonstone sculpted into a miniature golden snitch, the inner side etched with the delicate initials DM. The connection was deliberately shaped into a serpentine pattern by Draco. Every weekend, it required a soak in moonflower essence for maintenance. She lowered her head to bite through the excess silver wire, her lips inadvertently brushing against his pulse, lest it oxidize. Suddenly, Harry flipped his wrist to grasp her fingers, asking, does this need maintenance too? He kissed her fingertips dusted with silver powder, adding, I've acquired your flavor. I can't bear to part with it. Draco's withdrawal was momentarily delayed, replying, if it oxidizes, it serves you right. Harry smiled, wrapping his arms around Draco's shoulders, placing a soft kiss on her cheek. Then I suppose I would rather not let your love for me oxidize. It shall grow ever more vibrant, just like our love. Severus Snape at the podium wore a thoroughly dark expression. Mr. Potter, please step outside. As for you, Miss Malfoy, I expect you to visit your poor old teacher's office after school. The tension in Snape's voice was palpable, causing the other students to turn and chuckle at Harry and Draco. Harry sighed in dismay, reluctantly rising to head outside, while Draco met her godfather's glowering gaze, silently covering her face. Before the weekend match, Harry discovered a box of handmade mint candies deep within his locker, the wrappers distinctly bearing the Malfoy crest. George approached, munching on an energy bar. Your partner secretly placed these here this morning, threatening me with laxatives if I dared to steal one. Harry chuckled. But you cannot deny that Draco would indeed do such a thing, can you? George bit into his energy bar, laughing. That much is true, mate. Harry smiled back, glancing down at the box of candies. The bottom wrapper read, consume before the match to prevent nausea. Do not embarrass the Malfoys. He unwrapped the mint candy, slowly savoring it, as if it might allow him to taste the essence of that lady. During the finals, Harry indeed finished the game with the mint candy in his mouth, scoring the decisive touchdown. At the celebration feast, he stood on stage, folding the candy wrapper into a ring, declaring it more precious than the championship ring. Draco snatched the wrapper from his hands, stuffing it into her pocket. Her ears reddening more than her cheerleader outfit. Disgusting. You enjoyed it so much. Next time double the mint. Harry laughed at her. You wouldn't dare. Double mint. That evening, the two slipped away from the celebration, hand in hand, making their way to the observatory. Draco wrapped herself in Harry's team jacket, nestled against him, her nose smudged with telescope grease. She looked up at Harry, her gray-blue eyes sparkling like the brightest gems. Look, the third star in Orion, named by its discoverer. Her face beamed with pride over her newfound discovery. Harry buried his face in her neck, chuckling. Then I should call you Draco Orion Malfoy? It's Malfoy Orion Draco. And it's not me, it's that star. She turned, crashing into his embrace, her star chart notebook slipping to the floor. Harry instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, sealing all discussions of constellations with a kiss. Later, that page of the star chart bore a new inscription, New Star Discovered Here, named HD, Eternally Shining. On the eve of the graduation ball, Harry attempted to climb the wall to find Draco, but twisted his ankle instead. Ron lounged on Harry's bed. Mate, you'll see her at dawn. This is hardly worth it. After being pushed off the bed by his best friend, Harry, sitting on a stool with a pout, countered, Hey, when you were dating Hermione, didn't you want to be together all the time? Besides, I don't want to miss our last moments before summer. Ron grinned, raising his phone. Well, you'll get your wish soon. Draco knows about your injury. What? Ron? Harry exclaimed, leaping from the stool in excitement. The next moment, Draco kicked open the boys' dormitory door. Idiot. Ron quickly vacated Harry's bed, moving to the door. Wait, I didn't mean to sit on his bed. But Draco ignored him, striding straight to Harry, pulling him back to the bed to tend to his injury. Do you think you're Spider-Man? The ointment smelled of green apples, and Harry wrinkled his nose. Is this a new remedy? It doesn't smell like the usual stuff. Poison, Draco replied, exerting a bit more pressure as she applied the ointment. Next time you get hurt, I'll use real poison. This will help you heal faster. I don't want to be without a dance partner. As the moonlight filtered through the window, Harry noticed tears glistening on her eyelashes. It's me who's in pain, he smiled, wiping away a tear with his thumb. Why are you crying? None of your business, Draco retorted, biting his wrist. Serves you right. Seeing her cry tugged at Harry's heart. He gently lifted her delicate face, and under the moon's witness, kissed her lips. Meanwhile, Ron had unknowingly slipped out of the room. When the kiss ended, they sat quietly on the bed, savoring the stillness. Draco's gaze fell upon the dress hanging at the foot of Harry's bed. Curious, she sat up straight. Is that the dress you'll wear tomorrow? Harry followed her gaze. Oh yes, are you satisfied? Draco scrutinized it, removing one of the buttons. It's almost perfect. She unfastened the second button from Harry's shirt, replacing it with a delicate silver serpent-patterned button, which bore a golden D. You must not unfasten this button at the graduation ball, she warned. Or else Harry chuckled at her. Setting the shirt down, Draco rose to leave. I must go now. See you tomorrow, dear. Do you want to stay? The boys' dormitory lacked Chanel and Saint Laurent. Watching her golden-haired silhouette, Harry wore a fond smile. At the graduation ball the next day, Harry dramatically tore off that button in front of all the graduates. Just as Draco's high heel was about to kick his shin, the button transformed into a serpentine ring adorning her ring finger, thanks to magic. The Malfoy family rules didn't specify that buttons couldn't be exchanged for rings. Harry grinned, dodging her second kick and seamlessly pulling her into the dance floor. They twirled to the melody of Perfect. The little snake at Draco's fingertip bit its own tail, forming an eternal circle. Pansy leaned against Blaze. Blaze, if you propose to me like this, I would kill you. Maybe it's not a proposal yet. Hermione teased, linking arms with Ron. Regardless, nothing will change. Ron gazed at his good friend under the lights. Harry would never let go of his treasure. Quite terrifying. I must warn our dear little dragon, Pansy pretended to say. Yet everyone knew she would do no such thing. During the summer, Harry and Draco had escaped to Lucius's private beach for a holiday. Draco adjusted the angle of the sunshade for the 100th time. Goodness, I can't believe I agreed to come here with you. The ultraviolet rays will accelerate skin aging. Suddenly, Harry smeared a green apple smoothie on her nose. We'll grow old together as wrinkled grandparents. I refuse. Draco sprang up to chase Harry, their playful pursuit continuing until sunset. It culminated when Draco leaped and clung to Harry, only to be pulled back into the waves by him. As his drenched white shirt clung to his form, Harry hummed a tuneless song in her ear. You are my golden snitch that never falls. As the tide receded, Draco left a new mark on his collarbone, a stamp to prevent being picked up by the Oxford girls. Never. On a morning at the Oxford Foundation course, Harry received an international package in his foreign apartment. Draco had sent his signature perfume, shimmering in a crystal bottle, with a note that bore a single line, used thrice daily, a remedy for homesickness. Harry caressed the perfume bottle, placing a gentle kiss upon it. As the sycamore leaves fell outside, Draco's phone lit up with a new message. It was a photo of Draco standing at the entrance of Hogwarts High, the path behind him carpeted with maple leaves. The running route from London to Oxford has been remeasured. In the corner of the photo, her serpentine bracelet sparkled alongside his snitch bracelet, both gleaming with the same silver light. If everyone lived in an American high school, on an ordinary Wednesday. Within the ancient library of Oxford, Harry was engrossed in heavy legal tomes, his glasses slipping down his nose. A steaming cup of Earl Grey was gently placed beside him, the bottom concealing a gilded card bearing the Malfoy family crest. The card contained but a single line. This Saturday at 3 p.m., London, Malfoy Manor. Bring your sincerity. Harry inhaled deeply, his fingertips brushing over the small, nearly imperceptible bite mark on his wrist. A token of affection left by a certain young lady the previous week when he had returned to seek her out. He knew full well that this invitation would not be as simple as afternoon tea. Malfoy Manor on Saturday was steeped in a deliberately cultivated solemnity. Just standing at the entrance, Harry felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Upon entering, he saw Lucius Malfoy seated regally in a high-backed chair before the fireplace, his silver serpent cane resting on his knee, like a king awaiting an audience. Narcissa appeared considerably more amiable, yet her gaze was equally penetrating. Under the scrutiny of both, Harry could not help but swallow hard. Mr. Potter, Lucius's voice was like cold silk. I understand what young people call passion. However, you must comprehend that the Malfoy bloodline and its responsibilities are no trifling matter. Harry did not shy away from his gaze, placing a document on the intricately carved coffee table. This is the detailed account of the Potter Family Trust Fund, along with 3 successful case reports from my internship at the Future Rights Protection Association, one of which concerns the transformation and rights protection of ancient pureblood family enterprises within the modern global economy. Lucius did not even glance at the document. Wealth and social endeavors? That does not guarantee your understanding of the world Draco inhabits, nor the responsibilities she will need to shoulder. What I comprehend is Draco herself. Harry's voice was steady and resolute. I understand her pride in her family's honor, as well as her rebellious yearning to break free from archaic constraints. I see the softness beneath her critical exterior, and I recognize her habit of masking insecurity with sharpness. He paused, his green eyes locking onto Lucius's. What I can offer her is not a guarantee, but a promise. Whether she chooses to shine in the spotlight or to tread a quieter path, I will be the one beside her, understanding her, supporting her, and occasionally embroiled in spirited disagreements with her. His lips curled into a Draco-esque smirk. A silence ensued, the crackling of the flames in the fireplace punctuating the moment. Narcissa gently touched her husband's arm. Lucius's taut jawline seemed to soften slightly as he picked up the document, his fingertip lingering on the words Potter Family Trust Fund for a moment before he merely huffed, flattery. And Draco? As if in response to his words, the heavy door to the study was abruptly swung open. Draco entered, clad in smart trousers, her golden hair pinned up, her cheeks flushed from her brisk walk. She strode directly to Harry, linking her arm with his, her posture unprecedentedly assertive. Father, her voice was clear and resolute, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, yet brimming with determination. I am not here to seek your approval. I am here to tell you that I have chosen him. Regardless of your consent, my future includes Harry Potter. Should you choose to bless us, we would be delighted. Should you choose to oppose? She lifted her chin defiantly, the unmistakable light in her slate blue eyes unwavering. That will only affirm the correctness of my choice. I am no longer the little girl who hides behind the family name. The air thickened. Lucius regarded his daughter, his expression a convoluted tapestry of shock, anger, yet perhaps a hint of pride concealed within. Eventually, he struck the floor heavily with his cane, rose, and departed the study in silence. Narcissa sighed softly, yet a smile of relief adorned her face. She stood up and approached Draco, smoothing out an imaginary wrinkle on her daughter's shoulder. He needs time, dear. But the way he loves you can sometimes be rather stubborn. Then she turned to Harry, her gaze softening considerably. You are always welcome, Harry. Draco's room faces the garden. It gets a bit chilly at night, so do remind her to close the window. This was almost an open endorsement and concern. Draco's taut shoulders relaxed instantly as she leaned her head against Harry's shoulder. He embraced her tightly, feeling her slight tremors, and lowered his head to place a silent kiss atop her hair. Their wedding did not take place at the ancient Malfoy Manor, nor at the Potter family ancestral home. They chose a private meadow overlooking the cliffs, where the sound of the waves could be heard. The sunlight poured down like melted gold, bathing the simple yet elegant white and green decor. Draco did not don a traditional, elaborate wedding gown. Instead, she opted for a custom dress with fluid lines. The bodice adorned with exquisite silver lace that accentuated her graceful shoulders, while the flowing lower half was made of ivory satin that draped beautifully. with silver threads embroidering the subtle images of a snitch and entwining vines. Her golden hair was loosely pinned, crowned by a delicate diamond tiara, one of Narcissa's wedding gifts. Her beauty was a perfect amalgamation of brilliance and serene elegance. Harry wore a flawlessly tailored deep gray suit, sans tie, the collar slightly open. He stood under the floral arch, watching his bride approach him step by step, sunlight dancing upon her. Her green eyes brimming with all the tenderness and resolve in the world. When their hands finally intertwined, Lucius maintained a serious expression from his seat, yet did not withdraw his hand when Narcissa gripped it tightly. The officiant was none other than Professor Dumbledore, retired, donning rainbow socks. He blinked his wise eyes. Dear children, in this place that has witnessed countless vows, do we still require those antiquated notions of obedience, regardless of wealth or poverty? Draco and Harry exchanged smiles. We choose our own vows. Harry began, his voice resonant and powerful. Draco Narcissa Malfoy, I pledge to be your most formidable adversary, to douse your triumphs with cold water, to perhaps mock you for 3 minutes during your misfortunes, before offering you a warm embrace. I vow to respect all your pride and brilliance. Even when they occasionally prick me, I promise to accompany you in exploring every corner of the world, whether it be the secret chambers of Malfoy Manor or the amusement parks of the common folk. I vow to love you as fervently as ever, with all the delightful bickering, until death do us part. Draco's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet a sly smile graced his lips. Harry James Potter, I pledge to forever keep you in a state of endless worry, to deliver precise jibes during your moments of bravado, and to possibly capture your foolishness in photographs before helping to mend the aftermath. I vow to safeguard your overwhelming savior's compassion, even when it appears foolish. I promise to cheer you on in every significant rugby match, from the sidelines and as your cheerleader, and to savor every meal you prepare, even if it is occasionally charred. I vow to love you as fiercely as ever, in sharp opposition, until the end of time. There was no reluctance in my heart, only the resounding applause and laughter echoing against the cliffs. Ron shouted from the audience, Goodness, this is even more terrifying than Professor Snape's chemistry class. Hermione chuckled and playfully punched him. The ring exchange was equally unique. Harry produced a platinum ring, inscribed inside with the words, Always caught my snitch. Draco unveiled a ring adorned with a square-cut emerald, the representative color of the Potter family, which bore the inscription, My favorite pain in the neck. As Harry kissed his bride, Draco found himself unexpectedly holding a tiny golden snitch. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, she laughed, a mixture of relief and pure happiness, and tossed it high into the azure sky. Harry laughed heartily, whispering by her lips, This time, let me chase you for a lifetime. Years later, in a penthouse apartment overlooking the River Thames, Draco's voice echoed from the study. Harry James Potter, remove your damned race car models from my design blueprints. Accompanied by the sound of papers being swept off the table, Harry lounged lazily on the living room sofa, perusing a sports magazine, with a drowsy fat cat named Crab sprawled at his feet. That's a limited edition, darling, and it adds an artistic touch. Artistic? It's blocking my load-bearing wall for the new restaurant. Draco stormed out, still clad in loungewear, his golden hair tousled, a measuring tape clutched in his hand. Harry set down the magazine, his green eyes twinkling with amusement. New restaurant? I thought you had promised to assign that project to my firm's legal consultant? Provided you don't disrupt my artwork. Draco flung the measuring tape at him, but Harry caught his wrist, gently pulling him into his embrace. All right, my fault. Harry laughed, kissing her pouting cheek, his nose brushing against her neck, where the familiar scent of lime and high-end perfume mingled. The load-bearing wall is important. My model will temporarily reside in the Potter-exclusive museum, the storage room. Draco huffed, yet relaxed against him, her fingers absent-mindedly toying with a special button on his shirt collar. A serpentine silver button she had sewn years ago. How's that stubborn case in Oxford? Sorted, Harry replied, raising an eyebrow with pride, employing a touch of Malfoy-like negotiation tactics. He was furious, his beard practically bristled, but the contract is signed. Draco smirked with a hint of pride. I told you my genes are superior. Outside, the lights of London began to twinkle. Harry tightened his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Draco picked up a familiar mint from the coffee table. Its wrapper emblazoned with the Malfoy family crest, unwrapped it, and popped it into Harry's mouth. Awful, Harry grimaced, but kissed her with the candy still in his mouth. The flavors of lime and mint melded, intense and refreshing, with a hint of uncompromising spice, reminiscent of their shared journey and of the countless days ahead. Filled with sweet disputes and profound understanding, the fat cat named Crab yawned, shifting into a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. Their story bore no fairy tale perfection. Only two proud souls discovering the most harmonious dance through collision and compromise, engaged in an eternal waltz named love and rivalry. and this dance had just begun its most magnificent movement. Chapter 32. The Forbidden Forest Adventure 01. After Norbert's birth, Harry noticed Draco increasingly frequenting Hagrid's hut. He and Ron had practically taken on the responsibility of feeding Norbert. As soon as class ended, they would dash to Hagrid's, leaving Harry and Hermione still focused on the developments regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Within less than a week, Draco suddenly approached Harry one evening with a serious demeanor. "Harry, I understand why you risked being caught to sneak Norbert away." Harry, perplexed, responded, "Huh?" Draco displayed a dramatically pained expression. "Norbert is growing far too quickly." Unable to contain his laughter, Harry was met with an indignant glare. Draco gave Harry a couple of hearty pats on the back, causing him to cough. "Hurry up. Think of a solution." "Ouch, be gentler. I've already thought of it. We can send him to Charlie like in the last life," Harry remarked. Nursing the spot where he had been patted, Draco withdrew his hand, deep in thought. "You mean sending him to the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary? That is a good place. Let us talk to the Weasleys tomorrow." With Harry's previous experience in transporting Norbert, plans were swiftly made for Saturday night at the Astronomy Tower. On Saturday night, after curfew, at the Astronomy Tower, Hagrid was unable to deliver Norbert due to his size, so it was just the four of them once again. As they sent Norbert off, Harry and Hermione watched as a redhead and a blonde held hands, tears streaming as they gazed at Charlie's colleagues taking Norbert away. Ron even produced a handkerchief from somewhere, dramatically pressing it to his eyes. "Norbert, my dear Norbert." "Oh, the potion is leaving me," Ron cried, his emotional performance escalating from a light drizzle to a torrential downpour. Seeing Ron nearly in a fit of tears, Hermione could no longer bear it. She snatched the handkerchief from him and pressed it against his face. "Enough, Ronald. Do you want to attract Filch? Could you perhaps take a cue from Draco?" Ron pulled the handkerchief from his face. Realizing Draco was silently shedding tears while holding his hand, choosing the most picturesque angle to express his sorrow. Did he not notice that his best friend was completely captivated? Nearly drooling? Ron disdainfully nudged Harry. "Mate, wipe your drool. You look like a fool." Harry retaliated, while discreetly checking if Draco had overheard. Noticing Draco still fixated on the little dragon, Harry felt a pang of disappointment. He withdrew his gaze, engaging in playful banter with Ron, but unbeknownst to him, Draco's ears had quietly turned crimson. Draco reached out to tease Norbert, while simultaneously instructing the Dragon Sanctuary staff watching the spectacle. "You must treat Nobber with the utmost care. If funds run low, have Charlie write to Ron and inform me. I will instruct my father to transfer money to you." The leader with brown hair found this somewhat amusing, remarking, "Who is your father? Raising a dragon requires substantial funds." Draco proudly lifted his chin, declaring, "My father is Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy." The workers involved in the transport exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. "My apologies, young master. Whenever you wish to visit Nobber, simply write to Charlie, and we shall ensure its well-being." Draco nodded, gently caressing Nobber, but it was Hermione, noting the lateness of the hour, who urged the others to move along. "Gentlemen, please take Nobber away now. Boys, it is quite late. We must prepare to return." Nevertheless, as the staff set off, the four friends remained seated atop the Astronomy Tower. Watching them depart, Ron spoke softly. "Oh, I think I will miss it." Draco leaned against Harry, donning a similarly vacant expression. "We will have the opportunity to see it again. When I return, I shall beseech my father to take us to Romania." Harry reached out, tucking Draco's hair behind his ear, his fingers brushing against Draco's cheek, which, as expected, felt cold to the touch. He draped his school robe over Draco's shoulders and assisted him to his feet. "Come, let us return and take a warm bath. We have braved the cold wind here all evening." Hermione, who had turned first, froze in place. "Guys, I don't think we can go back." The three boys turned their heads, locking eyes with the gleaming gaze of Mrs. Norris. Harry swore he detected a human-like mockery in the eyes of that damned cat. Sure enough, Mrs. Norris let out a piercing yowl, and in the next moment, Filch appeared before them as if by magic. Look what I have discovered. For little wizards out past curfew. Let me ponder how to deal with you. Perhaps I shall hand you over to Professor McGonagall." Filch's eyes, gleaming with malice, scanned the four of them before settling on the seemingly most obedient Hermione, and he grinned. Harry grasped Draco, who was ready to argue, casting him a puzzled glance. Harry leaned closer to Draco, whispering, "I will explain later." Seeing Harry's resolve, Draco had no choice but to suppress his increasingly obstinate temperament. Filch, observing their closeness, banged his stick against the Astronomy Tower's door. "No whispering. Hurry up and follow me." The four had no choice but to walk between Filch and Mrs. Norris, attempting to communicate through their glances. "Should we make a run for it now?" Hermione raised her eyebrows, indicating a few intersections along the way. "No. Perhaps we can use the detention to visit the Forbidden Forest." Harry shook his head. They couldn't mention the Forbidden Forest, but they could reference the Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone? That makes sense. What does Draco think? Hermione had indeed taken the bait. I'm fine with it. Draco nodded. What are you all talking about? What's for breakfast tomorrow? I'm hungry. Ron, who had been observing the entire exchange with confusion, assumed they were discussing breakfast and chose to pat his stomach. The remaining three simultaneously raised their hands to their foreheads. As the three conspired while one caused a distraction, Filch led them before Professor McGonagall, Potter, Malfoy, Weasley, and Miss Granger. I am quite surprised to see you at this hour. Students are not permitted to roam the campus at night. Therefore, punishment is warranted, and you will each lose 50 points. 50 points deducted from each of you. To ensure this behavior does not occur again, all four of you must serve detention. There have been recent incidents in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid has increased his patrols. I believe he could use your assistance. Tomorrow night, please report to Hagrid after curfew for your detention. Filch, you will be responsible for taking them there. Of course, Professor. I will ensure they reach the Forbidden Forest. Filch replied, evidently satisfied with this arrangement, refraining from further outbursts. All right, you may return to your common room. I believe the points deducted today should serve as a sufficient lesson. I hope there will not be a next time. Professor McGonagall regarded the group with a stern gaze. The four of them, like wilting flowers, lowered their heads. Understood, Professor. Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco swiftly shed his soiled garments and flung himself onto his soft bed. You idiot! Why did you hold me back at the astronomy tower? Harry busied himself preparing bathing supplies for the two of them. Do you remember the last time we served detention? Draco rolled over on the bed, propping his head up with one hand. Of course I remember. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, without me to report you, we would still have to venture into that terrifying Forbidden Forest? Harry teased. I never imagined that the heir of the Malfoy family, having lived so long, would still fear the Forbidden Forest like a first year. Draco, displeased, smacked his bed with his other hand. Hey, that was my nightmare, you know? You still haven't told me what happened. Harry set down the supplies and sat beside Draco's bed. In the last life, after you fled in terror, that person wanted to kill me, but was frightened off by the centaurs. Later, I learned that person was Quirrell. Quirrell? That coward? Is he really that frightening? Draco was perplexed, recalling Quirrell's timid demeanor, which he found utterly disdainful. Harry nodded. It's not entirely accurate to say it was Quirrell. He was possessed by Voldemort. Upon hearing that name, Draco froze. Wait. Are you saying Voldemort? Seeing Harry's affirmative nod, Draco's face paled almost instantly, even his normally rosy lips losing color. He returned during our first year? Knowing Draco's fear of Voldemort, Harry scooted closer and embraced him. It's all right. He was very weak during our first year, barely able to possess Quirrell to survive. It wasn't until the Triwizard Tournament that he truly returned. But that's Voldemort. Hey, right in front of you is the prophesied savior, Little Dragon. Besides, didn't I defeat him in the last life? In this life, we have been reborn. We might achieve an even better outcome. Draco met Harry's determined gaze and found himself unwittingly wanting to believe in this child who would be the savior. Very well, Potter, I will trust you one more time. Seeing Draco regain his spirit, Harry smiled as he got up from the bed. All right, dear little dragon, go wash up quickly. I believe you could use a warm bath right about now. Both were utterly exhausted from the day's events, compounded by the mention of Voldemort, leaving them in a state of physical and emotional fatigue. After bathing, they returned to their respective beds and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The next day, having lost 100 points for their house, the group unusually sat quietly through class. However, it soon became apparent to the students of both houses that a significant portion of their precious points had vanished. Percy let out a shriek in the Great Hall, while the first year who typically joined him in such cries now wished fervently to remain unnoticed. The Gryffindors were all riled up, eager to discover the culprits behind the point deductions, while Ron and Hermione quietly tried to diminish their presence. The mischievous twins, accustomed to bullying their younger brother, each pressed down on Ron with a sense of wonder. Fred, someone has shattered our record for losing points. How splendid is that, brother? If only we could ascertain who it was, we would invite them to partake in our prank endeavors. Rarely had Ron heard such praise directed at an individual from his brothers, and he instantly began to shake his feathers, signaling to them. Oh, perhaps that person could be me? The twins exchanged glances, first at Ron, then at each other, before bursting into uproarious laughter. Ha! Merlin's suspenders, little Ronnie? Oh, we're not fools, Ron. You might as well enjoy your chicken leg. They shook their heads in unison, clearly dismissing Ron's remark as mere jest. Conversely, the response from Slytherin was notably more subdued. It merely consisted of numerous little snakes discovering their belongings bent or broken. However, Pansy and her companions were evidently well acquainted with Draco. As they conversed about the lost points at the long table, Draco paused momentarily, and his friends perceptibly sensed the shift. Pansy set down her fork and delicately wiped her mouth with a napkin. Oh, very well. It was I. I was caught by Filch yesterday when Harry and I were escorting Norbert away, along with Hermione and Weasley. I knew it was you. No one else could possibly incur such a loss of points, Pansy exclaimed, slapping the table to garner the attention of most of the little snakes. Blaise quickly pulled her back to calm her. Theodore, after expressionlessly bending his fork, casually inquired, "What's this about Norbert?" Harry and Draco exchanged glances, stammering. The three, sensing something amiss, narrowed their eyes and adopted a quintessential aristocratic expression of inquiry, fixating on the two who were withholding information. Ultimately, it was Harry who succumbed, admitting, "Norbert is the dragon Hagrid is raising. Draco has been visiting it frequently these past few days. So, it seems you weren't the only one monopolizing Draco," Pansy realized. Theodore, intrigued, probed further, "So, has it been sent away? That dragon? Oh yes, you cannot fathom how beautiful a little dragon it was." Draco couldn't help but share his fondness for Norbert with his friends. Thus, the debacle over lost points faded away. At the feast preceding their venture into the Forbidden Forest, Ron clearly treated it as his last supper, seated at the Gryffindor table, gnawing on chicken legs with both hands. In stark contrast, the young witch beside him had consumed only 2 blueberry pies and a cup of pumpkin juice before ceasing her meal. Harry and Draco, aware of the potential encounter with Voldemort that evening, consciously endeavored to eat more than usual. Even Draco indulged in an extra steak, a rare occurrence for him. After a brief respite, the 4 young wizards reconvened at the threshold of Filch's office. Merlin's beard, "I can hardly believe we are about to enter the Forbidden Forest. George and Fred said there are werewolves and enormous spiders lurking there," Ron exclaimed, cradling his face as he relayed the tales he had heard from his brothers. "Ron, how many times have George and Fred deceived you? Haven't you learned yet?" Hermione remarked, clearly unable to comprehend such panic instigated by mere words. "But what if there are spiders the size of a person?" Harry pondered the acromantula, deciding it best not to disclose to Ron that the Forbidden Forest indeed housed spiders. With a sudden crash, Filch flung open his door, his satisfaction evident as he startled the 4 before him. He carried a shabby oil lamp in his left hand and a stick in his right. After confirming that they were all present, he strode forward, intermittently uttering intimidating remarks. What a pity that they abolished those old punishments. In the past, confinement meant suspending individuals by their hands in the dungeons. Goodness, how I missed the sound of their screams. As Filch recounted how gratifying those former punishments were, the group finally arrived at Hagrid's hut. "Hey, Hagrid, these little ones are quite a handful," he said, handing the oil lamp to Hagrid, who appeared rather sorrowful, prompting Filch's impatience. "Merlin, you aren't still lamenting that damned dragon, are you?" Draco could not endure hearing his dragon referred to in such a way. "It is not a damned dragon. It is Norbert." Filch leaned in close to Draco, causing him to stumble back into Harry's embrace. Observing Draco's fall, Filch chuckled, "Good night. Best of luck to you all. I hope to see you in the morning." Without awaiting a response, he turned and walked back toward the castle. After Hagrid wiped his tears, he placed the oil lamp in Harry's hands and retrieved another lamp along with a bow and quiver from inside. "All right, children, let us prepare to enter the Forbidden Forest. There have been numerous injured unicorns recently, and their blood is nearing the edge of the forest. We must investigate what is endangering these beautiful and pure creatures." He slung the quiver over his shoulder and raised the oil lamp. "Okay, we shall split into 2 groups, one with me and one with Fawn." Harry took Draco's hand and raised the oil lamp, declaring, "Hagrid, I will be in a group with Draco and Fawn." Hagrid scrutinized them. "Are you certain, Harry?" "Fawn is rather timid." "It's all right," Harry beamed. "Oh, very well. Ron and Hermione, you shall accompany me." Hagrid's concern eased slightly as he gestured for Ron and Hermione to follow him into the Forbidden Forest. Before departing, Ron and Hermione cast worried glances at their friends, and Harry silently reassured them with his eyes before leading Draco into the forest from the opposite side. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, Harry could distinctly sense Draco's tension. He gently squeezed Draco's hand, raised the oil lamp higher, and attempted to lighten the mood with playful banter. "Little dragon, it suddenly occurs to me that in my previous life, you insisted that carrying a lamp was the work of a servant while you clung to that very lamp." Mention of his past folly caused Draco's face to flush almost instantaneously. "You know, Scarhead, that was because I feared you would encounter something and run off, leaving me behind. Yet, in the end, it was someone who took the lamp and the dog and fled, leaving me alone." Harry feigned innocence. "That was when I was only in my first year. Besides, that dog was clearly faster than I was," Draco retorted, flustered, pointing accusingly at Fawn. As if comprehending their conversation, Fawn turned his head in confusion. "Woof?" Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter. "No worries. It's best that our young master avoids that bald-headed fellow. Nothing else matters." Draco huffed, choosing to turn away and ignore this audacious teasing from Potter. As he turned, a flash of light caught his eye. He tugged at Harry's hand, and pointed shakily at a pool of moonlight. "Harry, is that unicorn blood?" A trembling voice resonated, and Harry immediately turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by Draco. The scattered silver bloodstains revealed the path of the unicorn. Reacting swiftly, Harry grasped Draco's hand, and they hurriedly followed the trail of blood. They stumbled along the way, but perhaps fortune favored them this time, for the dark-cloaked figure had not yet arrived when they found the unicorn. Without the shadow of the black-robed figure obstructing his view, Draco easily discerned the heart-wrenching wounds on the unicorn's body. He broke free from Harry's grasp and rushed toward the unicorn, frantically rummaging through his small backpack. Harry, holding the lantern, quickly followed suit. In his haste, Draco stumbled and fell to the ground, prompting Harry to rush forward, concerned to help him up. However, Draco was already scrambling back to his feet, tightly gripping a vial as he approached the unicorn. He uncorked the bottle and poured its contents, pure white essence, over the wounds. Finishing one vial before retrieving another from his bag, Harry arrived at their side, pulling out his own holly wand and casting a spell of healing. Thanks to their combined efforts, the unicorn's condition improved significantly. Its eyes, reminiscent of moonlight and mist, gazed intently at them, more specifically at Draco. Seeing the unicorn's recovery, Harry stowed away his wand and took out another, his laurelwood wand, from Draco's bag, mindful of Voldemort's impending arrival. Indeed, moments later, both Harry and Draco heard a rustling sound, causing even the unicorn to raise its head alertly, while Fong dashed into the depths of the forbidden forest with a whimper. Draco's trembling hand gripped his wand tightly. Harry scanned the surroundings with grave seriousness. He's coming. In the next instant, a dark figure crawled towards them in a grotesque manner. Upon seeing not only the unicorn but also the two young wizards, he paused. When he stood up in a peculiar posture, a harsh, rasping voice issued forth. "Oh," unexpectedly. As he spoke, his head suddenly twitched. Harry braced himself, unwilling to make any reckless moves. Though the man's eyes were hidden from view, Draco felt as if he were being scrutinized, a chill creeping down his spine. As anticipated, the next moment, the dark figure addressed him. "Platinum-haired Malfoy?" Harry felt a surge of rage. "Crucio." The dark figure swiftly dodged, his ghostly form flickering as he appeared before Draco, extending a skeletal hand to caress Draco's hair. Gently lifting a strand, "What is a Malfoy doing here?" Draco faced the dark figure, his face ashen and frozen in place. Although he could not make out the figure's features, he felt he could see a serpent-like, smooth face and eyes that bled crimson. Harry's vision blurred with fury. He could think of nothing but charging at him, forcefully colliding with the figure. After pushing him away, he cast a protective spell over the three of them. Though he was deeply worried about Draco, he dared not let Voldemort know how much Draco mattered to him, knowing they were not yet capable of fully vanquishing him. Voldemort stumbled from the impact, regaining his composure as he spat. "Harry Potter." He whirled around, hurling a bone-deep curse. Harry quickly summoned a stone to shield himself from the malevolent spell. The clash of their spells erupted in a cacophony of explosions and curses, each echoing through the forest. As Harry prepared to cast the killing curse, a feathered arrow pierced the darkness, striking near Voldemort, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves. A handsome centaur emerged from the underbrush, bow drawn, standing protectively in front of Harry. "Intruder, depart at once. Slaying a unicorn is a heinous crime. Drinking its blood extends your life, but at a terrible cost. To kill such a pure creature means that from the moment its blood touches your lips, you are cursed to live half a life." Voldemort stood firm, realizing that he could not withstand this threat. With a flick of his cloak, he vanished from sight. Firenze lowered his bow and approached Harry and Draco. "Children, are you unharmed?" Draco recognized him as the centaur who had previously taught them divination, feeling somewhat reassured. Harry helped Draco to his feet and expressed his gratitude to Firenze. The unicorn, having slowly risen, positioned itself behind Draco, offering him support. "Harry Potter, you must leave this place. Many creatures here recognize you. The Forbidden Forest is no longer safe, especially for you two." Firenze's gaze shifted to Draco. "The stars are growing brighter. Pluto has begun to exert its influence. Perhaps you should follow the guidance of Saturn. Uranus will lend you assistance, but beware of Neptune's dreams. Remember, Pluto will not offer a second chance." His cryptic words caused Harry and Draco to furrow their brows, though for different reasons. Firenze knelt, urging them to mount. "Come. I shall take you to Hagrid." As Harry prepared to assist Draco onto his back, the unicorn blocked their path with its horn, persistently nudging Draco's hand while emitting soft whinnies. Draco looked at it curiously. "What's the matter?" "We must leave," Firenze observed. "It wishes to give you its discarded horn. It is still but a juvenile." "Hold its horn." Draco, taken aback, inquired, "Can I really?" Harry, more direct, placed Draco's hand on the unicorn's horn. With a snap, the small horn detached, and a new one began to grow in its place. The unicorn nuzzled Draco once more and whinnied twice at Firenze before retreating deep into the forest. Firenze smiled. Ah, it seems it has taken quite a liking to you. It requests that you collect its spilled blood, which it willingly offers to you. A hint of color returned to Draco's pale face as he swiftly waved his wand, gathering the blood into a small vial. Very well, we must depart. It is quite late. This time, Harry and Draco successfully mounted Firenze's back, and the trio swiftly reached the edge of the forbidden forest. Upon seeing Hagrid's lantern light, Firenze set them down. Hagrid awaits. I cannot accompany you further. You are safe now. Good luck, and please send my regards to Hagrid. The two bid farewell to Firenze, exchanging smiles as they supported each other toward the faint glow. As they neared Hagrid, they could clearly hear his booming voice calling for them, while Ron and Hermione anxiously shouted their names. Harry, swearing by his dignity as a seeker, spotted the professors hurrying from the castle. Upon seeing this, Harry called out, "We're here." Yaya was the first to hear their voices, rushing towards them while pulling Hagrid along. The moment Harry laid eyes on Yaya, he understood why Hagrid and the others were so concerned. The group over there spotted them as well, and Hermione and Ron swiftly outpaced Hagrid to reach their side. Merlin's beard. Ron exclaimed upon seeing the two. Draco, what happened to your face? His astonishment was palpable, to the point that he had abandoned Draco's surname. Harry turned abruptly to look at Draco, only to find that the edge of Draco's hair, obscured by his bangs, appeared to be seeping blood, staining his locks of vivid crimson. The deep red stood out starkly against his platinum hair, especially as the blood trickled down towards his eye, rendering one of Draco's eyes nearly shut. Draco, why didn't you tell me you were hurt? Harry cautiously brushed aside the blood-soaked hair, revealing a ghastly wound adorning the young lord's forehead. The jagged cut was speckled with dirt, and Harry even noticed a small stone embedded within it. Almost instantly, Harry's expression darkened. Clear water, as pure as a spring, flowed from his wand. One hand shielded Draco's eye while the other conjured a gentle stream to cleanse the wound. Hermione and the others dared not speak further, sensing the gravity of Harry's demeanor. Draco, unusually sheepish, tugged gently at Harry's shirt, his voice barely above a whisper. Harry. Harry widened his eyes, poised to reprimand him, but was interrupted by a cheerful voice. Perfectly clear water, expertly controlled. Slytherin gains a point. Turning around, Harry found the three pillars of Hogwarts standing behind them. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. The small Gryffindors greeted them obediently, and Harry's anger lessened somewhat. Dumbledore responded with a smile, while McGonagall maintained a solemn expression. Snape was more direct. He strode forward, sweeping aside Draco's bangs and pouring a potion from his vial onto the wound. The potion's master's concoction worked wonders, healing the injury almost instantaneously, leaving no scar behind. Draco gingerly touched his forehead, gazing at Snape with gratitude. He had just exhausted his supply of healing potion and had expected to either wait for Harry or himself to mend the wound, or to seek help in the hospital wing. Harry's hand reached out to tenderly caress the area until he was assured it had fully healed. Dumbledore stroked his beard and glanced towards the forbidden forest, then returned his gaze with his customary smile to address everyone. Hagrid, you've had a taxing patrol today. Do take some rest. Minerva, could you kindly escort our two little lions back to Gryffindor Tower? Severus, I've run out of my healing potion. Would you be so kind as to brew a new badge for me to send to the headmaster's office? As for Harry and Draco, please accompany me. With that, he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and summoned Fawkes, causing the three of them to vanish before the others. Snape muttered through gritted teeth, Old B. Professor McGonagall, feeling the weight of concern and anticipation in the eyes of the Gryffindor duo, sighed. Come along, Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. I shall escort you back to the tower. In the headmaster's office, the three resumed their previous seating arrangement, each with a drink before them. Forgive my presumption in selecting milk. I thought you might appreciate a good night's rest. Harry waved it off, indicating it was of no concern. Dumbledore took a sip of his honeyed tea before setting the cup down to initiate the conversation. Children, I believe during our last discussion, we merely skimmed the surface regarding Horcruxes and the war, without delving into the events preceding my death. It dawned on Harry that during their last conversation, when he had transitioned from discussing Dumbledore's demise to the war's conclusion, he had become acutely aware of Draco's unusual demeanor, leaving him preoccupied only with Draco's well-being and neglecting to address the prior matters. Merlin's trousers. Professor Dumbledore, I apologize. Those events are so far in the past that they slipped my mind. Originally, unicorns should not have been harmed. Dumbledore reassured him, Harry, I harbor no blame. Rebirth invariably comes with a cost, and perhaps your price is a lapse in memory. Upon reflection, Harry realized this to be true. His memory was not inherently poor. Logically, he should not have forgotten so much. Yet now, apart from the vivid recollections post-Dumbledore's death, everything else seemed shrouded in a veil. only lifting when confronted with particular events. Professor, grant me some time to recollect. Noticing Harry lost in thought, Dumbledore turned to Draco. He pushed a lemon sherbet across the table. Draco, the leader of the unicorns, sends her gratitude for saving her foal. Draco felt a bit uncomfortable in the presence of the elder. No need for thanks. I merely had a surplus of healing potion from practicing with my godfather. Dumbledore smiled enigmatically. Ah, I see. How fortunate Harry is, wouldn't you agree? Draco's cheeks flushed as he retorted, it has nothing to do with that scarhead. At that moment, Harry smacked his hand down, exclaiming, I've remembered. What were you two discussing? Scarhead? Me? Hearing his name stirred confusion in Harry, prompting Draco to shove his hands against the insufferably close face. Get away, stupid Scarhead. Harry chuckled in agreement, while Dumbledore stroked his beard in amusement. Seeing that the two had momentarily forgotten themselves, Dumbledore cleared his throat. Ahem, I trust you both remember that this is my office. Oh, my apologies, Professor Dumbledore. No harm done. Harry, tell us what you've recalled. Harry quickly relayed the results of his recent contemplation. The individuals attacking unicorns are Voldemort. Or more precisely, Voldemort possessing Quirrell. Quirrell's body is decaying due to Voldemort's presence, necessitating unicorn blood to maintain his form. The dark-cloaked figure we encountered in the Forbidden Forest was him. Fortunately, Firenze appeared to save us. According to my previous life, Voldemort's current physical condition cannot allow him to delay any further, which is why he will seek the Philosopher's Stone after you leave the school. Dumbledore maintained his smile. Tom is still too timid. Draco quipped, indeed, he fears you. After all, in my past life, he only dared to launch a full-scale assault on Hogwarts after I killed you. The elderly figure in the headmaster's chair appeared increasingly pleased. It seems I still wield quite the influence over him. Children, when would you like me to vacate the school to facilitate your plans? But do promise me that you will brave the challenges in the corridor on the 4th floor, as my colleagues and I have prepared for them with great seriousness. I believe Hermione and Ron could benefit from this training, don't you? Harry flashed a mischievous smile. Oh yes, Ron certainly needs this training. Professor Dumbledore, if possible, please leave the school after the final exams. This time, Draco is quite invested in my grades, and I feel I can perform even better than before. Harry, with a twinkle of mirth in his emerald eyes, cast a glance at the platinum-haired bundle beside him. The tranquil emotions he had finally subdued surged once more at a single utterance. Draco promptly seized the milk on the table and drained it in one go. Oh, of course, no problem. Children, it's quite late. You should retire early for rest, especially with the final exams approaching. You still have classes tomorrow. The two nodded and made their way outside, where Draco playfully shoved Harry, who merely smiled in response. Ah, the joys of youth. Still able to feel the pangs of love. Gratitude is due to the generous orange for the love-fueled donations, and to AI Pay for her contributions, as well as to Ming Hui Dan and Strawberry-flavored Dunce for their generous support. The delightful sister has made quite the impression with her bountiful donations, leaving the novice author utterly astounded. Thank you all for your affection. Chapter 36, The Routine of Exam Preparation. As they strolled back to their dormitory, the two felt an unusual sense of relaxation. Perhaps it was the presence of Dumbledore that reassured them of a formidable ally. Or perhaps it was due to their successful rescue of a unicorn that night, altering the course of fate. Regardless, the hope of changing the future left them excitedly restless in their beds. Draco lay on his own bed, toying with the brooch Harry had gifted him. Ever since Draco's rebirth, they had not shared a bed again. Harry gazed at the figure on the adjacent bed, feeling akin to a wronged wife separated from her husband. How vexing. If the mountain won't come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. With a resolute heart, Harry clutched his pillow and nestled into Draco's bed. Why don't you sleep with me anymore, little dragon? Don't you find the dormitory beds a tad too large and empty? Draco, exasperated, shot back, bloody Scarhead. Do I need to remind you that you're not a child anymore? You're over 24 years old, and considering this life, you're well into your 30s. Age is but a number. Besides, we're back in first year. I don't care. My body is still that of a child. I am a child. Harry dismissed Draco's taunts, positioning his pillow next to Draco's. He slid into Draco's covers, even daring to pat the space beside him. Draco's cheeks flushed crimson. You insufferable Scarhead. He hurled a pillow straight at Harry's face. Harry caught it and hugged it tightly. Oh, dear little dragon, don't overthink it. It's perfectly normal for friends to share a bed. I used to sleep with Ron, after all. Shameless git. You'd best hope you can pass your finals on your own. Oh no. The days that followed were relatively tranquil, aside from the knowledge that Mr. Malfoy had nearly been injured by a dark wizard. In a letter addressed to Draco that accompanied protective gear, it was mentioned that various items designed to slow the encroachment of dark magic had all been purchased by the same individual. Understanding the context, the two did not dwell on it. After all, with the Unicorn Avenue cut off, Voldemort would undoubtedly seek other means to address the aftermath of his possession of Quirrell. According to their plan, Dumbledore would not leave the school until after the finals, and for now, they needed to focus on their studies. On the last Saturday before exams, the Lion and the Serpent convened in a corner of the library. Pansy leaned over the table, her manicured fingers flipping through a tome of history of magic. Merlin's beard. Why is this subject not only tedious when taught, but also dreary in book form? Hermione, ignoring Ron's eager expression beside her, passed her notes to Pansy. Pansy, didn't Draco give you his notes? Pansy nodded towards the two individuals exuding a strange atmosphere across the room. There they are. Hermione glanced over. Is that Harry? Harry Potter? The golden boy of the wizarding world? He is certainly not the timid man from the Muggle realm. Is he? Harry Potter. Is your head filled with chaff? Answer me. Did you even pay attention in potions class? Draco, scrutinizing Harry's potions assignment, felt his dignity evaporate for what seemed like the umpteenth time, vexed by the stupidity of his companion. Good heavens, Harry's mother, that Muggle-born witch Lily, was quite adept at potions. How has he inherited none of her talent? Not even an ounce. Harry scratched his head repeatedly. The signature disarray of the Potter hair transformed into an unrecognizable mess. Yet, he could not muster a retort to Draco's jibes, resigning himself to the scolding. Madame Pants, hearing the commotion, turned her stern gaze upon them. Maintain silence in the library. If there is another disturbance, I shall expel you. Hermione quickly acquiesced, casting an equally fierce glare at the two. Blaise leaned closer to Pansy, whispering, Look at Granger, she asked like an enraged lioness. Is it any wonder she belongs to Gryffindor? Pansy gently nudged Blaise away. If you keep talking, you'll find yourself on the wrong side of this argument. Neville, dragged along by Hermione for extra study sessions, glanced from one to the other before ultimately choosing to sit quietly with the equally reticent Theodore, perusing his book. Despite Draco's numerous frustrations with Harry's blunders, he managed to restrain his temper and refrained from yelling in the library. Thanks to his restraint, the group successfully completed their review in the library. Upon exiting, the trio from Gryffindor bid their farewells first. A cluster of Slytherins, clutching their books, made their way back to the dungeons. Of course, our Slytherin prince needn't carry his own books. His devoted house elf was at his service. Draco crossed his arms, walking while simultaneously mocking the boy who lived for his inability to grasp potions. That insufferable Potter. Sometimes I wonder if you're planning to drive me to madness with your abysmal grades in potions. Blaise, one arm holding books and the other draped around Draco's shoulder, remarked, Dear Draco, we must prepare ourselves. Perhaps the Potters simply lack any innate talent for potions. Harry shoved Blaise's arm away and squeezed himself between the two, prompting Blaise to retreat to Pansy's side. With newfound confidence, Harry declared, Oh, poor Zabini. I won't trouble you. You should worry about your transfiguration exam instead, considering you were the last among us to turn a matchstick into a needle. Blaise objected, Hey, no personal attacks. You started it. The two bickered childishly, leaving the others exasperated. Pansy struck Blaise on the shoulder with her book. Hey, Blaise, do I need to remind you that you're still a Slytherin? Harry's parents are lions. You, however, are a pure-blood Slytherin. Blaise winced, clutching his shoulder. Pansy, be a lady. That hurt. You're unconditionally siding with the little dragon. Draco, observing the scene, widened his eyes. What does that have to do with me? I'm not participating in your war. Theodore rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. If Pansy didn't intervene, you'd surely be helping Harry take on Blaise. Hey. Despite the discontent from the young lord, Theodore and Pansy strode ahead into the Slytherin common room, followed closely by Blaise, who did not wish to linger as a third wheel. Harry, in a buoyant mood, leaned over to Draco, playfully asking, Little dragon, if I were to find myself at odds with Blaise and the others, would you truly stand by my side? Draco, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, Absolutely not. Harry, undeterred, chose to shift the subject, well aware from his past life that this young master could be quite temperamental when exposed. Little dragon, I reviewed for the written exam this afternoon, but I still feel inadequate in practical skills. Could you lend me a hand? Draco sulked into the common room, and only after they returned to their dormitory did he begrudgingly suggest, Tonight, use that little scrap of yours to practice in the room of requirement. Harry flashed a triumphant smile. That evening, in the room of requirement, Harry exclaimed, Petri ficus. Rotate counterclockwise twice. You turned 3 times. Draco shouted back, Giant. Foolish giant. Grind the snake fangs into powder, not chunks. Harry Potter. Daisy stems, cut into chunks, not slices. By the end of the evening, Draco was nearly exasperated beyond measure. Harry, perhaps you should ask Granger to teach you from now on. I'm done. Harry had initially intended to make a few minor mistakes to draw Draco's focus. Yet he had underestimated his own abilities. After his demise in the previous life, he had been left without the opportunity to practice. and all he had learned had been returned to Professor Snape. My dear Draco, I am genuinely sorry. Scarhead, I find it hard to believe you managed to acquire Slughorn's Felix Felicis in your 6th year. Harry scratched his head. Oh, that was simply because I had obtained Professor Snape's old textbook. Following it made everything rather straightforward. Draco stared at him with a deadpan expression before suddenly seizing Harry's face and vigorously pinching his cheeks. Ah, damn it. I can't believe I lost to you, the cheat. Realizing Draco was venting his frustration through their evening of teaching, Harry did not resist the playful assault. After yesterday's chapter update, many new readers had begun to engage with my book, leaving me pleasantly surprised. Conversely, I had also received numerous tips, which I felt were too abundant to integrate directly into the text, as it would overshadow the narrative. I am currently in a recommendation verification period. Once I can utilize the author's notes, I will express my gratitude individually. Thank you all for your support. I have read every comment with care. Today, I will present a special bonus chapter, which you may find in the earlier section, Volume 2. Mother's Day is an optional bonus chapter. What if Voldemort had been vanquished when Harry was just 1 year old, allowing everyone to survive, including the childhood friends? Wishing all mothers around the world good health, happiness, and a joyful Mother's Day. The relationship between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy is quite intricate, due to Harry's godfather Sirius. He also maintained a good rapport with his brother Regulus, often spending time at 12 Grimmauld Place during his parents' honeymoon. Draco, in turn, was quite fond of this dashing uncle and frequently visited the Black family home. Thus, Harry and Draco shared a childhood bond akin to that of close friends. Having been raised by James and Sirius, Harry was never one to be obedient, influencing Draco to become more lively as well. Upon entering Hogwarts, one found themselves in Slytherin while the other in Gryffindor, causing quite a stir throughout the school. One fine morning, they engaged in their usual banter, which was essentially flirtation, as they playfully tussled their way to the Great Hall. As Harry stepped into the hall, he spotted his friend Hermione diligently writing something, while Hermione was typically earnest. Today she was both laughing and crying as she wrote. Harry gestured for Draco to cease hostilities and pulled him and Ron aside. The three of them hiding behind a flower stand to observe Hermione. What do you think Hermione is writing? Ron mused. She seems to be both laughing and crying. Could she have mistakenly consumed one of Fred and George's prank items? Draco nearly burst into laughter at the mention of the Weasley twins. Please. Your twin brothers only reserve their pranks for you. They wouldn't dare provoke Hermione. The trio continued to speculate for quite some time, entirely oblivious that the subject of their discussion had been watching them for a while. A shadow loomed over them, blocking the summer sun. They froze upon noticing the unmistakable silhouette of a girl with voluminous hair. Harry, tell me that's not Hermione, all right? Ron whispered, apprehensive. I don't feel good about this, Ronald. The voice, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, commanded, boys, look up. As they slowly raised their heads, preparing to offer a sheepish grin, Hermione, unable to suppress her irritation, struck each of them with the book she was holding. The trio, now nicknamed the Unfortunate Trio, sat at the long table in the Great Hall, rubbing their faces in unison while Hermione rolled her eyes at them. Ron, I want to even mention you, but Draco, why are you stooping to Harry's level? What were you all secretly watching? Hermione, puzzled by the attention she was receiving that morning, responded, Oh, Harry saw me laughing and crying while writing something. Ron suspected I had eaten something from his brother's prank collection, but I was merely observing. Mother's Day? Is that a holiday exclusively for mothers? Harry and Draco asked in unison. Of course. If you wish to learn more, you can explore the Muggle world. Many vendors will be selling related items today, and you could buy something to send to your mothers. That sounds entirely feasible, Draco mused, stroking his chin, with Harry mirroring the pose. Ron, initially confused, looked back and forth before realizing his companions were mimicking each other, and he quickly followed suit. The mention of a holiday seemed to attract the Weasley twins as well. Holiday? What holiday? They inquired. Hermione patiently explained once more. Oh, a day for mothers. Fred and I achieving a grades at the end of term will be the greatest gift for our mother. George, we haven't had our exams yet. We can still buy something for our mother. Fred, where do we procure such items? Why, in the Muggle world, of course. Harry, we've heard you possess a magical map that allows you to sneak into Hogsmeade. We know how to get from Hogsmeade to the Leaky Cauldron. So, let us collaborate. Harry, and venture into the Muggle world to buy gifts for our mothers. The two of them enthusiastically agreed, effectively coercing Harry into their plan. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. You cannot do that. It violates school rules. Draco, you must stop Harry. Draco flashed a grin, but I also think it's a splendid idea. I've heard Muggles have many unique jewelry pieces. I want to select one for my mother. Harry naturally chimed in. Oh, I too wish to bring something for my mother. And I might as well get something for my aunt as well. Dudley would never suspect a thing. Ron, seeing his friend's determination, refused to be left out. I'm coming too. I've earned a bit of money alongside Draco Malfoy. I want to buy something for my mother. Hermione pursed her lips, not wanting to engage with this band of rule breakers. Yet Draco was not willing to let her off the hook. By the way, we haven't really explored the Muggle world. Hermione, you should come with us. Standing on the bustling streets of the Muggle world, Hermione gazed at her reflection in the shop windows, feeling an overwhelming sense of weariness. What thoughts could drive her to accompany a group of wizarding children who seldom ventured into the Muggle realm on such a beautiful Sunday? George and Fred were already bubbling with excitement, pressing their faces against various shop windows, eagerly peering inside. Harry and Ron bore the unmistakable countenance of country bumpkins in the city, while even the most composed Draco appeared to rely solely on his aristocratic upbringing to maintain his poise. Moreover, none of them had considered changing out of their wizarding robes before leaving, so they stood on the street in their traditional attire. Hermione swore she could feel a few pairs of eyes scrutinizing them. Gentlemen, I believe it is time for us to change into something more suitable. Grasping Ron's hand, Hermione led the way into the nearest shopping mall. Thanks to Draco, the young master, they headed straight for what appeared to be the most upscale store. At the entrance, Ron hesitated. This looks too expensive. Do we even have that much Muggle currency? Draco flashed a charming smile and produced a black card, which he had somehow stashed away. My father provided me with this card when he began his business in the Muggle world, so fret not. Today, all expenses will be covered by Master Malfoy. Hermione and Harry, aware of what that card signified, thought. Indeed, Lucius Malfoy truly dotes on Draco. The twins cheered and dashed inside to begin their shopping spree. After a while, the youthful group emerged from the store clad in well-fitted attire. The boys, save for Draco, opted for comfortable hoodies and jeans, while Draco himself chose a tailored suit that accentuated his slender waist, delicate as a whisper. Hermione selected a striking red sundress, complemented by a chic black jacket. The unique cut highlighted her graceful figure, and the vivid hue rivaled the brilliance of her smile. All right, let the shopping commence. They cheered, blending seamlessly into the throngs of passers-by like fish returning to water. At the luxury cosmetics counter, Draco picked out an entire set of the latest makeup and skincare products, along with a uniquely cut emerald necklace, its serpentine chain perfectly aligned with Slytherin aesthetics. Harry found himself perplexed before the jewelry display, unsure of what to choose. After settling the bill, Draco glanced at the necklace that Harry had lingered over the longest. Harry Potter, what's the matter? Listen to me. Abandon your choice and select the fifth necklace in the third row of the second cabinet. Taking Draco's advice, Harry discovered a pendant shaped like a delicate lily in quiet bloom. Draco, how wonderful it is to have you. Draco accepted the compliment, casting his gaze toward a peculiar pendant that Harry had admired, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a rather unflattering shape. Hermione had prepared a card for her mother and took the opportunity to purchase a skincare set as well. Ron insisted on using his own money to buy a Chinese cookbook for Molly, determined to gift his mother something special. George and Fred shared a similar sentiment, having saved a little from their prank prop sales and purchased a beautiful long dress that suited Molly perfectly. Once their gifts were procured, Hermione led them to the nearest bookstore to select greeting cards for writing notes, intervening just in time to stop Draco from sticking gemstones onto the cards, while the Weasley twins plotted spontaneous prank props. Meanwhile, at the Weasley household, Molly found a rare moment to relax after dinner. Suddenly, an owl flapped its wings and landed before her, clutching two stacked packages in its talons. After dropping off the parcels and nibbling on some owl treats outside, it departed, leaving Molly confronting the sizable gifts. Attached was a card, pinned by the Weasley triplets. Dear Mum, we heard today is Mother's Day in the Muggle world. Hermione mentioned that everyone gives gifts to their mothers on this day, so we used our own money to buy you these little presents. P.S. Ginny has her own gift, so please don't mention us. I bought you a Chinese cookbook because I know you've always wanted to learn their culinary techniques. I don't have enough money yet, but I promise to take you to China for a holiday once I save up. Love, Ron. Mom, we got you a dress. Fred chimed in. I didn't like the dress I picked before, and George agreed it wasn't nice. So we asked Draco to choose a long dress. And it's the best we could afford for you. When we become the owners of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, we'll buy you many more dresses to show everyone that Mrs. Weasley is beautiful too. Your neighbors, Fred and George. Reading the card and gazing at the gifts from her children, Molly could hardly contain her tears. Oh, Ron, George and Fred, you are far from mere neighbors. You are my pride. Cherishing the card, she decided to frame it and place it by her bedside. At Malfoy Manor, Lily seized the rare splendid weather in England to invite Narcissa for tea. As their owls delivered gifts, the two sat in the garden savoring the red tea Lily had brought back from China. What is this? Lily inquired, gazing at the large box before her. Narcissa quickly spotted the green foil-stamped card. She picked it up and read aloud. Dear Mom, Happy Mother's Day. This package contains all my gifts for you. I hope you like them. If you do, Please tell Dad that I sent you a Mother's Day gift. He doesn't know, alright? Missing you, love, little Draco. Narcissa waved the card in her hand. It seems to be a Mother's Day gift. It must be from Harry. Lily beamed with surprise. Mother's Day? I can't believe they remembered. Let me see. The red gold card opened to reveal Harry's awkward handwriting. Dear Mom, Happy Mother's Day. I also sent a gift to Aunt Petunia. I bet Dad has no idea about this holiday, so I'm the first to give you a gift. Draco helped me pick a necklace that suits you. As you know, my taste is a tad lacking. I hope you like it. Your little Potter. Aunt Lily. The snotty Potter only sent you a necklace. Too little. The skincare set is from me. It suits your complexion. Your little Draco. At number 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius lounged on the sofa, idly flipping through Regulus's package, bemused about who would send him something at this time. Regulus, is this your package? Can I open it? Padfoot. Don't touch my things. I'll handle it. Regulus rushed from the study, preventing Sirius from getting too curious. Unwrapping the gift revealed a box adorned with a card. As Regulus opened the card, Sirius leaned in closely. Dear Uncle Regulus, I heard today is Mother's Day. You should be my godmother, I suppose. Thus, Little Long sent you an entire set of skincare products. You are to accompany me, dear godfather, for all eternity. Your beloved nephew and godson, Little Long. Bonus, the Hogwarts dungeon. A myriad of different shampoos adorned the desk of the potions professor. A small greeting card was neatly placed atop the foremost bottle, accentuating its presence. Godfather, you cannot neglect your appearance simply because Uncle Rail dotes on you. You must be diligent in washing your hair. I've heard that male wizards can have children now. Will I have a little brother or sister with hair as dark as yours? When will you grant me one to play with? Your affectionate godson, Little Long Bang. For the first time, a certain Slytherin head felt that Slytherin had perhaps received too many points. It seemed that the quality was slightly lacking, but let us all make do. In conclusion, I love my mother, I love my mother, I love my mother, an important sentiment expressed thrice. Chapter 37, The Plan in Progress, 01. After the final class concluded, Ron and Harry sprawled on the floor like a heap of unsteady clay, each in varied states of collapse beside Draco and Hermione. At long last, the exams were over. Ron let out a groan of decay, as if drained of vitality by a fox spirit from an eastern tale. Harry was not far behind, nodding in agreement with his dear friend. However, recalling the arduous revisions bolstered by Draco's assistance, coupled with the absence of singular obsession over the Philosopher's Stone as in his previous life, he felt confident that he had performed adequately. Hermione, exasperated, retorted, Ron, if you had only shown more diligence during our study sessions, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Ron sighed, spare me, will you? After a brief respite, Hermione broached a matter she had overlooked prior to the exams. There hasn't been any news from Quirrell lately. He wouldn't wait until we leave school, would he? Unlikely. Perhaps he is merely biding his time, waiting for an opportunity, the moment when Professor Dumbledore departs, Harry dutifully suggested. According to their plan with Professor Dumbledore, he would leave the school no later than tomorrow, thereby granting Voldemort his chance. Though Hermione absorbed this information, her concern lingered, the young which furrowed her brow. We don't even know if Dumbledore will truly leave. In any case, we must keep an eye on Quirrell and Professor Snape in these final days. If nothing transpires on the day he departs, we shall inform a teacher. Ron retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket and offered it to Hermione. All right, cheer up. Hermione, if you're still uneasy, I can patrol by the entrance tonight. Hermione replied, patrolling is out of the question. I cannot allow Ron to wander aimlessly again. The last time he and his brothers roamed the corridors at night, they were caught by Filch and lost points, ones that I have yet to reclaim. Later that day, while in their dormitory, Harry and the others received a message from Dumbledore's Patronus. Children, I am visiting an old friend. You may commence. The Phoenix Patronus spoke before dissipating into the ether. Draco produced Harry's invisibility cloak and handed it to him. All right, Scarhead, go find your dear brother. I'll wait for you by that door. Harry, pushed out by Draco, struggled to ask, Little Long, what excuse should I use? Figure it out yourself. The great savior can't manage even this. With a bang, the dormitory door slammed shut behind him. Honestly, can't you just accompany me? Harry muttered, resignedly seeking a secluded corner to don the invisibility cloak before making his way to Gryffindor Tower. Following the excited little lion, Harry easily infiltrated the Gryffindor common room. Familiar with the surroundings, he quietly opened the door to Ron's dormitory, feeling relieved to find Ron alone, tidying up his belongings. Observing Ron's oblivious back, a mischievous idea struck Harry. Ronald Weasley, you have violated the sacred rules of Gryffindor. You shall be expelled. With a simple disillusionment charm, Harry successfully startled Ron, who leapt from the floor. Who is there? Who is speaking? Ron looked around in confusion, unable to see a single shadow, not even a ghostly figure. I am the lingering spirit of Gryffindor. You cannot see me, so do not waste your efforts. Harry suppressed his laughter, continuing his ghostly charade. Ron's face turned pale. Merlin S. Gryffindor. Please, sir, do not expel me. My mother would kill me. Ha ha. Ron, it's me. Harry revealed his face. Suddenly, a head appeared in midair. Without a body, Ron's eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted. Ron, in a flurry of activity, Harry swiftly concealed the invisibility cloak in his bag, while Ron eventually stirred back to consciousness. Are you all right, Ron? I'm sorry. I merely wished to frighten you. I didn't anticipate, Harry said apologetically, supporting his friend. Ron looked as though he might burst into tears. Harry Potter, you truly are my best mate. Once Ron regained his composure, he asked, Harry, why aren't you with Draco? What brings you to Gryffindor Tower? Sipping the water his friend had poured, Ron found it peculiar that Harry, usually glued to Draco preparing for bed, had time to visit him. Having come to understand his friend's penchant for prioritizing romantic interests over friendships, Ron held no expectations. Remembering how he often shared Draco as charming qualities with Ron, Harry chuckled nervously. Well, Draco invited Professor Snape to dinner at our house while he was in the dungeon. And I overheard Professors McGonagall and Snape discussing Dumbledore's absence from school these days. I thought it likely that someone would make a move to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Absolutely. If Snape knows Dumbledore isn't in school, he'll certainly take action. Ron exclaimed, springing to his feet. And let us not forget Quirrell, Harry reminded him. That coward can't possibly be a threat compared to Snape. Don't be foolish. Harry, I'm going to summon Hermione. You wait for us by the door. With that, Ron rushed out like a red whirlwind. Harry donned his invisibility cloak and shook his head at his foolish friend, a dog that bites doesn't bark. After waiting a while at the common room door, he soon saw Ron and Hermione approaching. Hermione wore a distinct smile, while Ron's face was flushed. As they neared Harry, Hermione couldn't contain herself. Harry, you'll never guess what Ron just did. What happened? Harry admitted he was curious. Hey, Hermione, you promised not to tell anyone. Ron's face turned even redder. Oh, Ron, Hermione shrugged. Everyone in the common room saw it. And Harry is our friend, isn't he? Ron could not argue, only warning Harry, bro, if you tell Draco, please don't do it in front of me. I can't bear his ridicule. Harry raised his hand, I swear. After they finished their playful banter, Hermione finally recounted the incident in the common room. Ron came to find me, and in his excitement, he completely forgot that boys aren't allowed in the girls' dormitory. So he barely ascended the stairs to the girls' dormitory before he slipped down the slide-like staircase and landed in a heap. Uffed. Ha ha. Harry bent over in laughter. Mate, you're truly something else. Hey, cease your laughter. Is not Malfoy still awaiting us? Ron exclaimed in a fit of exasperation, resolved to sever his friendship with Harry. His steadfast companion, thoughts of Draco, who remained expectantly waiting for him, quickened Harry's pace. Fortunately, they were not far from the door. Apologies for the delay today. I have been rather busy lately and may not be able to provide timely updates. However, I shall endeavor to write at least 2,000 words daily. Chapter 38. The plan in motion 02. As the trio rounded a corner in the castle corridor, a glimmer of platinum caught their eyes. Draco! Harry exclaimed joyfully as he rushed over to greet him, only to be met with Draco's disdainful push as he acknowledged Hermione and Ron. Once the other two approached, Draco gestured towards the partially ajar door. As I was arriving, I happened upon someone entering, but I only caught a glimpse of their clothing and cannot ascertain who it was. Ron, anxious, was ready to charge inside. Hermione quickly grasped the back of his collar, cautioning, be careful. Have you forgotten about Fong in there? The memory of the fierce three-headed dog left Ron's face pale. Oh, this, Draco said, retrieving a harp from his bag and casting a spell to make it play by itself. I prepared this the moment Hagrid mentioned that Fong enjoyed music, Draco declared proudly. The three, unaccustomed to a life of luxury, gazed in awe at the golden harp adorned with several gemstones. After a prolonged silence, Ron earnestly inquired, brother, if I were to take 2 gemstones, would your father come after me? Are you out of your mind, Ron Weasley? Draco retorted, exasperated, before pushing the door open. At the sound of the door, Fong charged towards them, but Draco quickly shielded himself with the harp. Indeed, before Fong could reach Draco, he stumbled and fell, revealing the previously obstructed trapdoor. Draco led the way as he opened the trapdoor, with the other 3 following suit, Hermione ensuring to close the door behind them. As Hermione made her way towards Draco, she noticed a dilapidated harp in the corner, realizing it must belong to the previous occupant. She hastened to join her friends, who were each holding a glowing object and peering into the dark abyss. What are you looking at? Hermione queried, unable to see beyond the trio's blockade. It's pitch black in there. I think I see something moving below, Ron murmured, furrowing his brow. Draco, equally concerned, replied, whatever it is, we shall discover it by descending. With that, he prepared to leap into the opening, only to be pulled back by Harry's embrace. Thankfully, Harry had been training diligently and, coupled with his Quidditch practice and Draco's continuous encouragement, had regained considerable strength. Otherwise, he would have plummeted alongside Draco, just as he had in a previous life. Setting Draco down carefully, Harry fixed a serious gaze upon the still somewhat tender lad. I shall descend first. You must not act recklessly. I do not wish to witness you injured, understand? Draco reluctantly nodded in agreement, akin to a protective mother hen. Once Harry saw Draco acquiesce, he turned and leapt down. Relieved to find the netting below was the same as before. It's soft down here, hurry, he called out. Receiving the signal, Draco promptly followed suit. As Hermione prepared to jump, Ron restrained her, prompting her to glance back in confusion. Ron leaned in conspiratorially. Isn't Harry's protectiveness over Draco a tad excessive? Did you see how he was just now? Hermione, exasperated, replied, that's merely normal concern among friends. But he never warned us like that, Ron nearly exclaimed. Remembering their audience was below, Hermione shot him a sharp look, and Ron, catching the hint, conceded, all right, just friends. But Hermione, do be cautious, will you? I wouldn't want you to get hurt. A faint blush crept across Hermione's cheeks as she murmured her agreement before jumping down. Ron, expecting the same level of concern from Hermione, felt a twinge of disappointment at her swift departure. However, he soon heard Harry calling for him below. With eyes shut tight, Ron leapt down, landing into a soft embrace. Hey guys, it's soft, he exclaimed joyfully, only for his tone to shift to panic the next moment. Wait, it's wrapped around me, it's alive. Help, Hermione, save me. Harry and Draco, having become too relaxed and delayed by Ron's antics, soon fell into the netting as well. Hermione, maintaining her composure, flicked her wand, sending forth a small orb of light that illuminated the area. With the newfound light, she recognized the webbing that ensnared them as the Devil's Snare. Ron, this is the Devil's Snare that Professor Sprout spoke of in class. Relax. If you remain calm, it won't tighten around you. As she spoke, Hermione deftly extricated herself from the grasp of the Devil's Snare, leaving Ron to struggle alone. Ron, having initially heeded Hermione's advice, began to calm down, but upon witnessing her sudden disappearance and the absence of Harry and Draco, his fear escalated, causing him to thrash about helplessly as the vines tightened their grip. After waiting in vain for Ron to join them, Hermione's expression turned grave. Oh no, he didn't misunderstand my instructions, did he? Incendio. The flames leapt forth, casting a warm glow and illuminating the area. The tendrils of the Devil's Snare recoiled from the light and heat, releasing Ron, who tumbled down. Compared to the neatly attired trio, Ron appeared considerably worse for wear. His clothing wrinkled and bearing marks from the plant's grip on his wrists and ankles. By Merlin's blue beard, I thought you all had been devoured by that accursed Devil's Snare. The first thing Ron did upon standing was embrace his friends. Hermione sighed. Didn't I tell you to relax? And perhaps you should pay better attention in class. Professor Sprout mentioned that this plant only ensnares its prey until death. Oh, Hermione. Ron was merely concerned for us. Given his current state, perhaps we should let it slide, Harry remarked, defending his friend. Draco silently applied some ointment to Ron's visible marks, a smile beginning to emerge as the bruises faded. He had anticipated that Harry and his friends would engage in such perilous activities in their first year. Though for him and the current Harry, it was trivial. However, the Gryffindor trio had indeed been genuine first years. Had it been his first year self, he might have been so frightened as to forget the lessons taught by their professors, perhaps even shouting for his father to burn it all before fainting in terror. Amused by the thought, Draco fought to suppress a chuckle, as the situation was far too serious for levity. After hearing Harry's words, Hermione sighed. All right. I hold no ill will towards you, Ron. Just remember, if you wish for me to avoid injury, you must also take care not to get hurt. I would worry about you too. With that, she extended her arms to embrace Ron. Ron's eyes sparkled with joy as he returned her embrace vigorously. Harry and Draco exchanged knowing glances, raising their eyebrows in unison. All was understood without a word. I have arrived. Tomorrow, I am to partake in a volunteer activity with children with special needs, and I find myself both eager and apprehensive. Chapter 39. The Plan in Motion 03. In the forthcoming chapters, Hermione and Ron will have somewhat more prominent roles. After a brief embrace, the group rallied their spirits and proceeded onward. As they advanced, they found themselves in a courtyard bustling with fluttering little birds, and on the opposite side stood a closed wooden door. Ron rushed over, attempting to open it. He pressed the doorknob twice, producing a sound, but yielding no sign of it opening. It was locked, undoubtedly. Hermione pointed to the myriad of birds flitting about the courtyard. There, those are the keys. We must find the one that stands out. Why? Ron inquired, perplexed. Hermione tapped his head lightly. Draco mentioned that someone had come before us, which means they must have taken the correct key. We simply need to observe which one bears traces of use. A glimmer of realization crossed Draco's eyes as he pointed to a key, its wings damaged. Glinting under the light, That one should be correct. Hermione concurred with his assessment. Observing Draco's newfound enthusiasm, Harry produced 2 brooms, a personal adjustment, from behind the door and handed one to Draco. Draco, care for a little competition? He suggested, raising an eyebrow in a teasing manner. Naturally, young Malfoy was not one to tolerate the savior's provocations. He snatched the broom eagerly. Let us go then. With that, he mounted his broom and soared forward. Harry, invigorated by the challenge, followed suit, his eyes gleaming as he chased after Draco. The two weaved through the flurry of keys, the correct one seemingly aware of their pursuit, darting toward the crowd of keys. Both were adept at Quidditch, skillfully maneuvering among the fluttering keys, occasionally employing some difficult Quidditch maneuvers. Ron watched from below, his eyes alight with excitement, and Hermione, noticing his eager demeanor, could not help but smirk at his dog-like enthusiasm. Above, the two competitors vied for supremacy, both having been seekers for their houses and competing against each other for years. They were well aware of each other's skills and were fully committed to this long-awaited contest. At last, through Draco's audacious maneuver, he successfully seized the key. Recalling their time in the Chamber of Secrets, Draco turned his broom to head back toward Ron and Hermione. Meanwhile, the remaining keys seemed to have been activated. Speeding towards the group, Draco and Hermione instinctively reached out to one another, and at the moment their hands touched the key, Hermione swiftly grasped it and opened the door, pulling Ron inside. The two on brooms dismounted as they neared the ground and rushed through the door. Hermione waited inside, and upon seeing Harry and Draco enter, she quickly shut the door behind them. The next moment, a series of sharp knocks echoed against the door, as the glinting tips of the keys embedded deeply into the wood, creating a cluster of holes. Blood hell, what just happened to that wooden door? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Harry, too preoccupied to join in his friend's marvel, gently brushed his fingers against Draco's right cheek, wiping away a trace of red. Upon removing his hand, a vivid stain remained. Harry placed his crimson-stained fingers to his lips, his tongue brushing against the tips, savoring the metallic taste. Draco felt a sudden jolt of concern. Draco. Harry gazed deeply into Draco's eyes, silently conveying volumes without uttering a word. Under Draco's alarmed gaze, Harry ultimately cast a healing spell, restoring the wound to its previous state. Continuing onward, the four entered an expansive chamber. A colossal stone wizard's chessboard lay before them, the pieces towering over them, exuding a chilling, stony luminescence. As they approached, the knight beside the queen drew his sword with a metallic clang, blocking their path. Well, it appears we have no choice but to engage in a thrilling game of wizard's chess, do we? Hermione shrugged, nudging Ron toward the board. Come on, Ron. Gryffindor knows you excel at wizard's chess. Draco stealthily inched closer to Harry, who still radiated an aura of darkness, and prodded him. Is the Weasley-esque wizard's chess truly that formidable? Harry, nearly exasperated by Draco's incessant needling, recognized that his engagement was a sign of Draco's concession. He sighed, resigning himself to the situation. Honestly, since I first encountered him, I have never lost a game of wizard's chess, Ron asserted, unembellished. And for the umpteenth time. Stop calling him red-haired weasel. He is your friend now too. Draco regarded Ron with a rare glint of admiration, his lips curling into a retort. Understood. It's merely a term of endearment among good friends. Harry withheld a response. As Ron stepped into his realm of expertise, buoyed by Hermione's rare endorsement, his confidence surged. He approached the Black Knight, displacing the original knight and taking its place. Sitting atop the piece, he surveyed the entire chessboard with intense focus. As he analyzed the board, his mind raced, contemplating every potential move in this endgame. He was intimately familiar with wizard's chess, akin to an old friend, having spent countless hours maneuvering his grandfather's cherished yet worn set. At this moment, he bore the weighty responsibility of leading them through this challenge, his resolve unwavering. Harry, you take the bishop's square. Hermione, you stand beside the queen's castle. Draco, you replace the queen. I shall be the knight. Ron methodically directed, his voice steady and resolute, instilling an undeniable sense of trust. The four swiftly took their positions, becoming pivotal pieces in this battle of wizard's chess. With Ron's commanding declaration, pawn to d5, the game officially commenced. His voice echoed through the chamber, akin to a battle cry. The white pieces promptly launched their assault. A white rook advancing aggressively to e4, a formidable pressure bearing down upon them. Yet Ron remained composed, responding coolly, pawn to c3. Under his direction, the black pieces advanced steadily according to their strategy. The white pieces pressed on relentlessly, the tension mounting. The white queen swiftly moved to e5, poised to breach their defenses. Ron gazed intently at the board, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He understood that this was a pivotal moment, one that could determine the outcome of the encounter. Wait, Harry, if I make this move, the white queen will take me. allowing you to checkmate the king," Ron informed Harry, his tone devoid of hesitation or fear. The three exchanged astonished glances, even Draco appearing taken aback. "No, Ron, there must be another way," Hermione urged anxiously, unable to bear the thought of Ron risking injury. "Do you not wish to stop that thief from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone? Harry, we all know that it is you and Draco who must proceed, not me or Hermione." "It is you too," Ron stated decisively, his gaze toward Harry filled with unwavering trust. He recognized that to protect the Philosopher's Stone and thwart the sinister schemes lurking in the shadows, a sacrifice was necessary. With that, Ron resolutely commanded, "Knight to H3, checkmate." His voice reverberated within the chamber, imbued with fearless courage. As he had anticipated, the White Queen turned and captured Ron's knight. Ron was flung from the knight's steed, hurtling towards the ground. Draco, quick-witted and nimble, drew his wand and cast the shield charm and levitation charm towards Ron. As Ron crashed onto the ground, he rolled several times, his leg striking heavily against a fallen chess piece, eliciting a sharp gasp, which he swiftly stifled, despite having witnessed it once before. Harry's eyes reddened at the sight of Ron's flight, a surge of fury igniting within him. He steadied his tears, embracing Ron's resolve, and continued to battle upon the chessboard, striving for ultimate triumph. Under Ron's masterful strategy, Harry commanded the pieces, closely collaborating with Hermione and Draco. Harry advanced to the 5th rank, compelling the white pieces to move their queen to the 3rd rank to shield their king. In the end, Harry captured the queen, placing the White King in a dire predicament. Above loomed another bishop, to the right stood Draco's queen, and to the left was Hermione's rook, leaving no avenue for escape, thus compelling a reluctant surrender. With the fall of the White King, this thrilling duel of wizards' chess finally reached its conclusion. Upon completing the game, the trio swiftly descended from the board to aid Ron. Thank heavens for Draco's timely shield charm and Levi Corpus. Ron had merely sustained a leg injury, rendering him temporarily unable to walk independently. Harry understood the peril they would soon confront. Thus he decisively instructed Hermione to escort Ron away first. "Hermione, please take Ron to the hospital wing. His leg may be broken or fractured, and we lack the sophisticated spells to assist him. Let us get him to the infirmary, and then check if Professor Dumbledore has returned." Hermione and Harry exchanged a knowing glance before nodding. With the aid of the two boys, they supported Ron and retraced their steps. Draco reminded them, "You can use the broom from earlier, you can ride slowly. It's perfectly fine." Hermione nodded slightly, her fluffy hair bobbing as she turned away from them. After watching them vanish from sight, Harry exchanged a glance with Draco. "It's about to begin, Draco. Are you afraid?" Scarhead, a Malfoy never fears a soft-boiled egg. Exhausted, utterly drained. The text written during class. I will express my gratitude upon returning to the dormitory. Chapter 40. The plan in motion. As Harry and Draco stepped into the fateful chamber, purple flames erupted behind them, enveloping them in a searing embrace. Before them loomed black flames, a monstrous beast, bearing its fangs and claws, obstructing the path to the Philosopher's Stone. A solitary table stood silently in the center of the room. Upon it lay 7 bottles of varying shapes and sizes, their contents appearing indistinguishable. The two advanced swiftly, and Draco seized the parchment beside the bottles. He scanned the text rapidly, reciting aloud, "Danger lies ahead, safety behind. Among us are 2 that can assist you. Drink them. 1 leads you forward, the other returns you to where you came from. 2 contain the potion of nettles, 3 are deadly poisons, awaiting their turn. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain here forever." We also provide 4 clues to aid your selection. First, no matter how cunningly the poison hides, they all stand to the left of the nettle potion. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends differ. If you advance, they will be of no use. Third, you will notice that the bottles vary in size. Neither the giant nor the dwarf contains death. Fourth, the second bottle on the left and the second on the right, though differing in appearance, taste the same. Harry furrowed his brow. Anxiety etched across his face as he regarded the bottles. His mind troubled, just like the logic puzzle from my last life. Damn it, I can't quite recall how Hermione solved it back then. Draco raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Harry to be silent, his gaze fixed intently on the parchment as he pondered deeply. His eyes darted between the bottles and the parchment, murmuring to himself, 7 bottles, 3 poisons, 2 nettle potions, 1 that allows us to traverse the black flames, and 1 that permits our return through the purple flames. After a moment of contemplation, Draco pointed decisively to the second bottle on the left and the second on the right. According to the 4th clue, these 2 bottles, though appearing different, share the same taste. Among the known liquids, only the nettle potion is present in 2 bottles, so these 2 must contain the nettle potion. Harry nodded slightly, the tension in his expression easing, and he even found the humor to jest. Perhaps we can take these 2 nettle potions back. I'm sure George and Fred would be eager to try them. Draco shot him a sidelong glance, waving his wand to stow the bottles of potion into Harry's bag. Completing this task, Draco once again focused on the parchment, analyzing as he read. From the first clue, we ascertain that the poisons are all to the left of the nettle potion. Now that we have identified 2 nettle potions, the bottles to their left are likely to contain poison. He gestured towards the 3 bottles on the left. Next, according to the third clue, the largest and smallest bottles contain no poison. Draco scanned the remaining 5 bottles and quickly pinpointed the largest and smallest ones. These 2 can be eliminated from suspicion of being poisons. Harry's gaze never strayed from Draco, who, in his earnestness, exuded a captivating charm. Despite being enchanted by Draco's allure, Harry remained supportive, inquiring, "So, the largest bottle might be the potion that allows us to advance?" Draco gently shook his head, explaining, "According to the second clue, the bottles at both ends will not aid our progress. Hence the largest bottle cannot be the potion for advancement. I believe the potion that allows us to proceed should be the most unique, perhaps even the smallest one." He paused briefly before continuing his analysis. "Since the poisons are to the left of the nettle potions, and we have confirmed 2 nettle potions, we can also ascertain the location of the poisons. Excluding the known nettle potions and the largest and smallest bottles, the remaining 3 bottles are likely to contain poison." Draco's finger rested on the other 3 bottles to the left. With this realization, a confident smile adorned Draco's face. The third bottle from the left must be the potion that propels us forward, while the farthest right bottle is assuredly the potion that enables our return. Upon hearing this, Harry clapped in delight. "Little dragon, you're amazing. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Draco playfully punched Harry's arm. "Stupid scarhead, I am a Malfoy. A Malfoy of unparalleled intellect." "Indeed, Master Malfoy, let us act swiftly," Harry replied, reaching for the smallest potion, the third from the left, intending to drink it. Draco halted his hand. "Wait, let me take a look." Harry paused, watching as Draco picked up each of the poisons and antidotes, sniffing their aromas and scrutinizing them thoroughly. The more he examined, the more excited Draco became. Excellent bone-removing potion, dissolving fluid, and petrifying vine extract. "Let us take them all, including this antidote for our return," Draco declared, collecting all the potions from the table into his bag. As he gathered the antidotes, Harry reached out to stop him. "Little dragon, you should drink this antidote and return to wait for me, all right?" Draco pushed Harry's hand away, exclaiming, "Nonsense. We've come this far. I won't leave you behind. And besides," Draco extracted a vial of potion from his bag. "Just as I had discovered the antidote for our advancement, I realized that this particular potion was one my godfather had instructed me to brew prior to the examination, and I had the habit of carrying my own concoctions with me. I suspected that Oldby had perhaps shared something with my godfather. Surely, he anticipated that I would be accompanying you." Harry was momentarily taken aback. Then Draco downed the potion he had brought, pouring the antidote that had been set on the table into Harry's open mouth, grasping Harry's hand as they moved forward. "All right, let go of your thoughts for now." The 2, hand in hand, strode steadily towards the black flames, which parted like a tamed beast, allowing them to pass through unscathed, advancing towards the unknown yet purpose-filled future. Easter egg, the Dumbledore brothers situation. At the appointed time to leave the school with Harry and the others, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for direction after departing the school. He stood at the entrance of the Hogshead Inn, casting the disillusionment charm for quite some time, his blue eyes occasionally flickering with a glimmer. Finally, the white-bearded innkeeper burst through the door, angrily shouting towards Dumbledore's direction, "Do whatever you wish, but do not disturb me." Dumbledore blinked, intending to utter a response, but ultimately closed his mouth, vanishing with a disillusionment charm, leaving behind a box of fizzing honeydukes. "TSK, Oldby." Aberforth clicked his tongue, still wearing an impatient expression as he collected the box of fizzing honeydukes. Chapter 41, The Plan in Motion 05. Before entering the flames, Harry draped his invisibility cloak over Draco. Draco peeked out from beneath the cloak, his delicate face gazing longingly at Harry. "Little dragon, it is not yet wise for you to be exposed before Voldemort. No matter what happens, remain silent. I know how to handle it." The 2 crossed the black flames, arriving at the final chamber. Once inside, Draco quietly released Harry's hand, opting instead to hold onto the hem of Harry's garment. The chamber was permeated with a foul stench, the walls pulsating with an eerie green glow, as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows. Harry and Draco gripped their wands tightly, cautiously advancing. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice echoed through the chamber. "Harry Potter, you have finally arrived." Harry squinted, spotting a figure standing in front of the familiar mirror deep within the chamber. It was Quirrell, his frame even more gaunt than when Harry and Draco had encountered him in the Forbidden Forest, resembling a slender reed, as if he could be snapped in two with a gentle bend. Yet his eyes still radiated a peculiar gleam. Hearing the commotion, he turned. muttering in a conspiratorial tone. Surprised. Are you Harry Potter? I know you've long suspected Snape. After all, who would suspect a stuttering, timid professor with him around? My disguise was so flawlessly executed. Quirrell grew increasingly animated, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the world. Harry, listening to him, felt a growing urge to laugh. He feigned fear by nervously gripping the hem of his garment, while secretly, under the invisibility cloak, he played with Draco's hand to prevent himself from bursting into laughter. Nevertheless, out of goodwill, he decided to play along. Was the troll on Halloween also your doing? How could you have released a troll into the school? Quirrell wore a rapturous expression. Oh, yes, it was indeed me. He then shifted his tone, darkening. It's a pity that Snape did not fall for it. While others were busy in the dungeons, he headed straight to the 3rd floor to thwart me. Naturally, after that, he could never trust me again. As Quirrell rambled on, he gazed into the mirror, turning his back to Harry. Harry instinctively covered his scar, swallowing a cry of pain to avoid alarming Draco too much. However, he clearly underestimated Draco. In the very next moment, Draco, who had been silent while gripping Harry's hand, suddenly turned with concern, casting a worried glance at Harry. Sensing a brief pause in his companion's breath, Harry could almost envision the anxious gray-blue eyes beneath the invisibility cloak, and the mere thought of it softened his heart. He lowered his hand from his forehead, signaling to Draco that he was all right. Meanwhile, Quirrell continued to ramble about his inner turmoil. He never lets me be alone. But he doesn't understand that I have never been alone, not really. Now, can you tell me what this mirror is for? I saw it. I saw what I longed for. I saw myself holding the Philosopher's Stone. But how do I obtain it? Upon hearing the mention of the Philosopher's Stone, Harry realized that Voldemort was about to reveal his true form. Draco felt an ominous premonition rising within him as he heard Quirrell's claim of never being alone. He tightened his grip on Harry's hand, and Harry understood his meaning. Wary of being sensed by Voldemort, Harry merely offered Draco a calming glance. Utilize that child. The room echoed with a raspy voice. Harry had anticipated this. He fixed his emerald green eyes intently on Quirrell's direction. It was Draco's first encounter with such an occurrence. He instinctively glanced around, trying to locate the source of the voice. Upon hearing the voice, Quirrell shouted angrily at Harry, "Come here, Potter, quickly." Harry, wishing to conceal Draco's presence, feigned compliance as he approached Quirrell, subconsciously using aura hand signals with his hidden hand. Draco understood, cautiously ensuring he remained silent as he stealthily moved to crouch in the corner Harry had indicated. As Harry drew nearer to Quirrell, the purple garlic-like creature yanked Harry towards him, forcefully grabbing his arm and pressing him against the mirror of Ariste. "Tell me, what did you see?" Harry shifted his gaze from the corner where he had indicated Draco should stay, focusing on the reflection of himself in the mirror of Ariste. Just as before, the difference this time was that the mirror's reflection was directly staring back at him, wearing a sinister smile. The mirrored Harry reached into his pocket, extracting a vibrant red gem. Their eyes met, and Harry slowly tucked the Philosopher's Stone into his trouser pocket. Simultaneously, Harry felt a weight in the opposite pocket, realizing that the Philosopher's Stone had indeed found its way into his possession. "Speak quickly. What did you see?" Quirrell pressed, fixated on the mirror, unable to discern what Harry had witnessed, thus resorting to urgent questioning. Harry remained composed. "I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, winning the House Cup." He lied. The raspy voice echoed once more, and Draco's eyes widened in the corner. "Tell me the truth. What did you see? Let me speak with him." "Master, you have not fully recovered. I still possess some strength." As the raspy voice persisted, Quirrell unwound the large scarf that had encircled his head. As Harry had anticipated, a grotesque, underdeveloped, wrinkled face emerged. Draco, who had been observing from the corner, gasped in terror, covering his mouth to stifle any sound that might betray Harry. "Harry Potter, we meet again." Voldemort faced Harry, his gaze fixed intently upon the young man bearing the lightning-shaped scar. Voldemort, unexpectedly composed, spoke. "I must concede. During our last encounter in the Forbidden Forest, you surprised me greatly. A mere 11-year-old wizard wielding such exquisitely devastating spells." As he spoke, Voldemort's features shifted in rhythm with Quirrell's movements. For reasons unknown, Harry's mind wandered to the tales of the face-eating plague he had heard during his travels in the East. Meanwhile, Voldemort continued, "Look at me. What have I become? A parasitic wretch, unable to inhabit my own body. The blood of unicorns sustains my life. Yet it cannot grant me a corporeal form, nor does it spare the vessel I inhabit from a dreadful curse. However, there exists one object that can remedy this predicament. Easter egg, the occasion of GGAD. Once more, he returned to this prison, the very one where he had stood countless times at the threshold. The prison that housed the love of his life. Dumbledore stood beneath a grand tree not far from the prison, staring vacantly at the tightly shut gates. He had yet to decide whether to pay a visit. Just as Dumbledore prepared to depart once more, Grindelwald appeared at his side. "Sir," he said, "the gates of Nurmengard are always open to you. I only hope you might come to see him occasionally." The most beautiful rose of France stood before the English rose, gazing intently at him. She harbored a disdain for Dumbledore, for his actions had led her great mentor to willingly imprison himself in Nurmengard for 46 years. Dumbledore remained silent, standing still. Observing his demeanor, Grindelwald chose not to say more. Her task was merely to convey a message, and nothing else was her concern. With that thought, she vanished from Dumbledore's sight. Dumbledore stood there, watching the sun ascend to its zenith and then gradually descend, finally hanging askew in the western sky. As the golden light of sunset bathed him, Dumbledore finally stirred. Draped in the golden hues of twilight, he slowly approached the fortress he had not visited in many years. Chapter 42, The Plan in Motion. However, there exists one object that can resolve this issue. This object is within arm's reach, nestled in your pocket. Upon hearing this, Harry, gripping his wand tightly, unleashed a spell at Quirrell that shattered him into pieces. He then maneuvered as close as possible to Draco, devising a way to place the Philosopher's Stone in Draco's possession. Perhaps it was because, in Voldemort's eyes, he was but a step away from success. He appeared utterly unfazed, casually conjuring a shield around himself while exchanging curses with Harry. Amidst the chaos, he seized the opportunity to manipulate Harry's mind. "Do not be foolish. Why succumb to me and endure a painful demise, Potter?" Harry scoffed inwardly. "Foolish wretch, had I not wished to conceal my intentions, I would have unleashed several Avada Kedavras upon you already. You could join me, preserving your life. We are kindred spirits. I have heard you hold that little Malfoy in high regard. Align with me, and I can ensure the Malfoy family offers him to you." At the mention of Draco's name, fury ignited within Harry. "You shall not. Our fates are intertwined." It was precisely because of that damned idiot that his previous self had met such a tragic end with Draco. Harry conjured a mist that obscured Voldemort's vision, seizing the moment to slip the Philosopher's Stone into Draco's hands. Observing this, Voldemort commanded Quirrell to disperse the fog and eliminate Harry while taunting him. Is the so-called savior merely a coward hiding in the mist? It seems Dumbledore's judgment is not as sound as one might hope. As Quirrell rushed toward Harry and Draco, Voldemort sensed something amiss. "Wait." Quirrell abruptly halted. "There is a third presence. Potter, it appears you have brought a friend. Capture that individual." With Voldemort's command, Quirrell charged toward Draco's direction. Draco, crouching at the wall, hastily rose to flee, but Quirrell was already upon him. In a moment of desperation, Harry positioned himself in front of Draco, only to be knocked to the ground by Quirrell's weight and momentum. Draco took a step forward, but Harry's fierce gaze urged him to retreat. Meanwhile, having toppled Harry, Voldemort sought to eliminate this rival first. Quirrell, sensing his master's intent, inexplicably chose not to use magic but instead resorted to the most primal of Muggle methods. Gripping Harry's throat with a vice-like grip, the sensation of suffocation surged upon him in an instant. Harry's expression contorted in agony, as his 11-year-old frame felt woefully inadequate. Yet Draco was not idle. Hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, he focused intently on the grotesque visage of Quirrell. Though disfigured, it was a far cry from the serpent-like face he had witnessed in a previous life. Draco gripped his wand, steadying his breath. He knew he had but one opportunity. Jellylegs Jinx. Perhaps Merlin himself was favoring them, for his spell struck true. Voldemort unleashed an enraged roar as a wave of magic erupted around Quirrell, violently casting him away until he collided with the wall. In that fleeting moment of impact, Draco coughed up blood, though hidden beneath the invisibility cloak. Only a few drops were visible on the ground. Harry's eyes remained fixated on the crimson droplets, fury boiling within him. As Draco collapsed, the cloak fell haphazardly over him, revealing his Slytherin robes. Draco lay there, racked with pain, utterly immobilized. Yet he felt a flicker of relief, for the invisibility cloak concealed his identity, preventing his unmistakable Malfoy hair from being exposed. Quirrell, still clutching Harry, turned his head to see the Slytherin robes of the figure on the ground. Just then, Harry, who had been suppressed, finally broke free from Quirrell's grasp. He glared at Quirrell, roaring, "Your opponent is me," as he seized Quirrell's hand with both of his. With a searing sound, Quirrell's hand gradually disintegrated into ash. As if not satisfied, Harry pressed his hand against Quirrell's face. With Harry's dual assault, Quirrell was reduced to a mere cloud of dust, meeting his demise. Harry exhaled deeply, dragging his injured leg step by step towards Draco. Draco, having recovered significantly, had already re-wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak and stood upright. Harry sensed Draco approaching him as well. Observing Harry's approach, a smile unconsciously graced Draco's face. At that moment, an ominous shift behind Harry widened Draco's eyes in alarm. Without time to ponder, Draco dashed a few steps in front of Harry, confronting the foreboding cloud of smoke. Harry felt a gentle breeze brush against his right side. When he turned to look, he could only see a mass of black smoke bearing a menacing visage rushing toward him. As he felt a weight in his arms, Harry barely managed to embrace the person he held before darkness enveloped him, collapsing to the ground. The smoke surged through their bodies, howling as it fled Hogwarts. As the air within the Chamber of Secrets returned to silence, a flicker of flame illuminated a corner. Easter egg, the occasion of GGAD. Dumbledore slowly ascended the staircase of Nurmengard, his hand instinctively brushing against the obsidian stone wall beside him. No matter how long the staircase was, it ultimately had an end. Despite Dumbledore's efforts to prolong his journey, he found himself before that door. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the long-sealed entrance. "Albus, you have finally arrived," a hoarse voice echoed. Dumbledore, who had been gazing downwards, lifted his eyes towards the shadowed corner. That single glance sent tremors through his heart. Gellert, the once magnificent leader of the European Saints, a figure radiating vitality, had been reduced to this. Gaunt and skeletal, clad in tattered prison garb, with the sheets and blankets barely clinging to him. His once resplendent golden hair was now dusted with the frost of Austria. Yet those mismatched eyes sparked with a fiery intensity upon seeing him, burning Dumbledore, compelling him to avert his gaze. "It has been a long time," Albus, Grindelwald remarked. Perched upon the bed, despite the heavy shackles around his neck and wrists, he could not help but feel a surge of joy at Dumbledore's presence. Habitually, Dumbledore chose to meet Grindelwald's gaze as he spoke. "Where have your saints gone? Is this how they treat their leader?" "You know, it was all for you," Grindelwald replied. "I recall providing you with ample stationery. Please refrain from using your bed linens to correspond with me." Yet you never replied. "While I have countless words to share with you each day, I have long since exhausted that stationery. Have you seen him? The prophesied one." "What else did the prophecy reveal?" Grindelwald answered candidly. Dumbledore frowned, reluctant to accept the truth. "This cannot be. Gellert, you know how vital this is for us." "My dear Albus, I have never deceived you. The prophecy only foretold the arrival of the reborn and the ultimate victory, nothing more. Not even when I strained to invoke my gifts could I glean further." Hearing Grindelwald's willingness to exert his own powers, Dumbledore regarded him with disapproval. "With your current condition, the burden is too great. For our future, it is worth it." What Grindelwald withheld from Dumbledore was the vision he had seen in the prophecy. He and Dumbledore reconciled. Gazing into those blue eyes, Grindelwald understood that Dumbledore was, in fact, aware of the truth. After further discourse, when Dumbledore departed, something intangible lingered in the topmost cell of Nurmengard, a connection rekindled between two old lovers, a rare achievement. Chapter 43, A Return to the Hospital Wing. Upon opening his eyes once more, Harry beheld the pallid ceiling of the hospital wing. Recalling the events preceding his unconsciousness, he abruptly sat upright. Draco, beside him, Hermione and Ron, who had been vigilantly watching over them, promptly restrained his movements. Ron firmly pressed Harry back onto the bed, even covering his mouth with a hand. "Draco hasn't awakened yet. Keep your voice down, Harry." Hermione gestured for silence, indicating the bed that Ron and she were shielding. Harry, initially struggling, settled down upon hearing Draco's name. As soon as Ron released his hand from Harry's mouth, he swiftly turned to the bed where Draco lay. Seeing that Draco remained in slumber, Harry's and Ron's voices softened. "What happened? Did Professor Dumbledore return? I remember that Draco and I were confronted by Voldemort's soul or something." Ron, stifling a scream by covering his face, lowered his volume. "What? Are you saying that the last chamber still has you-know-who?" Hermione patted Ron, urging him to calm down, though her own hands trembled uncontrollably. "Harry, can you elaborate on what transpired afterward? How did that individual appear?" Harry leaned against the bed, casually plucking a chocolate frog from the assortment of get-well gifts, tearing it open. The card depicted Dumbledore, winking just like the man himself. After savoring the chocolate, feeling somewhat revitalized, Harry opted for brevity in recounting the events of the final chamber. "We passed through a potion and logic test to reach the last room. Before entering, I concealed Draco with the invisibility cloak. Upon entering, we encountered the mirror of Eriste and Quirrell. I must say, Ron, we all suspected Quirrell, while you were the only one still doubting Professor Snape." Ron attempted to protest, but Hermione, keen on the unfolding narrative, silenced him. "And then, Harry, what happened next?" "It was merely Quirrell at that point," Hermione eagerly inquired. "Oh, dear children, I believe I can elucidate that matter." Just then, Dumbledore, clad in his flowing robes, his white hair and beard glistening, approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Professor Dumbledore." The three awake greeted him obediently. Dumbledore positioned himself at Harry's bedside, casually rummaging through the pile of get-well gifts and popping a chocolate mouse into his mouth. The crunching sound caused Harry to grimace slightly. "Oh, Your admirers have indeed showered you with an abundance of sweets, haven't they, Harry? Harry smiled wryly. Hermione, unable to contain her impatience, awaited Dumbledore's explanation. But he seemed preoccupied with his candy search, disregarding her and Ron's anxious expressions. Professor, could you please continue? My apologies, dear ones. It has been some time since I encountered such a variety of confections. Where were we? Dumbledore's tone drifted as if awakening from a reverie. We were discussing Quirrell in the chamber. Ah, yes, Quirinus. He was a tragic figure. Before becoming the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, he was a Muggle studies instructor. As an exemplary Ravenclaw graduate, he possessed extensive theoretical knowledge. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he felt he lacked practical experience. Upon being appointed as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, he requested to venture into the Albanian forest to hone his skills. We later discovered that it was there he was brainwashed by Voldemort, who subsequently infiltrated Hogwarts. The Voldemort Harry encountered was then inhabiting Quirrell. Likewise, Quirrell's body underwent a terrifying transformation. When Harry defeated Quirrell, Voldemort exited him, fleeing through Harry and Draco. Having spoken at length, Dumbledore decided to console himself with a honey-flavored sweet from Harry's stash. Meanwhile, the two listeners struggled to fathom the horrifying transformation he referred to. However, Hermione's curiosity was piqued by another matter. Professor Dumbledore, where have you been these past few days? Dumbledore stroked his beard. Oh, I believe you already have the answer in mind, do you not? The enigmatic Dumbledore would never reveal his whereabouts, opting instead to return the question to the inquirer. Hermione contemplated thoughtfully. After concluding his tale, Dumbledore approached Harry, subtly indicating Draco's direction. He then leaned down to adjust the covers for Harry, whispering near his ear, "Cockroach clusters." Rising thereafter, Harry met Dumbledore's gaze, the emerald of his eyes colliding with the azure of Dumbledore's. Understanding Dumbledore's message, Harry discreetly nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, children. I shall leave the space for you young ones. It is time for me to return to my office," said Dumbledore, as he was politely seen off. The moment Dumbledore's figure vanished from sight, Ron lunged towards Harry. "Brother, you must tell me about that terrifying transformation." I simply could not fathom what Headmaster Dumbledore was referring to. Hermione, equally intrigued, gazed at him with wide, sparkling eyes, recalling the grotesque visage of the two-faced head. Harry shuddered involuntarily. Can you imagine? A bald head with two faces, Quirrell's on the front and Voldemort's on the back. And Voldemort's face was particularly grotesque and repulsive. He didn't even have ears. Hermione and Ron exchanged a synchronized, chilling shiver at the thought. Discharging his friend's curiosity and sharing the horrid experiences he had witnessed did somewhat lighten Harry's mood. However, casting a glance at the still unconscious Draco beside him, worry flooded Harry's expression. "Hermione, did Madame Pomfrey mention anything about Draco's condition?" The one still lost in thought snapped back to reality. Draco is in a slightly more severe state. He has sustained significant internal injuries, and some of his organs are damaged. Before you both awoke, Professor Snape administered a newly brewed potion to him, and Madame Pomfrey advised that he should rest longer to recuperate. Hearing that Snape had come to administer the potion, Harry let out a sigh of relief, his tension easing. Silently casting a silencing charm towards Draco, he felt reassured enough to inquire about his friend's situation. "How about you? Did everything go smoothly when you left?" At this, Ron's enthusiasm surged. "Oh, Harry, you have no idea. Hermione was absolutely hilarious while riding the broom. She first mounted it herself, and once airborne, used a levitation spell to place me behind her. At first, we flew quite well, but then she lost control, and we nearly crashed into the wall. Luckily I, being the clever friend I am, managed to regain control of the broom." Hermione's face flushed crimson, her hair fluffing out in tandem with her emotions. "Ron." The evident embarrassment caused Harry to squint mischievously. If he wasn't mistaken, Ron, seated behind Hermione, must have had to embrace her to regain control of the broom, right? Hiss. Harry inhaled sharply, a vague realization dawning upon him. What could Ron be termed? The unwitting Casanova? As he pondered, Harry stroked his chin, feeling as though a radiant glow was beginning to emanate from him. Chapter 44, The House Cup. After spending some time in the hospital wing with Harry, the two decided to leave and gather their belongings. Following the house feast that evening, they would be departing for home the next day. Once he had bid farewell to his friends, Harry propped himself up from the bed and slowly made his way to the chair beside Draco's bed. Observing the pallid features of Draco, Harry tenderly grasped the hand that lay outside the covers. The icy touch prompted him to clutch it tighter. With one hand, he swept Draco's hair aside, placing the hand he held against his own cheek, hoping to transfer some warmth to the young heir's frigid fingers. "Why aren't you waking up? Are you lost in some delightful dream? Unwilling to speak with me?" Harry nuzzled the hand resting against his face, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him at Draco's continued slumber. Yet, unbeknownst to Harry, The unconscious Draco was not ensnared in sweet dreams. Perhaps due to the impact of Voldemort's dark soul, Draco was ensnared in the darkest days of his past. Returning to the Malfoy Manor, now dominated by Voldemort, he relived the torment of receiving the Dark Mark and the punishment he endured after releasing Harry. He found himself repeatedly submerged in the agony of these memories. It was as if he had transformed into a weeping willow, swaying gently in the breeze, its fragile branches trembling, but with roots deeply anchored in the ground. No gale could uproot him. The supple branches became his clandestine strength. The tumultuous winds could not shatter his resolve. Suddenly, the tempest ceased. The winds and rain abated, and a sliver of sunlight broke through the overcast clouds, illuminating the willow-esque form. "Draco!" Harry exclaimed, nearly believing he had misheard the sound of tears falling. He abruptly lifted his head to meet a pair of eyes reminiscent of a clear sky after a storm. Though shadows lingered, rays of sunlight peeked through. "Little dragon, you're awake. How do you feel? I'll go fetch Madame Pomfrey." Harry leapt up in joy, gently releasing Draco's hand before darting away like the wind. Draco stared at the hand that had just been freed. Fortunately, Harry returned swiftly with Madame Pomfrey, who, after a thorough examination, confirmed that Draco was out of danger. Pouring a glass of water for the propped-up Draco, Madame Pomfrey addressed the two boys, particularly Harry, saying, "All right, boys, I believe you can leave the hospital wing now. So many people have come to see you in such a short time." Standing at the entrance of the hospital wing, the two exchanged glances, each holding a plethora of well-wishing gifts. "Why didn't we put these in our bags?" "Oh, sorry, little dragon. I was hastily ushered out and forgot." With a flick of his wand, Harry stowed the candies into his bag, finally taking Draco's hand in his own. The two strolled slowly down the castle corridor, with Harry excitedly recounting the small gifts he had prepared for his aunt's family. Post-war, Draco had shifted his focus towards the Muggle world, embracing its wonders and remaining quite curious about it. As they walked, a voice rang out ahead. "Harry, Draco." They looked up to see Hermione and Ron, who had been absent for a while, accompanied by a group of Slytherins. Harry responded enthusiastically with his free hand. Upon spotting them, Pansy dashed down and enveloped Draco in a tight embrace. Draco caught this little cannonball, nearly toppling over had Harry not been there to steady him. "Pansy, you are far too unladylike, far too unslytherin." Pansy released Draco, fiercely tugging at his face. "And you dare say that? Did you think about how unslytherin it was when you sneaked off on your adventures? Did you ever consider how worried we were when we heard you and Harry were off to stop Quirrell, and you ended up in the hospital wing?" The Slytherin Queen's outburst, coupled with the vigilant gazes of her peers, made Harry and Draco feel increasingly diminutive in stature. No one dared to retort, not even Hermione, who remained silent. The sudden confrontation prompted Hermione to recall that Harry and Draco hadn't summoned the other Slytherins when they were in peril. After Pansy's tirade, she felt a sense of relief as the pent-up frustration within her dissipated. "All right, the house feast is about to begin. Let us head to the Great Hall. On the way, could someone enlighten me about the so-called for who bravely battled the vile Quirrell to save the Philosopher's Stone?" Pansy asked, flashing a smile that was sweet, yet left the four feeling a chill run down their spines. The preceding tale was recounted by Ron, and in the realm of storytelling, the three of them might not possess the same riveting flair that Ron exhibited. Did you not notice how the little snakes were utterly engrossed in listening? When the narrative reached the final chamber, Harry seized the opportunity to summarize the events, omitting any mention of Voldemort's presence, stating merely that he and Draco had been rendered unconscious by Quirrell's dying retaliation. Draco, grasping the deeper significance of Harry's words, cast a grateful glance in his direction, receiving a smile in return. Meanwhile, Hermione, keenly perceptive and having caught wind of the omission of Voldemort's name, swiftly covered Ron's mouth. Addressing the others, she declared, "All right. We've arrived at the Great Hall. I shall escort Ron back to Gryffindor." With that, she resolutely dragged him back to the Gryffindor table, disregarding his protests. The Slytherins exchanged glances, shoulders slumping in resignation, and returned to the spots that Goyle and Crabbe had claimed earlier. The final feast of the academic year was, after all, the one that determined the fate of the House Cup. The young wizards were abuzz with excitement, particularly the Ravenclaw students. Thanks to Harry and Draco's nocturnal escapade that cost Slytherin 100 points, the reigning champions of the House Cup were dethroned, providing Ravenclaw a chance to shine. Many Ravenclaw students cast appreciative looks toward the duo. It was evident that the Slytherins had also realized this, as Harry noticed several older Slytherins covertly observing the two of them. The final feast was, unsurprisingly, far more lavish than usual, even surpassing the grandeur of the welcoming banquet. The Great Hall was adorned splendidly, with countless candles floating gracefully overhead, casting a soft and warm glow that illuminated the chamber as if it were daylight. The tables were laden with an array of sumptuous dishes: golden, glistening roast chickens, fragrant pumpkin pasties, fluffy, soft bread, and an assortment of puddings and fruits. Each dish exuding an enticing aroma that made the students' mouths water. Surrounding the hall, banners representing the 4 houses hung proudly. The crimson banner of Gryffindor displayed a majestic lion that seemed to roar. Slytherin's green banner showcased a silver serpent slithering. Hufflepuff's yellow banner featured a comical badger. And Ravenclaw's blue banner depicted a bronze eagle poised for flight. Before the commencement of the feast, Dumbledore rose to his feet. His long white beard and crescent-shaped spectacles sparkled in the candlelight, his face adorned with a genial smile. In his resonant and magnetic voice, he proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone, to the Hogwarts House Cup Feast. This is a moment worthy of celebration, marking not only the conclusion of another enriching term, but also witnessing the growth and progress of each student. I hope you all relish the delights and merriment of this evening." With a flourish of his wand, jubilant music filled the hall, and the aroma of the food intensified. As the feast gradually approached its conclusion, many students had already begun to sample the desserts. Ding ding ding. At the staff table, Dumbledore gently tapped his fork against his pink goblet, capturing the attention of the entire hall. "Children, at the end of this feast, we must announce the outcome of the House Cup. The scores are as follows. Scores are fictional. In 4th place, Gryffindor, with 382 points. In 3rd place, Slytherin, with 392 points. In 2nd place, Hufflepuff, with 432 points. And in 1st place, Ravenclaw, with 456 points. This academic year, the students of Ravenclaw have demonstrated through their efforts that they are the wise eagles, brimming with boundless intelligence and potential." With a wave of his wand, the previously hanging banners transformed into a brilliant blue, and numerous magically conjured eagles soared across the ceiling. The Ravenclaw students erupted in jubilant cheers. At the staff table, Professor Flitwick raised his goblet in celebration, while Snape scowled, casting a disapproving glare at Harry, which softened to a look of discreet consolation as he met Draco's gaze. However, Dumbledore's tone shifted. "I believe everyone is aware of a recent event, and I think it warrants consideration in our reckoning." Professor Flitwick perked up, and Snape narrowed his eyes at Dumbledore. "I have a few final points to award. Miss Hermione Granger, for her calm and ingenious application of intellect in perilous circumstances, is awarded 50 points. Mr. Ronald Weasley, for his exceptional chess skills, showcasing one of the most remarkable games Hogwarts has seen in years, receives 50 points. Mr. Draco Malfoy, for his composure and extraordinary logical reasoning, is awarded 50 points. Next is Mr. Harry Potter, recognized for his bravery and courage in thwarting Quirrell's nefarious plot, rewarded with 60 points for Slytherin. Lastly, I wish to commend one more individual, Neville Longbottom, for his refusal to follow the crowd and for steadfastly holding his ground in the face of danger, awarded 20 points. Following this round of point allocations, Slytherin and Gryffindor found themselves tied. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It appears we have witnessed a scene not seen in centuries. Slytherin and Gryffindor jointly claiming the House Cup." The decorations in the hall shifted in response to Dumbledore's words, intertwining red and green, reminiscent of a second Christmas celebration. The Slytherin and Gryffindor students erupted in unprecedented cheers, while Hufflepuff rejoiced in their happiness. And though Ravenclaw felt a pang of disappointment at losing 1st place, they too were pleased for the 2 houses. Snape's previously stormy demeanor finally cleared, and Professor McGonagall gazed down at the throng surrounding Neville at the Gryffindor table, her eyelids lowering. Easter egg, the truth behind Neville's points. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron exclaimed, "Have you forgotten that boys aren't allowed in the girls' dormitory?" Seamus chuckled heartily from the sofa, watching as Ron stumbled down the stairs in a most undignified manner. Ron picked himself up, pulled out a piece of paper, glanced around, and snatched the pen from Dean's hand to scribble a few words. Then, following Draco's instructions, he swiftly folded the paper into an origami crane, blew on it, and watched it fly toward the girls' dormitory before finally sitting down to respond to Seamus's inquiry. "Of course I know, but Harry said he would take us on an adventure." And in the heat of the moment, "Oh, an adventure? Can I come too? I've never gone on an adventure with Harry," Seamus eagerly suggested. Ron shrugged apologetically. "Sorry, mate, I promised Harry it would just be the 3 of us." "All right then." As they awaited Hermione's descent, the 2 prepared to leave and reunite with Harry. Just then, Neville, returning from outside, intercepted them. "Ron, where are you going? Curfew is approaching. You can't go out for a nocturnal escapade. You've already lost Gryffindor a lot of points." "Neville, mate, this is really important. I promise I'll apologize when I return." "No way. I promise Professor McGonagall I'd keep an eye on you." "Ron, move aside," Hermione urged, pulling Ron away. All petrified, Ron stared wide-eyed at Hermione. She crouched down. "Sorry, Neville. I'll have Seamus take you back." "Seamus, tomorrow's the 5:20, write a side story. And there should also be a sequel about everyone living in an American high school. since this one isn't finished yet. What are everyone's thoughts on this lengthy side story? Is it acceptable? I worry that it might not sit well with some. This is a light-hearted side story for May 20th, set after the war. Recently, Harry has stumbled upon a rather serious matter, although it is not Valentine's Day. The students of Hogwarts are evidently quite agitated. After encountering countless pairs of lovebirds and witnessing declarations of affection during his usual outings with Draco, Harry senses something amiss. The situation unfolds as follows. Early this morning, Harry intercepted Draco, who was on his way to the Eastern Mystical Studies classroom, which was under Ron's supervision. Little dragon, we haven't been on a proper date in ages. Could you possibly skip that today? Let us have a picnic by the Black Lake. Harry's sparkling eyes fixed intently on Draco, his eager gaze causing Draco's cheeks to flush. Hearing Harry's invitation for a date, Draco's eyes lit up. He grasped Harry's face and teased, "You brat, I was just wondering when you would ask me." Though Draco's words felt a tad odd, Harry, determined to be a good boyfriend, resolved to comply without voicing his thoughts. Filled with excitement for their long-awaited date, Harry retrieved a carefully prepared Muggle outfit from the depths of his wardrobe to show Draco. "Draco, shall we wear this today? I asked my godfather to take me to the Muggle world to pick it out myself." Draco surveyed the light green short-sleeve sweatshirt paired with beige cargo shorts, adorned with a cartoonish little snake. Choosing not to reveal that the clothing was from the new Malfoy family venture, Draco accepted the outfit. "Couple's attire, and what about yours?" he inquired before heading to the restroom with the clothes in hand. With a grin reminiscent of an exuberant puppy, Harry raised the other outfit he had prepared, making Draco feel as though he could almost see a little dog's tail wagging behind him. Smiling, Draco remarked, "Change out here, and I want to see you all dressed up when you come out." All right. Thus, when the two reappeared before the Slytherin crowd, they were clad in Muggle attire. Fortunately, with the influx of Muggle items into the wizarding world, the acceptance of such styles had improved significantly. The first stop on their date was the kitchen. Upon entering, Harry noticed an unusual number of people present, which struck him as odd. "Why are there so many people in the kitchen today?" he inquired while preparing apple mousse for Draco. Draco, casually watching Harry concentrate on making little cakes, replied, "Who knows? Perhaps it's just a gathering of Hufflepuffs." Accepting Draco's explanation, Harry cheerfully hummed a tune as he continued to mix the batter. As they made their way to the Black Lake with their freshly baked cakes, they encountered numerous couples surrounded by pink bubbles. Harry observed them while suppressing his questions. Once they settled by the lake, he began to hand Draco the small cakes, finally voicing the queries he had held in. "Is today some special occasion? Why are there so many couples out on dates?" Draco paused mid-bite, slowly withdrawing the cake from his mouth, turning to face the oblivious Harry. "Harry Potter, I must ask you, why did you invite me out today?" Unaware of anything amiss, Harry gazed at the scenic lake, responding without turning his head, "I mentioned it earlier. It's simply because we Haven Tea had a proper date in a few days." Draco hastily devoured his cake, then fiercely grasped Harry's face. "You foolish Scarhead. You are utterly clueless about romance. I assumed you knew what today was. Besides, we are practically inseparable every day." With that, he turned and ran off. Harry chased after him for a few steps, but Draco shouted, "Don't follow me. Come back when you've figured it out." Stopping in place, Harry found himself deeply perplexed. "Is today some special occasion? Our 3rd anniversary? That can't be right. Perhaps I should check with Ron and the others." However, after searching for his friends throughout Hogwarts, he found no trace of them, which only heightened his unease. Fortunately, as a savior, Harry still had many younger fans. Just as he was about to look for Ron, he spotted one of them. "Ginny, is there something special about today? I've noticed an influx of couples at Hogwarts." Ginny's eyes widened in surprise at Harry's sudden appearance. "Harry? Aren't you supposed to be out on a date with Draco?" "Oh, and Harry, you've got quite a few pesky flies buzzing around your head," Luna chimed in, her whimsical voice enveloping Harry. "Oh, hi Luna. Ginny, how did you know I had a date with Draco today?" After greeting Luna, Harry turned back to Ginny with a puzzled expression. Logically, he had only thought of this date the night before and hadn't mentioned it to anyone. How did Ginny from Gryffindor know? Noticing something was amiss, Ginny remarked, "Harry, you don't mean to say you're unaware, do you? Today is May 20th. What makes May 20th so special?" Seeing Harry's continued confusion, Ginny suddenly felt sympathy for Draco. Oh dear, the detail-oriented Slytherin has encountered the oblivious savior. No wonder Draco is nowhere to be found. "Harry, May 20th is referred to as 520 in the Muggle world, a homophone for I love you. On this day, many couples go out on dates and exchange gifts," Luna sang out. Ginny added, "Today, Professor Dumbledore declared a day off, allowing us to enjoy our youth. My brother and Hermione are out on a date, and I saw Pansy and Blaise doing the same. I thought you would be with Draco as well." "Oh, Merlin's beard. I never even considered that. I didn't prepare a gift at all," Harry nearly shouted. If Pansy and Blaise knew about this holiday, then surely Draco did too. Harry could only imagine how eagerly Draco had anticipated his response. No wonder Draco had said he was waiting for Harry to invite him out. Oh Merlin, Draco must have prepared a gift for me, and here I am, completely unprepared, even ignorant of the day. Realizing his mistake, Harry immediately felt compelled to find Draco. Ginny, wait. You can't just go like that. What about a gift? Ginny halted him. But where can I find a gift now? Draco's favorite things take time to acquire. Sometimes, it's not about the price, but the thought behind it. Neville recently cultivated a new color of roses. I think he would be willing to give you some. Luna beamed at Harry with a sweet smile. Harry's eyes lit up. Thank you, Luna. And thank you, Ginny. Hey Harry, no problem. Feel free to take some. These are the 520 gifts I cultivated for Luna. And I ended up with plenty. Take as many as you like. Understanding Harry's intention, Neville generously agreed, even thoughtfully preparing silver-green wrapping paper for the flowers. Grateful, Harry accepted Neville's kindness and, armed with garden shears, ventured into the greenhouse, which sparkled like gold from afar. Upon entering, he was instantly captivated by a sea of pale golden roses. A delicate golden hue shimmered under the somewhat hazy sunlight filtering through the greenhouse glass, resembling the most exquisite of gemstones. Neville, you are truly a genius, Harry marveled at the scene before him. Blushing, Neville scratched his head and replied, you know, Luna's hair is a beautiful shade of light gold, so I wanted to cultivate a new color for her. Draco's hair is quite similar. I thought he would appreciate it as well. Harry nodded vigorously. He certainly will. The two swiftly trimmed and packaged the flowers. Harry waved a vibrant rose at Neville before following the tracking charm he had cast on Draco. By the time Harry stood before the Hogshead Inn, listening to the familiar sounds within, he felt a flutter of nerves. 3 of a kind. Boom, 2 pairs. But at all, I'm out. The raucous calls filled the air. Upon entering, Harry immediately spotted the striking figure at the table, where his often elusive friends had gathered, including the already graduated George and Fred. As he approached with the bouquet, it was George, or perhaps Fred, who first noticed him. He promptly discarded his cards and waved at Harry. Hello, Harry. The others turned to look as well. Notably, when Draco glanced over, he wore an expression of displeasure, arms crossed. Harry leaned in, revealing the bouquet hidden behind his back. Darling, I'm terribly sorry for forgetting today's significance. Would you accept this bouquet as an apology? I promise to provide a better gift tomorrow. Draco's gaze swept over the unique roses before locking onto Harry's verdant eyes. I suppose I can begrudgingly forgive you. Accepting the flowers, Draco gently kissed Harry's cheek. No need for a substitute. I adore this bouquet. Harry's eyes sparkled, and almost in the next moment, as Draco stepped back, he pulled him in for a kiss, pressing his lips against Draco's rosy mouth. The sound of their lips resonated softly. The onlookers, feeling neglected, began to cough in irritation. Draco gave Harry a forceful shove, prompting Harry to reluctantly part from Draco's lips, a silver thread falling between them. Harry brushed it away with his thumb and stole another quick kiss, grateful that this time they parted easily. All right, since you're here, hurry and relieve Draco. He won us quite a bit of money. Pansy's voice interrupted, wrapping her fingers on the table in discontent. Harry obediently lifted Draco and settled him on his lap once seated. Well, I'm here now. You still can't win against me. Apologies for my tardiness today. I updated a chapter at 8, imagining what life would be like if everyone were in an American high school, and then ended up playing mahjong, which delayed me until now. My sincerest apologies. Chapter 45, Summer Vacation. After securing the house cup, the Slytherins celebrated briefly in their dormitory before dispersing to join their usual friends. Harry, Draco, and a few others found a corner of a lounge to chat casually. Although many pureblood families would host numerous gatherings during the holidays, those events were never as free as school life. The group exchanged letters from home, while Crabbe and Goyle rummaged through Harry's bag filled with candies and snacks, selecting their desired treats. Theodore observed the blissfully naive expressions of Goyle and Crabbe, listening to the others' superficial chatter. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he cast a confusion charm and a silencing spell around them. The sudden spell interrupted the conversation among the four, causing the plump brothers to pause and gaze blankly at Theodore. Theodore toyed with his wand, his mouth moving silently as he hesitated. Draco, stifling his irritation, finally snapped at Theodore. Just spit it out, Theo. Your indecision is more tedious than Pansy choosing new clothes. Pansy huffed at being mentioned, but aside from Blaise, no one seemed to care. Theodore sighed in resignation and said, Did you all conceal something about your adventure when you spoke in the Great Hall? Something that pertains to us? Harry froze, straightening up from Draco's side, adopting a serious demeanor. Why do you ask that? Pansy pressed her lips together, articulating their suspicions. Ron mentioned something at the end, but you interrupted him, only mentioning Quirrell. If it were only Quirrell, neither Min nor Ron would react that way. If there is something you know that you're hiding from us, Blaze's fingers rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Before he could finish, Theodore interjected, his face pale as a sheet, his lips almost ghostly. That person, right? Upon uttering those words, Theodore unconsciously licked his dry lips, attempting to restore some color. Hearing the mention of that name, Crabbe dropped the candy he was holding, disbelief evident in his usually vacant eyes. Goyle, empathetic, quickly picked it up, unwrapping the candy and shoving it into Crabbe's mouth. Who is that person? Isn't it just Quirrell? Harry attempted to deflect, his awkward acting drawing a facepalm from Draco. He covered the boy who lived's mouth, sighing, Enough, Harry Potter. You cannot deceive Slytherin. They are far more perceptive than you realize. Harry fell silent. Draco met the unwavering gazes of his friends, the weight of silence stretching on. He felt another sigh building, as if he had sighed more in these few days than he had in the entire previous year. Internally, Draco grumbled. But his friends awaited his explanation. All right, my friends. The truth is, the person you suspect has returned. The reason Harry and I fainted and were taken to the hospital wing was due to the impact of his soul, though they had suspected it. The moment they received confirmation, the color drained from the faces of 4 of them, except for the neutral Blaze. Even the dimmest of them, Goyle, was not exempt. Pansy trembled as she spoke, her first word barely a whisper. You're joking, Draco. This isn't funny. Though equally terrified. Theodore was the first to regain his composure upon witnessing Draco's serious demeanor. Since Draco has said it, he wouldn't lie to us. The rest of his sentence hung heavily in the air. If it had been before, upon learning that Voldemort would return, they might have acquiesced to their family's wishes. Growing up to become Death Eaters, even sacrificing themselves in Voldemort's grand plan. After all, their parents had all been Death Eaters, and Draco was no exception. However, the crux of the matter was that Draco and Harry were now good friends, and they, too, had developed a bond with Harry. It was well known that Harry Potter was the savior of the wizarding world, and only one of them could survive Voldemort. Had they never met Harry, they might have wished for his demise at Voldemort's hands, as it would preserve their pure blood legacy. But now, they were friends. Out of loyalty, they could not wish for their friend to perish in a war. Yet, under the immense weight of familial expectations, does their affection still hold significance? What they can conceive, Draco, having been granted a second chance at life, is certainly capable of as well. He offered a comforting smile to his friends. Pansy, unable to contain herself, tugged at Draco's sleeve. Draco, please stop smiling. Observing the girl's reddened eyes, Draco's smile faded. Blaze, embodying neutrality, pondered and then posed a question that Pansy and the others had not considered. Draco, does Uncle Lucius know about Voldemort's resurrection? Draco regarded Blaze with an odd glimmer of appreciation. I intend to have a candid discussion with my father when I return home tomorrow. It's too complex to convey in a letter, and I have vital matters to discuss with him. Having answered Blaze's inquiry, Draco turned his gaze to the 4 who were watching him expectantly. Theodore, not me. It's all slander. Shall we keep in touch over the summer? You have ample time to reflect, but do not strain yourselves too much. I will keep you updated via owl. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Crabbe's close-cropped hair. In his previous life, he regretted most the loss of Crabbe. They had grown up together, yet were swept away by the tide of war, tainted by their family's burdens. Until they drifted apart, turning into adversaries, separated by an insurmountable chasm. Although Crabbe could not fathom why Draco looked at him with such sorrowful eyes, he had always regarded Draco as his leader. Especially this past year, Draco had truly conquered him, and he wholeheartedly accepted this hierarchy. Theodore gazed deeply at Draco, enough to make Harry furrow his brow. Upon sensing Harry's disapproving glare, Theodore raised an eyebrow provocatively at Harry, though he refrained from fixating on Draco any longer. Harry was quite satisfied with Theodore's discretion. All right, everyone, our conversation concludes here. Get some rest. We return home tomorrow. After a substantial discussion, Draco dismissed the group, yearning to return to the dormitory for a proper rest, as he had scarcely slept since yesterday, and he was uncertain if he would find rest during the journey tomorrow. Early the next morning, the Slytherin quartet stood before the Hogwarts Express, their luggage already delivered to the train by the house elves. Why can Crabbe and the others board? Blaze grumbled in the morning mist. Because they need to guard our compartment, Pansy replied casually, not even glancing at Blaze. Then why did Theodore go up? He said he didn't do well on the exam and wants to find an empty compartment to study. What? Do you need to study too? Pansy scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Blaze. At a loss for words, Blaze caught a glimpse of the 2 who were huddled together, laughing quietly. And he jabbed Harry with his elbow. Hearing Harry let out a yelp, he finally broke into a satisfied smile, only to be irked by Draco, who was concerned for Harry. Pansy had no desire to engage with the immature boys. From afar, she spotted the striking red hair and fluffy curls approaching. Pansy's eyes lit up, yet she feigned modesty, remaining in place. Once Hermione drew near, she wrapped her arms around her in lament. Where have you been? These three boys are insufferable. Hermione smiled apologetically. Ron realized he forgot to bring Ginny's gift just as we were about to leave. So he went back to look for it, which delayed us a bit. All right then, let's hurry and board. I've already sent Goyle and Crabbe to secure our compartment. Today, I'll show you our special Slytherin compartment. Calling to the four boys who had unknowingly huddled together, Pansy rolled her eyes and pulled Hermione along to board first. Upon entering the compartment, although the Slytherin carriage was more spacious than the ordinary ones, it still felt crowded with the addition of the two large boys, Goyle and Crabbe. Draco retrieved a bag of pastries and handed it to Goyle, dispatching them to find Theodore, who was engrossed in reading. After all, aside from eating, they would not make a sound. Theodore would not mind their presence. Settling into the now spacious compartment, the six of them chatted excitedly about their summer plans. Amidst the youthful chatter, they arrived at King's Cross. After bidding farewell to the others, only Harry and Draco remained. The Dursleys arrived earlier than Mr. Malfoy. And concerned for Draco's safety while waiting alone, Petunia decided to stay behind and accompany him. Draco, possessing excellent manners, found it easy to endear himself to others. Within 10 minutes, Aunt Petunia was laughing, and even Uncle Vernon approached with a keen interest in conversation. Harry noted that during their exchange, they treated Draco not as a child, but as an equal. When Mr. Malfoy arrived to take Draco away, Petunia and Vernon happily bid him farewell. Before departing, Draco embraced Harry. Goodbye, Scarhead. Have a pleasant summer, and remember to write to me. I will. You too. Have a great summer. I still prefer writing such slow-paced narratives. Yesterday's side story didn't turn out as well as I'd hoped. Chapter 46, Conversations. After parting ways with Draco, the Dursleys took Harry back to Vernon's car. During the return journey, Petunia continued to extol Draco's virtues. Harry, your friend is quite polite. His family seems very well-mannered. Surely, they cannot be nobility? Harry reflected on Draco's usual demeanor and the appearances of the Malfoys from his previous life. Perhaps? Aren't you two friends? Petunia remarked, dismissing the thought. She didn't expect an answer and casually speculated with Vernon about what gift Harry should bring for Draco next time. Dudley, sitting beside Harry, nudged him lightly, signaling him to lean in. Harry complied, and Dudley, in what he thought was a whisper, asked, "Is your friend a fairy? You know, like in fairy tales?" Harry noticed the two adults' ears perk up at the question. "Well, I heard their family has some Veela blood in their ancestry." Dudley's eyes brightened. "Veela? Is that a creature unique to the wizarding world? It sounds beautiful." "Indeed, Veela are the dream lovers of all wizarding men." "Oh, what enchanting magic." Upon returning to number 4, Privet Drive, Harry entered his room to unpack and retrieve the gifts he had prepared for the Dursleys from his suitcase. Thanks to Draco, even his own backpack had been magically enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans for Dudley, slimming potion for Uncle Vernon, and an automatic cleaning cloth for Aunt Petunia. What could this be? From the depths of his backpack, he pulled out a letter, flipping it over to reveal familiar handwriting, causing him to emit a sharp gasp. "Ah, Mum's letter. How could I forget? I can't believe I forgot." He transformed momentarily into the figure from Edvard Munch's famous painting, The Scream. Urgent footsteps echoed. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" It was Petunia, drawn by the noise. Concerned something had happened. Harry held up the letter, his face contorting into a look of distress. "Aunt, I forgot last time. Before school starts, I found the letter Mum left for you in Dad's vault. I'm so sorry." Upon hearing Lily's name, Petunia froze, her hand on the doorknob falling limply. "Oh, my letter?" Harry scrambled to his feet and solemnly placed the letter into Petunia's hand. Penny cast her gaze down at the now unfamiliar handwriting, blinking back tears as a droplet, the size of a bean, fell onto the envelope. With a sudden turn, she instructed, "You should go down for dinner. Dudley and the others are waiting for you. I'll just return to my room and inform Vernon not to wait for me. Remember to wash the dishes." Having said that, she hurried back to her chamber. Harry watched her retreating figure for a moment before thoughtfully descending the stairs. When Penny next appeared, her eyes were swollen and red. Yet she offered Harry the gentlest smile he had ever witnessed. Meanwhile, Draco, who had departed with Lucius, pondered how to convey his predicament to his father. As a Malfoy, he felt a sense of assurance regarding Lucius and Narcissa's acceptance of his rebirth, with the familiar sensation of dizziness accompanying apparition. Draco returned to the Malfoy Manor located in Wiltshire after a series of brief jumps. Lucius placed a hand on Draco's shoulder, aiding him in regaining composure after the disorienting experience. "Let us proceed. Your mother has missed you dearly," perhaps due to a sense of trepidation upon nearing their usual abode. Draco felt increasingly anxious. However, all apprehensions dissipated the moment he beheld Narcissa. He rushed into her embrace, burying his face in her warm embrace. Biting down on his lip to suppress his emotions, he was nonetheless aware of the telltale dampness of his mother's dress. "Draco, how unbecoming." "Mind your manners," Lucius remarked. a flicker of irritation crossing his features as he extended his serpent-shaped cane, attempting to pry Draco away from Narcissa's hold. Narcissa gently brushed aside his cane, enveloping Draco tighter, casting a disapproving glare at her husband. "My little dragon, would you share with your mother what has transpired?" Draco lifted his head from her embrace, tears still glistening on his delicate visage. "It's nothing, mother. I simply missed you both terribly." Narcissa fixed her gaze upon Draco's eyes, and after a moment, she tenderly wiped away his tears. "My little dragon, it must have been quite arduous in your previous life." Draco froze in his mother's embrace, and Lucius widened his eyes in surprise. "Mother." Narcissa lifted Draco onto her lap, exhaling softly. "A mother knows her child best. Even when you ceased to indulge me with requests for biscuits in your letters, I suspected something was amiss. Your eyes upon returning have confirmed my fears." "What are you speaking of, Narcissa?" Encouraged by the unwavering love reflected in her eyes, Draco earnestly addressed Lucius. "Father, I have matters to discuss with you. May we retreat to your study's private chamber, the kind that requires protective measures to be engaged?" Having already surmised the potential gravity of the situation, Lucius refrained from asking how Draco had acquired knowledge of the hidden chamber. He exchanged a knowing glance with Narcissa, who understood and lifted the small Draco to follow him. After navigating through a series of intricate maneuvers, the family of three finally settled around a modest conversation table within the secret chamber. Lucius tapped his fingers on the surface, conjuring 3 steaming cups of tea. Draco lifted his cup and took a sip, clearing his throat. "I am reborn, father and mother." Stifling her husband's impulsive gesture, Narcissa offered Draco an encouraging glance. "In the world before my rebirth, we stood alongside the Dark Lord. However, the Dark Lord was ultimately defeated by the Savior. Although we were aligned with him, during the war, Mother and I rendered significant assistance to the Savior, thus avoiding the fate of being imprisoned in Azkaban and subjected to the Dementor's kiss, as many Death Eaters were. During the trial at Wisengamot, Potter defended us, and the Malfoy family compensated a considerable sum in galleons. Ultimately, it was only you, Father, who was exiled, unable to return to Britain for non-essential matters. And Mother accompanied you. I was left behind in England. I later married Astoria Greengrass and had a lovely child. I lived a life that could be deemed happy." Upon concluding his account, Draco lowered his head, as if awaiting judgment. Narcissa's warm hand enveloped Draco's icy one, gently squeezing. "My little dragon, how old were you when you died?" Draco jerked his head up, witnessing the tears on his mother's face and the redness in his father's eyes. "I was 36. 36. Lucius sighed, his voice light as smoke. Narcissa's tears flowed more freely now, and she clutched Draco tightly, repeatedly stroking his hair while murmuring his name softly in his ear. Lucius composed himself. "My little dragon, could you elaborate on what transpired?" Draco attempted to recall the events, but his mind was a blank slate. "Father, I cannot remember. I only recall the final outcome. Perhaps this is a requisite experience for those who are reborn. When the time comes, the memories will resurface. However, you mentioned that the Dark Lord ultimately lost. I need to contemplate our course of action. Narcissa, could you take Draco back to rest?" Lucius's fingers rubbed his cane incessantly. Narcissa lifted Draco, preparing to leave, when Draco called out urgently, "Father, Harry is also reborn. Dumbledore is already aware." Lucius's eyes shot up in surprise. Draco clearly observed a glimmer of intensity in Lucius's gaze. Chapter 47, The Diary. After conversing with his parents, Draco's taut nerves finally began to unwind. Narcissa returned him to his room, placing him upon his soft, plush bed. She lingered, casting gentle glances at Draco, as though he were a treasured gem returned. "Mother, what sort of decision do you think Father will make?" Draco nestled into the cozy blankets, having been changed into fresh attire by Narcissa upon his arrival at the bed. She stroked his head, noting how Harry had once remarked that Draco, who had ceased using hair gel, now boasted a thick, silky mane that felt delightful to the touch. Narcissa couldn't resist running her fingers through it a few more times. "Do not worry, my little dragon. Your father will make the right choice. Rest well, won't you?" After planting a soft kiss on Draco's forehead, she dimmed the room's lights, leaving only the faint glow of the constellation Draco dancing lazily upon the ceiling. "Mother, I am an adult now. I was 36 when I died," Draco protested, feeling childish for voicing such sentiments. Narcissa merely bestowed upon him a maternal smile. "No matter how old you become, you will forever be my child." Draco blinked, struggling to suppress the tears that threatened to spill, but his efforts proved futile. As soon as Narcissa closed the door behind her, he buried himself under the covers, allowing silent tears to flow freely. Amidst his sorrow, he eventually succumbed to sleep. A figure, also possessing platinum blonde hair, appeared in Draco's room, gently pulling him from the suffocating covers to allow him to breathe in fresh air. The figure then leaned down, placing a kiss upon his smooth forehead. "Good night, my little dragon." The following day, Draco was awakened by Dobby's anxious voice. The dark arts little master, Harry Potter. Struggling to open his eyes, he was surprised to find that the world outside remained shrouded in the dark veil of night. Draco turned over and sat up in bed, only to find a small, spinning house elf, Dobby, once again confronted with the elf who had sacrificed his life for Harry. Draco felt a tumult of emotions within him. However, this was clearly not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He reached out and tapped his wooden bedpost, producing a sound to attract Dobby's attention. The familiar tapping finally jolted Dobby from his panic. He cautiously approached Draco's bedside. Master Draco. Dobby has discovered that Harry Potter is in danger. Draco furrowed his brow. This had happened in his previous life as well. Yet, in a fit of rage after being spurned by the Scarhead, he had not only failed to listen to Dobby's warning, but had also scolded him harshly. The subsequent events had proven that indeed, misfortune had befallen Harry. Contemplating that Dobby, despite being influenced by him, had held such a fondness for Harry Potter and had ultimately given his life for it, left Draco momentarily speechless. He struggled to restrain himself, whispering, "Dobby, do you wish to wake my parents?" Dobby instantly shrank back, acknowledging, yes, we cannot awaken Master Lucius. Rubbing his temples, Draco softened his tone. "All right, Dobby, tell me what you have discovered." Dobby fidgeted with his hands, speaking in halting phrases. Dobby was cleaning in the Master's room when suddenly, the Master came in and went straight to the bookshelf, unaware of Dobby's presence. Dobby saw him pull out a black diary, and the Master kept looking at it, mentioning Harry Potter's name. At this point, Dobby appeared increasingly agitated. A diary? What could a mere notebook do? Draco pondered, unable to comprehend how a journal could bring danger to Harry. Or perhaps the peril Harry faced was not caused by this diary. I don't know. Dobby doesn't he know? Dobby is a useless elf. Dobby lamented, attempting to bash his head against the ground. Draco quickly intervened. Enough, Dobby. Do you remember what the diary looked like? It was completely black, with a soft leather cover, and that's all. Suddenly, Draco seemed to recall something. He flipped out of bed and rummaged through his desk. Found it. Draco extracted a pristine black diary from between the pages of a book. This was a gift from an unknown source, and due to its incongruity with his taste, it had remained untouched in a corner. Dusting off the cover, he presented the diary to Dobby. Take a look. How does this compare? Dobby was unable to discern any difference. He examined it repeatedly, even touching it, yet could not identify any dissimilarity. Draco's eyes brightened. He retrieved a silver sickle from his bedside table and handed it to Dobby. Dobby, I have a task for you. Quietly switch this diary with the one in my father's study, and then bring that diary back to me. Dobby's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling two little light bulbs on his face. He eagerly accepted Draco's diary, promising to complete the task. Can I have the sickle when I return, Master Draco? Draco nodded in agreement to Dobby's request. If there were unavoidable traps, he wouldn't press the matter. Safety was paramount. This reassurance brought tears to Dobby's eyes. He knew Master Draco was a kind person, unlike Master Lucius. Master Draco even shared stories of Harry Potter with him. In Dobby's heart, Master Draco was second only to Harry Potter. Just as Draco intended to quell Dobby's tears, a sudden crack echoed, and Dobby vanished before him. Draco gazed at the spot where Dobby had just been, feeling a sense of melancholy. In his previous life, Dobby had been sent away before the second year had ended. Although he was unaware of what Scarhead had done, his father had returned quite upset. Having experienced Hermione's political reforms in his past life, he had grown accustomed to employing house elves. To prevent his father from becoming agitated again, he decided to find an opportunity to send Dobby away early. Seated at his desk, Draco twirled the silver sickle in his hand, contemplating the nature of the diary while awaiting Dobby's return. Fortunately, Dobby did not keep him waiting long, soon appearing with another diary. Draco accepted it, but did not rush to open it. He handed the sickle to Dobby, watching as the elf leaped with joy, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. Dobby, would you like to be free? After much deliberation, Draco decided to speak plainly. Dobby froze, uncertain of how to respond. Sensing Dobby's alarm, Draco quickly clarified, "What I mean is, I will grant you your freedom, but I will pay you a monthly salary of 1 galleon to look after me." Dobby's previously dull eyes glimmered like little bulbs. Master Draco is willing to pay Dobby? Dobby is so touched and happy. It seemed he was agreeable. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief. He then pulled 2 galleons and a glove from his drawer. This is for the summer. After school starts, I will ask my father to bring you over and find a way for you to work at Hogwarts and take care of me. Do you agree? Yes. Dobby agrees. Dobby exclaimed, receiving the galleons and glove, unable to contain his excitement. The moment Draco heard Dobby's voice rise, he realized the potential for trouble. He swiftly placed the diary into his drawer. Sure enough, a moment later, a knock sounded at the door. It was Lucius. "Draco, is something the matter?" Draco gestured for Dobby to remain calm and replied loudly, "I'm fine, father. I just woke up feeling hungry and asked Dobby to fetch me something to eat." Hearing this, Lucius dismissed the notion of entering. "Then make sure to eat and rest early. Remember not to overindulge, it can lead to indigestion. And have a warm glass of milk before bed." "Understood, father." After sending Lucius away, he also dismissed Dobby. Draco sat at his desk, taking out the diary, running his fingers over it for a moment before returning it to its place. Chapter 48. Home? Shadows, New Beginnings. The morning sunlight streamed through the layered curtains, casting a divine glow upon the face of the person in bed. Yet today, that visage bore two heavy dark circles beneath the eyes. Tormented throughout the night by recurring nightmares, Draco's eyes felt gritty. After being startled awake for the third time, he had given up on resting, keeping his eyes wide open until dawn. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the innocent souls who had met tragic ends at Malfoy Manor in his past life. Taking a deep breath, Draco attempted to calm himself, attributing it to the lingering effects of Voldemort's influence. Suddenly, Dobby appeared before him. "Master Draco, Madame Narcissa requests your presence for breakfast." Draco responded absent-mindedly, rising to wash up. As he descended the staircase, his gaze casually swept over the surrounding walls. They were soaked in layers of blood, exuding a strong metallic scent. He abruptly averted his gaze back to the stairs. Strange figures lay scattered across the steps, torn apart by werewolves, while one grinning werewolf brandished a mangled body towards him. Draco's breath quickened as he hastened his pace toward the dining room, where Lucius and Narcissa awaited him. Sitting at the table, he looked at the bacon and the small pieces of steak that seemed to still ooze blood. He suddenly clamped his hands over his mouth and rushed back to his room, the image of Blaggy being swallowed whole by Nagini flashing vividly in his mind. Even with his eyes firmly shut, Draco could hear the ominous crunch of bones being ground by serpentine jaws, not to mention the pair of bulbous, reptilian eyes and another pair, crimson and unyielding, fixated upon him. Upon returning to his chamber, he dashed into the lavatory, retching twice. But having not eaten for an entire day, he could only expel a bitter bile. After rinsing his mouth, Draco returned to his bed, enveloping himself completely within the cocoon of his blankets, his fingers fumbling beneath the pillow to retrieve Harry's scarf, clutching it tightly to his chest. Narcissa and Lucius followed with concern, their warm hands resting upon this fragile shell. "Little dragon, dear, can you tell us what transpired?" "I'm fine, mother. I merely had a nightmare last night. Then rest for a while. When you emerge, I shall prepare some butter biscuits for you, all right?" Hom. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance, letting out a gentle sigh. Helping his beloved wife. Lucius swept the errant strands of hair away from Narcissa's face as they returned to the sitting room. "Sissy, I must be off. There are matters to attend to at the ministry. If anything arises with Little Dragon, write to me, or simply use the Flu network to come over." He placed a tender kiss on his beloved's forehead. Receiving her affirmative nod, he turned and made his way to the fireplace. Yet within the confines of his blankets, Draco was far from well. Upon seeing Bletchley at the dining table, he sensed something amiss. The rebirth had erased the spells from his past life. Having endured those dark days when food was scarce, he would have been discovered long ago were it not for the general hardships of war. The haunting specters of the deceased entwined with his nightmares, the most frequent being that of Professor Bletchley from Muggle Studies. Even after the war, he remained shackled by these nightmares, unable to return to Malfoy Manor for an extended period, instead residing with the Blakes. Ultimately, it was Pansy who could no longer bear his refusal to eat and his restless nights, providing him with a forgetfulness potion, allowing him to navigate the days ahead more comfortably. However, this rebirth had rendered the effects of the potion null, and all memories resurfaced, initially forgotten due to his rebirth. Upon returning to familiar surroundings and encountering recognizable objects, those memories surged back. Thankfully, Draco clutched the scarf tighter, as if drawing strength from it. The savior, Harry Scarhead. Perhaps Draco's silent call reached the ears of that individual. A series of gentle knocks echoed from outside. Draco, retreating into himself, wished to ignore it. Yet the persistent sound continued, accompanied by the scrabbling of claws against glass. Irritated, he threw aside the blankets to peer outside, where the familiar snowy owl awaited. Draco fancied he could perceive a human-like eagerness in the owl's gaze. He opened the window, allowing the snowy owl to enter. Hedwig first landed on Draco's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling him, and as he attempted to untie the letter bound to her leg, she obediently perched on his hand, extending her foot. Once the letter was freed, she instinctively flew to a nearby dish designated for owls to seek nourishment. Draco stroked the warm, fluffy owl, acknowledging that while her eyesight might be lacking, her choice of companion was commendable. After giving Hedwig a few affectionate strokes, he stood beside her and began to open the letter sent by Potter. The entirety of 2 pages was devoted to expressing how much he missed him, inquiring if he had slept well on his first night back home, if he had enjoyed any delectable treats, and if he had savored the butter biscuits Narcissa had made, which he had mentioned in his sleep at school. Most importantly, he wondered if Draco felt the same longing for him. The 3 pages were filled with Harry's affection and concern, with the last page densely packed with details of events that had transpired since his return. Draco meticulously composed his reply, recounting his conversation with his parents and casually mentioning Dobby's situation. He paused, pen hovering for a moment, before ultimately addressing Harry's expressed worries and inquiring about his life back home, concluding with a casual invitation for him to visit Malfoy Manor for a couple of days. Not a word was mentioned of his nightmares. Indeed, in Draco's view, his nightmares were unnecessary burdens to impose upon the Savior. They were merely manifestations of his own sensitivity. He tied the response to Hedwig's leg and released the obedient Snowy Owl. Draco sank back into bed, wrapping himself tightly in the blankets, striving for a semblance of restful slumber. Countless times he jolted awake from nightmares, exhausted and leaning against the headboard. Days passed without any improvement in his condition. Draco could only endeavor to eat a bit more at the dining table each day, so as not to worry Lucius and Narcissa unduly. Although he would inevitably vomit upon returning to his room, he managed to replenish a modicum of nourishment, preventing an early collapse. Nevertheless, the issue of sleep loomed large. After Narcissa caught him several times staying awake, his concerned parents summoned his godfather, the youngest master of potions. Severus had visited a few days prior, conducting an examination and leaving behind a substantial supply of dreamless sleep potion. Initially effective, it seemed his tolerance had grown, rendering even a full vial insufficient to secure him a peaceful slumber. Since he could not sleep, Draco had grown accustomed to perching against the bedpost with a potion book after waking, diligently noting numerous potion formulas he intended to try. Early one morning, a knock echoed at Draco's door. It was Narcissa. "Little dragon, your friend has come to see you. He is waiting for you downstairs. Do tidy up and come down soon." Responding casually, Draco closed the book and rose to wash his face. He wondered who might be seeking him. Pansy? Theodore? Regardless, he would soon find out. Unable to ascertain a definite identity, Draco cast the thought aside. Slipping into his loungewear, he made his way slowly to the parlor, only to encounter someone he believed would never appear here. Those alert green eyes sparkled upon seeing him, akin to the finest emeralds. It was Harry Potter, the Savior. Harry, upon spotting Draco, radiated joy akin to a puppy discovering a bone. Yet, upon noticing Draco's noticeably gaunter physique and pallid complexion, his brows furrowed in concern. Ignoring Lucius, who remained cautious, Harry leaped from his chair and dashed toward Draco. Draco stood frozen, watching as the Savior, adorned with a tousled mane, rushed toward him and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Enveloped in the familiar scent of fresh grass, Draco felt the sting of tears in his eyes. He clung tightly to the Savior, burying his face in the crook of Harry's neck, allowing his tears to soak into his skin. He understood that he had truly embraced his new life. Chapter 49, A Brief Stay. After the prolonged embrace, Draco's emotions finally began to settle. He tugged at Harry's sleeve, carelessly wiping away his tears and snot. Raising his gaze, he met the teasing eyes of Narcissa and the disappointed gaze of Lucius. Heat flooded his face as he shrugged off Harry's arms and stammered a greeting to his parents. Lucius emitted a disdainful snort, turning his head away, while Narcissa, behind him, discreetly pinched his waist with a firm grip, all the while wearing a gentle smile as she explained to Draco. "Harry wrote to us last night expressing his desire to visit Malfoy Manor. He mentioned that you invited him to stay for a couple of days. Honestly, little dragon, you could have informed us beforehand so we could prepare the guest room." As she concluded her statement with a feigned complaint, the mirth in her eyes revealed her jesting nature. However, the so-called Savior of Gryffindor, who had been in the role for over a decade, clearly lacked the perceptiveness to grasp the humor. "Don't worry, Aunt Narcissa, I can share a room with Draco," Harry interjected. Before Draco could voice any objections, Lucius, suppressed by Narcissa, erupted, "Absolutely not. I do not consent." A sharp glance from Narcissa swiftly quelled Lucius's outburst. She fixed her gaze on Harry, who met her eyes unwaveringly. Meanwhile, the father and son duo, feeling overlooked, exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the inexplicable exchange between the two. After a prolonged silence, Narcissa determined Harry's accommodations. "Harry, you shall sleep in Draco's room. I will have the house elves prepare a bed for you. Stay here for a few days, and allow Draco to show you around." Content at the prospect of sharing a room with Draco, Harry chose to dismiss Narcissa's suggestion of touring Malfoy Manor. After all, his previous experiences at the estate had left him with a rather unfavorable impression, characterized by an air of desolation, an inexplicable scent of blood, and a garden in disrepair that cast an ominous pall over the entire manor. Cheerfully following Draco upstairs after breakfast, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Draco confronted him. Why did you suddenly come here? Shouldn't you be nurturing your relationship with your family instead of running away? Harry allowed Draco to pinch his cheeks, managing to utter, I told Aunt Petunia. Draco released his grip and retreated to the small sofa at his desk, arms crossed, adopting a brooding demeanor. So why the sudden visit? Harry, determined to squeeze onto the sofa beside Draco, replied with a playful grin, your letters have been getting shorter. Yesterday's was 3 words less than the day before. I suspect something's bothering you. Perhaps you miss me too much? So here I am. Draco, unable to maintain his stoic facade, sighed deeply upon hearing Harry's words. It's nothing. Perhaps I just have a lot to attend to at home. While one might believe that a mere embrace was sufficient, the dark-haired boy, who sensed something was amiss from the very beginning, did not share that sentiment. Harry narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Draco, who averted his gaze. Of course. But that doesn't hinder my visit, does it? Lowering his eyes to conceal the depth of his emotions, Harry maintained an innocent facade. Feeling a sense of resignation, Draco stood up and returned to his desk to peruse the potions textbook Severus had prepared for him. Feel free to look around. I still have assignments to finish. Curiosity piqued, Harry leaned in to see what Draco was studying, revealing a 5th-year potions book filled with dense text. Aware of his own limitations, Harry swiftly turned away and began to explore Draco's room. He squeezed a cute dragon plush on the bed, shook a crystal ball from the bookshelf, and even twirled the tassels by the sofa. Draco gripped his pen tightly, struggling to resist the urge to turn and observe the hyperactive boy. After touching everything of interest, Harry stood at the edge of Draco's bed, stroking his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, he crouched down to peer beneath the bed and, to his delight, discovered an exquisite little wooden box. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he thought, I knew there would be secrets hidden here. Cautiously ensuring Draco was distracted, Harry stealthily retrieved the box and settled on the edge of the bed to open it. Inside lay numerous books, their vibrant covers indicating they were children's storybooks. Harry casually picked one up, titled The Legend of Harry Potter, and upon flipping through, he found that the others also recounted tales of Harry defeating the Dark Lord. A lump formed in his throat as he caressed the storybooks. The bright hues and the soft, fuzzy edges of the pages showcased the owner's affection. The worn pages bore the marks of countless readings, and the vibrant colors attested to the owner's care. Tears streamed down Harry's face, leaving water spots on his glasses, which he removed to wipe with his sleeve. A handkerchief appeared behind him, accompanied by a familiar teasing voice. Does the savior shed tears over his own story? After carefully placing the books back, Harry turned and leapt into Draco's embrace, causing him to fall back onto the bed. Propping himself up, Harry gazed deeply into Draco's eyes, reminiscent of a tranquil lake. Little dragon, were you very sad when I rejected your hand before? Draco rolled his eyes in response. Not at all. I merely thought you were provoking me. Ignoring Draco's retort, Harry nuzzled his fluffy head against Draco's neck. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Will the most forgiving little dragon please forgive me? I can be your devoted house elf. Fool, do you think I would easily befriend someone I despise? Get up. Lunchtime is approaching. Draco allowed Harry to cling to him, the warmth radiating from the savior's body, much like his intense feelings, serving as a constant reminder of reality. Life at Malfoy Manor proved to be more relaxed than he had anticipated. In the afternoon, Narcissa even prepared butter cookies for their tea. Everything felt normal, except that Draco consumed significantly less than he did at school. Harry couldn't fathom why he had less of an appetite at home. This question would find its answer that evening. As they enjoyed afternoon tea in the garden, the house elves had already set up the bed. After washing up that night, the two lay in their respective beds, chatting idly while gazing at the rotating constellations on the ceiling. Children's bodies are easily fatigued, and considering Harry had been so energetic throughout the day, Draco found himself following suit. Uncharacteristically, he felt a hint of sleepiness that night, and as Harry softly recounted how happy he was that day, Draco gradually succumbed to slumber. Hearing the gentle snores from the adjacent bed, Harry paused his chatter, stifled a yawn, and drifted off to sleep. However, his training as an Auror kept him instinctively vigilant, especially in a place like Malfoy Manor, which had left him with unsettling memories. In the dead of night, half awake, Harry discerned a heavy breathing sound. The breaths grew increasingly labored, causing Harry to frown unconsciously. No! A startled cry from both individuals. Harry shot upright in his bed, turning to Draco, who was wide-eyed, breathing rapidly. His gaze was unfocused, muttering incoherently, I don't know. Don't save me. Help me. Harry, Harry, Harry. The disjointed words morphed into an urgent repetition of Harry's name, each utterance binding Harry's heart like iron chains. He ascended to Draco's bed, enveloping him in an embrace, ceaselessly soothing him with tender kisses that fell upon his platinum locks. I am here. I have always been here. Draco, will you open your eyes and look at me? My dear, gaze upon me, for I am right here. Harry tirelessly responded to Draco's calls, while Draco's hand clutched his collar tightly, squeezing to the point of breathlessness. Yet, Harry did not push his hand away. Instead, he grasped Draco's pale, cold fingers, hoping to impart warmth through his own body heat. Fresh air filled Harry's lungs, and the tension around his collar eased, ignoring the disheveled state of his attire. Harry leaned closer to Draco, inquiring, "What troubles you, little dragon?" Draco blinked back tears, a solitary drop escaping. "You came." He nestled deeper into Harry's embrace, who reclined back onto the bed, silently casting a levitation charm to draw the covers over them both. "Shall we sleep a while longer? I am right here." Draco shook his head silently, burrowing himself in further. Harry did not press him, merely stroking his back in gentle rhythm, again and again. As dawn approached, Draco finally drifted into a peaceful slumber, and the smile that graced his lips promised a long-awaited dream. Embracing Draco until the morning light crept into the manor, Harry blinked away the heaviness in his eyes, ensuring that the figure in his arms was sound asleep before quietly exiting the room. He pondered that perhaps it was time to converse with the Malfoy couple. Upon entering the sitting room, he found Narcissa and Lucius perusing magazines and the morning news. At the sound of his arrival, both heads lifted in unison. Meeting Harry's serious gaze, they evidently grasped the gravity of the situation. After a brief discussion, Harry finally comprehended why Draco had returned home looking so desolate. However, since Draco had not spoken of it, Harry feigned ignorance, choosing instead to cling to him, never allowing him a moment of solitude. Even when Draco immersed himself in literature, if fatigue claimed him, Harry would ensure he slept by his side. At night, the two would share the same bed, a silent agreement binding them together. Draco never voiced any objections, seemingly accepting this arrangement with ease. Harry knew that Draco was aware he understood, but what did it matter? A brave and unyielding lion would not recoil at the thought of becoming a cunning serpent. Especially now, he would employ every means to achieve his goals. Observing the serene figure before him, absorbed in his reading, Harry wore a smile of resolute determination. Chapter 50, Departure. Harry had resided in the Malfoy Manor for a fortnight, during which Draco unveiled to him the enchanting aspects of the estate that he had never before known. Gradually, he realized that the Malfoy Manor, unshackled from Voldemort's influence, was a place of unparalleled elegance and beauty, a testament to the rich heritage of ancient pure-blood lineage. Furthermore, witnessing Draco's frequent awakenings over the past 2 weeks, albeit improved by Harry's company, only solidified his resolve to vanquish Voldemort. Initially, Harry contemplated prolonging his stay, but Draco, feeling considerably better, remarked that this savior was rather clingy. He likened Harry to a cat, who would scratch at the door if left alone for too long. Moreover, after a fortnight, Harry's relatives had not even sent a single permanent owl to communicate, leaving Hedwig to visit home only occasionally. Thus, Draco could no longer tolerate the presence of the savior. Instructing Dobby to pack Harry's belongings and reminding him to arrange a trip to Diagon Alley with Petunia to procure an owl, Harry readily agreed. Yet, when the time came for departure, he found himself reluctant to leave. However, a thought struck him. If he could not reside in Draco's home, then surely Draco could visit his. Without hesitation, Harry employed all his persuasive powers, appealing to reason and sentiment alike. Ultimately, he secured Lucius and Narcissa's consent for Draco to spend a few days at his home, arranged for the day before his birthday. Satisfied, Harry felt a sense of relief as he prepared to depart. After bidding farewell to the young Potter, Lucius cast an exasperated glance at his son, who had resisted his attempts to dissuade him. Meeting Draco's innocent gaze, Lucius silently cursed, "Damn that Potter." Draco, however, remained indifferent to his father's disapproval, having already glimpsed Harry's room in his previous life, while he had yet to see it himself. Besides, Harry had mentioned that he had now acquired a larger room, filled with toys he had prepared for Draco. Thus, guiltlessly, Draco responded to his father's disapproving look by whistling and turning away, pretending not to notice. "Little dragon. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. Oh dear, the whistle is too loud to hear. No whistling, Image. Image." Draco ceased his whistling, turning back to Lucius with a toothy grin before darting upstairs, leaving Lucius below, fuming to the point where his hair, gel, nearly stood on end. With eager anticipation, the day before Harry's birthday arrived swiftly. Early in the morning, Harry rose, seizing the opportunity of a quiet morning to summon the night bus from a secluded spot. After paying 11 sickles, he safely arrived at the entrance of Malfoy Manor. He yearned to head directly to Draco's room. But after having previously breached the restrictions to access the manor's reception room, he now sensed a significantly heightened level of protective enchantments. For the sake of Lucius's fragile heart, and to conceal his own intentions, he decided it prudent to ring the doorbell. The doorbell chimed twice before Dobby appeared before Harry. It truly is Harry Potter. The young master has summoned Dobby to escort Harry Potter into the manor. Grasping Dobby's hand, Harry felt a surge of joy at the prospect of soon reuniting with Draco. With a cheerful tune on his lips, he followed Dobby. And after a series of crackling sounds, he was led to Draco's chamber. At that moment, Draco was at the bedside, embroiled in the task of packing his belongings. Though it was referred to as packing, it primarily entailed selecting clothing and accessories to be handed over to a waiting maid. Yes, Malfoy Manor even had maids. However, with the Savior's arrival, Harry took it upon himself to assist the maid in her duties. He neatly folded the garments left by the maid and placed them into the suitcase. Once finished, he approached the young master. Observing Draco's furrowed brow as he scrutinized the array of attire strewn across the bed, Harry followed Draco's gaze, seeing a collection of black suits. What is the distinction among these? Draco shot a glare at the giant beside him. For heaven's sake, open those eyes of yours, which have been marinated in toad slime. And look closely. This one is made of dark velvet. This one has subtle sparkles. This one is of pure natural fabric, and this one is. All right. My mind is now filled with nothing but these suits. Harry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Had they been in the animated series Tom and Jerry that Dudley had recently been watching, stars would surely be spinning above his head. Uncultured giant. Draco chided as he pushed Harry away. Harry obediently stepped back to the bedside, swiftly snatching 2 suits, along with their hangers, and tossing them into the suitcase. Young master, I believe you would look splendid in anything you wear. Fret not over such trivialities. Draco retaliated with a swift kick to Harry's calf, leaving a faint mark on his jeans. Rude. To be honest, you should not have come to Slytherin. Why not return to your Gryffindor den, with his luggage already packed? Draco gestured for Harry to lift the suitcase, forbidding him from using magic. As they descended the stairs together, Harry replied to Draco's inquiry. It's simply because of you. I wish to stay by your side. Draco pressed his lips together, perplexed by the meaning behind Harry's words. Despite their eventual fate as adults, they were merely children now. At a loss for words, Draco quickened his pace. Upon reaching the sitting room, Lucius was already seated in his usual spot, ostentatiously reading the Daily Prophet. The pretense was evident. Draco noticed that his father's newspaper appeared to be held upside down. Disgusted, he averted his gaze from the hypocritical face of Lockhart on the page. He scanned the room, searching for Narcissa, but she was nowhere to be seen. Father, where has mother gone? Harry, equally curious, looked around for the gentle Narcissa. Draco knew that in her absence, Lucius would likely cast numerous scornful glances in Harry's direction. True to form, Lucius first shot a fierce glare at Harry, who was stretching his neck like an ostrich, before turning to respond to his son with a semblance of gentleness. Narcissa rose early today to prepare you some cookies, worried that you might not be able to eat anything else. Hearing it was for him, Draco felt the tears welling up again. He bit his lip, desperately trying to restrain himself, his tears hovering at the brink of spilling, eliciting sympathy from the other 2 present. Seizing the geographical advantage, Harry promptly produced a handkerchief to gently dab at the tears pooling in Draco's eyes, leaving Lucius seething in half-hearted indignation. That wretched Potter. Fortunately, at that moment, Narcissa emerged, holding a bag of freshly baked butter cookies. Little dragon, what is the matter? Seeing Harry comforting Draco with a handkerchief, Narcissa's confusion was palpable. Nothing. I just feel so much love for you, mother. Draco snatched the handkerchief from Harry and pressed it firmly against his eyes, wiping away the tears. Narcissa knelt to meet Draco's gaze. Mother loves you too. Let Harry take you out for a few days to lift your spirits. In a few days, your father and I will come to fetch you, all right? Narcissa assumed that Draco was reluctant to part from her and Lucius. Even though she knew Draco had reincarnated from the age of 36, in her and Lucius's eyes, he remained that little boy. In the days following their revelation, Draco would trail behind them like a devoted shadow whenever they were home. If they had matters to attend to, they would make sure at least one of them stayed behind to keep him company. Lucius had often wondered if Draco, despite proclaiming himself a mature adult, would still sneak into bed between him and Narcissa at night, fearing nightmares would disturb them. Aware of Narcissa's misunderstanding, Draco refrained from elaborating further, instead following her lead. You must remember, then, after receiving her assurance, Draco embraced both of them and took Harry's hand, standing before the fireplace. Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. Stepping out of the leaky cauldron, Harry had transformed into a tall young man. For their safety, he decided that consuming an aging potion would be prudent. After all, 2 children alone might encounter the same troubles as before, and Harry was not willing to take that risk. However, he looked at Draco with curiosity. You actually have a flu network connecting to Diagon Alley? Draco regarded Harry with mild surprise. Of course, it is quite convenient, I assenti it. Now, hurry and take me to your aunt's house. Will we be using that same mode of transportation again? I believe it was called a bus. No, I have money now. This time we shall take a taxi. Harry waved, summoning a yellow cab. After placing their suitcase in the trunk, Harry took Draco's hand and climbed into the taxi. 4. Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Chapter 51, The Savior's Birthday. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at Privet Drive. As they approached the door, the effects of Harry's aging potion faded, reverting him back to his child form. He retrieved the house key from beneath a potted plant by the window. Upon opening the door, they found Dudley sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in an episode of Tom and Jerry. Frankly, at that moment, he resembled Uncle Vernon quite closely. Hearing the commotion, Dudley casually called out, "Mom, did you buy ribs today?" Harry glanced at Draco, whose expression was unreadable, and felt an old pang of embarrassment for Dudley. Clearing his throat, he noticed Dudley's attention had shifted from the cartoon to the door, where he caught sight of Draco shimmering in the sunlight. Dudley rose from the sofa, struggling to formulate 2 coherent sentences. "Mum went grocery shopping. Would you like to sit here and watch some TV?" Harry joined in, encouraging, "Draco, you should watch. This cartoon is quite entertaining. Muggle stuff. If it weren't to spare you some dignity, I wouldn't bother watching it." Draco retorted with a haughty demeanor, eagerly making his way to the sofa, claiming the best seat. Watching Draco's bright eyes glued to the screen, Harry chuckled, cautioning, "Don't sit too close," before heading up the stairs with his suitcase. Dudley stood awkwardly to the side, having never interacted with someone so strikingly beautiful before. He glanced at the engrossed Draco, then back at Harry, who was nearly disappearing up the stairs. Gritting his teeth, Dudley, with surprising agility for his size, followed Harry. Upon reaching Harry's door, he found him humming a tune as he hung Draco's clothes in his small wardrobe. Dudley pulled over a chair and sat down. "Harry, he looks like a little prince." Harry replied with a smile, "He is, in fact, from what you might call a noble family. I know about nobles. We have some at our school. Dad always insists I befriend them, but I know they look down on me." Hearing the word noble seemed to trigger something in Dudley, causing him to lower his head dejectedly. Harry observed his large cousin in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that Dudley, who had always bullied others, was frequently bullied himself. "If you truly don't want to associate with those people at school, then don't. Uncle Vernon certainly won't blame you. And believe me, Draco is not like them." Harry settled onto his small bed, offering words of comfort to Dudley. Dudley nodded, evidently absorbing the advice. But he remained uncertain about what to do next. "Don't you enjoy boxing? I think you have quite a talent for it." Dudley pondered this thoughtfully. In the future, as he claimed numerous championships and became a boxing champion, he would often reference this day as the beginning of his journey. The 3 of them had barely watched television for long when Petunia returned home. Seeing Draco there brought her immense joy, and she went to the kitchen to fetch the caramel pudding she had prepared earlier, presenting it to him. Later that evening, when Uncle Vernon returned, the 5 of them enjoyed a delightful dinner together. After finishing his bath first, Draco lay on Harry's bed, surveying the room that was so different from his memories. Coupled with the pleasant interactions at the dinner table, it was indeed nothing like the sorrowful accounts penned in Granger's books from his past life. It appears that Harry has returned from his rebirth and has mended his relationship with his Muggle relatives. As Draco casually surveyed the furnishings of the room, he was astonished to discover all the items he had gifted, including some that seemed to be things he had previously owned but had gone missing. Narrowing his eyes, Draco felt he had stumbled upon something intriguing. A noise at the doorway signaled Harry's return from his ablutions. Draco averted his gaze, unwilling to let the scar-headed boy realize he had been observed. He casually grabbed a book from the table to feign interest. Upon entering, Harry was greeted by the sight of Draco, clad in a snug silk pajama set, propped on his bed while flipping through his primary school textbook. "Wait, a primary school textbook?" Harry rushed over to snatch it away, unwilling to let Draco discover the childish doodles he had drawn in the margins, which would undoubtedly tarnish his image. Draco, oblivious to Harry's distress, commented, "I can't fathom you Gryffindors," compliantly allowing Harry to take the book. Draco deftly rolled over onto his new pillow. "Harry, what would you like for your birthday tomorrow?" "Anything you give will be fine," Harry replied, his legs swinging like a puppy's tail beside him. Draco felt a flush rise to his cheeks, awkwardly diverting the conversation. The 2 engaged in light banter, with Harry nearly succumbing to sleep. Observing Harry's struggle to stay awake, Draco felt a pang of urgency. He discreetly summoned the time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Scarhead. "Happy birthday." Harry jolted upright, bewildered. What is going on? Seeing Harry's confused expression, Draco pulled a beautifully wrapped small box from beneath his pillow and thrust it into Harry's arms. "Your birthday gift, handle it with care. I've prepared it for quite some time." As Harry opened the box, his jaw dropped in delight. Inside lay a crystal dragon resting on velvet, its craftsmanship revealing some imperfections, but still enchanting. A shimmer caught Harry's eye as the little dragon began to animate, fluttering around him in joyful arcs. The moonlight refracted through the crystal, casting a dazzling array of colors. A dragon. Did you make this? Harry exclaimed with excitement. You already know the answer. Now sleep. Draco covered Harry's face with his hand, turning away to create a barrier. Harry carefully stowed the crystal dragon before lying down, pressing his forehead against Draco's slender back. I love it. Thank you, Draco. Draco remained silent. Early the next morning, Petunia came to wake them both. It was Harry's birthday, and Uncle Vernon had planned a day at the amusement park. With a grand gesture, Draco decided to take them to the largest amusement park in London. After a hurried breakfast, the five of them piled into Vernon's small car, buzzing along to the park entrance. Standing at the gate, Draco gazed upwards at the winding steel tracks and the large rides that flung riders into the air only to return them. Do muggles have a penchant for self-torture? Harry clapped him on the shoulder. Not at all. Trust me, these rides are exhilarating. You'll love them. We're just at the right age for them. Draco's lips quivered. Is there an age restriction? Dudley chimed in to reassure him. Don't worry, that's the best ride. Pointing at a distant roller coaster. Seeing Draco's pale countenance, Harry resorted to playful provocation. You can't possibly be outdone by muggles, can you? Look at Dudley. He's ready to go? Harry gestured towards Dudley, who put on an exaggeratedly excited expression. Draco, clearly roused by the challenge, took hold of both boys and marched forward. Vernon and Petunia, hand in hand, smiled as they followed the trio. After experiencing the roller coaster, the swinging pendulum, the drop tower, and the pirate ship, Draco admitted defeat. Leaning against a nearby wall, he retched repeatedly. Petunia quickly purchased a cup of lemonade from a nearby vendor. Drink this, Draco, it will help. Gratefully, Draco accepted the lemonade and took a hearty gulp. I'm revived. After several more sips, he finally exhaled in relief. Harry and Dudley had already been schooled by Vernon. Regardless, Draco has never experienced such rides. You can't expect him to handle them all at once. The two boys nodded obediently. Seeing that Draco was feeling better, Petunia extended her hand. Come along. I'll take you to a gentler ride. Draco glanced at her hand, then at Petunia, as she recalled that he was still a wizarding child. A hint of hesitation emerged. He eventually reached out to grasp her hand. Thank you, Aunt Petunia. Petunia paused, then offered a warm smile. No need to thank me, Draco. Thanks to Petunia, Draco was able to enjoy the carousel, the spinning teacups, and bumper cars, finally experiencing the joy of the amusement park. He resolved to graciously forgive the jibe about those rides being for children. The final destination in the amusement park had to be the Ferris wheel. The three children pressed their faces against the windows, watching the scenery shrink below them, filled with awe. As the Ferris wheel reached its apex, a tremendous explosion of fireworks erupted in the park. It seems we are quite fortunate to witness the fireworks display, Vernon remarked, sharing a tender kiss with Petunia. Draco was engrossed in the spectacle outside, while Harry's gaze remained fixed on him. Dudley glanced around before deciding to remain silent and enjoy the fireworks. I'm having a tough time, he muttered. Upon returning home, Petunia presented a frozen cake adorned with Harry's favorite chocolate and strawberries. Make a wish, Harry. The group encircled Harry, the candlelight illuminating their faces. Harry had never felt such happiness. It was a different kind of joy than when he was with Hermione and Ron. I wish for many more days like this. Draco observed the savior beside him, a gentle warmth swelling within him. This scar-headed boy looked rather endearing when he was silent. After the cake was devoured, the Dursleys presented their gifts. Petunia gifted him a pair of handmade, layered fabric shoes, infused with heartfelt affection. Vernon gifted him a finely crafted mechanical watch, having selected one that would suit him well. Knowing Harry had informed him that the magical world did not utilize electricity, even Dudley bestowed upon him a music box, purchased with his saved pocket money. After exchanging heartfelt embraces, the Dursleys dispersed to wash up and prepare for rest. Once Harry and Draco returned to their room, they were greeted by a multitude of small gifts neatly arranged on the table. Draco surveyed the immaculate room. It seems that more than one person has visited. Harry nodded in agreement and rushed to the table to unwrap his presents. Ron had sent him a brand new wizard's chess set, a boon from the prosperity brought about by the unicorn tail hair, which had significantly improved the Weasley family's fortunes, allowing Ron to amass a small treasure of his own. Hermione gifted him a book, The Tales of Beedle the Bard, perhaps a reminder of the invisibility cloak he had received for Christmas. Headmaster Dumbledore had sent a substantial package of sweets. Moreover, the Malfoy Manor had also contributed 3 gifts. Narcissa had knitted a scarf. As Draco had mentioned that Harry greatly appreciated such heartfelt presents, Dobby had bestowed upon him an abundance of chocolates, along with a storybook of Harry Potter. To Harry's surprise, Lucius had also sent a gift, albeit merely a gemstone brooch. Draco immediately identified this brooch as one of the more inferior pieces in his father's collection. However, witnessing Harry's jubilant demeanor as he received his gifts, Draco opted to suppress his comments. By the time everything was organized, it was quite late. The two hastily prepared themselves for bed, collapsing onto their pillows ready to sleep. Forgive them. They were utterly exhausted from the day's events. Good night and sweet dreams. Chapter 52. Testing the waters. After spending 5 days squeezed onto the same bed as Harry, Draco was preparing to return home. More accurately, Lucius and Narcissa would be arriving on Privet Drive to collect him. The abduction incident from a year prior had left them unable to rest easy, even with the knowledge that both Harry and Draco had been reborn. Furthermore, Lucius harbored a curiosity to witness the life of the savior firsthand. On the evening of his departure, Draco's luggage was neatly arranged by the door. He was seated in front of the television with Harry and Dudley, eagerly watching SpongeBob SquarePants. Who could have imagined how addictive this little yellow square could be? Draco certainly found himself captivated. Uncle Vernon was perched on a single armchair, perusing the evening's Daily Mail, while Petunia busied herself with some crafts. When the doorbell rang, Petunia assumed it was a neighbor returning the mayonnaise she had borrowed. Upon opening the door, however, she was greeted by an elegantly dressed couple. Noticing the man's hair matched Draco's, Petunia understood immediately. Draco, your parents have come to fetch you. She called over her shoulder while supporting the door. She then turned to invite the couple inside. Sir, madam, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Narcissa smiled and nodded, if it's not too much trouble. The friendly demeanor of Narcissa eased Petunia's anxiety. It was only after uttering that invitation that she realized it might have been inappropriate. Welcoming the two into the house, Petunia summoned the 3 children from the sofa to make room for the Malfoy couple. Harry, make sure you double-check that Draco has everything packed. We wouldn't want to leave anything behind. Dudley, you go sit next to your father. The 3 boys complied without protest. Narcissa offered a gentle smile to Harry and Draco as a form of greeting. The 2 boys happily raced back upstairs. Lucius discreetly surveyed the house. It was cramped, poorly decorated, and reeked of Muggle influence. He couldn't fathom why Dumbledore would send the savior to reside in such a place. As he contemplated, he cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Aware that her husband was unlikely to offer pleasant remarks, Narcissa discreetly pinched Lucius's arm. His face flushed with colors of embarrassment, but he ultimately fell silent, content to serve as a decorative piece. The Dursleys watched Lucius's transformation with bemusement. Vernon stammered, Mr. Malfoy, is this? Narcissa withdrew her hand. Pretending to stifle a chuckle, I apologize, my husband has caught a cold and taken some medicine. The potions in the wizarding world often have peculiar effects. Her amiable attitude reassured Petunia and Vernon. Thankfully, he was not another Potter-like wizard. Would you care for something to drink? Tea or coffee? Petunia inquired. Narcissa shook her head. No need for trouble. Once Draco is ready, we will be on our way. I trust Draco hasn't caused you any inconvenience these past few days? Petunia eagerly replied. Oh no, not at all. Draco has been a model of propriety. If Dudley and Harry were half as well behaved, I would be eternally grateful. Nonsense. He can be quite unruly at home. Narcissa chuckled. Please, do not jest. Draco is indeed a polite child, and you have raised him exceptionally well. No one could resist the joy of hearing their child praised, especially a Malfoy, who held family in the highest regard. When Harry and Draco descended the stairs, the 2 couples had already engaged in pleasant conversation. Petunia and Narcissa exchanged anecdotes about parenting, while Vernon and Lucius discussed the state of the British economy, leaving one to wonder how a wizarding family like the Malfoys could possess such knowledge of Muggle economics. Upon seeing Draco come downstairs, Lucius and Narcissa prepared to take their leave. It's getting late. We shall take our leave now. When it comes time to purchase supplies for the new term, perhaps Harry can accompany you to Diagon Alley. We look forward to seeing you then. After bidding farewell, the Malfoy family departed with their luggage, vanishing with a crack. Vernon remarked, wizards sure are convenient. Petunia echoed, the Malfoy family is quite well-mannered. Knowing full well what the Malfoys were like, Harry mused. Are we speaking of the same Malfoys? Once home, Lucius finally had the opportunity to vent his frustrations. That house was both small and dilapidated, with decor that was utterly mismatched, and the 2 men were both rotund and unkempt. Merlin's beard. How could they allow themselves to become such? After half an hour of venting, Lucius finally calmed down. Oh, Luke, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. I knew it was a mistake to allow you to speak there. However, I must admit that the Savior's aunt possesses some culinary skills. I learned quite a bit about Muggle cooking from her. She mentioned she would have Harry send me a cookbook. Sometimes, one must concede that Muggles have their merits. Narcissa, undeterred, continued to jot down the cooking tips she had gleaned that day with her quick quill. Draco sighed, knowing full well that his parents were merely putting on a facade for him, yet he felt guilty for putting them through such pretenses. After Lucius finished his tirade, he finally regained his composure. Looking at his obedient son, he affectionately patted Draco's head. Get some rest, little dragon. I know these past few nights on a small bed must have been uncomfortable for you. In truth, Draco had been sleeping quite soundly in Harry's embrace every night, thinking, perhaps I should keep this from father. After dutifully saying goodnight to his parents, Draco dashed back to his room. As he lay on his bed, perusing the fairy tale book Harry had given him, he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. The diary. He sprang up and rushed to his desk, flinging open the drawer. The peculiar diary lay quietly nestled inside. Draco took it out and examined it closely, but he could discern nothing that posed a threat to Harry. Opening it, he found it blank, just like a pristine new notebook. As he stared at the empty pages, his hand absent-mindedly twirled his pen. Should he write? After much internal conflict, Draco finally resolved to put pen to paper. Today I was picked up by my parents. My own big bed is far more comfortable. As the last stroke of ink dried, the words dissipated like mist, ultimately fading into nothingness. Startled, Draco lifted the diary. What just happened? Setting it down again, he noticed a new phrase had appeared on the page. Was your previous bed uncomfortable? Who are you? I am merely a spirit trapped within this book. You have discovered me. Draco pursed his lips, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease regarding the matter at hand. He could only endeavor to mimic the demeanor expected of a teenager, continuing to scribble in his notebook. My name is Draco Malfoy. What is yours? Malfoys never converse with the nameless. Constellation Draco, a fine name indeed. I am Tom Riddle. You may call me Tom. May I call you Draco? I graciously permit you to do so. Why are you in my notebook? Oh, because I am so enamored with the knowledge contained within textbooks that even in death, I remain ensnared by them. Are you a Ravenclaw? No, I am a Slytherin. Like you, Malfoy is always a Slytherin, is he not? Indeed. Since you are so fond of reading, might you solve a conundrum for me? I am all ears. There is someone I despise. Initially, I wished to befriend him, but he rebuffed me, and now I loathe him. What do you suggest I do to deal with him? Who is he? Harry Potter. Chapter 53, Departure from the Dursleys. After bidding Draco farewell, Harry enjoyed a period of unprecedented comfort at home. However, today he sensed an unusual atmosphere pervading the household. For starters, Uncle Vernon was not leisurely reclining on the sofa, which was decidedly out of character. While Harry contemplated their peculiar behavior, Petunia pulled him aside into a corner. Harry, Petunia faltered, uncertain how to begin. Harry raised an eyebrow, suspecting, it's all right, Aunt Petunia, feel free to speak your mind. With a sigh, Petunia continued. Maggie is coming over this afternoon, and Vernon and I were pondering whether we should give you some money to go out and enjoy yourself, or perhaps visit your friends. Upon hearing that overweight woman's name, Harry frowned. No problem, I'll head out before she arrives. With that, he made his way downstairs. Just then, the door creaked open, and Uncle Vernon's stammering voice echoed. Oh, hi. Maggie, why are you here so early? Didn't you say you'd arrive around 3 or 4? Petunia and Harry quietly peered down from the staircase, spotting Maggie comfortably pushing past Vernon with her dog in tow. What does it matter if I arrive a little early or late? Besides, I've missed my darling Dudley so much. As she spoke, she reached out with her short, stubby fingers to pinch Dudley's round face. Maggie surveyed the room. Where's Petunia? Why isn't she here? Vernon was sweating profusely, pulling out his handkerchief to dab at his brow. Oh, Harry is ill, and Petunia is upstairs giving him his medicine. Quite the effort to concoct an excuse. However, Maggie shot him a glare. That little brat is back? And he is sick? I hope he doesn't pass on his illness to our Dudley. And Petunia, why can't he just stay away when he is sick? That little freak won't die no matter what. She wouldn't still be thinking about her eloping sister. Would she? The two, who had been trying to calm each other down, suddenly froze at Maggie's words, their eyes narrowing into daggers aimed at her. Petunia leaned in to whisper to Harry, I permit you to use your magic, but do not go overboard, and ensure you're not caught. Just take a nap at home today, all right? Harry nodded, indicating his understanding. Satisfied that Harry had grasped her meaning, Petunia straightened her clothes and descended with a smile. Hi. Maggie, long time no see. Were you just speaking about me? I didn't quite catch that. Oh, nothing, just wondering why you're taking care of that wild child. Maggie dismissed the matter, having always deemed Harry as troublesome. Noticing Maggie's continued chatter, Petunia halted her coffee pouring, firmly placing the pot down. Harry is, after all, my sister's only child. I do not wish to hear the term wild child in my home, if you please. With a smile, she handed Maggie her coffee cup, her sharp gaze piercing through like an arrow. Maggie, observing the unfamiliar demeanor of her sister-in-law, ultimately chose to remain silent. Following Petunia's warning, their interactions returned to normalcy. But Harry found it challenging to navigate the situation. He retrieved the laxative from the quick escape candy given by the twins, and, while Maggie was distracted, discreetly cast the levitation charm to drop it into her coffee cup. Petunia noticed, and, to buy time for Harry, insisted Dudley engage Maggie in conversation, completely ignoring her son's pleading eyes for assistance. With everything said, Harry returned to his room, intending to peruse the spellbooks Draco had left him. Within 3 minutes, he had drifted into slumber, murmuring, Mom, Dad, Draco. Ah, He is already talking in his sleep. Harry was awakened by Dudley, who was enthusiastically slapping Harry's face with his palm. After a couple of slaps, Harry stirred, grasping Dudley's hand and groggily inquiring, "What's the matter? Has Maggie left?" Dudley shook his head regretfully. "Sorry, she hasn't left. Today, she wants to sleep at our house." Harry's face went pale. Just then, a pebble struck Harry's window, drawing their attention outside. Merlin's beard. Oh my God. They beheld 3 red-haired boys piloting a flying muggle car, hovering at their second-floor window. When they noticed the 2 inside, Ron and George, who weren't driving, waved excitedly. Dudley's jaw nearly hit the floor. Goodness. Are these your friends? This is so cool. Harry was equally astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the Weasley brothers would come to fetch him despite the previous interference with his letters. He opened the window and, with utmost seriousness, cast a silencing and confusion charm around the area before calling out to Ron. "How did you get here?" Ron, brimming with excitement, opened the car door and gestured for Harry to enter. "George and Fred discovered Dad's car could fly. And since you mentioned wanting to visit the Dursleys in your letter the other day, we thought we'd come to pick you up." Harry glanced between Ron's outstretched hand and Dudley, who stood frozen in shock. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively stated, "I'm going with my friends now. Tell Aunt Petunia not to worry, I'll be back in a few days." With that, he prepared to step onto the windowsill. Dudley, seizing the moment, clutched Harry's shirt, and when Harry turned back in confusion, Dudley flashed a sycophantic smile. "If you leave, can I sleep in your room? Aunt Maggie just said there aren't enough rooms, and I have to share with her." Harry chuckled. "Sure, whatever, I'm off now." Dudley released his grip, nodding eagerly. Harry steadied himself on the windowsill, took a leap of faith, and grasped Ron's hand. Taken by surprise, Ron slid slightly downward, while George swiftly wrapped an arm around his younger brother. Harry, dangling precariously, sent Dudley into a state of panic. Goodness, do wizards really play this dangerously? Imagining himself leaping across, he feared he might topple the vehicle. Meanwhile, with one hand gripping Ron and the other scrambling to climb into the car, Ron strained to hold on to Harry. "Mate, you've really put on some weight." Gritting his teeth, Harry protested indignantly, "Hey, those are the abs sculpted from playing Quidditch." Upon hearing the word Quidditch, George began to prattle. "Oh, did I forget that Harry is the seeker for Slytherin? Can I let go now?" Ron squeaked in protest. "No way. George, you can't let go?" George, with one hand free, idly scratched his ear, entirely unconcerned about Ron, who was sliding further down due to his brother's relaxation. "Hey, Fred, do you hear any sounds?" Fred, who was driving, nodded in agreement. "What is it, George? Isn't it just the 2 of us picking up Harry today?" Despairing for his 2 brothers, Ron pinned his hopes on Harry. "Brother, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer." All right. With Harry's affirmation, he finally found his footing, climbed into the car in one determined motion, and shut the door. The 3 of them slumped in their seats, catching their breath, while George crawled over to the passenger seat. Harry leaned against the window and waved at Dudley, who was still watching them from the front. "We're off, Dudley. See you in a few days." Dudley waved back. Once their farewells were complete, Fred pressed the accelerator, sending them racing far ahead. The trio was thrust back against their seats by the powerful force. "Blimey, drive slower." Ron tightened his grip on the seatbelt, grateful to his brothers for teaching him how to use it. The response came in the form of Fred and George's raucous laughter. Their mirth resonated amidst the starry expanse, weaving a luminous pathway leading to the burrow. Chapter 54, The Burrow. Merlin's pink bow tie. "How much longer until we reach home, Fred?" Ron, weary, leaned back in his seat, struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping. They had been driving since yesterday afternoon to pick up Harry, and now, as the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, they were still soaring through the skies. Fred freed one hand to tousle his hair, his gaze sweeping over the buildings beneath the clouds, offering a casual response to his younger brother. Soon. Ron, stop urging me." George, equally fatigued, endeavored to support his twin brother and attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. "What do you think Mum would say if she found out we took Dad's car out?" The fervor in Ron's veins cooled instantly, and he covered his face with a scream. Mum will definitely know we haven't come home all night. We're doomed." Beside them, Harry, who had napped for too long that afternoon and was now wide awake, was startled by Ron's outburst. He nudged Ron with his elbow, who was still screaming. "Hey, brother, you scared me. Keep it down. You're going to get us both in trouble. Why not just enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way?" "Oh, I suppose you're right. Mate, I might be a bit too tense." With a gentle nudge, Ron relaxed, flopping back like a boneless invertebrate in the rear seat. Silly Ron. "Hey, George, he's your brother." "He is your brother too? ISNT? Whatever. So, Harry, are you pleased with what you've seen so far?" Fred and George exchanged playful banter before Fred, without glancing back, inquired about the Savior's impressions. Harry replied with enthusiasm. "Pleased? This is incredible. I've never seen the sunrise up close like this. Well, not in my last life. Of course, George propped his feet up on the dashboard. Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even noticed the sunrise. Look, we're heading towards the sun. Harry and Ron leaned over from the front seats, their heads bobbing in unison as they gazed at the slowly rising sun. Ow, my eyes. Before long, the searing sunlight made their eyes sting painfully. They instinctively shut their eyes, with Ron even covering them with his hands. However, they evidently forgot that Fred was still driving. The car suddenly dropped, eliciting a collective scream. Bloody hell. Fred, I'm coming, skillfully pulling the car back up. The gust of wind generated by their ascent whisked away blades of grass, which swirled around the vehicle. George shouted, "Woo! This is exhilarating." George, this is not exhilarating at all. We nearly died. Ron was nearly apoplectic, feeling rather like Hermione compared to his two brothers. Fred waved dismissively. Well, we didn't die, did we? He then pointed with an outstretched finger at a distant, crooked house. Look, we're home. Under the sunlight stood a structure at least 4 stories high, built at an angle that made it appear as if it had been haphazardly assembled. Various parts of the building seemed to have been constructed at different times, giving it a precariously unsteady appearance. Yet, it stood miraculously upright, evidently conjured by magic. Its peculiar red roof sported several chimneys, which, at this hour, emitted no smoke. As the family had yet to awaken, with the rising sun, the group deftly maneuvered the car back into the garage. The twins executed their stealthy movements expertly and beckoned Ron and Harry to follow. It's still early. Mum shouldn't be awake yet. Let us keep our voices down as we go in. The two nodded in understanding. The 4 of them tiptoed inside, passing by a massive clock on the wall that displayed the family's movements. They traversed the kitchen, with its enormous windows, and finally reached the staircase. Taking the first step upwards, creak. The old staircase groaned underfoot, causing them to hold their breath and listen intently for any sounds from within the house. After a long moment of silence, they exhaled in relief, preparing to continue their ascent. George, Fred, Ron, may I ask where you 3 have been? The ominous voice emanated from the living room sofa. Their hearts stopped, and they slowly turned to face the source. There sat Molly, wrapped in a blanket, rising from the couch. Her fiery gaze bored down upon them. The twins skillfully dropped to their knees, covering their heads, their knees sparking against the floor. Harry wagered that they must have done something mischievous in their trousers. Ron hesitantly approached and knelt down, hands on his head, unable to match his brother's smoothness in admitting wrongdoing. The 3 kneeling made Harry, who remained standing, conspicuously visible. He glanced at the trio on the floor and slowly raised a finger to himself. Mrs. Weasley, do I need to do that too? It was then that Molly noticed Harry, obscured by the twins. Her expression transformed almost instantly, a broad smile spreading across her face. Goodness, Harry, what are you doing here? Oh, have you had breakfast? While I deal with these rascals, would you mind sitting here for a moment, dear? I'll be right with you. She then turned to admonish her 3 disobedient children. Fred, George, how many times have I told you not to touch anything in your father's shed? And now look at you. You've taken the car out. And not just the 2 of you, but you've dragged Ron and Harry into this mess as well. Do you have any idea what you were doing? What if you had fallen from the sky? You don't even have a driving license. Ron, how could you possibly engage in such activities alongside your 2 brothers? Harry couldn't help but reflect internally upon hearing that familiar voice. Aunt Molly remained unchanged, her lung capacity astonishing, confident that no significant issues would arise. Harry listened only to the beginning before diverting his gaze to the now familiar, yet strangely foreign surroundings of the burrow. Since his previous life, after parting ways with Ginny, he had not visited the burrow for an extended period. To be precise, he hadn't returned at all before his demise. Alas, Molly still held on to the hope that he would marry Ginny and have a few children with red and black hair. But heavens, Ginny was now with a boy from the Irish national team. During those years, not only did he refrain from returning, but Ginny also consistently made excuses about training to avoid coming back. Lost in memories of his past life, Harry's gaze was drawn upward, where he encountered the 3 figures of Arthur, Percy, and Ginny peering down from the staircase. Upon spotting him, Ginny's face flushed crimson, and she quickly retreated. Arthur and Percy, however, waved at Harry in a friendly manner, and he subtly returned the gesture. After a while, Molly concluded her reprimand of her unfortunate child. You lot, tidy up the garden of gnomes this afternoon, or you shall not have dinner. Fred and George, if I catch you still experimenting with your little contraptions this week, do not expect me to be lenient. The 3 boys nodded obediently, likely anticipating a period of relative calm. Molly felt a slight sense of relief, albeit just a smidgen. With a smile, she headed to the kitchen. Dear, would you like a bacon and egg sandwich accompanied by a glass of freshly squeezed juice for breakfast? By the way, the 2 above can come down for a meal when they awaken. I trust you don't need me to summon you personally. Ginny, darling, breakfast is ready, she called out. skillfully preparing the meal. Noticing Harry's approval of breakfast, Molly retrieved a few fresh eggs from the cupboard and cracked them into the pan. Sounds of movement came from the staircase as the three above made their way down. Ginny, hiding behind Percy, cast shy glances at Harry, her cheeks still flushed. The lively twins bounded over to Percy, playfully dragging Ginny into view. Harry, our little sister adores you. Ever since we became friends. She has been begging us to share your stories with her. Oh, her poor brothers do not enjoy such privileges. Incensed, the little princess delivered a swift kick to Fred and George. Fred, George, the two, now nursing their sore feet, fell silent. Seated at the dining table, watching the jovial Weasley family, Harry smiled. Indeed, the Weasleys exuded a warmth of familial atmosphere, a stark contrast to the coldness of the Dursleys and the Malfoys. Even if he would not end up with Ginny in this life, he would undoubtedly protect the Weasley family. Chapter 55, Life at the Burrow. Despite Molly's apparent anger, she allowed them to return to their rooms for a short rest after breakfast. Harry, would you mind sharing a room with Ron? Molly inquired while washing dishes with a cloth in hand. Not at all. I can simply follow Ron upstairs, Harry replied, receiving Molly's approval. He quickly ascended the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. Ron's room was located on the 5th landing of the narrow staircase, directly beneath the ghoul's attic. Upon entering, Harry observed the walls and slanted ceiling plastered with orange and yellow Chudley Cannons posters. Scattered across the floor were various unknown bits of litter. Mate, I must say, you really ought to find the time to tidy up your room, Harry remarked as he cautiously navigated the clutter. The floor was littered with books, assignments, and snack wrappers. And Harry was unsure whether Ron still needed those papers, so he did his best to avoid the suspected homework. Ron casually flopped onto his bed. Don't worry about it. I thrive in chaos. Mum has already prepared your bedding. Let's just sleep for now before I collapse from exhaustion. Harry, too, felt his patience waning. He simply wished to enjoy a good nap. As he lay under the covers, he mused, in comparison to Ron's room, Draco's is impeccably tidy. He slept soundly until midday when Molly roused the 4 drowsy young men for lunch. Yawning proved contagious after George initiated it. The 4 bleary-eyed individuals at the table began to yawn in succession. Even Ginny and Percy, who had appeared well-rested, couldn't suppress their yawns. That afternoon, only 7 members of the family gathered for lunch, as Arthur typically dined at the ministry, taking advantage of the free cafeteria. Molly set down her serving tray and promptly delivered 2 firm slaps to the backs of Fred and George's heads. Wake up. Look at everyone else. They're all yawning. Fred protested. It was George who yawned first. Why am I getting punished? Molly shot him a glare. I can't tell you apart. Who knows whether you might be trying to trick me again? Fred retaliated by smacking George, who promptly retaliated. And thus the two began to ignore everyone else as they playfully wrestled. Ginny clearly felt embarrassed by her brother's antics in front of Harry. As she took the time to explain, they don't usually act like this. Harry chuckled in response. At least I've spent a year with them at school. I know a thing or two about their personalities. Ginny nodded, her cheeks still flushed. With Fred and George at the table, one could expect the Weasley household to never be quiet. Perhaps for this reason, the others at the table felt less constrained, engaging in discussions about their activities from the morning or afternoon during meals. Mr. Weasley usually shared tales from his day. Any amusing happenings were sure to capture everyone's attention when recounted, except for Percy, of course. Fred claimed that his days at home consisted solely of reading books, with never any interesting events taking place. After lunch, Harry made a point to seek out Mrs. Weasley to inquire about the family's owl. She directed him toward Mr. Weasley's small shed. They usually rest over there. Indeed, they did. After Ron received some money, he had asked Molly to purchase a new owl, as Errol was nearly always in need of food after delivering a letter. Except for Percy, who had his own owl, Hermes. Since Ron financed the purchase, he retained both naming and usage rights. Only when Errol was unable to deliver would Ron allow Pig to assist. Even with a new owl now, Ron still chose the name Pig. Harry suspected Ron simply had an affinity for that name. Upon locating the owls, Harry affixed the letter he had written after lunch to Pig's leg. Please ensure this reaches Draco. Pig eagerly accepted the biscuit Harry offered, devoured it in 2 bites, and promptly flew out the window. As Harry joyfully returned to the burrow, he completely overlooked the fact that families like the Malfoys typically established defensive measures around their estates. Hedwig's ability to travel back and forth relied entirely on Draco's previous correspondence to his home, but as for Pigwidgeon, let us wish it success. Upon returning to the burrow, Ron tossed an old broomstick towards Harry. Hey, mate, off to send another letter to Draco? Harry caught the broom with ease. Of course. I need to inform him that I've arrived at the burrow. Ron emitted a sound of mock disgust. Mate, you two are so clingy. Come on. Don't focus so much on that platinum-haired fellow. George and Fred are waiting for us to tackle those pesky gnomes in the garden. Let's go? The garden of the burrow was adorned with trees that twisted around the walls, a tangle of weeds and overgrown grass, and a large pond. The gnomes primarily plagued the vegetable patch, wreaking havoc on the crops, which necessitated occasional cleanups by the Weasleys. Upon arriving in the garden, the twins were already mounted on their brooms, working in tandem. One twin would yank a gnome from the ground and toss it away, while the other flew about, using a stick to knock the gnomes away. Harry noticed that the stick resembled a baseball bat from the Muggle world. How did you get started without us? Leave a few for us. Come on, Harry, let's join in. The two boys hopped onto their brooms and soared into the air. Harry deftly snatched gnomes from the ground before Fred could, while Ron and George jostled each other as they vied to knock the gnomes away. Hey, how about a competition? Let's see who can knock away the most gnomes, but no stealing each other's throws, Ron suggested, feigning a sudden epiphany after having been pushed aside by George for the umpteenth time. Fred and George exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Sounds good. Harry, sensing something amiss, interjected, wait, but Fred promptly cut him off. Competition starts now. Without further ado, Harry bent down to join the fray of gnome catching. Woohoo, we won. Fred and George. Losers pay up. Fred and George whistled triumphantly, broomsticks slung over their shoulders as they headed towards the house. Upon hearing Ron breathlessly declare the results, they grinned. Oh, little Ronnie, you never mentioned any stakes. But congratulations on your victory. Breathless and exhausted, Harry remarked, I knew I forgot something. Ron, how could you propose a competition yet forget to set any stakes? Ron shrugged, I don't know. Never mind, let's go. At least we don't have to worry about dinner. You're right. After dinner, I need to rest for a bit. Same here. Life at the burrow had proven far more delightful than Harry remembered. Each day was devoid of worries, filled only with playful antics alongside Ron and the twins. Occasionally, Ginny would join their merry band. Although Harry felt somewhat uncertain about how to interact with the 11-year-old Ginny, it turned out that their time spent together was indeed enjoyable, as he genuinely cared for her well-being. However, despite his fondness for the burrow, Harry could not avoid returning home, especially since Petunia had written to inform him that Marge had departed. Moreover, an owl had already delivered the book list and supplies they needed for their second year. Therefore, after coordinating a time with Ron and the others to visit Diagon Alley, Harry took the night bus back to Privet Drive. Chapter 56. Charming. Ugh. Upon disembarking, Harry leaned against a nearby lamppost and retched. Merlin, the night bus had once again proven to be quite nauseating. After regaining his composure, Harry trudged home, burdened with the items that Molly had enthusiastically pressed upon him. Skillfully retrieving his key, he opened the door to find Petunia busily engaged with her back to him. Dudley was absent, likely having finally sent Marge off and merrily gone out to find his friends. Petunia hummed a tune while sweeping, and upon hearing a noise, turned to see Harry. Harry Potter, you actually decided to come back. You ran off without a word, and I was terrified when Dudley told me. How did you manage to leave from the second floor? Harry scratched his face, realizing that Dudley had not disclosed that he had taken the bus. You know, we have our own special methods. Petunia shot him a glare. Even so, you can't be reckless. What if your magic fails and you get hurt? Understood, Aunt Petunia. I promise I won't do it again. Harry made a gesture reminiscent of a Muggle oath, hoping to gain Petunia's trust. Seeing that she had nothing more to say, Harry dutifully retrieved a small gadget gifted by Molly. Aunt, these are some handy gadgets recommended by my friend's mother. They can help with chores, freeing up your time for things you enjoy. Petunia examined one curiously. Is this from Draco? No, it's from another friend I visited this time. Petunia raised an eyebrow. I thought you went to Draco's house. I'll accept it. Does that lady have any preferences? I should return the favor. Perhaps some recipes? Petunia nodded thoughtfully. Dismissing Harry to rest in his room, she began to hum as she explored her new household helpers. On the day they were to purchase new books, Harry and his companions were well prepared. After all, the Dursleys were Muggles and needed to enter Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron. It was noteworthy that Vernon had taken a day off from work under the pretext of needing an excuse for today. With the prospect of witnessing the magical world firsthand, he momentarily forgot his lament over losing his perfect attendance bonus. The family cheerfully drove to the vicinity of the leaky cauldron. After locating a parking spot, the Dursleys looked around but saw no sign of the shabby pub Harry had described. Dudley, unable to contain his excitement, craned his neck, trying to spot the entrance to the magical world. Where is it? I don't see anything that looks remotely magical. Harry grasped Petunia's hand and gestured for her to take Vernon's hand, while he placed a firm grip on Dudley's shoulder. With no free hands, Harry pointed forward with his chin. There it is. The three followed the direction of Harry's chin and beheld the facade of the leaky cauldron, the gateway to the wizarding world. An awkward silence ensued. Dudley, unable to hold back any longer, blurted, Is the magical world really this shabby? Harry replied, It's a style. You see. Dudley's expression shifted to one of understanding. Pulling the three of them into the leaky cauldron, Harry noticed Petunia, who had a slight aversion to dirt, wrinkling her nose. If she weren't still holding on to Harry and Vernon, she would likely have covered her nose with her hand. Harry quickened his pace, guiding them to the courtyard, finally experiencing the thrill of knocking on the brick wall in front of his family. Thrilling was the only word Harry could muster. The trio, experiencing the magical world for the first time, felt like Harry had in his first life, filled with wonder at everything around them. Perhaps it was a shared understanding among men, as Dudley and Vernon immediately spotted the broomsticks in the shop window. Wow, a broomstick! Just like the witch's tools in fairy tales. Dudley pressed his face against the glass, nearly blending in with the other wizarding children nearby. Of course, this was contingent upon ignoring his muggle attire. Harry proudly explained, "This is an essential item for the most significant sport in our wizarding world. A good broomstick is always necessary for playing Quidditch." Quidditch? Sounds like a kind of ball game. Vernon's thoughts drifted, as he typically enjoyed watching football on television. Indeed, he relished all sorts of ball games. Upon hearing that the wizarding world also had its own sport, his narrowed eyes widened in astonishment. Harry enthusiastically began to share his knowledge about Quidditch, momentarily forgetting his prior engagement with others. Penny glanced at her watch and cleared her throat to remind the eager gentleman, "Ahem, Harry, it's almost time for your appointment." Realizing the time, Harry exclaimed, "Oh no, they must be waiting for us." Draco despised tardiness. They needed to hurry to the entrance of Fortescue's ice cream parlor. As he led the way through the throngs of students bustling before the start of term, Harry thought, "Merlin's beard, there are so many people." Upon reaching the ice cream shop, the trio was indeed already there. To Harry's observation, their ice creams were only half finished. Upon their arrival, Draco merely cast a glance, and someone hurried over to him, seeking closeness. "Sorry, Draco, I'm late." The saccharine tone of her voice sent a shiver through those nearby. Ron, the most animated, exaggeratedly feigned a gagging expression, earning a sharp elbow from Harry in response. Knowing Ron and Hermione had yet to meet Penny and Vernon, Harry introduced them. "This is Aunt Penny, Uncle Vernon, and my cousin Dudley. These two are my friends, Hermione and Ron." After the introductions were made, Harry noticed that the families of the three were absent. "Guys, where's Aunt Molly and the others?" Upon mentioning this, Ron rolled his eyes in disgust. "That Lockhart is having a book signing in Diagon Alley today. Mum and Ginny are his fans and went to join the commotion. As for my parents, they've never met a celebrity from the magical world, so they tagged along." Seeing the curiosity flicker across the Dursleys' faces, Harry suggested, "Shall we go as well? My aunt is particularly eager to meet them." Apart from Ron's vehement refusal, the others had no objections. In a majority rule scenario, poor Ron would have to encounter the insufferable Lockhart. As Harry and Draco huddled together, he felt that Lockhart would not dampen his spirits today. Noticing Harry's cheerful gait, Draco leaned closer. "What has gotten into you, Scarhead? Are you that excited about showing off?" Harry widened his eyes in protest. "How could that be? I detest excessive attention." Draco scoffed. "Yet you seem so pleased. And haven't you always been in the spotlight from past to present? I'm simply delighted to see you again. Those accolades aren't something I seek. Unlike now, where my desire to see you has materialized," Harry explained softly, squeezing Draco's hand in reassurance. Blushing from Harry's few words, Draco retaliated with a firm pinch. Harry's hand flushed red, and he cradled it tenderly, blowing on it repeatedly due to its fair complexion. Upon reaching the entrance of Flourish and Blots, the group gazed in trepidation at the throng within, most of whom appeared to be witches. "Merlin's golden cloak, this is excessive," Ron exclaimed. Hermione pointed at a banner hanging beneath the store's name, "Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award, book signing event." "How ostentatious," Draco remarked incisively. Nevertheless, Harry needed to purchase books, and the others' parents were inside. The four young wizards exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Yet Penny, upon witnessing the crowd, began to feel reluctant. She patted Harry on the shoulder. "Harry, we plan to browse around here. Will you be all right on your own?" Knowing Penny had a mild aversion to crowded places, Harry nodded and pulled a pouch of wizarding currency from his pocket, placing it in Penny's. "Aunt, if you see anything you fancy, feel free to buy it. This is all my father's money. Consider it his compensation." Initially inclined to refuse, Penny's eyes flickered thoughtfully, and she accepted the pouch. Harry was right, it was compensation. After bidding farewell to the Dursleys, the four little ones gazed at the bustling crowd, sighing once more, pulling Draco close. Harry was grateful for the nourishment and exercise he had enjoyed over the past year, especially considering Draco's weight loss during the summer. He could now envelop most of him. Draco nudged Harry's encircling arm. "Have you been on hormones, Potter? Listen up, you're squeezing me." Complying, Harry adjusted his hold, turning to his poised friends. "Let us go inside. In a special Children's Day extra, this is a tale concerning a curious potion. The original character is Hufflepuff, with no Voldemort in 6th year. A parallel universe side story, just for amusement. The entire text is 55k. Bang. When that sound erupted during potions class, it could only mean that Seamus and Neville's cauldron had exploded once more. Typically, given their frequency of mishaps, the surrounding students had developed a habit of avoiding such incidents. However, today, unfortunately, the spilt potion splattered onto Draco, who had been stealthily attempting to disrupt Harry. Uncertain of what they had done while concocting their potion, when the peculiar liquid hit Draco, it reacted magically, erupting into a cloud of pink smoke around him. This smoke could not be dispersed by magic. Upon its emergence, Professor Snape began to wave his wand. Consequently, the entire classroom fell silent, awaiting the smoke to dissipate. Fortunately, it did not linger long, and once it cleared, everyone was astonished to find that the insufferable Malfoy had vanished. The first to notice Draco's absence was Harry, having been nearest to the incident, as he felt his robe tugged by something. While others were still searching, Harry looked down to meet a pair of round, gray-blue eyes. The child, wrapped haphazardly in Draco's robe, was attempting to climb onto Harry. Noticing Harry's gaze, he flashed a radiant, angelic smile. Even Harry, who had clashed with Draco for years, had to concede that Malfoy had been quite adorable as a child. Draco, now seated on the floor, reached out his hands toward Harry, a picture of innocence begging for a hug. The tall, crowded workbench obscured Draco, preventing anyone from realizing his presence. Harry even heard Ron muttering, "Merlin, the little ferret hasn't he been turned into smoke by Neville, has he? The old bat looks like he's ready to chop us into pieces and toss us into the cauldron." Harry was too preoccupied to respond to Ron. His attention was fixated on the small child on the ground, who was beseechingly requesting a hug. Noticing that the boy before him remained motionless for an extended period, Draco pouted, his eyes rapidly welling with tears. "Merlin's lace tights, this is hardly my fault." Harry sighed inwardly, resigned to the task of wrapping Draco in his robes and lifting him into his arms. This bending motion caught Ron's attention. "What are you doing, mate? Bloody hell, Malfoy?" Snape's gaze immediately darted over, and upon seeing the familiar platinum-haired cherub in Harry's embrace, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He swished his cloak and strode over, looking down at Harry, who was cradling the child. "Hand him over, Mr. Potter." After a moment's hesitation, Harry relinquished Draco to Snape. However, the moment the child was in Snape's arms, he began to wail, twisting his body in an attempt to return to Harry. Merlin knows how a child can possess such strength. Even Professor Snape found himself flustered, struggling to hold on to him. As Draco teetered dangerously close to slipping from Snape's grasp, Harry quickly snatched him back into his arms, much to the astonishment of those around. "Let me handle this, Professor." Snape's expression darkened further as he finally spoke. "Administering a potion to a fellow student resulting in harm warrants a deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor. Provoking your professor incurs an additional 10 points. Now, you, and you, carry him and follow me. The rest of you may continue with your potion work. I expect to see your completed products on my desk after class." With a swift deduction of points, Snape summoned Seamus, Neville, and Harry, leading them out with great urgency. Ron, eager to follow, was halted by Hermione's firm grip. "Calm down, Ron. Are you planning to lose Gryffindor more points?" Ron anxiously replied. "Are we just going to let Harry be taken away by that old bat?" Hermione sighed. "We need to call him Professor. Trust Harry when he returns. We can ask him what happened." She meticulously laid out her reasoning for why they shouldn't follow, eventually pacifying the fiery-haired youth. Meanwhile, Snape strode briskly through the corridors, guiding Harry and the others toward the headmaster's office. The flapping of his robes echoed against the air, startling the various students who were unoccupied. As they parted to make way for the formidable procession, casting sympathetic glances at the three trailing behind, it was evident to all that the child in Harry's arms was a Malfoy, recognizable by his unique hair color. By the time they reached the headmaster's office, rumors had already begun circulating that this child was Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy's offspring. Fortunately, after classes ended, others quickly clarified that it was merely Draco who had been shrunk by a potion, yet this did little to quell the gossiping fervor among the students. It was said that upon hearing the first version of the rumor, several forks clattered against plates at the Slytherin table. Pansy glared fiercely at the absent Gryffindor students, gritting her teeth as she spat. "Those insufferable Gryffindors will pay for this." Back in the headmaster's office, Snape stormed in front of Dumbledore, startling the candy-eating headmaster. Dumbledore brushed the sugar crumbs from his beard, feigning reproach. "Severus, you startled me. A little warning next time would be appreciated." Snape, with a scowl, pointed at Draco in Harry's arms. "Look at what your precious student has done." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, squinting at the sight. "Oh, has the Malfoy family welcomed a new addition? Quite adorable. Open your candy-corrupted eyes. This is young Malfoy. He has been transformed into this by your beloved Gryffindor." Dumbledore turned to the other three. Children, could you enlighten me on the situation? They clamored to explain, with Neville's sobs interspersed among their words. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps, Severus, you should examine him. Is there an antidote? Snape scoffed. Who knows what Longbottom added? Potion making is an intricate art. Even the slightest deviation can yield unpredictable results. Dumbledore pressed. So you cannot concoct an antidote? Snape hesitated, finally managing to respond. I need time. Perhaps before I can devise a solution, he will revert on his own. Dumbledore chuckled. In that case, let young Malfoy stay with you for the time being. After all, you are his godfather. No. Before Snape could voice his opinion, someone interjected eagerly. Dumbledore turned to the speaker, his eyes glinting with interest. Harry, is there a problem? After halting the discussion, Harry found himself at a loss for words. Stammering before finally articulating, I believe the cellar is too damp. It's not suitable for a child's health. Snape hissed venomously. Perhaps Mr. Potter knows he is not a true child. Harry clutched the warm bundle tightly, as Draco affectionately pressed his chubby little face against him. Dumbledore deemed the situation amusing. Harry, could you pass me young Malfoy for a moment? He extended his wrinkled hand. Harry hesitated, but ultimately offered Draco forward. The moment he was separated from Harry's embrace, Draco began to wail, tugging at Dumbledore's snowy beard. His crying was not loud, but rather a series of soft whimpers, his little mouth pouting, only releasing sounds when he could no longer contain himself. Merlin, he truly is adorable. This sentiment echoed among all present. In conclusion, Dumbledore returned Draco to Harry. Upon being reunited, Draco clung tightly to Harry's head, pressing against his scar. Very well, Harry, I believe I should grant you a few days' respite. During this time, you will be responsible for caring for young Malfoy. Dumbledore proposed a fine idea. Harry considered and replied, It's all right. I can take Malfoy to class with me. The NEWT exams are approaching next year, and I wish to put in more effort. The truth was that if he missed class for even a few days, Hermione would surely have his head. Dumbledore smiled approvingly. In that case, I will make an exception and allow you to bring him to class. For your dedication, Gryffindor gains 50 points. Joy flickered in the eyes of the three little lions. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore dismissed them. All right, off you go. Severus, let us discuss whether we should inform Malfoy. He held back a scowling Snape, urging the little lions back to their dormitory. As they walked toward the Great Hall, Neville wiped his tears and asked Harry, Harry, are you going to take him back to the dormitory? Harry replied, That is my intention, although if you all mind, I could request a temporary single dormitory from Professor Dumbledore. Seamus and Neville quickly shook their heads. No, it's fine. It's our fault anyway. Upon reaching the Great Hall, Harry carried Draco directly back to the Gryffindor table. He meticulously selected a portion of untainted pumpkin soup from the long table, transforming a small spoon with a spell and feeding it to the little darling, who had only 2 tiny teeth. Crunch! A peculiar sound emanated from Slytherin. Harry, engrossed in feeding, was suddenly overshadowed by a dark figure behind him. Before he could turn around, Ron had already begun to shout, What are you snakes doing at our Gryffindor table? Pansy rolled her eyes dramatically. Who cares to be in a place reeking of foolish lions? If it weren't for your so-called savior, still holding on to Draco. Hey Potter, give us back Draco. Harry, without lifting his gaze, replied, Professor Dumbledore entrusted Malfoy to me. Until he transforms back, he will remain with me. If you don't believe me, go find him. Pansy, nearly losing her noble composure, was perhaps distracted by her bouncing black hair. As Harry fetched milk for the little one, Draco discreetly tugged at Pansy's clothing. Paxy. Harry turned at the sound to find Draco half leaning on his shoulder, clutching Pansy's hem. Startled, Harry quickly lifted Draco back, and Pansy shot him an angry glare. What is wrong with you, Potter? Nothing, just an accident. If you have no business here, kindly leave. Malfoy hasn't he had enough to eat? Pansy intended to retort, but Blaise pulled at her hand from behind, signaling her to cease. Understanding, she swallowed her words. The group exchanged several glances, culminating in Blaise speaking up. If we find out you've done anything harmful to Draco, you're finished, Potter. Harry remained noncommittal. Looking after baby Draco was far less troublesome than he had anticipated. Who could fathom why little Malfoy was so well behaved? Even Hermione, once scornful of him being a mudblood, couldn't resist teasing his tiny hands. In just one day, little Malfoy had garnered the affection of most of Gryffindor. The girls, bearing various tiny garments, knocked on Harry's dormitory door, attempting to dress Draco in their offerings. Harry and the others struggled to refuse the girls. Closing the door with a collective sigh, Ron wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, Merlin's suspenders, why does Malfoy attract so many admirers now that he is small? Dean leaned closer to Harry's bed, gazing at the blinking Draco. Perhaps it's because he is genuinely adorable like this. Both Seamus and Neville nodded in agreement. Harry stepped forward to take Draco. All right, I'll take him to the prefect's bathroom for a wash. He.s. exhausted after a long day. In the prefect's bathroom, Harry watched as the little one played with a small dragon bath toy while perched on his lap. How could the charming, cherubic Draco of his childhood transform into such a brat in adulthood? So endearing, with chubby cheeks. Lost in thought, Harry couldn't resist pinching Draco's soft cheek, leaving a rosy imprint. Draco covered his face, looking at Harry in confusion. Me? Pabula. A string of unintelligible baby talk, combined with Draco's actions of patting his own face, successfully elicited a relaxed smile from Harry. Today, however, Harry faced considerable distress, as the usually obedient Draco was particularly unruly. Not only was he picky with his food, but he also managed to spill the pumpkin soup all over Harry's collar. Upon realizing this, Draco displayed a hint of guilt, yet swiftly resumed vigorously patting Harry's face. During other classes, Harry's notebook was a chaotic mess thanks to Draco's doodles, rendering his painstaking notes illegible. In potions class, he even seized the opportunity to toss ingredients into the cauldron while Harry was distracted, nearly causing an explosion multiple times. The constant redoing led to both Harry and Ron leaving the class without a single finished potion, resulting in a deduction of points. Harry noticed a wicked grin on the little one's face when points were deducted from him. A suspicion formed in Harry's mind, and he struggled to contain himself. He began to closely observe Draco's mischief. He would strike Ron's nose whenever he got too close, and would occasionally tug at his own hair, even delivering a couple of playful slaps when Harry held him. That night in the Gryffindor dormitory, Ron rubbed his nose, which had been struck yet again. Merlin, what has gotten into Malfoy? Why is he so mischievous today? Harry coaxed Draco to sleep, cradling him in bed. Who knows? Maybe he's about to turn back. Ron exclaimed. Neville, Seamus, can you whip up that potion again? Seamus shrugged. Sorry, mate. We don't even know how we made it ourselves. The group exchanged a few more words before bidding each other goodnight and drifting off to sleep. In the dead of night, Harry suddenly felt a weight in his arms. He opened his eyes to find the little baby had reverted to his original form. The 16 or 17-year-old youth lay bare under the faint moonlight, glowing with an ethereal whiteness. At that moment, the moonlit sprite slowly opened his eyes. Then, those glacier-like orbs widened in shock. Break. As Draco was about to cry out, Harry instinctively sought to cover his mouth. Break. Once more retreating, Harry's emerald eyes fixated on Draco's swollen lips, reddened from their kiss. Can you calm down? Draco nodded. Observing this, Harry stepped back, hoping for a serious conversation with Draco. However, Draco seemed to snap back to reality, emitting a short, sharp scream before kicking Harry off the bed. He then hastily grabbed a piece of clothing from the bedside and dashed out. The door slammed shut, causing the other four to peek out in confusion. Harry? Harry climbed up from the floor. It's nothing, just slipped off the bed. The next day, news of Malfoy's return to form spread throughout Hogwarts. Upon seeing Draco, who wore the same mocking smile as before, the students' gazes were reluctantly withdrawn. Yet, many observant individuals noted that the restored Malfoy no longer troubled the savior even once. Harry watched as Draco laughed with Pansy, clenching his teeth in secret. The little white ferret is quite peculiar. Hasn't he caused you any trouble? Bro, do you think he has some scheme? Ron mused, draping his arm around Harry's shoulder. Hermione shot a disapproving glance at her boyfriend. Perhaps he simply matured after that incident. Harry dismissed her. Maybe he indeed has a plot. I'll go check. Pulling out the invisibility cloak, Harry wrapped it around himself and followed. Ron stroked his chin, leaning closer to Hermione. Is Harry acting strange? Hermione regarded her boyfriend with an odd expression. Forget it. Having one smart person in the house is enough. Draco was often surrounded by many people, with one notable exception, when he visited the restroom. Thus, it was no surprise when he found himself pinned against the wall of the lavatory by someone. What do you want? Potter? Draco struggled against the wall. Harry leaned closer. I know you remember. Remember what? I don't know what you're talking about. Harry chuckled softly. Do you need me to jog your memory? I wouldn't mind. Draco's face flushed crimson, shameless scarhead. Harry leaned in closer, their proximity almost palpable. Well then, esteemed Slytherin prince, the sole heir of Malfoy, might I beseech you for a chance to pursue you? I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time, so long, in fact, that I can hardly contain my eagerness to offer you everything I possess. I am quite affluent and willing to share it all with you. I could also become an Auror, thereby wielding the sharpest sword in your arsenal. Furthermore, during our remaining days at school, I would gladly procure the latest confections from Honeydukes that you desire, accompanying you on every visit to Hogsmeade. So, shall we explore the prospect of you being my boyfriend? Of course, if you decline, I could simply kiss you until you acquiesce. Draco's cheeks grew even warmer with Harry's words, resembling a blossoming rose. If you insist, I could grant you this opportunity, a 1-month trial period, and if I am not satisfied, we shall part ways. With a smile, Harry leaned in and tenderly pressed his lips against Draco's. The following day, the most sensational news swept through Hogwarts. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy were together. What? It was rumored that a sixth-year Gryffindor fainted at the long table.